From the invention of glasses that allow one to gaze into the eyes of a serpent without peril, to defenses that cannot be breached even by lethal curses. Sophia Scott could scarcely have imagined that her creation would be capable of salvaging the entire magical realm. Moreover, what is the matter with these two Gryffindor lions with their vibrant red fur who, instead of dutifully calling her sister, refer to her as sweetheart? Dumbledore regards her as his most esteemed collaborator. Snape perceives her as a slightly clever protege. Flitwick treasures her as a gem of Ravenclaw. Hey, Sophia tossed her golden locks. I am merely an ordinary master of potions, master of charms, author, shopkeeper, professor, and proprietor of a magical emporium. Chapter 1. 12 Winning Artifacts to Enchant Witches. Preface 1. Sophia quietly strolled through the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, engaging in legitimate nocturnal escapades as a 5th-year prefect of Ravenclaw. On the first day of school, she contemplated. During the welcoming feast a few hours prior, she had been slicing steak and shoving it into her mouth while observing the relentless pranks of the twin Gryffindors at the long table, which elicited bursts of laughter and shrieks. They stealthily mixed some unknown cookies into the meal, subsequently bowing their heads to enjoy their own dishes. Sophia would wager that the two hands hidden beneath the dining table were surely exchanging high-fives in celebration, while their 4 eyes mischievously fixed on the unfortunate students who had taken the cookies, their lips curling in anticipation of the ensuing uproarious laughter. It must be a new prank product they devised over the summer. She sipped her warm pumpkin juice. In the blink of an eye, a round-headed, younger boy let out a shriek and transformed into a petite canary. The canary's small eyes betrayed an unmistakable terror as it flitted about, squawking frantically. Wow, well done, Neville. X2. Fred and George Weasley, one on each side, lifted the canary Neville as though they were hoisting a quidditch trophy, wearing identical mischievous grins. We proudly present our brand new prank product, Canary Cookies. 7 sickles apiece. Weasley's wizard wheezes, quality assured. Numerous canaries began to appear at the Gryffindor long table, and the unaffected lions erupted in raucous laughter and applause, mingled with the reprimands of the Gryffindor prefect and the shrill protests of a bushy-haired young witch. Oh, Merlin's beard, your brother and Harry have no idea where they are. Beware of losing house points. Sophia choked on her pumpkin juice, nearly erupting in laughter. Coughing into her hand, she noticed the twins exchanging comical glances in her direction. Returning to the present, the castle's night was enveloped in a tranquil silence, devoid of the hurried comings and goings of students and professors, the space seeming to expand several-fold. Only the portraits disturbed from their slumber by the light of her wand emitted soft murmurs that the night could barely discern. Sophia halted her steps, retrieving a petite pocket watch from her pocket, the hands indicating 5 minutes until midnight. At last, she thought she could rest. Symbolically, she dawdled for 5 minutes on her way back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps interrupted her drowsiness. You two damned little rascals, stop. I shall chain you in the dungeons. I'll treat you mischievous imps with a whip. Filch's voice echoed from below, accompanied by the approaching footsteps of the Weasley Twins who had stolen the show at the feast. The 4th years had grown a full 3 to 4 inches since their separation over the summer, their breaths slightly hurried in the chill of early autumn in Britain, their long, deft hands firmly grasping their wands, their blue eyes glimmering under the light of the Lumos spell, and their conspicuous red hair forming Sophia's initial impression of their growth. She swiftly regained her composure, and without waiting for Fred and George to slow their pace upon seeing her, she brandished her wand with a flick of her wrist, casting a silent, silencing charm, and seized a Weasley's wrist, propelling forward. Fred Weasley felt the firm grip of the girl through the sleeve of his shirt, gazing at her hazy profile illuminated by the light ahead, his steps synchronizing with hers. The golden curls, undulating with her movements, danced tantalizingly near his hand, and Fred had no doubt that if they were basking in sunlight at that moment, her hair would be even more enchanting than a field of wheat caressed by the wind. The fluffy bangs obscured George Weasley's line of sight to the girl, yet he could easily envision her pair of glistening blue eyes, as clear and profound as the vast ocean, reminiscent of but distinct from his and his brother's. Whenever her gaze fell upon him, he instinctively straightened his posture, secretly delighted. Sophia paid little heed to the musings of the two criminal, younger students. As she approached the tapestry depicting the giant's clubbing of silly Barnabas, she released her hold on them, furrowing her brow as she paced back and forth 3 times along the corridor, at which point a smooth door suddenly appeared in the wall. She yanked the door open, thrusting the 2 boys inside, and swiftly closed it behind her. Sophia did not enter. Instead, she straightened her slightly rumpled plain black robe and blue-gray tie, letting out a soft sigh as she composed herself and departed from the 8th floor corner. "Good day, Mr. Filch. I presume your patrol duty is nearing its conclusion." Did you see 2 red-haired Gryffindors pass by?" Filch gasped, breathless, and inquired. "Oh, I believe I haven't. You know, the Gryffindor dormitory is on the 8th floor. Perhaps they have already returned. Good luck to them, the next time I catch them." Filch, unwilling to relent, scanned the vicinity and spun around sharply, departing with Madame Pomfrey. The scrawny cat had been circling around her, meowing incessantly, likely having caught the scent of the Weasleys on her, Sophia mused. Meanwhile, within the room of requirement, the 2 Weasley gentlemen sat back-to-back on the carpet, gazing intently at the room they knew all too well. To the left stood a cluttered table adorned with an old tin cauldron, a brass balance, forlorn and alone, its weights nowhere to be found, while a riot of colorful sweet wrappers lay stacked together, with a neatly packaged slab of fudge resting atop. The upper shelf of the wooden rack held an array of potions in peculiar hues and materials they had gathered from the forbidden forest over the years, while the lower shelf was piled high with disheveled parchment manuscripts and 2 red and gold velvet blankets gifted to them by Sophia last Christmas. This was due to their accidental discovery that they had spent sleepless nights inventing new products, using the blankets imbued with a temperature-regulating charm for their slumber. The right side featured an orderly desk, upon which lay 3 bottles of Sophia's favorite ink, one emerald green with gold flecks gifted by Fred, another sky blue with silver sparkle from his brother George. It seemed Sophia had a fondness for all things glittering, several quills, and a substantial stack of study materials. Additionally, there was a thick muggle notebook, secured with magic to prevent them from peeking, rumored to contain what Sophia referred to as novels, which she intended to share with them at the opportune moment. Occasionally, she would conduct private tutoring sessions for him and George at that desk. 3 years ago today marked their first encounter. He and Fred hastily loaded their belongings onto the Hogwarts Express, bidding farewell to their parents, Ginny, and dear little Ron. The boys, just having left home, were eagerly yearning for freedom, promptly abandoning their 6th-year brother Charlie and 3rd-year stick-in-the-mud Percy, rushing to find an empty compartment in the distance. "Hello, miss." At that time, she was a 2nd-year student, her features not yet striking, but undeniably adorable, with a face reminiscent of a plush doll. She wore a purple muggle dress, cradling a book in her lap, diligently scribbling something while looking down. Upon hearing their commotion, she looked up, somewhat surprised to see their faces. He thought it was due to the rarity of encountering twins, and then smiled, waving at them. "Hello, are you new students? Would you like to come in and sit?" They nodded, moving their pile of luggage into the compartment, and when Sophia inquired if they needed assistance, they shook their heads in refusal. Later, they discovered she had intended to help using the levitation charm. He and Fred felt rather foolish indeed. "Hello, I am Fred Weasley." "Hello, I am George Weasley." "Greetings, Mr. Weasleys, I am Sophia Scott, a 2nd-year Ravenclaw." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sophia became engrossed in her book, furrowing her brow slightly as she silently murmured something. Yet, where the Weasleys were present, silence was never a possibility, except for Percy. He and Fred exchanged glances, their 2 red heads leaning toward the golden one. "Miss Scott, what are you reading? Could you satisfy our poor curiosity?" Sophia tapped her cheek thoughtfully with a pen, a muggle pen they had never seen before, slightly adjusting her sitting posture. "All right, I shall pose a question to the 2 Weasley gentlemen. If a wizard's hat costs 4 galleons and a quill 2 galleons, and I spent a total of 100 galleons on both the hat and the quill, then if I were to exchange the hat for quills and the quills for hats, I would only spend 92 galleons. Pray tell, how many hats and how many quills did I originally purchase?" They were left utterly astounded. "Oh, Merlin's foul socks. Oh, Merlin's floral underpants." They counted on their fingers, even adding in each other's, but could not arrive at an answer, casting disdainful glances at their respective brothers before abandoning this perplexing riddle. "Oh, beautiful young lady, pray tell, Why indulge in the purchase of such superfluous items? Such a wealth of noble galleons ought not to be squandered on wizard hats and quills. They merely serve to obscure your resplendent tresses. Wasting your precious time. Why not join us in revelry instead? 2. The Weasley brothers produced their ever-ready exploding snap cards from their pockets, their starry eyes rendering it impossible to refuse. Sophia erupted into laughter, casting aside her Muggle mathematics textbook, and observed Fred as he deftly shuffled the cards. We have a wager at stake, mind you. 1 canute per round. Upon witnessing the girl nod, he swiftly dealt the cards, fearful of missing this opportunity. Naturally, the outcome saw Sophia triumph over Fred by 6 nuts and over George by 5 nuts. The faces of the Weasley brothers were blackened by the exploded cards, their vibrant red hair now shrouded in dust. From that day forth, George remained steadfast in his belief that his exploding snap skills surpassed those of Fred. She cheerfully accepted the 11 nuts, brandished her wand, and uttered a scourgify. After expressing their gratitude, they resumed their casual banter. Oh, Sophia, how are students sorted into their houses this year? Our elder brother, Bill, claimed he would sing in public. Those who sang with passion would be placed in Gryffindor. Those with melodious voices would join Ravenclaw. Those who sang steadily would be assigned to Hufflepuff. And those who sang weakly would find themselves in Slytherin. Our other brother, Charlie, insisted that first years must battle dragons. And yet another brother, Percy, stated that sorting would be determined by exams. And what about you? The twins gazed at her with curiosity, and Sophia, with a serious yet slightly enigmatic demeanor, replied, in our year, we had to combat trolls. Gryffindor triumphed by defeating it with fists and feet, Ravenclaw subdued it with books, Hufflepuff lured it with food, and Slytherin crushed it with galleons. How splendid. Each year's sorting ceremony is unique. I hope there are no exams this year. Otherwise, we might just find ourselves expelled. As they donned their robes, disembarked from the train, crossed the small boat, climbed the stairs, and entered the great hall, they sat at the Gryffindor long table and caught sight of Sophia stifling a giggle behind her hand, leading them to realize, is that it? Thus, they resolved to share this benevolent fib with their younger siblings, hoping to delight them. Consequently, they set their sights on this unusual girl who belonged to a different house and year. As their reminiscence concluded, they observed Fred clutching a piece of parchment bearing Sophia Scott's name, drawing nearer. George swiftly extracted his wand from the inner pocket of his robe and pointed it at the peculiar map. Mischief accomplished. The inked lines rapidly converged into a point and vanished. Fred hurriedly folded the marauder's map and tucked it away. This unexpected late-night encounter was no mere happenstance, but rather a calculated endeavor. Having not seen her all summer, letters could not satiate the affections of the Weasley twins. They had intentionally appeared before her at night, relishing the unreserved protection offered by the girl. The door to the room of requirement was gently pushed open once more. Upon entering, powerful arms draped over Sophia's shoulders. We are grateful for your magnanimity, Miss Prefect. Please assist us this once. Spare us. Sophia clenched her fists and delivered a playful punch to Fred's chest, followed by one to George's. She was surprised by how soft they felt. Honestly, if it weren't for me, you Gryffindors would be awaiting a 100-point deduction. Miss Scott of Ravenclaw, the savior of Gryffindor Weasleys. The twins, ever the jesters, produced a tin of Canary creams and research manuscripts, which had certainly undergone the undetectable extension charm. Fred popped a piece into his mouth, and with a puff, it transformed into a canary that fluttered onto Sophia's outstretched arm. George timed the event with his pocket watch. This seamless blend of discussing serious matters and playful banter had become their unspoken understanding. It can only transform for a minute, as we cannot negate the side effects of animal transformations overtaking human rationality. A longer duration might render one unable to revert to their original form. Sophia meticulously observed the bird-like Fred, noting his pupils, feathers, claws, and more. Seizing the opportunity, Fred nudged her hand while she stroked his feathers. Her transfiguration skills far surpassed those of Fred and George, leading her to contemplate the advanced human transfiguration of animagi, which allows one to retain human thought in animal form. Perhaps one could draw inspiration from the methods of animagi to extend the duration. That should not pose an issue. Furthermore, why not create other similar animal-themed products? Perhaps cat pudding or cat chocolate. You know how I adore cats. Chapter 2. The 12 Winning Treasures to Bewitch Witches Prologue. 2. Cats. What a splendid idea. Fred and George, having transformed back, leaped with excitement, eager to rush to the library in search of books on animagi. However, upon noticing Sophia stifling a yawn and rubbing her tear-filled eyes, the twins decided to first escort their princess back to her tower. Oh, I seem to be a tad tired. It is time to conclude the evening's activities on this first day of school. Nevertheless, we must first return our prefect to her cozy little nest. Sophia arched her slender brow, signaling the Weasley gentleman to take the lead. George opened the door, cautiously glancing around before drawing his wand. Quietus. Now they were rendered mute to the outside world. Of course, they could no longer communicate verbally amongst themselves either. However, 3 years of close companionship allowed them to easily interpret each other's body language, making their nocturnal escapade a walk in the park. Moreover, the Weasley twins were seasoned veterans at outsmarting Filch since their very first day at Hogwarts. The moniker of the Prank Kings was well known even among the indifferent Ravenclaws. Seeing Fred and George being chased by Filch surprised Sophia. It had been a while since she witnessed him achieve a semblance of success, not being played by the twins. Throwing dung bombs counted as a partial success, catching the twins and putting them in detention as success. While being bombarded by dung bombs or having his office blown up was a failure, and Mrs. Norris being transformed into a rainbow of colors by a hair dye potion was certainly a failure. Fred instinctively took the lead, followed by Sophia, with George bringing up the rear. This was their classic formation during nighttime adventures. Soon, they spotted the bronze eagle knocker of Ravenclaw. Sophia tapped the knocker, and the bronze eagle seemed to come to life, shaking its outstretched wings, glancing at the two clearly non-Ravenclaw students beside it, clearing its throat, and opening its beak. What is wisdom? That which can assist us in answering this question. You are correct. Calming down, the bronze eagle slowly opened the door to the Ravenclaw common room. The elegant, cozy common room was illuminated by dim lights left by Sophia's thoughtful friends for their late returning prefect. At this moment, the space was entirely empty. Even the most diligent Ravenclaw would not be burning the midnight oil on the very first night of school. The girl leaned against the black doorframe, turning her head to form her lips into a word. They all knew she was saying, "See you tomorrow." Watching her silhouette disappear behind the automatically closing door, Fred and George gradually moved to the right, lifting a portrait titled The Dog Girl and the Shepherd Boy, revealing a dark, mysterious passageway behind it. Hogwarts is riddled with secret passages. The Marauder's map marks 7 that lead outside the castle, but even more astonishingly, there are various interconnected secret pathways within Hogwarts itself. Some significantly shorten travel distances, while others connect different floors without the traveler perceiving any elevation difference. Few students are aware of these Hogwarts secrets, and apart from the Weasley brothers and their close friends, only Filch and his cat utilize them. Yet, surprisingly, just 3 steps from the right of the Ravenclaw common room door, behind another portrait, lies a passage leading to the Gryffindor dormitories, with the exit nestled within the mouth of the Golden Lion statue at the end of the boys' dormitory corridor. The Golden Lion opened its mouth, spitting out the 2 identical red-haired gentlemen, before slowly closing its mouth and licking its lips with a hard tongue, as if it had just feasted. This passage was not marked on the Marauder's map. Fred and George had discovered it by chance and had not disclosed it to anyone. After hastily washing up, they lay down on their respective beds, enveloped in silence. In truth, it was far from quiet, for their roommate, Lee Jordan, was snoring rhythmically, deeply ensconced in slumber. The twins were champions of staying up late. During this summer break, it was the perfect time for them to clandestinely brew potions at home, making their insomnia entirely justifiable. Brother, do you recall that nighttime escapade? Of course. Their unspoken bond led them to simultaneously reminisce about the same adventure. It was a winter's evening, just before Christmas in their first year, particularly suited for nocturnal explorations. Flakes of snow danced like breadcrumbs dropped by Merlin outside the window, while the moonlight cast a serene and gentle glow upon the snow-covered ground. Fred and George Weasley had once again successfully completed their nightly mission, having laid a series of prank packages filled with dung at the entrance of Filch's office. Driven by hunger, the mischievous duo altered their route back to the dormitory. It was time to investigate the fabled kitchen. Following the directions extracted from a rather earnest Hufflepuff classmate, they huddled together, stealthily making their way to the dimly lit lower levels of Hogwarts. As they neared the Hufflepuff common room, marked by 2 rows of vinegar barrels, they encountered a painting depicting a bowl of fruit. Fred playfully poked one of the pears, which, after a fit of giggles, transformed into a green handle. Quietly, they pushed the door ajar, peeking inside. Contrary to their expectations of a darkened room filled with unprocessed ingredients, the kitchen was brilliantly illuminated and far more spacious than imagined. The walls sparkled with an array of gleaming kitchenware, and there were 4 long tables as grand as those in the Great Hall. Moreover, it was not the tranquil refuge they had envisioned. Nearly 100 house elves, clad in Hogwarts tea towels, gathered around a blonde girl who was engrossed in her meal, turning to gaze at the newcomers upon hearing the door creak open. Even the renowned Weasley twins felt a pang of nervousness under the scrutiny of so many eyes. In unison, Fred and George swallowed hard, seeking to alleviate their anxiety. "Oh, hello there. And you too, Sophia. Perhaps we could procure some sustenance, yes? The nearest house elf's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Ah, the gentlemen are greeting us. Cece can fetch all the food you require. It is my honor to serve you." Sirs and madams. The Ravenclaw girl, identified as Sophia, waved a hand, inviting them to take a seat across from her, with a friend as company. Fred and George Weasley suddenly felt emboldened. "I'll have a chicken leg, bread, and pumpkin juice. I want chicken wings, cake, and milk. Thank you." The diminutive elves swiftly converged with trays laden with food, far exceeding the usual appetites of the three young wizards. The twins carefully selected their desired portions, yet the neglected elves looked on with dismay. Ultimately, they had to accept a little from each hospitable elf, filling the entire table. They were at a loss regarding how to manage the bounty, having grown up in the not-so-affluent Weasley household, where wasting food was unthinkable. Sophia observed their predicament with amusement, her right thumb and forefinger pinching a fry smeared with ketchup. After savoring the fry and adorably licking her fingers, she benevolently suggested, "Oh, Millie, I believe you still have a large basket like the one you gave me before. Could you spare it for the Weasley gentlemen to take some delicious food back to share?" "Exactly. We can bring back all of Lee's favorite treats." The house elf Millie assisted them in packaging the excess food, generously dubbed a midnight snack for Lee Jordan. Fred and George finally breathed a sigh of relief, contentedly soothing their growling stomachs. Having been teased by Sophia on the Hogwarts Express, Fred and George, who had not been bullied by their older brothers for quite some time, found their rebellious spirits ignited. They roamed the castle in search of Sophia, as if vying against a worthy opponent. Alas, Sophia was in Ravenclaw, while they were in Gryffindor, with one in second year and two in first. Other than the rare hurried encounters in the corridors, often surrounded by students, they could only catch a glimpse of her petite figure during mealtimes in the Great Hall, where they were far shorter than her. Of course, they had successfully executed a few pranks, such as when Sophia left her bag on a chair while searching for a book in the library. The twins had hidden behind the shelves, chuckling as they plotted to slip a nearly lifeless cicada, captured during a previous nighttime adventure in the Forbidden Forest, carefully selected for its small size and inability to fly, into her bag. However, they soon discovered that Sophia's handbag was well protected by spells, preventing any unauthorized, unwholesome access. Thus, George and Fred opted to place the little creature on the chair instead, retreating to await the unfolding drama. When Sophia returned to her seat with a copy of the Encyclopedia of 20th Century Charms, she removed her handbag only to find the 4 hapless cicadas squashed beneath it. Fred and George anticipated her shriek as she tossed the bag aside, or perhaps her collapse in fright, desperately scrambling away from the scene. But the reality unfolded quite differently. Sophia scrutinized the dark cicadas from a distance, opened her bag, and withdrew a quill, placing it on the table. With her wand, made of black walnut and unicorn hair, measuring 10 3/4 inches, she pointed at the cicadas and murmured, "Vera Verdo." The quill elongated and thinned, ultimately transforming into a long wooden skewer. With precision and swiftness, Sophia skewered the unfortunate cicadas and approached the startled, juvenile pranksters, who were half a head shorter than her. "Do you know a secret about these little insects?" What secret?" "The protein in cicadas is 4 times that of beef." "Oh, I forgot you might not know what protein is. I've heard that many people in the distant East delight in dishes made from them. In any case, they are highly nutritious. I think you should experience such delicacies. After all, this is your food, isn't it?" She casually thrust the skewer into one of the Weasley twins' hands and leisurely departed, heading to Madame Pants to register her book. George and Fred stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the wriggling morsels in George's grasp. The half-transparent wings quivered slightly, and the thin legs flailed erratically, their eyes seemingly gleaming with ferocity, mandibles opening and closing incessantly. "Brother, I think I might be sick." "Brother, so do I. I believe we have lost." "Indeed. Let us concede defeat to Miss Scott." "I couldn't agree more." From that moment onward, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Sophia Scott established a peace treaty. The Weasley twins began to invite Miss Scott to join their nighttime escapades, and she, once opposed to their antics, gradually became a member of their merry band. Thus commenced the first lesson of Sister Sophia. Sophia, disapproving of the twins' reliance on physical means to evade the regulators, resolved to impart 2 advanced spells to the orangutans. One afternoon, devoid of classes, faint sounds of youthful voices echoed from an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor of Hogwarts. Quietus, the silencing charm. They instinctively chose their own brothers as the targets for the incantation, yet their persistent attempts, marred by mutual teasing, proved futile. "Mind your gestures. Swiftly thrust your wands like fencers. What is fencing? And enunciate clearly. Silencio." This spell renders the subject mute, whether it be speech, footsteps, or the sounds of collisions. None shall be heard. It will be quite useful during nocturnal escapades. An hour slipped by without progress, prompting Sophia to bypass this spell and advance to the next, showcasing her prowess with flair. Disillusionment. The disillusionment charm. Gradually, the girl's form melded with her surroundings, akin to a chameleon, her colors and textures harmonizing with the material around her. However, when the twins, unable to restrain their curiosity, reached out to touch her, they felt only the warmth and faint floral scent of her soft robe, which remained stationary. As she moved slightly, the discrepancies in color blending became apparent. Wow, cool. I wager even Percy can't do that. Perhaps Charlie can't either. Where did you learn such finesse? Sophia pulled the two boys closer, pressing down on their heads, and softly replied, the silencing charm is part of the 5th-year curriculum, while I stumbled upon the disillusionment charm among the vast tomes in the library. Just know that my late-night kitchen adventures stemmed from neglecting dinner and my studies, all right? The twins, keenly aware of the logical inconsistency, nodded vigorously, cowed by their formidable sister. Pleased, Sophia patted their slightly tousled heads and declared the first lesson concluded, assigning them the task of practicing before their next nocturnal outing. All right, dismissed. Chapter 3. 12 Winning Talismans to Enchant a Witch. Preface. Sophia rested her head on her left hand, occasionally sipping from a small cup of milk with her right, her drooping eyelids fluttering gently. The twins, seated across from her, instinctively softened their movements. The glass ceased its vigorous clinking against the table, and the clatter of cutlery and plates quieted. Watching her delicate, golden lashes flutter like butterflies, they felt a stirring in their hearts. Eventually, Sophia could no longer resist the embrace of slumber. She leaned against the table's edge, her head nestling into the crook of her right arm, adjusting her position as her breathing grew steady and tranquil. Fred and George had never witnessed such a serene Sophia Scott. In their memories, she was always lively and mischievous, captivating them with her antics and expressions. Yet, in her repose, her features remained enchanting. Her lashes cast shadows, her porcelain cheeks bore a faint blush, and her dewy lips formed a slight pout, resembling a charming doll. Typically, she exuded vitality and brilliance, not only securing the top rank in all her classes, but also recently joining the Ravenclaw quidditch team as a seeker. It was hard to believe she was merely a second-year student. However, now the Weasley twins faced a difficult choice. Should they wake the sleeping beauty and urge her to return to her dormitory, or let her continue to slumber while they devised a plan to escort her back? Regardless, the tender-hearted Weasley twins found it hard to rouse the sleeping princess. Their next dilemma was how to transport the slumbering beauty back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Although their magical aptitude was commendable, mastering the levitation charm with ease, the capabilities of ordinary first-year students were limited to the weight of parchment. Carrying someone was far too ambitious, even for the two of them. Directly carrying or piggybacking her from the basement to the 8th floor would be quite an ordeal, especially for two 14-year-old boys. They were still shorter than Sophia. Just as they were scratching their heads in frustration, the considerate Mia and Cece inquired, "Do you need help from Cece?" "Cece can manage it. Mia knows where Miss Sophia sleeps. Mia can assist in escorting her back." "Oh, thank you very much." Cece approached Fred and George, clutching the frayed edges of their robes, while Mia, carrying a basket filled with cookies, drew nearer to Sophia. Other house elves waved enthusiastically, careful not to awaken Sophia. Cece and Mia snapped their fingers simultaneously, and in an instant, the 5 figures vanished from the kitchen. The Weasley twins, experiencing house elf magic for the first time, felt no discomfort but instead exchanged excited glances. Mia and Cece bowed to them before silently disappearing. It was then that the twins realized something felt amiss. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the tower window, they observed the magical hanging plants, the tranquil pale blue wallpaper, the deep blue bohemian-style circular rug, and a pair of oversized chairs resembling white chocolate. Nearby, a row of books stood on a vertical shelf, with parchment, quills, and ink sprawled across the table, along with the basket filled with cookies that Mia had just gifted. A neatly wrapped blue-gray Christmas gift box, an owl food box brimming with nuts, and an open wand care kit on another table, in addition to assignments and a sizable box of witch cosmetics. Furthermore, there was the owl perch within reach. A massive tawny owl was curiously tilting its head at them. 2 matching cream-colored wardrobes, a bronze wall lamp, and 2 4-poster beds draped in white lace and blue blackout curtains. A quintessential Ravenclaw aesthetic. Fred and George also discovered 2 baskets filled with fried chicken and fries at their feet, one of which wobbled due to an uneven bottom. Fred cautiously lifted the bed curtain, expecting to see golden curls spread across the pillow, revealing that Millie had kindly dressed Sophia in a nightgown and tucked her in. "Bloody hell," George inadvertently exclaimed, echoing Ron's classic exclamation before he had even started school, startling the owl that had been observing him. It flapped its large wings, creating a gust of wind, and slightly rousing Sophia's roommate from her slumber. The sound of the roommate turning startled Fred and George, prompting Fred to quickly hide behind the curtain while George hastily squeezed in beside him. She groggily propped herself up, pulling back her curtain, only to see a shadow on Sophia's bed. "Sophia, you're back." The real Sophia, of course, could not respond. Miss Scott was deep in slumber. George, steeling himself, elongated his voice in an attempt to sound more like her, managing a vague hum. The roommate seemed to detect something amiss in the tone of Sophia's voice and, concerned, cautioned her to keep warm and avoid catching a cold, after which she fell silent. The two young men sighed in relief, silently exchanging a triumphant high-five as they sat cross-legged at the edge of Sophia's bed. They planned to wait until the night grew deeper and everyone was fast asleep before stealthily returning to the Ravenclaw dormitory. Nevertheless, the night was indeed quite chilly. In the Ravenclaw dormitory, the fireplace remained unlit, leaving warmth to rely solely on thick down blankets and glass vials containing blue flames. As the adrenaline levels of the two boys returned to normal, they involuntarily shivered, curled up on the carpet at the foot of Sophia's bed, tightly wrapped in their not-so-thick robes, burying their faces in the spread of a red and gold scarf. Fred and George huddled together, attempting to minimize their contact with the cold air. They tried various methods to escape the chill, managing to endure for an hour through sheer shivering. During this time, they took turns sneezing. When Fred sneezed, he covered his mouth with his hand, while George draped Fred's scarf over his brother's mouth and nose, nearly suffocating him. When George sneezed, Fred delivered a sharp jab that startled the sneeze back. Their antics attracted a bit of attention, stirring Sophia from her slumber momentarily before she returned to silence. Watching their breath form white vapors, the two couldn't help but feel envious of Miss Scott, who was cozily nestled in her warm bed, her rosy cheeks a stark contrast to their pallid faces. After all, her blanket was so large and expansive. Surely a small share wouldn't be too much to ask? The Weasley twins cautiously extracted a small section of the blanket from her grasp without disturbing her sweet dreams, barely managing to cover their heads while lying on the carpet. With a thick carpet beneath them and a fragrant blanket draped over them, Fred and George sighed in contentment, quietly awaiting the arrival of morning. However, when they next opened their eyes, the glass window, obscured by a thin veil, sparkled with the piercing sunlight, refracting hues of red, blue, and yellow, exuding an aura of opulence. Glancing at themselves, they noticed they were wrapped in significantly more blankets than they had initially pilfered the night before. Meanwhile, Sophia lay pitifully curled at the edge of her bed, resembling a cat precariously balanced, a stark contrast to her previous sprawled position in the center, evidently having lost last night's tug-of-war against the twins. Realizing they had spent the night in the girls' dormitory, the twins sprang into action. Fred gently helped Sophia out of her precarious position, while George retrieved the majority of the fallen velvet blanket to return it to her. Each clutching a basket of food they had left overnight, they hastily exited the girls' dormitory, racing down the well-lit spiral staircase. Along the way, they received a few disapproving glares from the armor guarding the girls' quarters before finally reaching the mysterious Ravenclaw common room. It was said that anyone could enter the Ravenclaw common room as long as they could answer the riddle posed by the bronze eagle door knocker. However, many Ravenclaw students often found themselves stumped by the questions, leaving them locked out, while students from other houses would undoubtedly struggle even more. It was around 6 in the morning, and a few Ravenclaw students had already appeared in the bright common room, clutching newspapers or magazines, gathered around the circular sofas, savoring coffee brewed by a senior. For the Weasley twins, hailing from Gryffindor, the sight of any activity at this early hour was nothing short of miraculous. Seizing the opportunity while most students were engaged in morning chatter or academic discussions, Fred and George trailed behind a male student heading out for a morning jog. Making their escape from the Ravenclaw common room, they dashed straight to the fat lady's portrait, their footsteps interrupting her morning vocal warm-up. Their hair was disheveled, Fred's resembling a bird's nest, while George's looked like a ship with two pointed ends, and their wizarding robes, crumpled from a night of being squashed, appeared as wrinkled as dried vegetables, with remnants of sleep still lingering in the corners of their eyes. The fat lady, somewhat puzzled yet unconcerned, granted them passage. Although it was unusual for Gryffindor students to enter or exit the common room at this hour, being Gryffindor meant that anything was possible. The twins made a beeline for the public lavatory to wash up before collapsing into their warm beds without exchanging a word. Lee Jordan, completely oblivious to their nocturnal escapade in the girls' dormitory, was in the midst of enjoying a ham and egg sandwich brought by the twins when he roused them a mere 15 minutes before class. Awakened, the twins realized that their first class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson. They hurriedly donned their clothes, grabbed a copy of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and snatched a piece of bread to munch on while racing to the castle's second floor, during which George nearly choked. However, Hogwarts was vast, and despite having mastered the staircases over the past few months, they inevitably found themselves late. Perhaps I should transform one of the lost textbooks belonging to a certain Weasley into an alarm clock, so that you two could attend class punctually while sharing the same book for study. Points deducted from Gryffindor. The stern Professor McGonagall gestured for Fred and George to take their seats, distributing a paper wad to each student, instructing the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs present to transform the wad into stone. Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff was the first to succeed a few minutes later, transforming his wad into a smooth, rounded pebble, earning points from Professor McGonagall. Fred produced an ordinary gray stone, albeit one with a pockmarked surface, while George transformed a round wooden block, still struggling to smoothly alter the material of objects. Yet, compared to some Gryffindors who sent their paper wads flying about in a playful paper fight or Hufflepuffs who accidentally ignited wads that singed their classmates' hair, the twins' performance was commendable. It was just that the Weasley boys occasionally unleashed loud sneezes, incessantly interrupting Professor McGonagall's instruction, drawing the attention of their peers. Professor McGonagall approached to inspect their results. At that moment, Fred's stone had considerably fewer pits, while George's wooden stone had shifted from brown to gray. McGonagall nodded approvingly. Very well. An additional point for the Weasley twins. After class, make sure to visit Madame Pomfrey for a restorative potion. Fred and George nodded while blowing their noses with handkerchiefs, their noses now a comical shade of red. After class, they promptly made their way to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey, upon seeing their state, expertly retrieved 2 bottles of red restorative potion from her cabinet. Just then, Sophia emerged from her potions class, seeking the nurse's assistance. She had awoken that morning with a splitting headache, a stuffy nose, and a hoarse voice, compounded by a chaotic potions lesson that exacerbated her cold. They had been studying the swelling solution that day, and despite being in class with the Slytherins, who were favored by Professor Snape, the chaotic splashes of potion had brought about significant disasters. With Snape showing no mercy in his scathing remarks towards the Slytherins, she had noticed that even Slytherins seemed somewhat fearful of Snape and Ravenclaw. Feeling a bit foggy, she had accidentally overheated her potion, resulting in a color that was too dark, earning her a sarcastic comment from the Slytherin head. If not for the severity of her cold, Sophia would have preferred to swallow the Muggle tablets, which, while slow to take effect, had no unpleasant taste. Upon seeing Sophia also afflicted by a cold, the twins greeted her somewhat sheepishly. Sophia, surprised, wondered if the twins had somehow infected her during their kitchen escapade the previous night. However, she recalled that they had feasted heartily, showing no signs of illness. Oh, the number of students catching colds lately is truly astonishing. Madame Pomfrey retrieved her wand and cast a diagnostic spell, discovering that Sophia exhibited slight feverish symptoms. Consequently, she insisted that the girl remain in the infirmary for the entire afternoon and administered the same invigorating potion to her. The 3 of them settled on Sophia's temporary sickbed, drawing the curtains, and together consumed the potion. She felt a warmth envelop her entire head, particularly around her nose, making it difficult to discern whether the sensation was akin to ice or fire as it coursed outward from her ears, instantly revitalizing her. Fred and George mimicked the sounds of a train, producing a woeful wail that sent the trio into fits of laughter. Curiously, the girl inquired how she had returned to the dormitory the previous night, to which the twins solemnly replied that a house elf had transported her via apparition, marveling at the peculiar magic of the elf. Sophia chimed in, explaining that Hogwarts, a history states that the castle is protected by an anti-apparition charm, though it cannot thwart the unique abilities of house elves. As her attention shifted, the twins exchanged knowing glances, discreetly concealing the fact that they had all been transported to her dormitory by the unreliable elf and had spent the entire night there, inadvertently causing her severe cold. Chapter 4. Preface to 12 Winning Strategies to Enchant Witches. Oh, we've achieved our goal of visiting the girls' dormitory in our first year. That was never a goal, Fred. The twins lay chatting on their beds for a while, with Fred closing his eyes and turning to face George. Do you think Sophia likes us? Honestly, I believe she sees us merely as friends. Sometimes, she even acts like our mother, George. You're right, brother. Is there any way we could win her affections? Perhaps we should ask the others tomorrow. That makes sense. Good night, Fred. Good night, George. In fact, during the recently concluded summer of their 3rd year, the twins simultaneously realized their feelings for Sophia, only to discover that their closest brother shared the same affection. The catalyst was Fred and George's plan to write a letter inviting Sophia to their humble abode, intending to regale her with tales of their daring rescue of Harry in their father's flying car the previous night. However, both were eager to pen the letter themselves. Fred seized the parchment, and as the quill's tip barely touched the ink, George snatched it from him, along with the ink bottle. Fred stared at the blank page in disbelief, and soon the two were grappling in their cramped room. Let me write. Of course, it should be me. I'm the older brother. Older brothers should let their younger siblings have a turn. During their tussle, ink splattered from George's uncapped bottle, leaving a dark mess throughout the room. Their hair, which looked as if it had become moldy, faces, pajamas, wallpaper, limited edition Quidditch posters, which Fred bellowed about, sheets, and blankets were all stained by their antics. Oblivious to the impending reprimand from their mother, they relented after a spirited scuffle, breathing heavily. Fred wiped the blood from his lips, while George winced, touching his bruised eye. The Weasley twins stared at each other with their identical blue eyes, flustered and exasperated. Are you jealous of my relationship with her? The words hung in the air. Both brothers taken aback as they observed the other gradually calm down. They plopped onto their adjacent, filthy single beds, contemplating the reasons behind their outburst and the motivations for their fight. After a lengthy pause, the more perceptive George seemed to have an epiphany, hesitantly speaking up. Do we both like Sophia? Fred's chaotic thoughts ignited, clearing his mind of confusion, leaving only George's words behind. Oh, Merlin's trousers. We like her. You're a genius, George. So, we were just feeling jealous, vying for her attention. Exactly. Upon this realization, they felt a surge of excitement, savoring the sensations of infatuation. Memories of her sweet smile surfaced, her beautiful golden hair, captivating blue eyes, admirable talents, and endearing personality combined to form the extraordinarily enchanting Miss Sophia Scott. Fred likened his current emotions to the bliss of acquiring his very own broomstick, exhilarated yet entranced, as if his heart were suspended in the air, floating aimlessly. George felt as though he were lounging on the grassy banks of the Black Lake, basking in the sun, listening to the birds sing and the giant squid turn. Enveloped in warmth and comfort, his spirit invigorated by the thrill of sneaking into Professor Dumbledore's office. However, upon acknowledging that both he and his twin had developed feelings for the same girl, the Weasley brothers experienced a tumult of emotions. Since childhood, they had shared food, clothes, and a room, growing up together through pranks and dreams of establishing Weasley's wizard wheezes. They could share friends, but could they truly share a girlfriend? Fred and George found themselves at a loss. With love came possessiveness. They yearned to be the sole recipient of Sophia's affection, to bask in her unique love. Yet their brotherly bond made it unbearable to witness the other in despair, isolated and heartbroken. They questioned whether they could even live independently from birth. They had known each other's companionship, sharing thoughts and interests, developing a habit of finishing each other's sentences. Their beloved brother was their other half, and without him, they might struggle to eat, sleep, or function, becoming mere shells of their former selves, losing the essence of Fred Weasley and George Weasley, their free and unrestrained souls. Should they choose exclusive love, their cherished friendship and brotherhood would surely falter, and the one left behind would be forsaken, fracturing their close-knit trio. Sophia likely would not wish to see Fred and George part ways over such a matter. She would probably reject their advances, severing ties with the Weasleys altogether. In doing so, they would lose the singular person who understood and supported them most, no longer having anyone, aside from their mother, to care whether they were cold, to comprehend the effort and heartache behind their inventions, or to champion their dreams. Should they maintain their current friendship with her? Yet they did not wish to relinquish the pursuit of this budding romance. They longed to experience all her virtues and flaws, exchanging their own with hers, and certainly did not want to witness her gravitate toward another, ultimately lamenting their missed opportunities at her wedding. What should they do moving forward? After much contemplation, it seemed that a triad of love might be the optimal solution. But could they truly embark on such a relationship? Would Sophia accept it? Could they bear to share their love? How would their families react to this unconventional arrangement? What would the world think of them? Yet the Weasley twins were the very embodiment of Gryffindor courage, never shying away from adversity. Likewise, as future premier inventors of magical gadgets, they were adept at hands-on problem-solving. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, look at the mess you've created. Molly Weasley's thunderous roar jolted the twins from their ponderous reverie. She had just ascended the stairs to summon them for dinner, having knocked on their door several times to no avail. Fearing they were wreaking havoc within, Molly flung the door open, only to be met with a chaotic scene that ignited her ire. The moment her sons turned to face her, a mixture of anger and surprise washed over her. You two are still brawling. What on earth happened, Fred? Oh, nothing happened, Mom, Fred replied, as he and George, as usual, slung their arms around each other, ready to descend for dinner, yet they could not escape their mother's wrath. Awaiting Fred and George was a languorous afternoon of hunger and labor under the blazing sun, tending to pigs and weeding. Their heartfelt discussion was abruptly interrupted by their mother, prompting a realization. They had perhaps overestimated the situation. It seemed Sophia had entirely different affections in mind. Before contemplating a love triangle, there were numerous tasks to undertake, such as eliminating rivals. After that day, They resolved to cautiously investigate Sophia's romantic inclinations while exploring the potential for their unique love dynamic to flourish. Ultimately, Fred and George penned individual invitations and dispatched them with Errol's assistance. When they received a reply the following day, excitement surged within them. Dear Fred and George, greetings. I was delighted to receive your letters. Why send two nearly identical ones? I am quite intrigued by Mr. Weasley's flying car and curious about its operational mechanics. The notion of flying cars has long existed in the Muggle world, yet it remains unrealized. I suspect your unparalleled craftsmanship is inherited from Mr. Weasley. You may know that my father is a physics professor at a Muggle university. He has often expressed a desire to dismantle my broom to study how it carries me aloft, so I must hide it well to avoid his meddling. Perhaps I should use this as an excuse to persuade him to purchase a new one for me? The newly released Nimbus 2001 is simply splendid. My Clean Sweep 6 is quite aged. I am deeply saddened by Harry's plight. How could parents be so cruel to their children? I hope you and little Ron can spend time with him, treating him to some chocolate to help him forget those dreadful experiences. Currently, my parents and I are skiing in the Swiss Alps, so I regret that I cannot visit your humble abode anytime soon. It is truly unfortunate. While browsing a Muggle mall, I discovered the thriving Swiss craftsmanship, and I have included a small gift for you, which I hope you will enjoy. Your owl appears to be in dire straits. To prevent it from perishing on the way or damaging my gift, I had my owl, Owen, make the trip. We can let your poor owl return at a more leisurely pace in a few days. Yours sincerely, Sophia Scott. Owen, the tawny owl, was particularly robust. According to Sophia, her father believed she required some Muggle education, thus frequently assigning her a mountain of Muggle homework, necessitating a sturdy owl capable of long flights with heavy tomes. Fred offered Owen some of his bread, and together with George, they unwrapped the parcel from its talons. Inside the two black velvet boxes, adorned with golden emblems, lay two watches of the same design, but differing colors. The starry blue sapphire dials revealed the rhythmic motion of golden and red mechanical gears, guiding silver hands to indicate the precise time, while 12 silver stars represented the passing of a day. The straps were either gold with red patterns or red with gold patterns, and the gold casings shimmered in the sunlight. Sophia had designated the red pattern one for Fred and the gold pattern one for George, mentioning she had purchased a similar blue women's version from the same store. The boys carefully donned their gifts on their left wrists, their normally nimble fingers feeling clumsy, reluctant to mar the exquisite surfaces with fingerprints. Fred and George exchanged silly grins, their reflections captured in the watch faces. Recognizing the value of this gift, they resolved to offer themselves as complimentary companions to the girl in return. The package also contained a bag of snow that would not melt even in the palm of one's hand, which Sophia explained was eternal snow from the Alps. She had asked her mother to cast a warming charm before sending it for their amusement. They genuinely felt Sophia's profound affection for them. Yet the closer they drew to her heart, the more addicted the twins became, fervently wishing to deepen their emotional connection. Thus, they decided to gauge their family's perspective on their triadic romance, for having committed to pursuing the same girl. They could not allow her to feel uncomfortable in front of her family. They orchestrated a grand prank at home, concocting their newly invented half-baked Canary biscuits in the kitchen, causing the oven to cough and emit black smoke, while the sink overflowed with unwashed dishes and dough flew everywhere. This provoked Mrs. Weasley, who had recently been less than cordial with the twins, to erupt in fury, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at them. Is it not enough to create chaos in your room? Must you also ravage my kitchen? Truly outrageous. Fred and George feigned submission, bowing their heads in obedience as she scolded them. Fred, with a furrowed brow and a half-joking, half-complaining tone, remarked, "Mum, you can't keep treating us like children. We're almost 18. By this age, you were already with Dad. You can't keep us in the realm of childhood. One day we'll start families of our own, and then we'll be free. No more listening to your nagging. You two starting families? That's the funniest joke I've heard in ages. I cannot fathom any girl enduring you. You're perpetually goofing off, neglecting your studies. If a girl were to fancy either of you, consider it a stroke of luck. What if we were to share the same girlfriend? If you find one, I worry she'd be bullied daily. What girl would risk the chance of being pranked by you two? Merlin S. Beard. You might as well find another set of twins willing to play along with you, switching places to confuse everyone. Oh, Mum, you're so creative. I think we want to be looking for another pair of twins. You had better not. Now wash those dishes for me, and no magic." Cheerfully whistling, Fred and George set about washing the dishes. Although Mrs. Weasley spoke in anger, her words subtly revealed her lack of expectation that her twin sons would ever lead ordinary married lives. Their next task would be to gradually hint to their mother that her twin sons were both interested in the same girl. As long as she could understand them, there would be no obstacles at home. Even Percy's complaints about Errol's absence and the lack of letters seemed less bothersome. Chapter 5. The 12 Winning Treasures to Enchant a Witch Prologue. 5. On the first day of her 5th year, Sophia, adorned with the Ravenclaw prefect badge, sat at the Ravenclaw long table, clutching a large stack of parchment, alongside 6th-year prefect Penelope Clearwater, distributing the semester's class schedules to the students. Given the wide range of wake-up times among the Eagle House students, some would arise at 6 in the morning for diligent study or grooming and morning exercises, while others, much like the Weasley Twins, were masters of timing, refusing to open their eyes until nearly 8:50. Thus, they could only arrive early to prevent any students from being unaware of the day's schedule, thereby avoiding tardiness or absence that would result in Ravenclaw losing house points. Sophia had been waiting in the hall since 6:30, and fortunately, 2 male prefects had taken it upon themselves to assist the first years in locating their classrooms. Otherwise, she would have struggled to enjoy a peaceful meal. As breakfast drew to a close, the familiar figures of the Weasley twins finally made their entrance into the hall. Upon spotting Sophia, they made a deliberate detour around the Hufflepuff table to approach her, waving cheerfully, their wizarding robes billowing, revealing watches clasped tightly around their wrists. After exchanging pleasantries with a younger student from Ravenclaw, Sophia noticed their intentional display and rolled up her own sleeve to show them her watch. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to theirs, the harmonious blend of blue and silver exuding elegance and charm akin to her own. Fred and George felt a sense of restlessness. The 3 of them wearing identical watches seemed to weave an unbreakable bond, intertwining their fates. The twins noted that the perfectly adjusted straps felt somewhat constrictive, pulsating with the rhythm of their hearts, echoing the rush of their blood. This semester is bound to be hectic, you know, with the OWLs looming ahead. Though I've only chosen divination, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures as electives, I plan to petition Professor Flitwick to allow me to take the examinations for Muggle studies and arithmancy, aiming for that exhilarating feeling of achieving 12 WS. After casual conversation, the topic shifted to the new professors of the year. Sophia expressed her fascination with Professor Lockhart's intriguing background and his remarkable eloquence, which she felt could greatly inspire her own writing endeavors. She also hoped to glean some practical spells for dealing with perilous magical creatures, such as werewolves and banshees. If only his books were priced more reasonably, 5 galleons each is exorbitant, even for someone not lacking in funds. And if the cover didn't exude such a greasy grin. Upon hearing Lockhart's name, the Weasley twins feigned retching, passionately recounting how their mother, Mrs. Molly Weasley, was utterly enamored with the dashing, talented, and admirable Gilderoy Lockhart, often fussing over his book, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. Sophia shrugged, indicating her intention to be among the first to experience Professor Lockhart's classes, eager to discern whether this fellow Ravenclaw had any true substance as a defense against the dark arts professor. After ascending to the 2nd floor, they finally settled beside Lee Jordan, ready to partake in their meal. Even at the tail end of breakfast, the Gryffindor table remained bustling with students. No Gryffindor, except for the illustrious prefect and the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger, would rise early. At that moment, George looked up to see a familiar owl swooping down, diving headfirst into Ron's bowl of cornflakes, hastily dropping a red envelope before flapping away. Look, Ron's received a howler. Open it, Ron. I once ignored my grandmother's howler, and it was terrifying. Trembling, Ron tore open the wax seal, only to have the red envelope morph into a gaping maw, the white paper transforming into fearsome teeth as the mouth inhaled deeply before bellowing. Ronald Weasley, how dare you steal that car, you blighter? I am absolutely furious with you. Your father is currently undergoing an inquiry at the ministry, and this is all your fault. If you continue to misbehave, we'll bring you straight home. The gaping mouth then shifted direction. Oh, Ginny dear, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you. Ginny lowered her head, hands covering her face, wishing to disappear. The howler then spat at Ron before self-destructing. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin table, represented by Draco Malfoy, the little snakes applauding and cheering, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in with quiet snickers, and even some Gryffindors pretended to cover their mouths, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Fred and George cheerfully patted Ron on the shoulder in consolation, handing him a purple-wrapped sweet as they strolled off to herbology class in Greenhouse 3, arm in arm. They carefully tucked their watches into their pockets, donned their tattered dragonhide gloves, and listened attentively as Professor Sprout lectured about bubotuber. The pus from bubotubers is an excellent remedy for stubborn acne. When diluted, it can swiftly quell breakouts, and the hospital wing uses it to prevent students from resorting to drastic measures to eliminate their blemishes. However, the undiluted pus is highly corrosive, and direct contact with skin is strictly prohibited. So, wear your gloves, understood? As the Weasley twins squeezed bubotuber pimples, they needed to collect the pus, which was rather gross. They whispered to Lee, "Hey mate, you're in 4th year now. Any plans regarding Angelina? At this rate, a good girl might be whisked away by someone else. Yeah, I know, but Merlin, I truly don't know if Angelina likes me. I can only muster the courage to speak up during quidditch matches. How does one pursue a girl? Can you help me? Oh, all right, they thought, realizing their inquiries had been in vain. After half-heartedly reassuring a pensive Lee Jordan, they returned to the hall to await the next meal. From a distance, they spotted their beloved Sophia, who approached with a stack of 7 books cradled in her arms. Nearly toppling walking with ghouls into a pumpkin juice spill, the cover featuring Lockhart displayed a look of alarm. George quickly stepped in to steady her. She slumped down opposite Fred and George, resting her forehead on her hands in contemplation. Oh, I should have seen this coming. I assumed a wizard capable of penning such a book wouldn't be a fool, yet Lockhart is not only foolish but a troublemaker of the highest order. In class, he narcissistically made us take tests about himself and unleashed a horde of Cornish pixies, claiming they were the most dangerous creatures, only to flee when he couldn't handle them himself, leaving us to clean up his mess. What a responsible professor. My OWL's year. And now I have to endure another unreliable defense against the dark arts professor. Do not fret, my dear prefect. Come, let us fill your stomach with some sustenance. And forget about that great nincompoop Lockhart. Fred filled a plate generously while George tapped the table, conjuring a glass of ice-cold cola to present to Sophia. The sound of ice clinking delightfully within the glass. Merlin's pants. Cola. Where on earth did you get that? Hogwarts doesn't stock soda. We snuck off to a Muggle supermarket during the summer and discovered that converting galleons to pounds allowed us to purchase more. We bought an entire case of cola, which we kept in the kitchen. Just knock on the table, and the house elf will swiftly deliver it to you. Sophia's lips finally curled into a smile, her eyes brightening with joy. She felt comforted. A sip of cold cola was the perfect remedy for her gloomy mood. Another wave of students entered the hall, and Gryffindor students, noticing a figure in blue robes amidst a sea of red, greeted Sophia warmly, including the trio of heroes. Hey, Miss Scott. Hello, Granger. May I inquire about Professor Lockhart's teaching style? He must be quite good, right? He seems very personable. I particularly enjoyed him in Magic. Oh well, it's about him. I can only remark that Lockhart's style is exceedingly ostentatious. As for his proficiency, one might need to experience it for themselves. Noticing that Sophia exhibited little interest in Lockhart and held him in low regard, Hermione ceased her conversation with the Ravenclaw senior and turned her attention to Harry, continuing to eat her meal in solitude. Sophia, please come to Professor Flitwick's office later, Penelope said, as she approached and gently patted Sophia on the shoulder. Sophia turned back, gave an approving gesture, wiped her mouth, gathered a stack of books adorned with Lockhart's visage, and nodded at Fred, George, Lee Jordan, a casual acquaintance. Hermione Granger, the first year who had just struck up a conversation with her, Harry Potter, the beloved savior, Ron, the recently embarrassed younger brother of Fred and George, Ginny, the charming younger sister of the Weasley family, and Percy, a colleague. Before making her exit, the girl first returned to her dormitory to deposit the heavy tomes, slightly adjusted her attire, applied a lipstick gifted by her roommate, and rescued several younger students trapped in the corridor for their inability to answer questions. Before arriving at the Ravenclaw head's office located in the West Tower, she lightly knocked on the door. Come in, came the reply. The wooden door swung open automatically, revealing Professor Flitwick, who was seated on a high stool, engrossed in writing lesson plans. Upon seeing the girl, he set down his quill. Good afternoon, Professor. Oh, good afternoon. My dear child. Professor Flitwick was particularly fond of intelligent and gifted students, though he was amicable to all, and his affection for Sophia, being from his own house, made his private tutelage all the more diligent. I hear you wish to apply for the Muggle Studies and Arithmancy OWL's exam. Is that correct? Yes, Professor. Is there an issue? Oh no, certainly not. I merely worry that you may become rather busy. However, I have faith that your exceptional abilities will ensure you pass all your subjects. Achieving outstanding grades is not beyond the realm of possibility. Should you encounter any academic difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. In my day, I too was an exemplary student across all subjects. Thank you, Professor. I have recently been studying the Patronus charm and the disillusionment charm. Could you kindly issue me a note to borrow from the restricted section? Of course. I have some knowledge of those two spells as well, so feel free to come to me should you need to discuss any challenges. Truly, you are remarkable, Professor. Ha ha. Thank you for your kind words. As Sophia contentedly made her way to the library with a note signed by Phileas Flitwick, the Weasley twins were still in search of suitable romantic advice. They turned their attention to Percy, who had been fixated on the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, during mealtime. Over the summer, they had noticed Percy seemingly having found a girlfriend, isolating himself in his room and monopolizing the Weasley family's sole owl, Errol, to the extent that he would scold Fred and George if they asked to use it to send a letter to Sophia. It appeared undeniable that the girl in question was indeed Penelope Clearwater. In light of this, Fred and George realized they shared some similarities with Percy as his younger siblings, particularly in their mutual admiration for the Ravenclaw prefect. This revelation left them somewhat alarmed. Observing Percy, who consistently engaged with Penelope under the guise of prefect duties, one could only wonder what kind of business necessitated daily communication between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw prefects. Returning in high spirits, for Percy to exhibit such expressions was astonishing. Fred felt the urge to scream. And occasionally touching his lips. Was Clearwater blind to have taken an interest in Percy? George was equally incredulous. They deemed it necessary to inquire about Percy's secrets to success. As if he could find a girlfriend, surely they could too. Initially, Percy denied having a girlfriend, but under the persistent questioning of his younger brothers, he eventually declared, with righteous conviction, that his success stemmed from his excellence, and studying with Penelope was highly efficient. Percy emphasized the importance of academic achievement to his rarely proactive brothers, urging them to prepare diligently for the upcoming, though still 2 years away, OWL starting from their 4th year. Oh well, they had asked in vain. Fred and George departed before he had even finished his sentence. Feeling that their dynamic with Sophia was entirely different from Percy's with Penelope, Fred lamented that Clearwater was merely being utilized as a study tool by Percy. They sought another source of advice in the Gryffindor common room, fortuitously spotting Oliver Wood, who was facing away from them, diligently applying maintenance oil to his broomstick. Recalling how this fellow had always been popular among the female student body at Hogwarts due to his handsome visage, they decided to inquire if he possessed any romantic wisdom. Hey, Oliver. Oh, I was just looking for you two. Hurry and grab your brooms. We're heading to the pitch for restorative training. This Saturday, the Gryffindor Quidditch team will be holding tryouts to scout promising substitutes. You both must be present. Also, I've devised a strategy to counter Slytherin. We need to focus on that technique during our special training. Oh well, they had asked in vain. This fellow was entirely consumed by Quidditch. Should Oliver Wood's future spouse be the Quaffle, they would not be the least bit surprised. It seemed that Gryffindor was utterly inept at matters of the heart, prompting them to seek assistance from students in other houses. Chapter 6. The 12 Winning Strategies to Charm a Witch. Preface 6. During the afternoon history of magic class, they noted a potential source of advice, the Hufflepuff house's Cedric Diggory, who was covertly admired by the entire class of girls. This lad was a neighbor to the Weasley family, and Mr. Diggory and Mr. Weasley were colleagues and friends at the Ministry of Magic. Both shared an interest in studying Muggle artifacts. They often played family Quidditch together as children. Furthermore, Cedric was renowned throughout the school for his good looks, excellent grades, and gentle demeanor. Perhaps he would possess considerable experience in courting girls. After a rather dull lesson on the Goblin Wars, Fred and George extracted Cedric from the Badger huddle and swiftly cornered him to inquire if he had a crush and if he could share any romantic tips. Yes, I do, Cedric admitted, his handsome face flushing crimson, from his neck to the tips of his ears, as his gaze darted nervously around the room. Noticing no one else was listening, he stammered out his confession to the eagerly curious twins. Yes, there is someone. Fred and George felt a glimmer of hope at the prospect of a positive answer, but upon witnessing Cedric's bashfulness, their insatiable curiosity ignited. Gryffindor certainly enjoyed a good scoop. They pressed him for the identity of the object of his affections. It's Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. At the mention of Ravenclaw, the twins exchanged anxious glances. As they recalled Sophia's amicable rapport with Cedric, they often greeted each other, and Sophia even shared her study notes with him. They were momentarily apprehensive about hearing Sophia's name from Cedric, but fortunately, it was not to be. Chang, is she that pretty girl from 3rd year? Oh, she is quite lovely. Sophia mentioned she's academically gifted and a nice person. Cedric nodded obediently, but he astutely caught a familiar name from Fred's lips. A spark of realization igniting within him as he recalled the constant companionship between the Weasley twins and Sophia. Wait a moment. Are you two suddenly asking these questions because you wish to pursue Sophia? Which one of you? Fred and George exchanged a glance, nervously swallowing their saliva. This was their inaugural venture into expressing this somewhat fanciful notion to others. Both of us. What? We both intend to pursue Sophia. Oh, Merlin, Cedric exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. While it was unexpected, it was not entirely incomprehensible that the twins would share affections for the same girl. Are you two going to compete internally? Actually, we plan to collaborate. Precisely. The 3 of us together. Cedric was genuinely startled. Merlin's beard. We have only confided this to you for now. We hope you can keep it a secret. Moreover, we believe you are more objective. We wish to see if the general populace can accept this idea. Well, Cedric paused. I cannot strictly be considered the ordinary individual you might expect. I am, after all, Sophia's cousin. Fred and George's jaws dropped in astonishment, nearly dislocating. Sophia's mother is my aunt. My mother and her mother are sisters. Their poor jaws were indeed on the verge of dislocation. I must admit, I am somewhat intimidated by my sister's charm. However, as your friend, I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of her. Really, they exclaimed with unbridled joy, their eyes sparkling with excitement as the twins embraced in jubilation. Cedric nodded with a smile. In addition, I doubt my aunt would be too opposed. She is a quintessential Hufflepuff, possessing a strong sense of tolerance. And I am not speaking ill of her, she is quite fond of gossip. Her first reaction upon hearing this news would likely be one of excitement and enthusiasm. Cedric, ever considerate, chose to withhold the fact that his uncle was a formidable, well-educated muggle, who might pose the greatest obstacle to the Weasley twins in their pursuit of their cousin Sophia. Let them enjoy their moment for now, he thought. Being a good friend. The badger knows, but the badger does not speak. Cedric maintained his usual smile, though he too harbored a cunning side. Oh yes. Wahoo. Fred and George had already begun to dance in celebration, their features animated with excitement as they twirled around Cedric. The Hufflepuffs, observing from a distance, mistakenly believed that these infamous Gryffindor pranksters were plotting some mischief against their precious house. Initially, they regretted their impulsive decision to confide in Cedric, especially upon hearing him mention that he was related to Sophia. But now it seemed that the situation was far better than they had anticipated, with a bright future ahead. Later, the Weasley twins lamented to Cedric about their cousin Sophia in the room of requirement. Why didn't the dear lady mention this? Fred complained. Exactly. We nearly made a grave error. George added, equally aggrieved. Oh, was that a significant piece of information? Sophia pondered, recalling the twins' shared experiences with Cedric. Could it be quidditch? Did you accidentally hit Cedric with a bludger during a match? Oh, if that were the case, you need not have held back for my sake. I stood firmly with Gryffindor during the match against Hufflepuff. The Weasley twins, having been soothed, wore broad smiles on their similar faces. Sophia noted that George always displayed a toothy grin, while Fred seldom revealed his white teeth. Another distinction between the twins had been uncovered. At that moment, Cedric Diggory radiated an aura of brilliance, almost as if he were the savior of Fred and George Weasley. Cedric, good mate, if you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. The entire inventory of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is available to you at a 20% discount. Cedric graciously thanked them for their generosity. By the way, have you taken any action regarding Cho? Let us learn from each other. Perhaps you could try inviting her to Hogsmeade. Cho is only in her 3rd year. I'm not in a hurry. In truth, Cedric was entirely unprepared for how to approach Cho, and he lacked any effective strategies. However, now that the Weasley twins had finally found a reliable confidant, they were eager to delve into the study of wooing girls together. Cedric even recommended the renowned Ravenclaw heartthrob, Roger Davies, as a source of counsel. Upon hearing their inquiry, Roger smugly ran his fingers through his hair. Oh, I suggest you purchase 12 winning strategies to captivate witches. It will teach you how to win a girl's heart. Upon hearing this, Fred and George were intrigued. He was the only consultant to provide a decent answer, and they eagerly sought more of his wisdom. First, you must possess a handsome face. Of course, for wizards, this is not a particularly daunting task. Beauty potions work for gentlemen as well. Your faces can barely be compared to mine. Objectively speaking, your hardware is quite commendable. Secondly, you must be of sufficient height. Our beautiful, elegant, and alluring ladies are already quite tall. No woman enjoys the sensation of bending down to kiss. Oh what? You're actually taller than I am. Well, you're not too shabby. Thirdly, you must have a certain degree of fame to progress on the path of attraction. We don't need to attract a crowd. Just winning over one person is sufficient. Fred and George chimed in unison. Oh, in that case, it depends on how familiar she is with you. However, you Gryffindor twins are already quite renowned. Any unfamiliarity can be easily remedied with a few pranks, especially since you are both Gryffindor beaters. Merlin socks. How does it seem that your qualifications are even better than mine? Well, from my experience, Quidditch players do indeed have an advantage in the dating game. Except for that lummox Marcus Flint. No one from the other 3 houses has any affection for this Slytherin Quidditch captain. Davies believes that even Slytherin girls would not take a liking to this dim-witted, brawny, buck-toothed brute. And you must understand what romance is. Oh, romantic love. You should give girls flowers and gifts, share suitable jokes at the right moments, and be considerate and generous. 12 Winning Strategies to Captivate Witches is truly a remarkable book. The author has dated over 50 witches and ultimately married a witch of Vila descent, living a blissful married life. It is truly admirable. I too must strive to follow in the footsteps of my predecessors. This experienced Ravenclaw seeker seemed to regard dating as his lifelong pursuit, leaving Fred and George somewhat speechless. Roger Davies, in certain circles, was quite well known. The Weasley twins had even overheard girls discussing him in the common room, recommending him as a dateable candidate. Noting that he was charming, able to make others laugh, generous with his finances, and not someone to take too seriously. Thus, an excellent casual companion. In this light, Davy seemed rather pitiable. Nevertheless, his advice proved quite practical. After bidding him farewell, Fred and George swiftly returned to their dormitory to gather their meager funds and made their way to the highest owlery at Hogwarts, seeking a common owl to anonymously order a copy of 12 Winning Strategies to Captivate Witches from a second-hand bookstore in Diagon Alley. The following morning, during breakfast, an owl swooped toward the Gryffindor long table under the watchful gaze of many, causing Ron to fear that his mother, unsatisfied with her previous reprimand, was sending yet another howler. However, the owl dived and dropped a parcel that landed squarely beside him, deftly caught by Fred, who hurriedly wrapped it in his robe, attempting to conceal its shape from prying eyes. Simultaneously, several other owls arrived, delivering the daily profit to the teachers and students who had subscribed. Under George's cover, Fred hastily exited, unnoticed by Sophia, who was engrossed in conversation with her roommates. George, seizing the opportunity amidst the bustling crowd, also made his swift departure. Although Sophia remained oblivious to their antics, Ron's keen observation did not miss the peculiar events unfolding, aside from Christmas, Easter, and April Fool's Day. He had never seen Fred and George with a parcel. He nudged Harry, seated beside him. "Hey, Harry, don't you think they seem a bit odd?" Harry adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose and scrutinized Fred and George's behavior. "Indeed, it does seem a bit peculiar." Hermione, seated across from them, overheard their exchange and set down her fork. "I wager there must be books inside. Just look at that square parcel. Books? Absolutely impossible. When would they ever voluntarily purchase books for studying? I bet it's materials for their prank products." "Oh, I concur with Ron's assessment." "Hey, wait a minute. They've just left. They barely sat down for 2 minutes. If it were prank materials, why would they skedaddle as if guilty? Surely. The entire Hogwarts wouldn't bat an eye at it. They actually skipped their meal? Perhaps they've entered a crucial phase of research? Come on. They must be up to something significant beyond mere pranks." Hermione turned to a bewildered Lee Jordan, who was also puzzled by why his brothers had abandoned him. "Don't you have class later in your 4th year?" "Yes, we do. Potions class, in fact," Hermione decisively proclaimed, dismissing any counterarguments from Ron and Harry. "For the next few days, we shall observe their activities to prevent any major mishaps that might deduct points from Gryffindor." Although Harry and Ron were indifferent about whether the twins incurred point deductions, the entire Gryffindor was accustomed to it, including Professor McGonagall. They were nonetheless curious about Fred and George's intentions and acquiesced to Hermione's plan. Meanwhile, the Weasley brothers hurried into their dormitory, frantically tearing away the newspaper that enveloped their book, eager to delve into this literary classic. Chapter 7. The First Artifact. The First Artifact, Image Transformation. The importance of appearance cannot be overstated, particularly for men. We are not here to discuss beauty or ugliness, as each individual's perception of these concepts varies. However, it is worth noting that a tidy appearance is the first step to leaving a favorable impression. Next, one should seek attire that complements their personal style, accentuating their physique, skin tone, and facial features. External assistance is one aspect, while personal transformation is another. If one's skin condition is poor or dark circles are glaringly prominent, maintaining a healthy routine is essential, or, if financially viable, indulging in beauty potions might suffice. The author suddenly realizes that there are no beauty products on the market specifically for wizards. This represents a potential business opportunity. Fred and George, upon reaching this part, flipped to the back cover and discovered that this ancient tome was published in 1975. This untapped business opportunity from nearly 2 decades ago had yet to be uncovered. Upon reflection, they realized that such products were indeed absent from shops, prompting the 2 Weasley gentlemen to lament the slow pace of development within the wizarding world. Yet, it was fortuitous, for this brilliant idea would be seized by the 2 Weasley proprietors of the Wizarding Joke Shop, known for their love of breaking conventions and inventing the extraordinary. If you are still in a growth phase and despise your height, or feel overly corpulent or frail, you should actively participate in certain sports. Perhaps consider some Muggle training methods, as I am aware that swimming is particularly effective. Becoming the best version of yourself will lead to a brighter future. As Fred and George became engrossed in the text, unconsciously touching their faces, which bore fresh blemishes and untamed hair, pondering how to enhance their appearances, their ever-present watches suddenly began to emit a warm glow. Rolling up their sleeves, they glanced at their watches, noticing that the once clear faces were now covered by a layer of white light, with black ink lines sketching a 5-minute countdown in the upper third. The remaining portion depicted a charming stick figure girl, frantically pushing the 2 stick boy figures forward, urging them to hurry along. Surely, Sophia's carefully prepared gift could not be an ordinary Muggle watch. After 3 years of close camaraderie with the Weasley twins, Sophia's passion for inventing magical items rivaled that of the twins. However, her focus leaned more toward practicality, while Fred and George reveled in entertainment and mischief. She had cast a sophisticated transformation charm on the watch casings, more challenging than the Newt's exams, a clever enhancement devised by the astute Miss Eagle, incorporating timing and interactive effects, and having borrowed the twins' class schedule the previous night. After glancing at the schedule, Sophia had pointed her wand at their watches. And due to her swift actions, the twins, though curious, paid little heed. Now the watches would warm up 5 minutes before class, reminding them to hurry. The stick figure girl seemed to realize that neither of the twins was moving immediately. She wiped the sweat from her brow after having pushed them, placed her hands on her hips in frustration, and stomped her feet to vent her displeasure. Fred and George felt their hearts melt, and Fred couldn't help but reach out with his finger to touch little Miss Scott's cheek, only to be met with a hand drawn in black lines blocking his advance. Shaking her head in rejection of his intrusion, she pointed to the countdown above her head. Noticing only 4 minutes remained, puffing her cheeks and squinting her eyes in anger, before delivering a playful kick to each of the other 2 stick figures' backsides. Fred and George instinctively clutched their own backsides, with Fred even feeling the remnants of a childhood bruise on his left cheek, which was one of the many differences between him and George. "Oh, Fred, what class do we have next? Do you remember? Let me check the schedule. It can't be. Oh no, it's the bat. Quick, quick, let us go." Fortunately, the Weasley twins were no longer the first-year twins they once were. With the aid of the Marauder-S map and their relentless exploration of Hogwarts over the past 3 years, they had mastered the quickest route from the 8th floor Gryffindor common room to the Dungeon Potions classroom. They dashed through the lesser-known passageways, successfully arriving at the subterranean classroom ahead of Snape. The Gryffindors in the classroom applauded the twins for their daring entrance, and Fred and George pretended to don imaginary hats, twirling in grand gestures with their elbows as they drew large circles in the air, bowing to the applauding audience with their hands clasped at their midsections, resembling the Emperor's new clothes. Slytherin curled his lip, muttering about the impoverished Weasley family under his breath, careful not to let the twins overhear, feeling somewhat regretful that points had not been deducted from them. Severus Snape entered punctually through the back door connecting his office, what George referred to as the lair of the serpent, and the classroom. Striding forward with an air of briskness before leaning against the lectern, his sharp gaze sweeping across the array of students, swiftly silencing the classroom. "Potions and elixirs," he declared. "Please turn to page 233. I trust that all present are in dire need of the assistance provided by this particular potion." As he emphasized the key aspects of material handling and brewing processes, he meticulously transcribed his modified method onto the blackboard, subsequently allowing the young wizards to embark on their own endeavors. Meanwhile, he strolled leisurely, scrutinizing the operations of the students concentrated in the Gryffindor section. Fred and George possessed a commendable talent for potions. They had concocted large quantities of a modified swelling solution, harmless, painless, and of brief duration, while developing their infamous chocoballs. They had also devoted considerable time to researching the complex potion while crafting Canary creams. But their disdain for Snape led them to neglect the decorum of being exemplary students in potions class. George procured a small jar of live beetles, a piece of unpeeled ginger root, and an intact, bloody armadillo gall from the student supply area, placing them beside the cauldron he shared with Fred. Fred cast a petrification spell on the beetles and ground them into a fine powder within the mortar. Gryffindor loses a point due to Mr. Weasley's improper handling of the beetles. Fred rolled his eyes in Snape's direction, saying nothing as he continued his work. Snape was hardly concerned with Gryffindor's attitude toward him, so long as he could find a reason to deduct points from them, particularly when it came to Potter. George donned his tattered dragon-hide gloves and squeezed the gall, twisting it like a towel. Gryffindor loses another point for the hazardous operation conducted by the other Mr. Weasley. I doubt the Weasley family is so impoverished that they cannot afford a pair of dragon-hide gloves. George ground his teeth. It was true, they had recently found themselves quite destitute, with their galleons invested in the production of Canary creams. Fred and George considered themselves far from the childish Ron. It had been a long time since they had asked their family for money. "Let Mum save it for Ginny to buy a new robe," George suggested. Besides, their accommodations and meals at Hogwarts were complimentary, alleviating any concerns about survival. Their only expenditures were for purchasing materials not found in the Forbidden Forest, with additional costs for their inventions partially covered by Sophia's investment, while the rest came from the income generated by selling their products and scavenging for materials in the Forbidden Forest. It seemed imperative to accelerate production and sell more products, as Canary creams had recently set a trend at Hogwarts, becoming exceedingly popular among the young wizards. "I can fly by myself." Even Professor McGonagall praised their advancements in transfiguration. The twins submitted a rather commendable potion of intelligence-enhancing draft, and Snape, casting a cursory glance, begrudgingly awarded them an A, the highest score for Gryffindor. Once all the submissions were completed, Snape assigned them a 10-inch essay on the properties of the Occamy feather before retreating back into his office. They prepared to ascend in order to relish their lunch with Sophia, this time at the Ravenclaw long table, as the girl seemed yet to have finished her class. Last time, Sophia had expressed her fondness for cat wafers. What are wafers? A type of biscuit made of many layers of thin cakes stacked together. I'll bring some from the dorm for you to taste, indicating that he and Fred needed to delve into that topic thoroughly. Cats were exceedingly popular creatures in the wizarding world, and the proportion of cats at Hogwarts was notably high. One could often encounter various adorable felines, both owned and stray, roaming the corridors. Stray cats were fed at regular intervals by house elves, as they were considered Hogwarts property. If they could indeed invent cat wafers, they would undoubtedly strike a substantial profit, perhaps even selling it as a novel dessert. As Sophia's future suitor, how could they possibly be without funds? Moreover, according to 12 winning strategies for bewitching witches, they needed to refine their appearance, as they could not continue to meet their beloved girl without even washing their faces, having always worn hand-me-downs from their brothers and sweaters knitted by their mother. The trousers left behind by Charlie and Percy were far too short and tight. They had not grown to the twins' height. While Bill's pants were so old they were riddled with holes, Fred and George were increasingly eager to purchase new clothing. If Sophia could assist them in selecting outfits, it would be even better. They yearned to adorn themselves in garments chosen by the girl they cherished, basking in the love she bestowed upon them. They also wished to buy more soda and everything else she liked for Sophia. Oh, Merlin. Without money, these desires remained unfulfilled. Upon reflection, taking Sophia shopping for clothes seemed the quickest and most economical solution. This way, they would not waste money on garments she might not fancy, nor would they need to fret over selecting clothes that matched her preferences. They had no idea how to choose attire or what image suited them. Having only worn old garments until now, the 18-year-olds had already begun to plan for their future wives, despite their future spouses still being a distant dream. They resolved to invite Sophia to the Elegant Wizarding Outfitters during the next Hogsmeade weekend for a look, perhaps to enjoy a glass of butterbeer afterwards, and then to stock up on supplies at Zonko's joke shop. After sharing a hearty meal of lamb chops, buttered bread, and pudding with Sophia, they initially intended to experiment in the room of requirement where she had left the borrowed books. The space of no trace and how high-level white magic can summon your patronus. Since neither the library nor the common room nor the dormitory were particularly conducive to magical experimentation. However, Fred and George had scarcely finished their meal when they were whisked away by Gryffindor Quidditch captain Oliver Wood. It was remarkable how Fred and George, having grown tall and robust, she had begun using tall and robust to describe them, which made Sophia feel somewhat gratified that they had finally outgrown their childhood phase. Could be so effortlessly pulled by Wood, who was quite impressive in his Quidditch prowess. Yet, observing the diligent training of Gryffindor, Sophia wondered why Ravenclaw seemed to lack any semblance of activity. She turned her gaze toward the current 7th-year Quidditch captain, Edwin Macmillan, who sat at the long table. Looking in her direction, upon noticing her attention, he raised his hand and coughed into it shyly, nodding at her before turning back to converse with those beside him. Sophia sensed that he understood her subtle nudge for him to better manage the Quidditch team and, nodding in acknowledgement, tidied up her things to leave the long table and return to her studies. In the room of requirement, she freely pinned her assignments without the twins' occasional interruptions, enhancing her efficiency. In the potions essay on unicorn horns, Miss Scott eloquently described existing research conclusions and provided evaluations, while also contemplating 10 inches of specialized improvements for a broad-spectrum antidote predominantly composed of unicorn horns. The Ancient Runes course required students to translate inscriptions from a stone tablet with the aid of a dictionary, and she had memorized quite a few common ancient terms, needing only to consult the dictionary for some of the more obscure words. Meanwhile, for classes like Transfiguration and Charms, Sophia had been granted permission from the professors to forego homework. As for the elective courses, apart from Sophia, who lacks any aptitude for divination and can merely gaze into the crystal ball's mist to concoct a month's worth of journal entries, the other subjects pose no challenge for her. This is precisely why she still possesses the energy to delve into more arcane forms of magic. Sophia's fervent desire to master the Patronus charm primarily stems from the unreliable defense against the dark arts class. Since the 4th year, there has not been a single competent professor to conduct proper instruction, leaving her utterly uncertain about her abilities, despite achieving outstanding in every end-of-year examination. From Professor Flitwick, she learned that summoning a complete Patronus is a bonus in the OWLs for defense against the dark arts, and this spell is highly practical, capable of repelling Dementors and Lethifolds. It is rumored that the corporeal Patronus summoned resembles the animagus form of the wizard. Sophia is eager to discover what creature resides within her soul. Could it possibly be her cherished furry friend? Chapter 8. The Study of Charms. Sophia stood, closed her eyes, and silently intoned thrice, "I require a suitable room for practicing spells." Upon reopening her eyes, the desk she used for homework and theoretical studies, along with the twins' semi-open laboratory, had vanished. In their stead were numerous soft cushions to prevent injury, practice dummies for attacking, and several fundamental reference books on charms. Expecto Patronum. Sophia's wand, adorned with delicate wings, emitted several strands of silver from its tip. This ancient and enigmatic charm is hailed as one of the most potent defensive magics in existence, summoned only by those wizards whose hearts are filled with righteousness and possess the virtues of truth, goodness, and beauty. Should a dark wizard attempt to wield the Patronus charm, it would result in magical backlash, possibly rendering them incapable of performing magic ever again. The Patronus embodies all of a wizard's positive emotions. Novices must seek out their happiest and most joyful memories to nurture the Patronus's emergence. Consequently, the majority of wizards find themselves unable to conjure a fully formed Patronus. Yet even the ability to summon a mere wisp of silver mist is regarded within the magical community as a mark of exceptional magical prowess. Miss Scott, who achieved noteworthy results on her first attempt at this charm, is undoubtedly gifted, though she seems less than satisfied with her progress. It appears that her recent memory was insufficient to sustain the birth of a Patronus. She mused that her consistently outstanding exam results no longer provided the same thrill. Perhaps the recollection of scoring in quidditch and winning a match would suffice? She softly uttered the gentle incantation once more, and the silver strands increased in number. Still, it was inadequate. What about the memories of spending Christmas and vacations with her parents? This time, the silver threads wove themselves into a faint mist, swirling within the confines of the room of requirement, enveloping Sophia and eliciting a wave of exhilaration. She carefully analyzed her emotions, feeling a delightful combination of progress and the charm's influence. The Patronus charm bears a resemblance to the joyous charm, invigorating both oneself and those nearby, though it does not induce uncontrollable laughter. The girl endeavored to practice the Patronus charm using this memory until she could no longer stand, only managing to thicken the mist slightly. Sophia ceased her deliberations, leaning against the soft cushions to sit down, closing her eyes as she envisioned returning to her original room. And with a flick of her wand, she uttered, "Accio." The tome titled Undetectable Extension charm obediently soared into the hands of the golden feathered eagle. Sophia believed the Undetectable Extension charm to be the most astonishing spell she had encountered thus far, without exception. It was said that a small cubicle in a restroom could easily accommodate 100 wizards once the Undetectable Extension charm was applied, utterly upending the worldview instilled in her by her father, Mr. Scott, during her childhood. Due to the illegality of private use of the Undetectable Extension charm, coupled with the fact that her mother, Mrs. Scott, had never learned this spell, the concept of space remained a constant volume for Sophia. While the girl regarded her own cooking utensils and laundered garments as commonplace in her life, the notion of expandable space was not. In truth, Sophia had already managed to double the capacity of a teacup, yet she found herself unable to advance further, as if she had hit a ceiling. If she could not grasp the principles of this spell, it seemed she would remain at this level for eternity, or perhaps expand to the size of 2.5 teacups as her magical prowess increased. For the ever-inquisitive and knowledge-thirsty Ravenclaw, nothing could deter her quest for the truths of this world, including the ubiquitous challenges and the laws set in place to monopolize the suitcase market. Thus, Sophia resolved to read every book related to the Undetectable Extension charm at Hogwarts. Leisurely and comfortably, she reclined while reading, propping her head on the chocolate-shaped pillow that Fred and George had gifted her for Christmas the previous year, using the wandless silent spell to turn the pages of her book. Once engrossed in her reading, the eagle-eyed girl lost all sense of time, oblivious to the rumblings of her stomach protesting its neglect. Mr. and Mr. Weasley, dripping with sweat from their rigorous training, entered the room, each carrying a recently vacated broomstick. Before Sophia could glance in their direction, they swiftly wiped the perspiration and shine from their faces with their team uniform sleeves, employing a familiar cleaning charm to tidy themselves up, ensuring they bore no unpleasant odors. Then, with one on either side, they lay down beside Sophia, leaning close to her ear. "Hey, sweetheart, you're so serious about your magic studies that you didn't even notice it's starting to complain. Poor thing." Sophia extended her hands to cradle the floating book, bookmarking her place before closing it, glancing left and right. "Who is complaining?" "Right here," George exclaimed, giving Sophia's stomach a light pat, which prompted it to emit a gurgle. Fred conjured a basket of food from seemingly thin air, laying a blanket on the carpet as if preparing for a picnic, arranging the food and drinks one by one. George pulled the girl from the floor, handing her a ham and egg sandwich, while he and Fred each took a chicken leg, pouring 3 cups of cola to share among them. How delightful. Is cola truly a potion of joy? It's splendid. The boys calmed their restless hearts with the chilled cola and began to lament to Sophia about the wicked old bat who had been tormenting them. He docked us 2 points today. He deliberately lowered our scores. Sophia adeptly soothed the 2 red-haired dogs, stroking their heads. Oh, I thought you'd both grown accustomed to his ways by now. However, it's best not to use magical means when handling potion ingredients, as it may alter their properties and lead to failure. I have a feeling Professor Snape has held a grudge against Gryffindor for quite some time. It's only now that he seems to target you. Yet since last year, he hasn't troubled you as frequently, has he? His attention seems to be focused on Harry Potter now. I heard he can dock Gryffindor 20 points in a single lesson. Is that true? Indeed. Harry is quite unfortunate. And our dear little Ron is locked up every day. We don't even know where to find him when we catch spiders now. Most likely in the hospital wing, polishing the night pots. Oh, Merlin. Poor little Ron. The twins jested about their brother, laughing uproariously in a lively exchange. Though Sophia felt a twinge of pity for Ron, she couldn't suppress her laughter, playfully patting George's thigh, who sat beside her, as her mirth overflowed. Chapter 9. Transformation into a cat. George perceived that delicate, soft hand was not merely resting on his thigh, but rather beating against his heart, causing the blood in every vein to surge in rhythm with her playful gestures. Overwhelmed by emotion, he found himself at a loss for words, resorting to gulping down water to mask his crimson cheeks. The twins' remarkable telepathy allowed Fred to keenly sense George's inner turmoil, and a pang of jealousy coursed through him. In a sudden gesture, Fred draped his arm around Sophia's shoulder, enveloping her in a half-embrace, his handsome cheek brushing against her crown. A subtle floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils, refreshing his spirit. The young lady's artistry was indeed a feast for the eyes. Fred gestured towards his watch, showering her with compliments that elevated her spirits, prompting her to share insights into her creative process. Brother, our inventions must evolve further, he remarked. Indeed, George concurred, weary from practicing the patronus charm. Sophia intended to return to her dormitory for some much-needed rest after dinner, leaving the space in the room of requirement for the Weasley twins. The twins had stealthily infiltrated the restricted section of the library the previous night, borrowing a book titled Animagus, The Art of Transformation. Becoming an animagus required a series of specialized measures. First, on a full moon night, one must place a leaf of mandrake in their mouth and refrain from swallowing or spitting it out for the entire month. On the same full moon a month later, should fate conspire against them with rain obscuring the moon, they would need to start anew. The leaf must be removed and placed in a crystal vial. The vial must be filled with 1's saliva, allowing moonlight to illuminate every corner of it. Then, one must add a strand of their hair, along with dew collected from a silver teaspoon that has not been exposed to sunlight or human contact for 7 days, alongside a cocoon of a demiguise. Finally, the vial must be secured in a dark, quiet place, undisturbed, as they await a storm. This intricate potion concoction sparked inspiration in the twins. Professor Sprout had taught in herbology that mandrake is a powerful restorative potion ingredient, capable of healing injuries caused by transformations and spells, reverting one to their original form. Perhaps they could incorporate a certain dosage of mandrake into the potion used to create canary biscuits, replacing the canary feathers with cat fur. However, mandrake was a rare ingredient, and they currently possessed none. To expedite their research, it seemed they would need to take a risk. One option was to challenge Professor Snape's private collection, and the other was to brave the third greenhouse of Professor Sprout, deciding against the former. As they had grown weary of Snape's collection and were uncertain if he had any stock, they eagerly awaited the night to visit the third greenhouse. As they prepared batch after batch of canary biscuits, time finally passed, and the shortest hand of the watch pointed towards 10. Fred produced the marauder's map from his pocket, pointing his wand, shaped like a pinecone, at the parchment. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The twins ensured no one was around the room of requirement before promptly setting off. They navigated Hogwarts with the familiarity of home, soon reaching the first floor, where they stealthily opened the Great Hall's doors, slipping out of the castle to locate the third greenhouse. Curiously, the door to the third greenhouse was secured with a mundane muggle lock, and despite Fred's use of several detection spells, he found no traces of magic. Logically, an Alohomora should suffice to unlock it, but for safety's sake, George pulled out a wire to pick the lock. This skill was one he had learned from their father during the summer when they used it to help Harry unlock the cabinet that held his wand and summer homework. George inserted the wire into the keyhole, manipulating it until the hefty iron lock clattered to the ground. Inside, the plants were in slumber. Several large devils snare happily breathing in the darkness, while their target, the mandrake, emitted gentle snores from various pots. To ensure the success of their experiment, Fred and George each plucked 3 leaves from the tops of juvenile, adolescent, and mature mandrakes, awakening the hapless plants, which spun in circles with their pots. their makeshift beds. Apologies, dear Professor Sprout, for the free labor these past few days. The Weasley brothers hurried back to the 8th floor, burning the midnight oil on their experiment. Fortunately, the next day was Saturday, sparing them the need for an early rise for classes. They also caught a few mice that ventured out at night for their experiment. Previously, they had hoped to use Crookshanks, but the cat's keen instincts kept it glued to Ron's side, and every time they reached for it, it would dash away. Discovering that even a small amount of juvenile mandrake leaf powder could extend the duration of the Canary biscuits to over 5 minutes, while the mature leaves proved too potent, causing the transformation potion to fail. They successfully concocted the cat transformation potion, which could be mixed into dough to create the cat-shaped wafers or puddings that Sophia adored. However, they needed to test the effects on themselves first, just as they had with all their previous prank products. Fred and George each scooped a teaspoon from the cauldron, clinking their spoons together in a toast, or rather a spoon clink, and downed it in one gulp. The brave lions felt their fur begin to grow wildly, their bodies swiftly shrinking in warmth, their vision blurring as if a gray veil had descended over their eyes, yet their field of view expanded, allowing them to see clearly to either side. The cat fur they had used was from a 6th-year Gryffindor girl's ragdoll cat, which was currently in its shedding phase, with traces of its fur floating throughout the Gryffindor common room. Had it not been for the house elf cleaning daily, the common room would have soon been inundated with white cat hair. In the room of requirement, the two adorable kittens scrutinized each other. Realizing they were not an exact match for the ragdoll, Fred, or George, had a hint of red fur on his ear, unlike the cat's brown and white coat. Meow, meow. The two little cuties communicated in a language incomprehensible to humans, but it was evident they understood each other. Approximately 5 minutes later, the two returned to their original forms. After inspecting their bodies and finding nothing amiss, they exchanged triumphant high-fives and cheers. They had begun to joyfully envision the playful antics they would share with their beloved lady in their newfound forms. Chapter 10. Playing with the Kittens. On Saturday, with no classes to attend, Sophia indulged in a leisurely morning, finally waking at 10 o'clock, stretching and preparing for a day of relaxation. Nibbling on a few chocolate biscuits to stave off hunger, she glanced at the other bed in the dormitory, where her roommate, Lydia Jones, was conspicuously absent. It seemed she had mentioned a date with some Slytherin boy the day before. Sophia pushed open the large glass window in the dormitory, allowing fresh air to flood into the stuffy room, while brilliant sunlight streamed in unimpeded, rendering her golden hair even more radiant. After a night of repose, her azure eyes, now sparkling and rejuvenated, exuded a captivating charm, where every smile and frown elicited an involuntary delight in the hearts of onlookers. Though no one but the girl-s mirror could behold her beauty. "My lady, you look truly enchanting today. My heart is utterly entranced by you." Sophia beamed with gratitude at the mirror's compliment and retrieved her broom from beside the bed. Given that Ravenclaw's dormitory is perched at the highest point of Hogwarts, many Ravenclaw students can effortlessly take flight on their broomsticks right from their quarters, soaring straight into the sky with a mere push of their legs. Sophia mounted her clean sweep 6, leaning forward as she passed through the window frame, revealing a breathtaking vista. The Quidditch pitch sprawled before her, a vibrant green, with the banners of the 4 houses fluttering in the breeze. She circled the perimeter of Hogwarts Castle, greeting her classmates in the corridors, gliding just above the surface of the Black Lake, which rippled gently, and even spotted the giant squid basking in the sun. Her sharp eyesight, akin to that of a seeker, caught sight of Lydia sharing a kiss with a 6th-year Slytherin in a secluded corner. The exhilarating flight whisked away the burdens of study and worry. After an hour of unbridled joy in the air, Sophia returned to her dormitory. She tidied her windswept hair, donned a floral headband to tame the strands that had rebelliously sprung up after her wash, and descended for breakfast. The morning feast promised delectable pork ribs, sausages, bacon, roasted potatoes, and Yorkshire pudding. Noticing that Fred and George were absent from the Great Hall, she joined her fellow Ravenclaw Quidditch team members to savor the meal. Edwin Macmillan produced a notebook filled with strategies for countering various houses, alongside each team member's training objectives. Sophia was to collaborate with her fellow chasers, Roger Davies and Randolph Burrow, to practice the hawkhead formation, where chasers align in an arrowhead shape, charging toward the goalposts, posing a significant threat to the opposing team while effectively forcing other players aside, as well as the Pockford feint, where a chaser, carrying the quaffle, ascends into the air, leading the opposing chasers to believe they are attempting to evade them for a score, only to pass the quaffle down to a teammate waiting below. Edwin meticulously calculated each player's altitude and speed during flight, employing tactical maneuvers. He also distributed a sheet detailing the strengths and weaknesses of players from other teams, urging everyone to memorize the information. Once the Quidditch teams were re-evaluated in mid-September, they would incorporate analyses of newcomers, complete with various hand signals, 50 in total, all to be committed to memory. Thanks to his exceptional tactical analysis and strategic planning skills, what some called data quidditch. Edwin received an invitation to coach the England national team before even graduating from Hogwarts, although he had no intention of accepting, deeming the England team hopelessly inept. Each year, this illustrious captain of Ravenclaw published a booklet for his team, with new hand signals each year to prevent any possibility of being deciphered by rival houses. Edwin graciously presented her with a cup of pudding, elaborating on the intricacies of his animated formation diagram, and Sophia nodded in appreciation, casting him an admiring glance. After finishing her meal, she noticed the twins were still absent and speculated they had sneaked off to Hogsmeade through the secret passage. She resolved to visit the room of requirement to refine her long-neglected novel. Upon reaching the 8th floor, two identical, adorable ragdoll cats sprang from a corner, weaving around her legs and mewing sweetly. As the early September weather remained pleasantly warm, Sophia wore a pleated skirt paired with knee-high socks, feeling the gentle warmth of the cats' bodies through the fabric. Looking down into their bright blue eyes, her heart melted, and she instinctively bent down to pet them. However, from the perspective of the two feline gentlemen, Fred and George, their intentions were thwarted as they gazed up to charm her. Their movements inadvertently revealed a glimpse beneath her skirt. Though Sophia wore safety shorts, the oblivious boys had no understanding of such garments. Their feline faces flushed with embarrassment, and had their fur not been so long, it would have been evident to her. The two cats hurriedly averted their gazes, their mewling suddenly subdued. Their playful demeanor abruptly stiffened. Unaware of the sudden shift in energy from her beloved companions, Sophia squatted down, cradling one in each arm, pressing them against her chest while softly calling, "Mew, mew," in an effort to regain their attention. Yet, the cats, startled by her gesture, remained rigid. Nonetheless, the Weasley twins, even in feline form, quickly adapted to the warmth of her embrace, burying their faces into a fragrant, soft spot, inhaling deeply, reluctant to look up again. Sophia proceeded into the room of requirement as per the usual routine, seating herself in her armchair and placing the two ragdolls on the desk before her, clearing a space for fun and extending her fingers to tease the cats. Fred and George playfully vied for the opportunity to lick her fingertips, eliciting giggles from her as she swiftly withdrew her hand. The two cats, as if unaccustomed to their feline forms, stretched their necks and lost their balance, toppling onto the desk with a soft thud, their plaintive sounds echoing in the air. With a gentle laugh, Sophia reached down to stroke their heads. "Are you hungry? Just a moment, please." She nestled them into a soft cushion, intending to dash to the kitchen for some goat's milk to quench their thirst, and hurriedly exited the room of requirement. Fred and George, having consumed a potion that allowed them to transform for half a day, were not the least bit concerned about being discovered. "Mew, mew, mew. This invention is truly remarkable. Mew. Indeed, we can enjoy close proximity to our sweetheart without fear. Mew. Her embrace is so delightful. Mew. So soft. Mew, mew, mew. George, you lingered a bit too long just now. Mew. Mew, mew, mew. Fred, weren't you just as guilty? You were so engrossed in her scent that you nearly swooned." The two cats maintained a standing posture with their hind legs, their forepaws raised against each other in a comical bout reminiscent of sumo wrestling, their meows ringing out exuberantly. However, as soon as the sound of Sophia's footsteps echoed at the door, their ears perked up, and they obediently lay down, affectionately grooming one another to conceal the evidence of their playful tussle. Chapter 11. Still playing with the cats. Sophia returned from the kitchen, carrying a dish of goat's milk and chicken puree. The house elves had deemed this the best food for feeding kittens, casting a spell to prevent any spillage or cooling that might cause the kittens to suffer an upset stomach. Observing the two adorable ragdolls affectionately grooming each other, Sophia skillfully scratched their chins, eliciting the soothing purrs of Fred and George. She bent down to place the food dish on the carpet, then gently positioned the kittens beside the plate, giving their backs a light pat to encourage them to eat. The kittens' shy, brown tails entwined around her wrist, rising high in the air as they leaned in to sniff the tempting aroma of their meal, perhaps due to their transformation. Fred and George pondered the mushy food before them, contemplating that as humans, they would never touch such bland, cats cannot eat salt, and somewhat unappetizing food. Yet now it somehow seemed irresistibly enticing. The sweet, creamy taste of goat's milk and the savory aroma of chicken made the two cats of the Weasley household drool uncontrollably. They dove headfirst into the meat mixture, attempting to curl their tiny pink tongues around the delectable morsels. Yet, their tongues seemed to lack the dexterity required, and as they licked and licked, they splattered their faces with the remnants of goat's milk and chicken puree, rendering their fur messy and obscuring their eyes. The chaos even extended to the carpet across the room. Sophia, amused by their clumsy eating, did not suspect anything amiss as she pulled out her handkerchief to wipe the faces of the messy little creatures, although some tufts of fur remained stubbornly matted. Fred and George, instinctively following their feline nature, extended their paws to wash their faces, wiping and licking in a repetitive cycle until they transformed back into two pristine little kittens. However, Sophia noted that their saliva had weighed down their fur, causing it to lose its fluffiness. With a silent scourgify, she restored the two kittens to their fresh, original condition. Seeing that the adorable pair had satisfied their hunger, she crouched down, hands tucked into her pockets, gazing at them with her glistening blue eyes. Sophia conjured a cat toy, adorned with jingling bells and vibrant feathers, to entertain them. Fred and George had never encountered such an intriguing object, their eyes fixating on the enticing cat wand, their bodies swaying in synchrony with its movements, creating a particularly comical sight. As Sophia watched the two kittens leap and pounce in a fervent attempt to catch the toy, her laughter bubbled forth uncontrollably. "Oh, you are twins as well," she exclaimed, gently lifting them by the scruff of their necks to observe them closely. She noted their identical color patterns and features, realizing that even littermates rarely resembled one another so closely. Seizing the moment, Sophia playfully flipped the kittens onto their backs, eager to inspect their hind legs for hidden bells. Fred and George, sensing her intentions, squirmed and fought back, throwing feisty little punches to thwart her efforts, swiftly rolling over to conceal the bell far from her reach to thwart any surprise inspections. "Meow, meow, meow," they protested, imploring her to cease her playful interference. Sophia, slightly flustered by their sudden vigor, relented. All right, I shall look no more." Only then did the kittens cease their playful sparring, meowing softly in apology for leaving marks on her hands, their gentle nudges meant to soothe her. How amusing, she mused. Perhaps she should take these delightful kittens to show Fred and George. Sophia cradled the two feline gentlemen as she set off towards the Gryffindor common room. Along the way, passers-by cast curious glances at the trio. The combination of a beautiful girl and her cats was undeniably eye-catching, while those friendly with Sophia attempted to reach out and pet the adorable kittens, only to be deftly evaded by the agile felines. Upon reaching the portrait of the fat lady guarding the Gryffindor entrance, Sophia spun around, and the fat lady praised the exquisite beauty of the kittens, noting how well they were cared for. "They do look rather familiar, though," she murmured, her brow furrowing in thought. "Oh, they are not my pets, dear lady. I believe they are stray kittens from Hogwarts. Do they not lack name tags?" The fat lady observed the two furry balls playfully pawing at one another in Sophia's embrace and suggested, "Oh, Merlin, the poor little dears seem to adore you. Would you mind if they found a new owner?" "I would be more than willing, madam, should they desire it." "Meow, I would." At that moment, a dark-skinned girl approached, cheerfully greeting Sophia, who was engrossed in conversation with the fat lady. "Hi, Sophia." "Hello, Angelina. Are you here to find Fred and George?" "Meow, I am here." "Meow, so am I." "Yes, indeed. Are you heading back to the common room? Could you help me call for them?" "Of course." Angelina slipped through the doorway behind the fat lady and soon returned alone. "They are in tea in the common room. I asked Lee where they went, but he didn't know. He said he hadn't seen them since last night." Sophia nodded, thanking Angelina for her assistance before returning to her dormitory. She intended to adopt the two kittens that seemed destined for her, after they had firmly rejected all attempts by others to touch them. And although she felt a tinge of regret for not immediately sharing her new pets with Fred and George, she knew there would be future opportunities. Later, she would discover that the Kitten twins and the Weasley twins could never appear simultaneously, leading her to question their connection. Using her old robes and scarf from the previous year, Sophia fashioned a temporary nest for the kittens, who blissfully settled into the cozy space imbued with her scent, happily squinting their eyes and contentedly kneading as they prepared to drift off to sleep. Taking out a sheet of parchment, Sophia penned a letter detailing her academic progress for the week, recounting amusing anecdotes from her life and voicing her grievances about the unreliable Professor Lockhart, while also seeking her parents' opinions on adopting the kittens. Owen, she called towards the open window. As a Ravenclaw student, she relished the freedom of soaring through the skies, including the privilege of summoning an owl directly to her dormitory instead of trekking to the Ollery like other houses. Before long, her robust eagle owl returned, perching on its stand, awaiting its master's commands. However, upon noticing the presence of two diminutive beings in her room, it stared at them with wide eyes, seemingly irked that its owner had acquired new pets, cats, and the sound of its beak cracking nuts filled the air. As Sophia handed it the letter, Owen nuzzled against her, hoping that upon her return, she wouldn't be completely captivated by the two little sprites and forget about him. Oh dear, overzealous Owen. Chapter 12. The disappearance of the kittens. The tranquil atmosphere and familiar scents lulled the weary kittens into a deep slumber, accompanied by soft purring sounds. Having the company of cats felt rather delightful, and the novice caretaker, Miss Scott, felt a calming serenity wash over her amidst the gentle purrs as she perused today's Transfiguration, a book she had just received to alleviate her boredom. Throughout the summer, Sophia had maintained close correspondence with Professor McGonagall, who had provided detailed answers to her inquiries about Transfiguration spells, sharing her own insights on utilizing the transformation charm. Later, Sophia sent Professor McGonagall a piece of her work that combined the transformation spell with her consciousness, or perhaps a simple product of alchemy, a blank sheet of paper featuring a simple sketch of a cat that could interact with the outside world. Akin to a sophisticated nurturing game, where the kitten's actions adhered strictly to the patterns of behavior imagined by Sophia. That evening, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts promptly responded with a letter praising her solid foundation and creativity, suggesting she write a detailed paper about her invention and experiences with the spell. Professor McGonagall expressed her willingness to assist in refining the paper before submitting it to today's Transfiguration, allowing Sophia to earn a modest fee while making her initial foray into academic research. In truth, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club had always encouraged students to submit their work, exploring the latest advancements in Transfiguration alongside their peers. However, as Sophia had already joined Professor Flitwick's Charms Club, after all, one must support their house head. She graciously declined Professor McGonagall's invitation, citing her busy schedule. However, Professor McGonagall was far from withholding her guidance from the students due to this matter. She dedicated herself wholeheartedly to providing Sophia with the utmost assistance. Magic is the product of the amalgamation of magical power and will, without precise will. Magic is prone to frequent failures. With only a strong will but devoid of magical power, one can merely gaze in futility. Spells and wands serve merely as aids in the casting of magic. This issue of the magazine featured Sophia's paper, accompanied by a fee of 10 galleons. The girl examined her meticulously crafted paper, which she had labored over for quite some time, and nodded in satisfaction. Flipping through the other contents casually, she encountered the latest research from esteemed scholars, as well as tips from fellow students on how to enhance the agility of creatures, among other things. Time slipped away gently amid the rustling of pages. After heading out for dinner, Sophia returned with a plate of beef and egg soup. The two napping cats were instantly roused by the enticing aroma, meowing as they clambered out of their cozy nook, chasing each other in a most uncoordinated manner. As if they had sprouted an extra pair of legs. They leaped up, pawing at the girl's legs while being careful not to scratch her delicate skin. Sophia obediently offered them the plate, squatting down to watch them dine, contemplating a trip to the Muggle shop to purchase a cat tree, food bowls, and other feline necessities. Uncertain if Owen could assist her with the purchase. Would Muggles be startled, or even alarmed at the sight of an owl selecting items and paying for such heavy goods? Sophia silently envisioned the potential scenario and chuckled softly, seeing the two cats pause their meal to regard her with concern. She tapped the ceramic plate, signaling them to continue. After tidying up, the girl prepared to attend a prefect meeting, leaving the cats to their solitary existence in the spacious Ravenclaw dormitory, where the sparse population allowed for ample personal space. Be good now. The little eagle affectionately patted the kittens' heads, who clung to her, hoping to capture her heart with their adorableness and detract her attention from the dreaded prefect duties. Straightening up, Sophia brushed off the cat for clinging to her black robe, to no avail, and departed while the cats watched her leave with wistful eyes. Meow meow, meow, prefect, bad. Meow 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 meow. Sophia good. Fred and George, the feline versions, attempted to linger in the girls' dormitory they had previously visited, waiting for the girl to return. However, as they snuggled together, they realized something was amiss. Fred's paws began to take on a distinctly defined shape, changing to a flesh tone, while George's red fur on his ears expanded, and his tail grew alarmingly short. They hastily fled the confines of Ravenclaw, relying on their temporarily deceptive appearances and swift speed, attracting remarks of vitality and cuteness as they passed. Taking refuge in an empty classroom, the Weasley twins, who had been absent from Hogwarts for nearly a day, transformed back into their human forms and awaited the girl's arrival at the prefect meeting room. When Sophia emerged, she was pleasantly surprised to see them, a smile gracing her lips. Hey, where have you two been today? The room of requirement wasn't around. The Gryffindor common room was absent. And I didn't see you during meals either. Well, we've been engaged in a rather mysterious endeavor. We cannot divulge yet. All right. Sophia, ever understanding. Did not dwell on it. I've recently acquired 2 cats. Would you like to see them? Oh, Fred and George exchanged looks, each urging the other forward, their usually eloquent tongues faltering as they struggled to find words. See, congratulations. Ah, yes, indeed. Uncertain of their true feelings, Sophia raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing their unease. Yet, Miss Scott, who had yet to connect the dots between the cats and the boys, took the lead, pulling them toward the Ravenclaw tower. Upon reaching the door, the girl left the two clearly anxious boys behind as she entered to search for the cats. However, after scanning the surroundings, calling out for them yielded no response, and searching under the bed only resulted in a handful of dust. Observing a window slightly ajar, wide enough for just a finger, she began to suspect that the cats might have jumped out, given that this height surpassed even the 8th floor. Anxiously summoning her broom, she soared downwards. Lumos. The light flickered. Yet, after flying around, she saw nothing. Bewildered, she contemplated whether they had exited through the door or perhaps had been swept away by the toilet's plumbing. Sophia returned to the restroom, staring blankly at the toilet for a moment. Although the cats were agile, surely they had not reached the point of being flushed away? The anxious and worried little eagle dashed back to seek Fred and George's help in locating the cats, and upon seeing her glum demeanor, they began to regret the prank. Do not fret. They are, after all, Hogwarts cats. They will not go hungry, and they will not encounter any danger. They are clever and resourceful. They would quickly escape any peril. Fred and George began to silently blame each other through mental communication for this ill-conceived idea, which, in truth, they had concocted together. Fred gently reached out to stroke her head, mirroring the tenderness she had shown him earlier when she had petted his cat head. George used a handkerchief to dab the corners of Sophia's slightly damp eyes, caressing her face in a comforting gesture. As the brothers engaged in playful antics and promised to assist her in the search for the cats, Sophia's spirits lifted slightly, and she began to describe the appearance of her two feline companions, gesturing with her fingers to indicate their sizes. Caught in a bind, Fred and George resolved to take turns transforming into cats for the girl to keep. Chapter 13. The Revelation. The following day, Sophia stepped out with a hint of lethargy, only to discover George waiting for her at the common room entrance, cradling a familiar brown and white figure. In the early days of her acquaintance with the twins, Sophia often struggled to distinguish between them, typically referring to them collectively as Fred and George. When the need arose to address a specific one, she would merely grab one by the arm and refer to him as you, as it made little difference which twin she addressed. From a distance, she would alternate calling out either George or Fred, though they would often intentionally switch names, playing a guessing game with her. However, since last semester, they seemed to have abandoned that prank, allowing her to gradually discern their differences. George had a narrower nose with a slightly downward-turned tip, while Fred's cheeks were more pronounced. Sophia was pleasantly surprised as she embraced the affectionate cat, who incessantly licked her cheek with its tiny pink tongue, wrapping its tail around her wrist. Is this the only one? There's another cat identical to him. They've always been together. Whereas Fred? Meow? I'm right here. Fred, taking advantage of the girl's inability to understand cat language, spoke candidly while patting his paw. Oh, Fred had an upset stomach last night, and couldn't he get up today? Sophia had felt something was off since the previous night, and the fact that Fred and George were not acting together heightened her suspicions. Based on her experience, this was often a sign the twins were up to something. Firstly, the Weasley twins shared everything. It was improbable for one to suffer from an upset stomach while the other remained unscathed. Secondly, only one of the feline twins had been found, and that one had been brought by George. Once again, it seems that last night, the feline, Geoffon, may have opened the door and ventured out on her own, provided her memory is not in error, for she had securely locked the door. Could it be that they possessed the lineage of a cat-like creature, endowed with the remarkable intelligence to unlock a door sealed by magical means? Ultimately, the peculiar mannerisms of the two cats while eating and walking suggested an air of awkwardness, reminiscent of beings newly encased in unfamiliar bodies, struggling to master their movements. Furthermore, the simultaneous presence of the cat twins and the Weasley twins had never before occurred. Upon reflection, the initial appearance of the cat twins in the secluded corner of the 8th floor of the Room of Requirement seems somewhat suspicious, especially since they interacted solely with one human, her. The astute little eagle harbored suspicions that Fred and George had perhaps mastered the art of feline transformation, and had come to her for a playful prank following their successful invention. If that were the case, then the little cat that had been so clingy to her must indeed be Mr. Fred Weasley. Sophia's sudden and eerie silence sent a shiver down George's spine. However, the girl quickly reverted to her usual demeanor, leading George to believe she was merely saddened by the absence of the other cat. He even offered her a bag of freshly made orange candies to cheer her up. The cunning little eagle, while popping candy into her mouth, feigned casual interest and inquired of George, "Have you attempted the improvement method I mentioned last time?" "Oh, we have made some progress, but we have yet to achieve complete success. The dosage requires further refinement, but the safety concerns have been addressed." Meow, 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 meow. Thank the goddess of wisdom for her blessings. Meow, meow. Miss Scott. George appeared somewhat unaccustomed to speaking alone, nearly letting slip half a sentence. as he had previously been accustomed to sharing dialogue with Fred, each taking turns. The cat in the girl's arms continued to respond to George. Though no one could comprehend its utterances, perhaps his brother could imagine its meaning. Do you have any experimental specimens here? May I take a look? George produced a crystal vial, no larger than a fingernail, containing several drops of a deep orange potion, seemingly darker than the color of Felix Felicis. The potion was handed to Sophia, who examined it meticulously, uncorking it to take a whiff. A furrow appeared on her brow as she scrutinized it, sensing something amiss. George bent down to observe alongside her, a sense of panic rising within him. Had there been a grievous error? They had already begun mass production, and a mistake could lead to substantial losses. In the blink of an eye, the agile little eagle managed to pour the entire contents of the vial into George Weasley's slightly ajar mouth. George stumbled back, momentarily disoriented, as a familiar sensation coursed through him, transforming him once again into a ragdoll cat, his blue eyes wide with astonishment. Fred, now a cat, gaped in shock at the unfolding scene, his mouth agape and fur bristled. The amused little eagle seized George the cat by the scruff of his neck, playfully tapping his cute little nose until he shivered and sneezed. Well, you two certainly know how to entertain me. I genuinely worried about you all night. Meow meow. George the cat gazed up with pitifully wide eyes, tears glistening within them, subtly signaling to the still hidden Fred, who remained motionless in Sophia's embrace. Unwilling to attract attention during her moment of ire, Fred, in his feline form, would never dare to emerge while his beloved girl was upset. Disregarding even his twin brother's silent cues, the impartial little eagle would not let the other culprit escape unscathed. She swiftly captured the fainting Fred cat, tousling his fur in a messy fashion and delivering a stern reprimand, which provided her with some satisfaction. Of course, her swift forgiveness was also influenced by the duo's persistent show of remorse in their adorable cat forms, as they nuzzled against her, seeking her pardon. Sophia drew her wand and cast Specialis Revelio, restoring them to their original forms, disheveled and half-clothed. In an instant, the Weasley twins lunged onto Sophia, one on each shoulder, rendering her immobile. Sweetheart, we were wrong. Please forgive these foolish Mr. Weasleys. They pleaded. We shall do anything to earn your mercy. Do not ignore us. The two towering boys clung to her with exaggerated affection, enveloping her in a mix of laundry detergent and cookie scents that left Sophia feeling drowsy and her thoughts muddled, obliging her to accept their unfulfilled promise in exchange for forgiveness. All right, I'm going to overheat. The warmth radiating from their chests was quite excessive, especially with two of them, making Sophia's experience far from delightful on this still balmy early autumn day, as beads of sweat formed on her back. Oh, yes. Fred and George each planted a kiss on Sophia's cheeks, and as she grimaced at the unwelcome affection, they gifted her a package of freshly baked, unadulterated chocolate wafer cookies before scampering away with laughter. The delighted little eagle opened the package, inhaling the sweet aroma, and broke off a piece to taste, the chocolate sweetness melting into her heart. Chapter 14, Mudseed. The following week, Sophia occupied her time attending classes, completing assignments, studying spells, engaging in Quidditch training, nurturing her other interests, and indulging in playful antics with the Weasley twins. Meanwhile, Fred and George were busy attending classes, half-heartedly completing assignments, undergoing rigorous Quidditch training, producing goods, hawking their wares for galleons, and working for Professor Sprout. The gentle head of Hufflepuff seemed to have realized that a few missing mandrake leaves were their doing, and without mercy, assigned them to work while providing an opportunity to exchange labor for leaves, resulting in Fred and George toiling away in the greenhouse every day, sweating profusely. On yet another Saturday morning, after another selection process, the Gryffindor Quidditch team remained unchanged and planned to conduct a team training session that day. Fred and George invited Sophia to watch their practice. However, considering that Wood was a notoriously fervent Quidditch enthusiast, he might be somewhat averse to having Sophia, a member of the Ravenclaw team, observe their training, so the girl decided to wait until they had nearly finished before heading to the pitch. Meanwhile, the early risers, Fred and George, roused by Wood's incessant chatter, found themselves standing on the Quidditch pitch grass, brooms in hand, heads bowed in sleep before the sun had even risen. Also present were the bleary-eyed savior, Mr. Potter, and the girls, Angelina Johnson, Elia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, who had been awakened by Wood knocking on their window from his broomstick. Wood enthusiastically detailed the strategies he had meticulously devised over the summer, assigning each member their designated tasks, dissecting every acceleration and turn, vowing to defeat Slytherin and claim the championship this year. Yet, the drowsy lions below could only hear Wood's drone flowing into their left ears, leaving no impression in their minds, before exiting through the right, as fleeting as a breeze. Did you hear that? ZZZ. Hey, did you hear me? Wood's refined brows knitted together as he punched Fred's shoulder with force, rousing the oblivious Fred from his slumber, pulling George back to consciousness as well. Huh, yes, we heard it. The Gryffindors nodded in unison, offering a perfunctory reassurance to their diligent captain. All right then, mount your brooms and give the tactics we just discussed a try, commanded Harry. Just as the group was about to launch into the air, they spotted a figure in green robes approaching from a distance, similarly wielding a broomstick. Having just observed Harry's training, Ron and Hermione, seated in the stands, quickly rushed to Harry's side to showcase Gryffindor's numerical superiority, accompanied by their eager young admirer, Colin Creevey. Slytherin's Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, flared his nostrils and smirked malevolently, revealing his prominent rabbit teeth. Haha, my apologies, Wood. Today, the Quidditch pitch is exclusively reserved for Slytherin. You may come back another day. I had previously booked the entire field for Gryffindor. Don't get too excited, Wood. I have obtained permission. Flint tossed a note to Wood, who, perplexed, unfolded it while the Gryffindor lions craned their necks to glimpse its contents. I, Professor Severus Snape, hereby approve the Slytherin team's practice on the field today to train their new seeker. A new seeker? Who? The Slytherins parted to reveal a platinum-haired figure. Draco Malfoy, who strutted forward with an air of arrogance, brandishing a sleek black broomstick. Harry could hardly believe his eyes. Malfoy? Indeed. Malfoy grinned, his gray eyes glimmering with a mix of pride, disdain, and a hint of boasting as he locked gaze with his rival, Potter. This year brings a new development. All the Slytherins prominently displayed their brooms, deliberately accentuating their labels. Ron stared, slack-jawed. Those are Firebolt's 2001. How did you get them? Flint's thick lips parted in a wide grin, a gift from Draco's father. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, accentuating the deep furrows on his otherwise pale face. Unlike some, my dad can afford the finest. Hermione tilted her head, her long curls swaying as she retorted, at least no Gryffindor had to pay to join the team. They all made it through sheer talent. Malfoy scowled and turned to face Hermione directly. No one asked for your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. The words ignited fury among the Gryffindors, even causing some Slytherins to flinch. The Weasley twins pushed past Wood, ready to confront Malfoy, while three girls intervened, exclaiming, "How dare you? Let me show you how to speak properly, you rude little brat." Hermione, initially perplexed, felt Ron's wrath boil over as he drew out his wand. Still entangled in tape. "You will pay for what you said, Malfoy. Eat slugs." However, Ron seemed to have forgotten that his wand had been snapped by the Whomping Willow. And now the tattered relic, once belonging to Charlie, refused to obey. Instead, it rebounded his spell, striking him squarely in the face. Ron was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the grass, as furious Gryffindors rushed to his side. "Are you all right, Ron?" Hermione was the first to dash over, carefully supporting his shoulder. Meanwhile, the Slytherins erupted in unabashed laughter, with Malfoy doubling over, slapping his thigh in delight, his grin wide and toothy. Once Ron regained his composure, trembling, he expelled a large black slug, accompanied by a viscous substance whose nature remained ambiguous. George grimaced, his features contorting with disdain for his younger brother. Colin, ever the eager photographer, captured the moment, but Harry soon shooed him away. Just then, Sophia arrived at the pitch, brushing past Colin. With keen eyesight, she discerned the chaotic mingling of green and red robes and immediately recognized the brewing trouble. Gryffindor and Slytherin together spelled disaster. As she hastily retrieved her wand from her robe, she also produced her long-dormant prefect badge, displaying a prominent P for perfect on her chest, signifying her rightful authority to manage the student body and impose penalties. Upon witnessing the Weasley twins brandishing their fists, only to be restrained by their peers, Miss Scott understood that this was a matter she must address. Ordinary Gryffindor-Slytherin disputes were beneath her concern. If she intervened in every minor quarrel, she would never find time to sleep. "Sonorous," she declared, her walnut wand pressed against her throat, amplifying her voice as she shouted, "Stop!" All the brawling young wizards, those attempting to quell the chaos, and the bewildered ones, including the one expelling slugs, were momentarily stunned by the booming command. Instinctively releasing their grips on each other and clutching their ears in response to the overwhelming sound, they collectively turned to the source of the voice. Discovering a Ravenclaw prefect in blue robes, an impartial third party, the Gryffindors assumed Sophia had come to champion their cause. Given her camaraderie with the Weasley twins and familiarity with them all, coincidentally, the Slytherins believed she would side with them. As Ravenclaw was the only house they regarded somewhat favorably, they held Hufflepuff in disdain and deemed Gryffindor foolish, preferring to engage with the academically inclined. To mitigate student conflicts, Hogwarts professors arranged for most Slytherin students to share classes with Ravenclaw. Only Harry's year frequently partnered with Slytherin, leaving the rationale of the professors a mystery. Sophia first assessed the pale, slug-vomiting Ron before casting a finite incantatem to halt his ordeal. Harry and Hermione watched as Ron's condition improved, their expressions filled with gratitude as they thanked her. Fred whistled and winked at Sophia appreciatively. "Mr. Weasley, could you kindly explain what transpired here?" The eagle-eyed prefect listened attentively to Fred's account, nodding seriously. Sophia extended her hand toward Wood, taking a glance at Snape's note. "Given Professor Snape's directive, it seems the pitch is indeed reserved for Slytherin today. I recommend you consult Professor McGonagall about rescheduling the Quidditch practice times for both houses." Slytherin students began applauding Sophia, though she intended to subtly advise Wood against future missteps. "As for you, Mr. Malfoy, due to your alleged discriminatory remarks towards a fellow student, I regret to inform you that you must accompany me." Draco Malfoy was taken aback, having presumed the Ravenclaw would align with Slytherin, only to find the focus turned upon him. "Where to?" "To Professor Snape's office." After Sophia addressed Malfoy's impatient inquiries and left him visibly startled, she turned her attention to Ron, who had been helped to his feet by Harry. "I suggest you take him to the infirmary for Madame Pomfrey to check him over again." Grasping Malfoy's wrist, she reluctantly led him away, halting before the gathering of Slytherins. "What of Terrence Higgs? Has he withdrawn from the Quidditch team?" The other Slytherin players flushed at her question, their fingers instinctively tightening around the pristine grip of a firebolt 2001. Indeed, abandoning one's original teammates in favor of a wealthy newcomer was hardly an act of honor. Marcus Flint cleared his throat, displaying a modicum of social grace. "Higgs voluntarily relinquished his position as seeker. We were left with no choice but to promote a commendable newcomer." "Oh, is that so? I had assumed he was sold off for a handsome price in exchange for 7 firebolt 2001s. My apologies for the misunderstanding. I merely lamented the absence of the only noteworthy Slytherin. Well then, I wish you all the best with your training." In terms of sarcasm, Sophia was truly an expert. Fred and George cheered behind her for the girl's courageous stance, thoroughly enjoying her demeanor. Afterwood hastily disbanded the team to seek out Professor McGonagall. They trailed Sophia to the dungeon, making faces at the unwilling Malfoy, suggesting that they would indeed cause him trouble later, which sent a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, they were concerned that the old bat would give their darling a hard time, already preparing to enlighten the potions professor. Sophia politely rapped on Snape's office door, and upon hearing a deep, bass-like enter, she pulled the unwilling little snake, who was shorter than her, inside. Snape was buried in grading assignments, his head throbbing from the task. What were these trolls thinking? A harsh T had been marked down. He glanced at the two tugging at each other amidst his busy schedule. "Miss Scott, I trust you are not here to squander your poor professor's precious time?" "Of course. Professor, just moments ago on the Quidditch pitch, your house's Draco Malfoy hurled vile insults at Gryffindor's Hermione Granger, referring to her as a mudblood. I believe it necessary for you, as a gentleman, to instruct Mr. Malfoy on basic etiquette and civility." At the mention of mudblood, Snape abruptly slammed his quill onto the oak desk, startling Malfoy. The oppressive atmosphere of the Slytherin head rose as he leaned over, his black hair, resembling seaweed, cascading down the side of his face, adding to his menacing presence. Snape fixed his gaze on Malfoy's evasive eyes. "Did you utter those words?" Young Malfoy trembled, neither nodding nor shaking his head. In a swift motion, the potions professor circled around the desk, leading Malfoy to a dimly lit storage room that reeked unpleasantly, pointing to 3 large barrels of bogey flies in the corner. How fortuitous. More bogey flies. 10 points from Slytherin. Mr. Malfoy will serve 1 month of detention, effective immediately. Your task today is to handle those bogey flies without gloves. Malfoy, wearing a despondent expression, resignedly turned toward the writhing mass of plump, slimy creatures. Amused by the spectacle, Sophia caught Snape's sharp glare as he suddenly turned to her, causing her to avert her gaze and obediently focus on the floor. At that moment, the professor's voice, which had shifted from a growl to its usual deep and polished tone, reached her ears. "I think Miss Scott would be more than willing to assist her poor aging professor in reviewing some assignments from the trolls, wouldn't you?" Chapter 15, Working for Snape. Sophia's expression froze. She had anticipated that Professor Snape would not let her, the troublemaker, off the hook. Under the guise of supervising young Malfoy's reformation, Snape insisted that the task of grading assignments be entrusted to the time-rich Miss Scott. The considerate potions professor relinquished his seat for her use, while he moved to the other end of the room to concoct a potion that Sophia could not comprehend. Very well, she thought, there's no choice but to face this. Sophia plopped down in the potions professor's chair, dipped Snape's rigid black quill into red ink, and began perusing the neatly stacked sheaf of parchment beside her, discovering it to be second-year assignments on cough potions. After grading a few relatively acceptable submissions, averaging between E and A, she thought the task might conclude smoothly. Yet, an odd piece of work caught her eye. "Cough potion holds significant meaning for me, and I believe, for the world as well. The renowned apothecary Zygmunt Bark once mentioned, quite casually, the cough potion is a vital potion for wizards. This inspired me. Since the cough potion is so important, it follows that resolving the issues surrounding it is exceedingly crucial. Thus, we must thoroughly understand what the cough potion truly represents. This is the key to solving all problems. In summary, to comprehend what a cough potion truly is, we must first examine how it is concocted. Such convoluted nonsense consumed 2/3 of the parchment, while the final section contained a smattering of seemingly professional theoretical analysis and projections, suggesting that multiple authors had penned the work. Surely, no audacious warrior would dare attempt to pull off a plagiarism stunt on Snape's assignments. Sophia flipped the parchment over to reveal the name, Harry Potter. The next parchment bore a similar resemblance to Harry's ramblings, only with Ron Weasley's handwriting, which was even more chaotic, leaving Sophia bewildered. Tentatively, she assigned both of them 2DS, very poor, only to be met with the next parchment. Its elegant and flowing script filled the 8 inches of parchment with substantial, thoughtful content. She appreciatively awarded it an O, outstanding. Having completed all the 4th year and below potions assignments, the task posed no challenge for her. After all, she was a high-achieving student consistently earning OS under Snape. However, it did consume a considerable amount of time. Professor, I believe I have finished. Snape, gracefully laying down his silver knife, approached and directly pulled out the 2nd year Gryffindor assignments, confiscating the trio's work. Oh, such nonsensical submissions. And the merciful Miss Scott would still bestow AD? Snape magically altered it to AT, very poor. Troll, and casually downgraded Hermione's O to an E. Gryffindor could never achieve an O in potions. It seemed the rumors of Harry receiving special attention from Snape held some truth, Sophia mused. Very well, you may leave. Snape continued to review her hour's worth of grading, lowering all grades by 1 tier, and Sophia bowed to him before swiftly exiting the office. Upon opening the door, she nearly collided with the Weasley twins, who had been leaning against it with their ears pressed to the door, almost toppling over into her. What are you doing? Snape's attention was drawn by the commotion, and the girl stretched her arms in an attempt to appear nonchalant, feigning innocence. Ha ha ha, nothing at all, Professor. As soon as she finished speaking, Sophia quickly shielded the 2 tall boys and made her escape. Fred and George cornered her, scrutinizing her with concern, as if they feared Snape would flay her alive. Why were you in there for so long? The old bat didn't he punish you, did he? He merely requested my assistance in revising a minor assignment. Malfoy, on the other hand, is truly unfortunate. Not only has he lost 10 points, but he is also confined for a month, subjected to the daily torment of peeling Snargaluff pods. Fred and George exchanged incredulous glances with the girl, as if she had uttered something utterly shocking. Merlin's trousers. Snape actually had the audacity to deduct points from Slytherin. Surely, the old bat cannot have been possessed. May this benevolent spirit refrain from vacating the old bat's body. The 2 Weasley brothers assumed a playful posture of prayer, earnestly beseeching Merlin to articulate their wishes, to which Merlin retorted, I do not wear floral trousers. The twins gasped, what? You don't wear trousers? Little Eagle stifled a laugh. She considered Snape to be a rather diligent professor, possessing a wealth of knowledge, albeit with a rather caustic demeanor that made him somewhat difficult to approach. Moreover, Gryffindor had absorbed all his attention, leaving him with little energy to trouble Ravenclaw. At least he was preferable to Lockhart. Sophia thought vehemently, chastising Lockhart in her mind, wondering if sending him to St. Mungo's might allow the school to appoint a more competent defense against the dark arts professor. However, Sophia's notion of Snape as a good professor lasted only 2 days, as today she found herself subjected to his scrutiny during potions class. While concocting an amortentia potion, Snape's deep voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Why, Miss Scott? Do you not wait patiently for the potion in your cauldron to cool completely before transferring it to the vial? The precious potion vials provided by the school cannot withstand the clumsiness of little trolls. Huh. Sophia touched the vial, which was still slightly warm, observing the Slytherin at the adjacent table hastily pouring bubbling, still boiling potion into his vial without any explosive mishap. Miss Scott, you are punished with a day's detention for your carelessness. Lydia, seated at the same table, glanced at her with concern as Snape moved away to reprimand a dim-witted Slytherin for adding ungrounded mistletoe berries directly into his cauldron. She whispered to Sophia, while keeping an eye on her own cauldron's timing, what did you do to offend him? He seems to nitpick such trivial matters. Perhaps it was because I deducted points from Slytherin a few days ago. Lydia cast a sympathetic glance in her direction. Oh well, although I don't fully understand. It's not surprising that Professor Snape would act this way. Consequently, that day, Snape assigned her to grade assignments for the lower years while he busied himself concocting various potions. Perhaps he had discovered that exploiting her could lessen his workload. Sophia mused wryly. At least the professor still acknowledged her knowledge, right? Sophia attended potions class twice a week, and each time Snape found fault with her over trivial matters, deducting no points yet assigning her detention without fail. To avoid being the target of his criticisms and attracting her classmates' unsettlingly concerned gazes, Sophia began to report to the professor's office before each potions class, which finally allowed Snape to focus less on her during lessons. Gradually, her responsibilities expanded beyond merely grading assignments. Occasionally, the busy Professor Snape would enlist her help in preparing basic potions for the school's infirmary, such as calming draughts and sleeping potions. Madame Pomfrey later approached Snape, inquiring if this batch of potions had been improved, as the children reported that the taste had significantly improved, making them less resistant to taking their medicine. In an effort to mitigate her feelings of working for free, Sophia would pose complex questions about potion making during her detentions, yet Snape would invariably respond with an expression that suggested she should know such simple matters, followed by his characteristic linguistic style. After a month of this routine, as Sophia prepared to leave the dungeon one day, Snape suddenly called her back, tossing a leather pouch into her hands and waving her away. Upon opening the pouch at the office door, Sophia discovered 30 gleaming galleons within. Chapter 16, Hogsmeade. With her spirits soaring, Sophia skipped off to share this incredible joy with the Weasley twins. Fred and George, having harbored considerable grievances recently, had been lamenting how the shadowy old bat had stolen too much of the time Sophia should have devoted to them. The girl proudly displayed her first earnings to the twins, who exclaimed in unison, "No way. Absolutely impossible. My father only earns 30 galleons a month at the Ministry of Magic. The old bat is actually this generous, this wealthy." Fred and George were somewhat disillusioned. In the room of requirement, Sophia attempted to use her first earnings to summon her patronus, having only managed to discern that it resembled a winged creature during her previous month of attempts. Yet, she still could not manifest it, indicating her lack of success with the patronus charm. As expected, gazing at the dense white mist at the tip of her wand, Sophia realized this attempt had also failed. Meanwhile, the twins were busy counting the small profits they had accrued, creating a ledger to track their costs and profits. Their cat treats, flavored with chocolate, blueberry, cream, and coffee, among others, had garnered enthusiastic acclaim throughout Hogwarts, despite the steep price of 1 galleon each, resulting in a supply-demand imbalance. Wow. Our net profit amounts to 100 galleons and 10 sickles, Fred calculated, dividing a third of the profits and handing it to the slightly disheartened Sophia, as she held a third stake in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Noticing her somber mood, Fred and George abandoned the scattered galleons, positioning themselves on either side of Sophia, enveloping her in their embrace, creating an atmosphere as harmonious as a combination of 2 crispy cookies with a sweet, soft filling. "Sweetheart, how can our shared galleons not bring you joy? You clearly adore the old bat's money." "Oh, it's my fault, dear. Failing to keep you perpetually happy is the Weasley twins' oversight." Sophia felt touched by Fred and George's gestures. She rubbed their 2 drooping red heads and explained that it was not the money that caused her discontent, but rather her frustration at the lack of progress with the patronus charm. The 2 Weasley brothers, well aware of her earnest practice with the challenging spell, "Oh, such a powerful and difficult charm. Only a clever and just witch like you could master it," recognized her struggles. "Is there anything we can do to assist you?" Little Eagle pondered for a moment, and an idea struck her. "Can you bring me happiness?" Fred and George instantly blushed. The ambiguity of her words was too much to bear. Although they knew Sophia's intentions were pure and innocent, the unintentional implication ignited a fire deep within the young boys, manifesting itself outwardly. "Ahem. Oh, Merlin. Of course we can. It is the duty of Fred Weasley and George Weasley to ensure the happiness of Miss Scott." The twins stood up, adjusting their robes, particularly ensuring that a certain area remained discreet, striving to appear more composed and respectable. The 2 red-haired boys bent down, adopting a mock noble courtesy, one hand on their chests while the other gestured invitingly towards Sophia. "Dear Miss Scott, would you care to spend a delightful day in Hogsmeade with the Weasleys? It would be my honor." Sophia extended her hands into the open palms of the 2 Weasley gentlemen, who gently clasped her fingers in return. Fred and George subsequently placed a delicate kiss upon the back of the girl's fair hand. Their long-prepared surprise was finally set to unfold, or so they thought. The first Hogsmeade weekend of the year arrived on the weekend prior to Halloween. Sophia, following the trend, applied a light touch of makeup, wielding a witch's eyebrow pencil for a couple of strokes. Her skin would grow hair, matching the color of her original brows where she had drawn, a charm that would last the entire day. Then, she adorned her lips with a hint of magical lipstick. Pleased with her reflection in the mirror, she felt satisfied, though her beauty-conscious roommate had a different opinion. How could such exquisite features be treated so casually? Lydia, with a face that appeared untouched yet was impeccably done, frowned as she escorted Sophia to wash her face, insisting that as a professional makeup artist, she would demonstrate her skills to ensure that Sophia's date today would be utterly captivated. I am not going on a date. I am going with the Weasley Twins. Does that not count as a date? Lydia pressed Sophia against her vanity, cluttered with both magical and muggle cosmetics, and scrutinized her from side to side. First, she applied a magical serum to the blonde witch's face, gently working it in until the serum was absorbed by her skin. Sophia's naturally delicate and flawless complexion radiated with a dewy glow, smooth and inviting, reminiscent of a peach-flavored pudding that one might be tempted to take a bite of. Next came the perfectly arched, slender brows, long curled eyelashes, a noble nose with dainty nostrils, and lustrous, soft pink lips. I am tempted to kiss you myself. Men will surely be entranced by you, my dear. Lydia concluded by applying a touch of peach blush to Sophia's cheeks, revitalizing her otherwise pallid complexion. Sophia opened her eyes to behold her reflection. Wow, Lydia, you truly have a gift. Indeed, this is my lifelong passion. The proud brunette which rummaged through Sophia's wardrobe, selecting a trendy turquoise Greek-style dress and urging her to change out of her rather unremarkable wizarding robe. Upon donning the new attire, the enchanted floor-length mirror erupted with compliments, proclaiming her a goddess, the most beautiful princess in the world, a treasure of Merlin, and more, leaving Sophia feeling quite embarrassed. Lydia continued to fuss over her hair, critiquing the curls and ensuring ample volume. Applying hairspray she had purchased at Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion shop. Absolutely perfect. My dear, you are a temptress. Thank you. Dear, I feel more beautiful than ever. No, you have always been this beautiful. My mission is to keep every witch looking splendid. What a marvelous aspiration. I wholeheartedly support you. The two girls laughed and playfully bantered until it was time for Sophia, as a prefect, to head to the school gates to assist Filch in checking the young witch's Hogsmeade permission slips. The golden-haired girl's stunning entrance silenced the bustling scene, transforming the entrance of Hogwarts into a runway for witches, with Sophia as the piece de resistance. The witches scrutinized her face, speculating about her makeup, while the wizards appeared mesmerized, unsure of where to place their hands and feet. From 3rd year to 7th year, none were spared. Particularly the Weasley gentlemen, mingling among the crowd, seemed utterly disoriented, even forgetting to collect the galleons from the cat treats just sold, as they fixated on their beloved girl. However, upon noticing that Sophia was being admired by other toads, a pang of jealousy stirred within them, wishing to shoo them all away. What are you staring at? Chapter 17. The Elegant Abode, the Men's Wardrobe. Sophia scrutinized the dazed young witches one by one during this work period, while the Weasley twins stood patiently beside her, causing Filch to watch them with suspicion, convinced the two red-haired boys were up to no good, handing the task over to another Hufflepuff prefect. The exceptionally lovely Eagle gave a light clap to brush off the dust accumulated from frequently handling the permission slips, turned to Fred and George, and raised an eyebrow as her right hand brushed through her golden locks, releasing a waft of rose fragrance. Dear Miss, you are simply stunning today. Like the goddess Aphrodite descended upon us. Thank Merlin for permitting you two Weasley knights to be my devoted servants. The Weasley knights dramatically vied for the honor of kissing the beautiful goddess's right hand, their comical expressions eliciting hearty laughter from Sophia. This scene also captured the attention of several students still in line, though none were surprised to see the notorious pranksters of Hogwarts as the main attraction. All right, let us be on our way. Fred and George led the way ahead of Sophia, taking full charge of the day's itinerary, leaving her unaware of their first destination. First, we shall take you to witness a special fashion show. Of course, the models are us. In front of the elegant wizarding apparel shop, Fred on the left and George on the right pretended to be doormen, opening the door for the girl. Oh, are you looking to purchase clothes? Sophia asked while stepping inside, surveying the spacious interior of the shop. The decor was far more opulent and modern than the Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions she frequented, indicating that the proprietor must have spent considerable time browsing Muggle clothing stores. Inside were quite a number of witches, all congregated around a section filled with new witch gowns, while the men's section remained deserted. The racks in the witches' area sighed under the weight of the garments, while the mirrors tirelessly attempted to sell their wares. Parched from the effort, and the men's section languished in idleness, either napping or engaging in the tiresome game of you hit me, I hit you. The moment Sophia and her companions expressed interest in browsing the men's clothing, the racks sprang to life, as if awakened from slumber, eagerly gesturing for Fred and George to hang their robes upon them, while the mirrors promptly began measuring the Weasley gentlemen's physiques. One might have thought there was a competitive spirit between the hangers and mirrors. Fred and George, on their inaugural shopping expedition, appeared quite at ease, meandering through the aisles with careful selection, requesting Sophia to assist them in finding suitable attire. George picked out a very traditional deep brown wizard robe, the same color as Hagrid's beard, which magically transformed to fit his size. He glanced left and right, approaching Sophia for her opinion. "Oh," Sophia tactfully remarked. "You look like someone from Professor McGonagall's era, very retro. I think you should try something else." Fred boldly donned a vibrant new sports outfit emblazoned with bestseller, entirely in fiery red, with his hair styled upright, and rushed over to ask for the girl's thoughts. "Ah," Sophia exclaimed, squinting from the brightness. "You look like you're on fire." Not very friendly to everyone's eyes. George then picked up a snug black tank top, paired with tight-fitting jeans that hugged his thighs. The upper body boasts well-defined pectoral muscles, particularly prominent, her chest nearly surpassing hers, while the abdominal muscles, honed through quidditch practice, are distinctly chiseled. The elegant contours of his biceps, unobscured, exude a certain sensuality. As for the lower body, the pronounced area between his legs is undeniably striking, prompting Sophia to steal a glance before averting her eyes. Covering her nose to prevent any embarrassing nosebleeds, she remarks, "I find it rather alluring, I must say. However," she adds, "considering the weather has turned chilly and snow is imminent in England, are you certain you wish to dress so lightly?" George, brimming with pride, exchanges a knowing glance with Fred, signaling that he has taken the lead in this round. He adds the clothing items to their shopping cart, contemplating whether the money he possesses will suffice to acquire them, with the prospect of spring as a fallback if it doesn't. Fred discreetly hands George a silver sickles. Gritting his teeth in response, it's still early. Fred adjusts his hair and selects a sleek black suit, complemented by a white shirt that modestly conceals his collarbones, lending him an air of restraint. The black jacket and trousers envelop his youthful frame, imparting an unexpected maturity, with his long, strong fingers deftly fastening the buttons. "Wow," Sophia exclaims, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You appear to have aged several years. Honestly, you look rather handsome, though the suit may not be the most practical." Fred's expression softens considerably, as that could be deemed a positive evaluation, wouldn't you agree? Sophia picks out 2 black wizarding robes, the style mandated by the school. And upon closer inspection of the fabric, the outer layer shimmers under the light like a starry sky, being both durable and resistant to dirt, while the inner material is soft and skin-friendly, providing excellent warmth. Fred and George try them on, and while at first glance they bear no distinction from their usual school attire, a closer look reveals that the Weasley twins have taken on an air of sophistication. "Excellent," Sophia declares, thoroughly satisfied with her selection. "Now you won't have to rely on shivering for warmth this winter." As for the inner layers, knowing that each year the twins receive hand-knit sweaters from their mother as Christmas gifts, she only presents them with trousers, deliberating between loose, comfortable gray sweatpants and windproof, durable work pants, which can be worn for quidditch, allowing them to choose for themselves. Ultimately, Fred and George opt for the work pants, intrigued by the multitude of pockets they had never encountered before. Fred retrieves a knitted hat adorned with cat ears that he had just selected from the women's section, carefully placing it atop Sophia's head, while George attentively assists, ensuring not to disturb her meticulously styled hair. The golden-haired witch beams at the two, her new hat's ears playfully twitching, radiating an adorable charm. After tallying their purchases, the Weasley gentlemen discover that their funds are just sufficient to procure the garments they desire. With their persuasive tongues, they manage to charm the shopkeeper into granting them a discount, saving a tidy sum. Eagerly, Fred and George don their newly acquired robes. For while the brothers would never feel inferior for wearing tattered garments, who wouldn't revel in wearing something they had earned themselves? The hat, gifted to Sophia, remains firmly atop her head at their insistence. With their remaining galleons, they venture to Honeydukes for further indulgence. As the twins seek additional flavors to complement their various cat treats, they are here to learn from the best. While Sophia expresses her keen interest in the newly released pink coconut ice cream. Moreover, the trio always makes sure to purchase the bubblegum blowing candy, which produces delightful blue bubbles, a perennial favorite. Chapter 18, Gifts and Guardians. Fred emerges from Honeydukes with a large bag of sweets, followed closely by Sophia, cautiously savoring a sour popping candy to avoid burning her tongue, and George, who thoughtfully shields her from the bustling crowd. Upon returning to the spacious streets of Hogsmeade, Fred and George propose a visit to Zonko's joke shop to explore new products, with Sophia nonchalantly trailing behind as they enter this hallowed ground of mischief and prankster's paradise. Here, a myriad of pranking materials and joke props are available, catering to the twins' most fantastical whims, though later, they would grow disenchanted with a shop that had not released new products in a decade. Fred and George, familiar with the proprietor, Zonko, expressed their desire to check out the new stock in the backroom, their rapport akin to that of brothers. Sophia nods in understanding, perusing a new scent of Frog's Pond soap and glancing at the infamous nose-biting teacup, teasingly poking at its mouth that opens and closes, yet only manages to nibble at the air. The twins soon reappear, accompanied by a smiling Zonko who waves cheerily at them. Curiously, Sophia inquires about their findings, to which Fred exuberantly recounts that they discovered a new formula for dung bombs, which are even more odorous and challenging to clean than before, with the owner urging them to conduct some experiments. Poor Errol, she muses. George, however, keeps his hands hidden behind his back, seemingly concealing something, but Sophia, captivated by Fred's antics, remains oblivious to George's slight awkwardness. The twins lead Sophia to a secluded hill on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, free from any obstructing buildings, allowing for an unobstructed view of the sun being swallowed by the horizon. Beneath the fiery orange twilight and scale-like clouds, Fred and George's hair shines brilliantly, resembling two flames that beckon lost travelers. A gentle breeze, fragrant with grass, caresses Sophia's lovely face, her long golden hair dancing in the air, while the wind playfully lifts the hem of her skirt, making her appear like a mermaid gliding gracefully through water. The magnificent scenery dispels any lingering gloom, prompting Sophia to close her eyes and take several deep breaths, feeling a powerful energy radiate from her chest throughout her entire being. Fred lays his old robe on the ground, inviting the golden-haired witch to sit, while he positions himself behind her, securely covering her eyes. As George seizes the opportunity to sit in front of her, "We have a special gift for you. Can you guess what it is?" After a moment of contemplation, Sophia blinks in the darkness, her eyelashes brushing against Fred's hand, stirring both his heart and hands with a delightful itch. "Is it a joke product?" "Nope." "A snack?" "Not at all." "All right then, I give up. Just show me what it is." Fred, complying with her wishes, removes his hand from her eyes. The instant she opens her eyes, she is met with George presenting a small orange kitten, its curious green eyes sparkling like clear lake water. "Wow, Merlin!" Sophia exclaims, joyfully accepting the fluffy warmth in her hands. "What a delightful surprise. How did you think to gift me a cat? Last time George and I transformed into cats, you expressed your fondness for us, sweetheart. You seemed to truly enjoy our company, and you made numerous preparations for caring for a cat. To ensure your expectations were not dashed, we brought her along." Since their previous escapade, Fred and George had been on the lookout for the perfect feline companion. And through inquiries, they learned that a cousin with the same surname had recently welcomed a litter of kittens, seeking trustworthy homes for the adorable little creatures. The twins penned a letter to their cousin expressing their desire for adoption. Although their cousin felt a twinge of apprehension upon receiving the correspondence, after all, the twins were quite renowned, both in school and within the family. He ultimately acquiesced to their request, bolstered by his trust in Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. One day, the twins stealthily traversed the secret passage to Hogsmeade Village, summoned the night bus with a flick of their wands, and after a tumultuous journey filled with dizzying turns, collisions, and bouts of nausea, they finally arrived at their cousin's abode. Fred and George chose a little orange kitten whose fur bore a resemblance to their own hair from a litter of kittens. "This way, Sophia will think of us when she sees it," Fred mischievously suggested. And given how much Sophia dotes on us, she would never dislike this little creature. George wholeheartedly concurred with this choice. As their cousin extracted the kitten from the pile of cats, he casually remarked that the little one had quite the appetite and advised them not to let it go hungry before passing it on to the twins. To prevent Sophia from discovering the gift prematurely, the twins decided to temporarily house the kitten at Zonko's joke shop for a few days, planning to retrieve it on Hogsmeade Day, after paying a modest fee for its sustenance. Now, the moment had arrived. The adorable orange kitten was placed in Sophia's hands. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced each of the Weasley twins, her heart racing for their sincerity and unwavering affection. Though Fred and George Weasley appeared to be carefree and reckless in their endeavors, as partners and boyfriends in their own right, they were invariably thoughtful and gentle. Brimming with patience, they had an uncanny ability to discern a girl's unspoken feelings and resolve them in their unique ways, filling their lives with endless laughter and joy. Life with them was never dull. The three of them nestled together, relishing the serene and comforting evening until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the distant shops illuminated their candle lights. The kitten in Sophia's arms, feeling peckish, began to nibble on George's fingers. Its teething prevented it from inflicting any harm, prompting the trio to hastily part ways and return to Hogwarts before the final hour. This, without a doubt, was her happiest moment, she mused. Sophia drew her wand and stood firm. Fred and George halted in anticipation, gazing at her with gentle expectation. "Expecto Patronum," she exclaimed. The tip of her walnut wand conjured a magnificent pair of enormous wings, each feather distinctly defined, showcasing its extraordinary valor. The mist coalesced into fierce eyes and a curved beak, with long, sharp talons. It soared into the sky, emitting a triumphant call, proudly announcing its existence to the world. It circled back down, spiraling around Fred and George before perching on Sophia's shoulder, gently nuzzling her cheek with its sturdy beak, then settling down to preen its feathers. The kitten nestled in the girl's arms was startled by the majestic creature, reflexively slapping it, yet neither was harmed. Sophia reached out to caress the enormous bird. It was warm and corporeal, yet she felt no weight on her shoulder, as if a gentle breeze had come to rest with her. Wow, Merlin's socks. It's so cool. What kind of creature is it? It looks incredible. Fred and George began to cautiously touch it, one reaching for its beak and the other for its talons. Discovering that this seemingly eagle-like creature posed no objection to their curious gestures, emboldening them to examine it thoroughly. I have no idea what breed it is. I'll have to check the Muggle encyclopedia on animals at school when we return. Perhaps I can identify it, Sophia mused, her heart swelling with joy as she cradled two animals, wearing a satisfied smile. Today, she felt like the happiest person in all of Hogwarts. Chapter 19, Halloween. By the time Sophia and the twins returned to Hogwarts Castle, it was nearly the end of dinner. They hurriedly consumed a warm meal before dashing into the library. Drawing the watchful gaze of Madame Pants, they spotted Hermione, seated alone in a corner, diligently working on her homework, a common sight, and Percy, exchanging flirtatious glances while holding hands with Penelope. Fred and George exchanged disgusted and shocked looks, and upon sensing the unnerving stares from his brothers, Percy hastily pulled Penelope away, leaving his books behind in the process. Hey, what's up, Sophia? Penelope greeted, but before she could finish her sentence, she was whisked away by Percy. Sophia nodded at her familiar classmates while the twins found a secluded spot to set down their belongings. They hadn't yet returned their purchases to the dormitory. The trio began searching for books pertaining to animals. The Hogwarts Library, renowned as the largest in the wizarding world, even housed a selection of popular Muggle literature. Sophia retrieved a copy of the Encyclopedia of Animals, 1990 edition, and perused the table of contents, only to find herself bewildered by the categories of echinoderms and arthropods. Although the text was in English, she found it utterly incomprehensible. The academically gifted girl began to doubt her intellect. With no clear notion of which category her guardian belonged to, she resolutely began to sift through the subcategories of native animals. Scrutinizing each term, she assumed native animals referred to creatures originally existing in the world, while other bizarre classifications might pertain to extraterrestrial beings. However, this was an exceedingly voluminous tome, containing over 1 million entries, with the table of contents alone spanning 3 thick volumes. Beads of sweat trickled down Sophia's brow as she managed to attract Fred and George's attention, who were captivated by a pamphlet titled The Most Fearsome Popular Magical Creatures. She instructed them to call her the moment they spotted the word eagle. Perhaps George had better luck. He flipped to the last page, and before long, encountered a section labeled Falconiformes, which contained numerous references to eagles. He excitedly tapped the engrossed blonde witch on the shoulder, presenting the book for her perusal. Fred quickly abandoned his own reading to join him. Following the indicated page numbers, Fred brought over the Encyclopedia of Animals, 1990 edition, and began to search through it. Success felt tantalizingly close, yet they struggled to discern what type of eagle Sophia's patronus truly was, as the illustrations and descriptions of each species seemed strikingly similar, leaving them with a sense of déjà vu with each new page turned. Sophia, feeling somewhat despondent, whispered the incantation once more, summoning her patronus anew. This time, under her meticulous magical control, the patronus appeared smaller and even more endearing. All 6 eyes of the trio were fixated on it, scanning every detail as if with X-ray vision, comparing it to the images in the book. Why didn't the Muggle photographs move? How could anyone identify it that way? Sophia was exasperated. The patronus tilted its head in response to her mild complaints and waddled over to the book, flipping through the pages until it reached its own, where it plopped down beside the text, dutifully holding the pages in place for its owner. The osprey, also known as the fish eagle, resides near water and thrives on a diet of fish. Sophia affectionately patted its head, marveling at her wise patronus. Fred and George chimed in, exclaiming that their darling was a quintessential Ravenclaw, with even her patronus embodying the qualities of their house. Upon achieving her goal, the girl returned to her solitary dormitory, accompanied by her new pet. The chamber resonated with the playful banter of 2 girls and the delightful sounds of a kitten being teased. Meanwhile, the boys took turns donning new garments, with the unfortunate roommate, Li Xiao Dan, boasting with great pride. Before long, Halloween night arrived, and Sophia, in keeping with the theme, presented a small dish of steamed pumpkin to Payson, the name she had given to her ginger cat. Adorning his back, matching in color, with a pair of paper bat wings enchanted to flap on their own, lifting the plump Payson a few centimeters off the ground, allowing him to experience the sensation of flight. Sophia filled her pockets with an assortment of candies, then wrapped bandages around her hands. Transforming her black wizard's robe into a white cloth with 2 openings for her eyes, shrouding herself from head to toe as her Halloween costume, the bandaged creature. She, along with Lydia, who had transformed herself into the grinning woman, set off to the Halloween feast, generously distributing sweets to the eager first-year students along the way. Soon enough, they encountered two tall gentlemen with pumpkin heads on the staircase, who generously offered their own candies, although those who indulged in such treats were left with no reprieve. As a cacophony of chattering canaries and little wizards with their tongues lolling around stood as a testament to the consequences of their choices. Trick or treat. The dual stereo voice of the pumpkin heads lingered in the air, prompting Lydia to stifle a laugh and make her escape. Sophia, retrieving the blood-flavored lollipops she had specifically purchased for the two, quickly unwrapped one and, guided by instinct, shoved them into the mouths of the pumpkin heads. Forgive her lack of clarity and vision, resulting in a rather audible clash. Oh, it seems I might have knocked the teeth of the left pumpkin head, she thought apologetically. Fred, the left pumpkin, winced in pain, attempting to cover his mouth but hindered by his pumpkin helmet, only able to grimace in the dim light within. The bandaged creature offered a comforting pat on his shoulder, while George, the right pumpkin, reveled in his twin brother's predicament as the two pumpkin heads began a playful scuffle on the stairs, thwarted by the hand of the bandaged creature. Trick or treat. Two large, watery blue eyes peeked from beneath the white cloth, as the pumpkin heads produced a large bag filled with the handcrafted confections of the Weasley Twins, their culinary skills having flourished in the creation of chewy toffees, Canary biscuits, and kitty wafers. The bandaged creature accepted them with a smile, and amidst the cacophony of laughter and chatter, she led the two pumpkin heads to the great hall. The ceiling was adorned with thunder and lightning, candles replaced by jack-o'-lanterns, and the fireplace crackled warmly, providing a continuous source of comfort for the little wizards. Adorable little bats, harmless and non-biting products of transfiguration, occasionally perched atop the heads of delighted students, chirping sweetly for a treat. The long tables were heaped high with layers of pumpkin cakes, cauldron cakes, toffee apples, chocolate coins, and an array of fruit-flavored gummies and lollipops. Sophia and the Weasley twins took their seats at their respective house tables, raising their pumpkin juice in a toast, followed by clinking glasses with their companions amidst a chorus of laughter and joy. This was indeed the most vibrant time of the year at school. Most students returned home for the Christmas holidays, leaving the castle rather empty. However, seated amidst a cluster of ghosts, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found little joy in the festivities. Nearly frozen, the trio shivered at nearly headless Nick's Death Day feast, confronted with an array of putrid fish, moldy cheese, and maggot-riddled meat pies that turned their stomachs, prompting them to clutch their noses tightly, wishing to suffocate themselves in the process. Hermione vowed never again to be swayed by Harry's sweet talking. There could be no worse Halloween than this. Ron was on the verge of losing consciousness. Harry, too, could not endure it any longer and, stammering to nearly headless Nick about an urgent matter, pulled Ron and Hermione away. They felt a sense of hope, imagining they might catch the tail end of the lively feast of the living, quickening their pace. Yet, what awaited them was not the pleasant sounds of merriment, but rather the chilling presence of stagnant water, inescapable bloodstains, and the rigid form of Mrs. Norris. Chapter 20. The onset of the petrification incident. Harry once more heard the voice that only he could perceive, a chilling and malevolent whisper, "Tear you apart, kill you." Unconsciously, he followed the sound, running his fingers along the wall as he ascended to the third floor, with Ron and Hermione panting behind him, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. As the voice faded, they rounded a corner to discover a wall slick with blood, inscribed with ominous words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The metallic scent of blood was so potent it seemed to saturate the very air, while the puddles on the corridor floor reflected the flickering light of the torches, illuminating the lifeless, rigid face of Mrs. Norris. Satisfied and full, the little wizards returned in groups to their respective common rooms, the atmosphere alive with playful jests and camaraderie. Sophia was engaged in a discussion with several fellow witches about the scope of the upcoming OWL's exams, demonstrating the nuances of the vanishing spell with a piece of candy. But this warm and pleasant ambience was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. Everyone turned to see the three saviors, frozen in shock at the crime scene, and heard Malfoy's shrill cry alongside Filch's uncontrolled roar. This uproar drew the attention of a host of professors, led by Professor Dumbledore himself. The headmaster ushered Harry and his companions away, instructing the prefects to maintain order and return their respective houses to the common rooms, forbidding any unauthorized excursions that night. Leading several solemn-faced heads of houses to the nearest defense against the dark arts classroom, Gilderoy Lockhart volunteered, claiming he was more than capable of handling the matter of dark magic. Startled by the rapid succession of terrifying events, particularly the bloodied message, Sophia hurriedly joined forces with Geoffrey Taylor, the fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect, to restore order among the young eagles. With Sophia in the lead and Michael bringing up the rear, they escorted the panicked young eagles back to their tower. Exhausted after their efforts, Sophia and Geoffrey collapsed onto a single sofa in the common room. At that moment, many curious and fearful young eagles gathered for a large discussion, the Ravenclaw common room buzzing with activity like never before. "Merlin, today has been utterly insane," Sophia exclaimed, prompting her to reflect on what she had learned about the Chamber of Secrets and its heir from her readings. According to Hogwarts, a history, it is said that when the four founders established Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin offered his castle as a means for young witches and wizards to safely unleash their magical abilities, preventing them from suppressing their powers in a silent teaching environment, and left behind a chamber that only his heir could access. After a conflict with the other three founders over his belief that only pure-blooded children should learn magic, Salazar Slytherin left a monster within the chamber to rid Hogwarts of those he deemed unworthy to practice magic. Little did anyone anticipate that, after a millennium, the name of the chamber would resurface, entangled with a figure as sensitive as Harry Potter, compelling one to ponder the underlying motives of the events. Sophia sensed the signals of a significant occurrence. Though she was a half-blood and not the primary target of the purge, she recognized the necessity of safeguarding herself to avoid becoming collateral damage. Ravenclaw never engages in unprepared battles. It appears that Scott's personal studio, inspired by the aspirations of the Weasley twins, she established her own studio, where the sole employee and proprietor is, indeed, the same individual, is poised to reopen, commencing with a focus on defensive magical artifacts. She mused that to effectively tailor her defenses, it is crucial to first ascertain the target of such protection. Analyzing the legends surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, it becomes evident that the creature left behind a millennium ago still roams the earth. It could either possess an extraordinarily long lifespan or thrive in obscurity, proliferating unnoticed. However, if the credibility of the legendary constraints holds sufficient weight, it should effectively eliminate the latter possibility. Furthermore, considering the character of Salazar Slytherin himself, along with his haughty demeanor, it is highly probable that he would not opt for a mundane creature as a pet. Rather, it is likely that he chose a creature of formidable lethality, an XXXXX-class magical beast, of which there are only a few remaining species in existence. Additionally, this creature must possess a certain level of intelligence or be controllable by Slytherin and his heirs to avert the risk of it wreaking havoc upon purebloods. Sophia approached the bookshelf in the lounge and opened a requisite textbook on magical creature conservation, Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them. She concentrated on searching for references to XXXXX class creatures. While the possibility of 4X class creatures should not be dismissed, it is less likely. Until she stumbled upon the following entry. The first documented basilisk was bred by the malevolent Herpo the Foul, a Greek dark wizard skilled in Parseltongue. It is believed that Herpo's basilisk lived for approximately 900 years. Since the Middle Ages, creating a basilisk has been regarded as an illegal act. However, such activities could easily remain concealed in Britain, with no recorded sightings of a basilisk for at least 4 centuries. At this juncture, the well-read eagle recalled a particularly notable trait of Salazar Slytherin, his ability to speak Parseltongue, a skill he took immense pride in, which is why Slytherin House adopted the serpent as its emblem. Thus, high-level magical creatures associated with serpents become the prime suspects. Among the text, 3 species of serpentine creatures emerged as the most suspicious: the bird snake, the serpent of patterns, and the basilisk, with the latter 2 lacking the immense longevity of the basilisk. The girl resolved to designate the basilisk as her hypothetical adversary, for its deadly gaze indeed possesses an almost supernatural quality, not to mention its exceptionally lethal venom and formidable size. If one cannot vanquish it, fleeing is still an option, is it not? To prevent being targeted by the basilisk's singular method of long-range attack, one must devise some form of protection for the eyes. In a brainstorming session, the inquisitive eagle resolved to visit the library, which boasted a more extensive collection, the following day to meticulously investigate any information regarding the basilisk, hoping to find prior research on its lethal gaze. The next day, the atmosphere at the school showed signs of easing, as professors announced during breakfast that Madame Loris had merely been petrified, not deceased. Once the mandrakes cultivated by Professor Sprout matured, trusted Professor Snape could brew the antidote, allowing Madame Loris to return to her lively self. The girl harbored some doubt regarding Madame Loris's current condition, beginning to suspect whether the basilisk was indeed responsible for the incident, or if perhaps the basilisk's advanced age and malnutrition had led to a decline in its magical prowess. Alternatively, it was conceivable that the unfortunate cat had not directly met the basilisk's gaze, but rather did so through some intermediary. With no classes that morning, Sophia immersed herself in the library, sifting through records and manuscripts of previous scholars. However, The modern era showed little enthusiasm for the study of magical creatures. And according to Mr. Scamander, the basilisk had long since vanished from the world, leaving no subjects for research. More perilous and ancient manuscripts might require several visits to the restricted section for further exploration. In her quest for information, Sophia promptly made her way to Professor Flitwick's office. Upon knocking, she was surprised to find that the person who answered the door was not their esteemed Ravenclaw head, as Professor Flitwick was away teaching third-year students, but rather the tall figure of Headmaster Dumbledore himself. Chapter 21. A Conversation with Dumbledore. Oh, good morning, Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore had come to consult with Sophias regarding the events of the previous evening. Professor Flitwick, renowned as a master of charms, certainly did not neglect the study of dark magic, even if he rarely employed it in practice, concerning the dark magic that petrified Madame Loris. Although Dumbledore possessed the power to easily reverse the spell with a wave of his elder wand, rendering the mandrake antidote unnecessary, he opted to remain cautious. After all, the emergence of such dangerous dark magic within the school, particularly in connection with Slytherin's heir, inevitably raised suspicions towards Tom Riddle, the last known descendant of Slytherin, who had previously possessed Quirrell. Furthermore, Tom had a history of unleashing basilisks. He contemplated the need to comprehend Tom's motives, perhaps linked to his resurrection. Dumbledore offered a gentle nod to the somewhat bewildered Sophia, standing at the door, recalling well the remarkable young witch with golden hair and blue eyes, who had consistently ranked first in her year for 4 consecutive terms. During a past faculty meeting, Filius, Pomona, and Minerva had all lauded her intellect. Even the notoriously stern Severus conceded to this fact. "Good morning, Miss Scott. Would you care for some refreshments?" Sophia was taken aback by the headmaster's invitation to partake in tea, especially within Professor Flitwick's office, which felt rather peculiar, yet she nodded, her golden waves swaying in response. "I would be delighted." Dumbledore, appearing as comfortable as if in his own office, seemed well acquainted with Professor Flitwick's arrangement of items, as he retrieved a teapot to brew a selection of the house's cherished red tea. From the pocket of his purple starry robe, he produced a packet of pepper imps and invited Sophia to take a seat. Noticing Sophia's astonishment as he revealed the red paper-wrapped box of sweets, Dumbledore playfully winked. His eyes, like those of the girl beside him, were blue, yet they held the unfathomable depth of the ocean, steeped in a century's worth of experiences, yet radiated warmth and assurance, compelling one to trust and admire him. "Oh, I trust that Miss Scott would not mind an elderly gentleman carrying some trendy snacks?" "Of course not." Sophia graciously took one, popping it into her mouth, only to feel a fiery sensation travel from her tongue to her throat. To avoid inadvertently breathing fire upon the headmaster's lengthy beard, she hastily took a sip of tea to quell the heat. However, the water's effect seemed insufficient. As she still coughed out a small flame, hastily covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide in alarm, Dumbledore observed her antics with a smile. Sampling one of the sweets himself and, after a few chews, remarked without missing a beat, "Oh, it does seem a bit spicy." Once the girl regained her composure, the considerate headmaster refilled her cup with red tea and inquired, "Child, is there something you wish to discuss with Filius? Perhaps this old man could also shed light on some of your uncertainties?" "Indeed, sir. I seek to investigate the events of last night, concerning the chamber and its heir." Sophia recounted her reasoning to Dumbledore, presenting her deductions, which pointed unequivocally towards the basilisk as the most suspicious entity. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin, before posing the question, "So, my child, what is it that draws you to this matter so fervently? As far as I know, you were not directly involved in last night's events, nor are you a student of Muggle origin, are you?" Sophia pondered the reasons behind her fervent enthusiasm, pursed her lips, and absent-mindedly twirled her hair. After a prolonged moment, she gazed intently into Dumbledore's eyes and solemnly provided her answer. "Yes, sir, but I cannot turn a blind eye to the danger that may not directly concern me." What a remarkable child! Not only does she possess extraordinary wisdom, but she also embodies immense kindness and a sense of justice. Dumbledore felt a stirring in his heart. This child would. No, she already possesses the power to aid him. The headmaster removed his glasses to wipe the moisture from the corners of his eyes and applauded the young girl before him. "May I call you Sophia, my dear?" "Of course, sir, it is my honor." "Then, Sophia, may I offer my assistance in your endeavors?" "Yes, well, I would like a permit to access the restricted section to research the basilisk. Is that possible?" Dumbledore readily extracted a piece of parchment from Professor Flitwick's drawer, inscribed a few words, and signed it with his notably long name before handing it to the girl. "Certainly, my child. You may use this to browse the materials you require for the entire month. However, some of the dark magic texts in the restricted section are exceedingly dangerous and must be approached with caution. I trust you know how to protect yourself, don't you, Sophia?" "Yes, sir. I will remain vigilant at all times." Sophia bowed to the elderly man with the white beard and exited the office. Dumbledore smiled as he watched her depart, unexpectedly gratified by the abundance of insights gained from this encounter. His original purpose for seeking Phileas had also been fulfilled. The likelihood of a basilisk being hidden within the Chamber of Secrets was exceedingly high. The next step was to uncover Tom's motive for employing the basilisk to commit murder, the method for entering the chamber, and the means by which Voldemort exerted control over students or staff. He had irrefutable evidence that Voldemort was currently residing in some forest in Albania, surviving by possessing either a rat or a snake. Meanwhile, Sophia scrutinized the parchment in her hand. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, hereby permit Sophia Scott to freely borrow books from the restricted section of the Hogwarts Library from November 1st, 1992, to November 30th, 1992. The girl presented the parchment to Madame Pants, who, while already familiar with Sophia, was nevertheless taken aback by the document in her hand. She had never seen a student granted permission by the headmaster, especially for such an extended period without borrowing restrictions. Indeed, Sophia discovered a wealth of notes regarding the basilisk's habits and breeding methods in the library, written by some long-forgotten dark wizard. The parchment in tatters, and the writing barely legible, with only a few words discernible. The basilisk is the natural enemy of spiders, which can sense the presence of a basilisk nearby and flee swiftly. It hatches from a rooster's egg incubated by a toad, hence its fear of the crowing of a rooster. Oh, splendid, she thought. At least I've identified a weakness of the basilisk and a way to detect its proximity. Sophia envisioned the amusing image of holding a chicken in her left hand and a cage of spiders in her right, nearly bursting into laughter. Chapter 22, The Destroyer. In the evening, Sophia finally emerged from her mountain of books. Today had proven remarkably fruitful, and she contentedly tapped her head, which had been crammed with newfound knowledge. Feeling the echoes of wisdom reverberate within, she relished the sensation of being filled with knowledge and the process of internalizing this information to generate new insights. Only in this way could the magical community progress. The girl gracefully seated herself at the Ravenclaw table and eagerly dug into a plate of freshly roasted garlic potatoes. Across the hall, Fred and George, weary and disenchanted, having endured a full day of classes and facing astronomy later that evening, trudged along, their spirits low. However, upon catching sight of Sophia, whom they had not seen all day, their eyes lit up as if their fatigue had evaporated, restoring their usual exuberance. They bent down, leaning their faces toward her and signaling for her to share some of her food. The golden-haired witch grabbed a new fork and, with a flourish, speared 2 enormous potatoes, shoving them into George and Fred's mouths. The 2 Weasley brothers exaggeratedly chewed, their cheeks puffing out comically, which was rather endearing. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the Slytherin Malfoy's description of Ron as a red-haired mole, prompting Sophia to stifle a giggle behind her hand. Fred and George took the opportunity to sit beside her, ribbing about the recent defense against the dark arts class, where Lockhart's insistence that they portray Yeti was utterly ridiculous. Ever since his last debacle with the Cornish pixies, Lockhart seemed to have finally grasped the reality of his limitations, opting instead for a dramatic reading of his own fictional work and inviting interested young witches and wizards, those he deemed easy targets, to join him in theatrical performances. This time, however, he had unwittingly invited the most notorious pranksters in all of Hogwarts. Was he challenging them to a trial of hellish proportions? The performance was to feature Fred as the Yeti and George as another, earnestly inviting the great wizard Gilderoy Lockhart to their cave to stave off an avalanche, with Lockhart ultimately succumbing to their enthusiasm despite his myriad refusals. The storyline was drawn from a year with the Yeti. Then, George took on the task of diverting Lockhart's attention, while Fred stealthily placed an improved version of a dung bomb beneath the mat where Lockhart was about to sit. A warning: do not eat while reading. This is a graphic scene. The outcome was predictable. Lockhart finally experienced the bitter fruit of crossing the Weasleys. A foul stench erupted beneath him, as a horrid mixture of solid and liquid excrement adhered stubbornly to his meticulously chosen robes. The classroom was instantly engulfed by the nauseating odor, reminiscent of a cesspit that hadn't been cleaned in a decade. Students in the front row, some of whom still idolized Lockhart, were brought to tears and nearly fainted from the smell. Not to mention the unfortunate victim at the center of the storm, who was rolling his eyes in disgust. Students in the back hastily rushed for the exit, leaving behind a scent that would be unforgettable, awaiting the fully armed Filch to clean up the mess. End of warning. Sophia's expression was indescribable. The once appetizing lamb chops and potatoes before her no longer held any appeal. After all, they were also yellow. The twins' vivid recounting had completely sapped her appetite, filling her mind with images of Lockhart ensnared by some unspeakable substance. Noticing her complex expression, the twins offered her reassurance. It's all right. Lockhart himself has no idea where that dung bomb came from. We guarantee that none of those present witnessed our actions. Even if Filch suspects, there is no evidence. It's a new model, not available in stores. Oh, I'm not worried about your prankster abilities. What is it then? 2. Don't you think you smell a bit off? Initially, Sophia had not perceived anything amiss, but after the twins' graphic tale, she detected a faint, unpleasant odor wafting through the air, prompting her to feel quite unwell. The Weasley brothers, caught off guard by the question, quickly sniffed their relatively new clothes, and without uttering a word, they shoved each other and fled the scene. Upon returning to their dormitory, Fred and George hurriedly changed into their pajamas, fervently attempting to rid their new robes of the lingering odors they had acquired. After 10 attempts to freshen up, they took another whiff and found that a faint stench still clung to their garments. The two red-haired brothers promptly dashed to the kitchen in search of their acquaintance, the house elf Sissy, pleading with him to meticulously clean their outer robes. The elf cheerfully acquiesced, assuring them that they would don pristine robes by the following morning. With their worries alleviated, the twins relaxed, casually snatching some steak sandwiches to enjoy in the kitchen as they deliberated on how to better utilize the remaining 2 leaves of mature mandrake. For their knowledge of its applications seemed rather limited. How about we practice our animagus transformations, Fred? What a splendid idea, George. We cannot allow ourselves to fall behind our darling. If you wish to uncover the reasoning behind their decision, do consult the VCR. After this morning's herbology class, the Weasley brothers lingered for a while, intending to return the mandrake leaves they had previously harvested to Professor Sprout. During breakfast, Headmaster Dumbledore had announced that a potion made primarily from these leaves could alleviate the symptoms of petrification. Despite their adversarial relationship with Madame Pomfrey, the boys believed it best to act nobly, for they considered themselves too mature to quibble over such trivial matters with a mere cat. However, Professor Sprout informed them that the leaves they had brought were too old, lacking the magical potency required to concoct a potion, and thus declined their generous offer. She advised them to utilize the precious material before its magic completely dissipated. Yet, this revelation presented the Weasley brothers with a new conundrum. During their last visit to the 3rd greenhouse, they had encountered mandrakes in various stages of maturity. How could they now find themselves lacking so many, unable even to produce a potion for a cat? Professor Sprout, is there truly no mandrake in the school that is currently maturing? Oh, the usually amiable head of Hufflepuff could not suppress her irritation. A few nights ago, someone set fire to the 3rd greenhouse, incinerating every last mandrake within. Thank goodness I didn't place the young mandrakes I had just planted there, or else that unscrupulous arsonist would have wiped out Hogwarts' entire supply. As Fred and George passed by Hagrid's hut, they speculated on the motives of the arsonist. Their peripheral vision caught sight of bloodstains strewn across Hagrid's field, yet the giant himself appeared unscathed, merely laboriously turning the bloodied earth underfoot. Hey Hagrid, what on earth happened here? It doesn't look good. Ah, it's you too? Hagrid paused, resting his rake on his arm. Last night, someone stealthily slaughtered all my chickens. And I didn't hear a thing. There might be a chicken shortage at school for a while. The Weasley brothers bid farewell to Hagrid, and, once at a distance, exchanged intrigued glances, their expressions brimming with mischief. Hey George, did you hear that? Of course, Fred. There's a vandal roaming Hogwarts. We can catch him using the Marauder's map. Indeed. Chapter 23, the manuscript of Nicholas Flamel. Meanwhile, Sophia returned to her dormitory unsated, having no desire to consume any yellow food or chocolate products, and resorted to colorful candies for a quick energy boost. As she settled at her desk, she noticed something amiss. This tattered journal isn't mine. Upon discovering a card tucked within the suspicious notebook, Sophia cautiously pulled it out to read. I hear you wish to craft some magical devices for defense against the dark arts, and I believe this notebook will be of assistance. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. The mention of the headmaster's name dispelled her doubts about the notebook's potential as a dark artifact. Eagerly, Sophia opened the cover and found a small yet distinct name inscribed in the lower left corner of the leather-bound page. Nicholas Flamel. Merlin's beard. Is this truly the alchemist who lived for over 6 centuries? The sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone? The excitable blonde dove into a flurry of joy, bouncing barefoot across the deep blue carpet of her dormitory, her ecstatic shrieks drawing the curious gaze of her small orange cat, Pessin, who meowed in protest, urging her to calm down and not disturb its slumber. To safeguard the precious manuscript, the girl hurriedly retrieved a pair of exquisitely crafted silk gloves from her wardrobe, slipping them on before delicately perusing the pages of the esteemed scholar's work. The notes encompassed various material spell adaptability tests and duration experiments. The application of ancient runes, such as variants of ancient Greek, in alchemy, and techniques for maintaining balance among multiple spells on a single object. It was a remarkably practical notebook, well suited for novices yet imbued with profound depth. Oh, Merlin's pointed hat. Is it truly appropriate for her to be entrusted with such a valuable tome? Sophia felt somewhat overwhelmed. After all, this was her first solitary encounter with Dumbledore. However, after rereading the note attached by Dumbledore a few times, she surmised he hoped she would make good use of the book. Sophia designated a special space for this esteemed notebook, ensuring it would not come into contact with other books, and prepared it against dust and moisture. Carefully placing the seemingly unassuming deep red leather notebook upon its pedestal as if it were a tribute. Its worth alone surpassed that of all her other books combined. She mused. Among those who questioned Dumbledore's decision to bestow Nicholas Flamel's manuscript upon a young Ravenclaw was Phineas Black, notoriously regarded as the most disreputable headmaster in Hogwarts history, who was currently stirring in his portrait in the headmaster's office. Why entrust it to a Ravenclaw brat? Surely Slytherin would be a more fitting steward for such treasures. Even if it cannot be housed in my family's estate, the Malfoy family would suffice. I once cradled that Malfoy boy as an infant. Infuriated, Armando Dipet, the previous headmaster of Ravenclaw descent, erupted from his portrait to confront him. His strength far surpassed that of frail Phineas, who soon found himself retreating in defeat. The former headmaster, Dolores Devante of Hufflepuff, sternly reprimanded Phineas for his blatant house discrimination, while gently advising Armando to temper his blows lest Phineas whine for a hefty sum from Dumbledore to repair his portrait later. Dumbledore must have his reasons for this. You cannot perpetually cling to the notion of preserving pure blood glory. Knowledge can only reveal its worth in Ravenclaw's hands. Your Black family would merely let it decay in a cabinet as a mere collectible. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who intervened to quell the uproar. Standing before the wooden bookcase and tenderly stroking the weathered spines, as if caressing the frail hands of an old friend, bidding farewell to a beloved companion who had departed this mortal realm. This is also Nicholas's final wish. He donated the majority of his fortune to Beauxbatons, yet entrusted these invaluable treasures to me, hoping that I might assist in finding a worthy young soul to continue his legacy in alchemy after his passing. Encouraging the youth to glean wisdom from us, the elderly, is far from a detriment. Delilah adjusted her slightly askew hat, offering solace to the sorrowful Dumbledore, mourning the loss of his dear friend. Oh, Albus, you are still young. Another century as headmaster would be more than sufficient, wouldn't it, Fawkes? Chirp, chirp. Thank you for your comfort, Fawkes. Dumbledore gently stroked the aged phoenix, who was nearing the time of its rebirth, having become rather lethargic of late. It was rare for him to call out even twice today. There remained much work to be done, specifically concerning Tom. As Dumbledore delegated the mundane affairs of the school entirely to Professor McGonagall, and time could not be squandered, the following day dawned as another bustling Wednesday. Sophia had a full schedule of classes, from the charms lesson commencing at 9 in the morning to the transfiguration class concluding at 5 in the afternoon, leaving no moments for respite. In her quest for a sliver of personal time, Sophia was astounded to encounter the bleary-eyed Fred and George in the Great Hall at 6 o'clock, prompting her to frequently glance at her watch and then out of the window, gauging whether the sun had reached its zenith or was rising in the west. Oh, good morning, sweetheart. Fred's voice was somewhat muffled, but Sophia attributed it to his lingering sleepiness. However, in the next moment, Fred's countenance twisted in discomfort. Before George could greet Sophia, he was startled by Fred's sudden and violent coughing fit. The girl promptly joined George in patting Fred's back, observing as Fred turned crimson and continued to cough uncontrollably, anxiously inquiring, "Did you choke on your saliva? Why is it so severe?" Fred struggled to point at his own stomach, and George, understanding the cue, bent his knee and delivered a firm jab to Fred's abdomen. The poor brother nearly expelled his stomach's contents, but George managed to cover his mouth just in time. Fred signaled an okay, and George finally released him, helping Fred to sit on a nearby bench to recuperate, his complexion and breathing gradually returning to normal. "You scared me. I nearly thought you were going to suffocate, Fred. Have a sip of water to soothe your throat." Sophia poured a glass of water and handed it to Fred, who cautiously replied, his voice still hoarse from the earlier commotion, "No need, I'll skip the water. We can have some porridge later." George, too, spoke somewhat indistinctly, as if something were lodged in his mouth. Though Sophia rarely shared breakfast with the twins, their rising times differed. Their appetites hardly seemed this minuscule. Collectively, they had consumed but a small bowl of oatmeal, and their pace was unusually sluggish, compounded by their altered speech patterns. "What is going on with you two? Speak honestly." The two Weasley brothers exchanged glances, then opened their mouths to indicate the green leaves stuck to the roof of their mouths. "Animagus, have you begun practicing this?" With keen insight and a wealth of knowledge, Sophia quickly discerned the twins' intentions. Speaking was evidently too arduous for the current iteration of the Weasley twins, prompting George to search for paper and a writing instrument to facilitate communication with Sophia. The girl retrieved a pen and notebook from her bag, gesturing for George to proceed. He wrote a lengthy account of the circumstances, with Fred occasionally snatching the pen to add details, ultimately providing Sophia with a well-structured and comprehensive exposition. If only your transfiguration essays could be composed with such clarity, Professor McGonagall would surely lose several wrinkles. The reason for the twins rising so early was the impending quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin the following weekend. Would have been relentless, pushing them to practice fervently, until their robes were drenched with sweat. This intensity had driven Fred and George to avoid sleeping in their dormitory, opting instead to escape to the room of requirement, ensuring Wood would be unable to locate them within the castle. The essay also alluded to an arsonist and a chicken massacre, terms that resonated deeply with Sophia, who had been researching basilisk-related matters. It conjured thoughts of someone clandestinely eliminating the basilisk's natural enemies. I have some thoughts regarding the arsonist and the chicken killer mentioned here. Since it's still early, shall we head to the room of requirement? Chapter 24, Collaborative Action. The twins gathered every morsel of food they could manage from the table, while Sophia assisted in transporting a large jug of pumpkin juice. The three of them, seizing the opportunity when the hall was sparsely populated, carried plates and utensils into the room of requirement. After all, they would return everything. No need to worry. The trio spread the food across the floor as if for a picnic. Sophia observed as they cautiously tucked the leaves beneath their tongues, needing to chew their bread with utmost care to avoid tearing the leaves, leading to a comical struggle between chewing and swallowing whole. Watching them, the girl felt a twinge of anxiety, frequently pouring drinks for Fred and George until they were sufficiently hydrated. Returning to the matter at hand, Sophia posed a question. Are you aware of what the Chamber of Secrets and the air refer to? The two redheads nodded in unison. Just yesterday, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione had been enlightening everyone about Professor Bin's accounts of Slytherin's chamber, the monster within, and the target for elimination. I suspect that Salazar Slytherin may have concealed a basilisk within the chamber. Basilisk. Fred and George nearly expelled the mandrake leaves from their mouths, still needing time to adjust to the presence of an additional item in their mouths. Fred stammered, "What is a basilisk?" Sophia shared all the notes she had compiled about the basilisk, even including a vivid illustration, complete with scale annotations. She pointed to the word rooster, signaling Fred and George to take note of this detail. The incidents involving the deaths of roosters you uncovered are likely connected to this. Someone is attempting to eliminate the basilisk's enemies within Hogwarts, which further corroborates my hypothesis. The chicken killer is likely the heir himself, or a willing or unwilling pawn under his control. George and I can capture this heir. We have a tool to assist. Fred produced a large piece of parchment that he never left behind, which was completely blank. George inscribed the phrases, "I solemnly swear, I am up to no good," and "mischief managed" upon it. Fred aimed his wand at the blank parchment, intending to demonstrate to Sophia, but his mispronunciation led to the parchment failing to recognize the activation command, resulting in an awkward pause. Nevertheless, the girl understood his intent. "I solemnly swear, I am up to no good." Ink began to manifest from the tip of the wand, intertwining into various names and outlines of buildings, continuously shifting in real time. Wow. Now I understand why you can find me every day without prior arrangement. Knowing their schedule makes it quite simple to locate the twins. Aside from the times they are in class, they are invariably found in the liveliest areas of Hogwarts, and the commotion is mostly due to their sales of Weasley products. If they're not found, they are surely in the room of requirement, for the twins are either busy earning money or on their way to do so. However, there exist certain exceptional circumstances. During the night, they may find themselves ensconced in the Gryffindor common room, laboring tirelessly through the night due to impending deadlines. Alternatively, they could be subjected to detention by an unknown professor, consigned to scrub the bathrooms or the trophy room, or perhaps venture into the kitchen in search of a midnight snack. Thus, Sophia generally refrains from seeking them out in the evenings, as she tends to retire early. But ever since she was assigned the duty of prefect's night patrol, she frequently encounters the two Weasley gentlemen during her rounds. It is worth noting that her patrol encompasses a vast area, spanning 4 floors of Hogwarts Castle. This is all due to that parchment. It has necessitated her to cover for them multiple times before the patrolling professors, most notably Professor Snape, upon hearing suspicious noises. It has been utterly exhausting. Nevertheless, Sophia currently has no leisure to reminisce with the twins. She is utterly captivated by this novel and formidable magical artifact before her. She observes Oliver Wood's name perpetually revolving around the castle, even pausing to align with Lee Jordan's, likely inquiring about the whereabouts of Fred and George. This is simply astounding. However, Bigfoot, Moonface, Pitchfork, and Wormtail have never detected the room of requirement. Hence, our names are currently absent from the map. Indeed, this section of the map of the 8th floor remains blank, yet this minor flaw does not diminish the admiration the young eagle holds for its predecessors. Behold this flawless and powerful tracking charm. I am now thoroughly convinced that you will apprehend that error. However, you must exercise caution and refrain from confronting them directly. Employ your adept little tricks to restrain them, and then summon a professor, lest you inadvertently encounter a basilisk or some merciless dark wizard and jeopardize your lives. We shall be vigilant. The Weasley twins swallowed their accumulated saliva and solemnly vowed to their beloved. Yet, upon observing their current struggle to speak, Sophia felt a pang of concern. Should danger arise, they may not even have the opportunity to see each other's faces before being dispatched. It is imperative to swiftly devise effective defensive items to prevent the demise of a pair of sons, which would surely sadden Mrs. Weasley. Sophia thought fiercely, though she too was quite worried. A week passed in tranquility amidst Sophia's studies, her work for Professor Snape, and the Weasley twins' vigilant monitoring of the Marauders' map, the former overcoming significant hurdles, while the latter made little progress. Fred and George had not detected any unusual names near the third greenhouse or Hagrid's chicken coop, nor any abnormal nocturnal wanderers. They maintained favorable relations with any brave little wizards who ventured out at night. Perhaps their target had been temporarily resolved and needed to lie low for a time. The little wizards gradually forgot the fright of that fateful night. After all, it was merely an incident involving an unpopular cat, and since it had not perished, it should not be of great concern, or so they thought. Meanwhile, the Weasley family's younger sister, Ginny, had not been in good spirits lately, often sitting alone in a daze, her small face pale, as if she were ill, prompting the twins to forcibly drag her to the hospital wing for a dose of revitalizing potion. However, such trivial matters could be set aside for now. As the thrilling quidditch match was about to commence, the lion versus the serpent, Sophia sat in the stands of the quidditch pitch, surrounded by fellow Eagle House players, occupying prime seats in the front row. Behind them, other Eagles waved red and gold flags, while some adorned themselves with green and silver stickers. From above, aside from the ubiquitous blue, the colors of red and green seemed to balance evenly. This year, the Eagle House had recruited a new seeker, a third-year Chinese girl named Xiao Zhang, who shared a close rapport with the only senior on the team. At this moment, she was discussing with Sophia her favorite team's performance this season, the Tutchel Tornadoes. Captain Edwin Macmillan sat beside them, scribbling notes and preparing for the imminent arrival of the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams. This year, Slytherin boasted 7 Nimbus 2001s, leaving Edwin with a formidable challenge to contend with. The voice from the loudspeaker crackled to life as Lee Jordan cleared his throat and raised his right arm in cheer. The 1992 Hogwarts Quidditch Cup officially commenced. The Slytherin team entered from the left, while the Gryffindor team made their entrance from the right. Wood and Flint were like sworn enemies, their eyes ablaze with fire, exchanging seemingly cordial handshakes while secretly wishing to crush each other's fingers. Gryffindor's lineup consisted of familiar faces. We have Harry Potter, the finest seeker of the century. Oh, and there's Angelina, the lovely lady. Look at her exceptional flying and maneuvering. So fluid. I've wanted to ask her out for ages. Shut up, Jordan. Professor McGonagall, sitting beside him, scolded angrily, giving Lee Jordan's arm a sharp rap to halt his untimely declaration of affection for Johnson. The first half of the match was relatively thrilling. Slytherin's underhanded tactics did not reach a level that would detract from the spectators' enjoyment, primarily due to their superior equipment, as Gryffindor's 3 chasers struggled to even touch the ball. And in the blink of an eye, the score soared to Slytherin 90, Gryffindor 30. Chapter 25, Lion vs. Serpent. Suddenly, a bludger hurtled swiftly towards Harry's head. He ducked just in time to avoid disaster. Wood noticed Harry's movement and shouted, "Watch out, Harry." Harry watched in disbelief as the bludger, having just departed from him, unnaturally reversed course, accelerating towards Wood with alarming speed. "Wood, look out." As the words left his mouth, the bludger smashed into Wood's prized broom, sending the poor Gryffindor keeper spinning like a top before plummeting to the ground from a considerable height. Fortunately, Wood's instinct for self-preservation kicked in, sparing him from severe injury. Otherwise, it would have been more than just a trip to the hospital wing. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, calling for a timeout as the rescue team rushed to retrieve the unconscious Wood, with Madame Pomfrey administering first aid and transporting him back to the hospital wing on a stretcher. The match resumed, but now Gryffindor was left without a keeper, allowing Slytherin to score with even greater ease, their points continually piling up on the scoreboard, while the atmosphere in Gryffindor plummeted. The banner proclaiming Gryffindor's inevitable victory was nearly dragging on the ground. Yet, the peculiar bludger seemed relentlessly pursuing Harry, repeatedly attempting to smash his head with immense force. This bludger must have been tampered with. Sophia could undoubtedly detect the abnormal magical traces on the ball and felt a sense of injustice for Gryffindor. Why was it that every time they faced Slytherin, something amiss occurred? Would the professors not intervene and call for a timeout to inspect the bludger for any issues? Fred and George executed a synchronized double hit, To amplify the impact of the bludger, both beaters struck the same bludger simultaneously, augmenting its destructive potential. Sending another normal bludger hurtling towards the errant one, expertly deflecting it just before it could collide with Harry's arm. The muscular outlines of the boys beneath their robes were most alluring. "Well done," Sophia cheered, observing the twins' rare, serious expressions through her binoculars. After a brief discussion, they split up. Fred maintained his height to assist Gryffindor's chasers in disrupting Slytherin's offense, while George dove downwards. George altered his strategy, flying closer to Harry, persistently striking at the peculiar bludger in an attempt to divert its attention away from Harry, but this proved futile, and on the other end, Gryffindor's chasers found themselves in an even more precarious situation, as Fred could not single-handedly fend off 5 towering Slytherins. "George, or Fred, don't worry about me. I can handle this on my own." Harry realized that this peculiar ball might be under someone's control, intent on causing him harm. To avoid endangering Fred or George, and feeling that George was somewhat obstructing his view of the golden snitch, he wished to act alone. The sooner he captured the snitch, the sooner the match would conclude. Everything would be over. "Then be careful." George turned and struck the bludger towards Graham Montague, allowing Elias Pinner to successfully seize the quaffle from him. Elias surged forward, and as Cassius Warrington attempted to intercept her, she passed the ball to Katie Bell, who expertly maneuvered past the defense to score. The crowd erupted in cheers, exhilarated by the splendid goal. Meanwhile, Harry executed a dramatic maneuver to narrowly evade an attack, swiftly circling the field in an attempt to use the buildings as cover from the manic bludger. He veered towards the Slytherin stands, causing the snakes to scatter in fright. As the ball ultimately pierced through the adjacent Ravenclaw bleachers, Sophia watched anxiously as Harry flew directly towards her, only to be startled by a sudden tremor beneath her seat, the wooden boards cracking ominously. Fortunately, after a moment, no significant harm seemed to have occurred, yet Harry remained ensnared in his predicament. "Practicing ballet, Potter?" Malfoy raised an eyebrow with a gleeful smirk, oblivious to the golden snitch hovering just to the right of his head, which Harry spotted instantly. Lowering his gaze, Harry darted forward, shoving Malfoy aside in his pursuit of the snitch. Malfoy, now aware of the golden shadow due to Potter's movement, hastily activated his Nimbus 2001 to follow suit. The two engaged in a fierce chase hidden from the spectators, each attempting to elbow the other off balance. In a moment of carelessness, Malfoy's broom snagged on a nail, causing him to lose his equilibrium and tumble painfully onto the grass, his expression contorted in agony. As Harry leaned forward to grasp the elusive snitch, he was struck by the relentless bludger from the right, fracturing his arm. Nevertheless, the intrepid savior bore the excruciating pain. Switching to his left hand, while relying solely on his legs to maintain his balance on the broom, driven by an unwavering desire to seize this golden glory. With a fierce lunge, Harry felt a weight in his grasp, but before he could celebrate, he lost his balance and plummeted to the ground, landing in the sand. Gryffindor wins. As Harry beamed with joy, a familiar dark shape reappeared in his line of sight, prompting him to execute a swift roll to evade it. The culprit bludger was swiftly immobilized and obliterated by Hermione's timely spell. Sophia observed as a throng of people rushed towards Harry, including their beloved Professor Lockhart. Moments later, the crowd collectively gasped, leaving them in suspense about what transpired. Fred and George had yet to dismount their brooms. After enjoying the spectacle, they made their way toward her. Sophia leaned over the railing to meet the two Weasley twins at their lowered altitude, their breaths mingling closely. "Oh, Merlin, how is Harry? Lockhart hasn't he pulled any antics?" "Has he?" Fred and George resumed their usual cheerful demeanor, their hair damp with sweat, appearing even redder, with droplets glistening on their noses and flushed faces from exertion, their breaths heavy with moisture. Sophia summoned 2 bottles of water and handed them over. The twins eagerly gulped down half a bottle each, exclaiming with satisfaction. On the contrary, Harry had merely sustained a fracture. Lockhart's spell had rendered Harry's entire right hand devoid of bones. His arm now resembled a rubber hose. "Oh, poor little Harry. Oh, Merlin's stinky socks." Lockhart truly knows how to address problems at their core, the blonde witch complained, exchanging high fives with the twins, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Congratulations to Gryffindor for their victory. The wind howled from the high platform, yet could not conceal the fervent heartbeats of the young men, which raced even more vigorously than during the Quidditch match. After the trio returned side by side, they waited for the twins to compose themselves before Sophia joined them in visiting the hospitalized Harry, bringing with her a bouquet of sunflowers, hoping to lift the spirits of the unfortunate younger student. In the infirmary lay a whimpering Malfoy. "Madame Pomfrey, Mr. Malfoy, you are fully healed. It's time to be discharged." An exceedingly cheerful Wood, convinced he had fully recovered. "Mr. Wood, please refrain from unnecessary movements on the bed. Don't let the bones I just set misalign." And Harry, reluctantly sipping a vile-tasting potion known as bone regrowth. Nevertheless, he gratefully accepted Sophia's flowers with his intact left hand. Chapter 26. The Basilisk's Treasure. This morning, the news of first-year Gryffindor student Colin Creevy's petrification during last night's attack had spread like wildfire. The twins discreetly shared some insider information with Sophia. Poor Colin had been attacked while wandering at night to visit Harry in the infirmary. Clutching a bunch of grapes and his ever-present prize camera when he was petrified, the noise of his fall in the corridor had attracted the attention of patrolling professors. Leading to his discovery, the professors had opened his camera to see if Colin had captured a photo of the assailant, only to be met with a plume of smoke as all the film was incinerated. Sophia pondered this, perhaps in comparing the two petrification incidents. It was because Colin had not directly met the basilisk's gaze, but rather through his camera that he was merely petrified and not killed on the spot. Reflecting on the pose of Mrs. Norris when she was petrified, she seemed to have been caught mid-drink, perhaps having seen the basilisk's eyes through the reflection on the water surface. The sudden incident left Hogwarts steeped in an atmosphere of unease, more oppressive than during Halloween, compounded by the professor's warnings that Hogwarts was no longer safe, causing the young witches and wizards to be restless and unable to focus on their studies. Some anxious parents sent letters to the headmaster, reproaching Dumbledore for failing to ensure the students' safety. Sophia also received inquiries from her parents about her safety. She refrained from detailing the basilisk's specifics, instead assuring them repeatedly that she was the safest student in all of Hogwarts, before handing the envelope to the weary Errol, offering him a plate of fresh owl nuts. Errol hooted happily and began to feast. The girl's claim of being the safest person in Hogwarts was not an exaggeration, as she had made groundbreaking progress in her defenses against the basilisk. According to the manuscript of Nicholas Flamel, gold is one of the most suitable foundational alchemical materials for novices, possessing ample stability and magical endurance, with a strong malleability, and is also more accessible compared to rare alchemical materials. Thus, Sophia melted down 2 gold galleons, true alchemy. The galleons themselves were special alchemical products crafted by goblins, allowing goblin bank tellers to accurately identify whether the galleons in their hands were genuine currency. Following the book's instructions, she purified the galleons, removing traces of goblin magic, then took out a small hammer to shape them into an object reminiscent of safety goggles found in research laboratories. Subsequently, during her spare time, she diligently practiced her carving skills, even during History of Magic class, and ordered an expensive custom magic chisel from the Devereux Sons Magical Supplies store. The shopkeeper claimed the tip was coated with a layer of rare mithril, and the handle was made of black walnut wood, like her wand, aiding beginners in controlling their magic. Spending a hefty 30 galleons, which had coincidentally exhausted her entire salary from Snape last month. In the art of sculpture, Sophia must concentrate intensely, ensuring her hand remains steady while continuously channeling her magical energy to the tip of her tool. She meticulously regulates the output of her magic according to the intricate flow of ancient magical runes, adapting to various intensities. Despite numerous failures, she is fortunate that gold, being a malleable metal, can be reshaped repeatedly, preventing exorbitant costs associated with one-time materials. After a hard-fought success, the girl inscribed a rune of sustaining magic on each arm of her goggles, as her notes suggested it would prolong the spell's effect on the object, and a rune of fortification to enhance the goggles' durability against damage. Ultimately, with all her might, she cast a flawless disillusionment charm upon the golden goggles. The naturally gifted young eagle, now far more adept in this spell than when she first learned it in her second year, could perform it with such finesse that even the keenest observer would struggle to detect any flaws. This was precisely the strategy Sophia devised to shield herself from the basilisk's gaze. The essence of the disillusionment charm lay in altering one's color to blend seamlessly with the surroundings, akin to a chameleon, rather than achieving true invisibility. Hence, when one gazed through these goggles at the basilisk, they merely perceived the color-shifted golden lenses, and vice versa. Both parties' lines of sight were effectively obstructed by the metal. To an onlooker, it appeared as though they were viewing a dynamic image of the basilisk, and as long as no one touched the goggles, they would remain oblivious to the fact that Sophia was wearing the large, unattractive golden eyewear. This allowed her to wear them throughout the day, even in class, without drawing undue attention. Although the initial design was somewhat rough, the metal uneven and pockmarked, it sufficed for its fundamental purpose. After crafting her first entirely self-made alchemical creation, Sophia, now experienced, produced 3 exquisitely refined pairs of invisible golden goggles within a few days. Selecting the finest pair for herself, she eagerly sought out the Weasley Twins, who were still in potions class. As she reached the door of the potions classroom, a loud explosion startled her. Evidently, a cauldron had exploded, a feat not commonly seen among fourth-year students, indicating extraordinary talent. Their potions professor's monotone voice, even through the door, conveyed the heavy undercurrent of sweet nothings. Just as Sophia was enjoying the spectacle outside, the door swung open abruptly, nearly causing her to stumble as she looked up to find a frowning Professor Snape regarding her with a complicated expression. "What brings you here?" "Oh, Professor. I'm here to request an adjustment to your schedule for this evening. I would like to move the curfew to tonight, if that is agreeable with you." Having spent ample time with the twins, the girl's quick wit had sharpened considerably, allowing her to weave a lie without a hint of hesitation, especially in front of Snape, her heart steady and her face unflinching. The Slytherin head, seemingly disinterested in engaging in small talk with the young eagle, merely nodded before retreating to his office. Fred and George had been waiting behind Sophia while she conversed with Snape, their heads poking out as they exchanged knowing glances. One wore an expression of smug satisfaction. "Our sweet darling has been corrupted," while the other smirked at the old bat. "She's not here for you, of course. She has come to see us. Hurry back to your lair." The trio successfully regrouped, and Sophia found a discreet corner where she could unobtrusively tap the shoulders of the Weasley brothers, prompting them to crouch down slightly. From her pocket, enhanced by the silent extension charm, she produced 2 globes of air and placed them upon their noses. Fred and George curiously touched the invisible objects, confirming their nature as entirely transparent oddities, and exclaimed as they removed them, examining them from all angles. "Wow, sweetheart, you're truly remarkable. Merlin's stinky boots. This is absolutely amazing." Sophia explained the principle behind the goggles, summarizing it succinctly. "Wearing these will prevent you from being killed or petrified by a basilisk. Now you'll have an added layer of safety while hunting down villains tonight, but make sure to avoid close combat with the basilisk. If you see one, run quickly. Its venom and physical might can easily be lethal. Of course, with you around, we have nothing to fear." "Humph," Sophia thought to herself, recalling how she had never seen them afraid of anything. As they passed the Great Hall, they noticed a throng of young witches and wizards gathered around the notice board, eagerly vying for a glimpse of something. The twins, leveraging their impressive height and build, pulled Sophia through the crowd to the front. "Dueling Club? This Friday at 7 p.m. in the Great Hall. How intriguing. We must certainly participate. Sweetheart, is it being hosted by Professor Flitwick, the champion duelist in his youth?" "A widely known fact. I doubt it. He hasn't mentioned it at all these past few days. We'll find out when we go." Chapter 27, The Dueling Club. That evening, a significant portion of Hogwarts wizards gathered, all anticipating the opportunity to learn potent dueling spells from the professors, with the prevailing assumption being that the formidable Professor Flitwick would take the lead. However, Sophia silently prayed that it would not be Lockhart. Yet, fate can be mischievous. As the clock struck 7, Lockhart indeed emerged, clad in a dazzling crimson robe, accompanied by the grim-faced Professor Snape, whose expression matched the hue of his attire. "Professor Dumbledore has invited me to conduct dueling classes for all of you, to enhance your self-defense skills. I have protected myself countless times and possess ample dueling experience. For further details, please refer to my newly published work." Sophia felt nauseated by the oily grin plastered across Lockhart's face. How could our house have produced such an individual? The Sorting Hat must have been temporarily blinded. "I assure you, you will receive your potions professor back in one piece, so do not fear." As Lockhart and Snape turned to face one another, they raised their wands like swords at their chests. When it was time to bow, Lockhart flamboyantly lifted his cloak in a grand gesture, whereas the brooding potions professor merely offered a disinterested nod. Sophia patted whichever Weasley was closest, prompting both red-haired boys to lean down. She had previously noticed their mental connection growing stronger, allowing her to summon both with a single touch. In truth, they always kept part of their attention on her, and, not wanting either to feel left out, reacted simultaneously. "How dare he? I fear Snape might just kill him on the spot. The old bat is far superior to him, I wager. I'll bet the old bat knows a thing or two about dark magic." After adapting to the leaves these past few days, their accents had finally normalized, she mused. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, Snape cast a disarming charm that sent Lockhart hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the wall. Lockhart took a considerable time to regain his footing, his disheveled appearance eliciting hearty laughter from all the Slytherin students, who relished the opportunity to see their head underestimated. With unwavering determination, Lockhart gingerly returned to the stage. "Professor Snape has just demonstrated a rather impressive technique. However, your intent to use such a move was all too evident. I could easily thwart you. Now it's time for you all to try it yourselves. This demonstration is concluded." Lockhart, sensing Snape's murderous glare, swallowed the rest of his words, swiftly changing the subject. "Now, you two will form a pair and exclusively practice the disarming charm." No one heeded his instructions. At least the younger students lacked the capability to grasp a new spell from mere observation. resulting in chaos below the stage as colorful jinxes erupted like fireworks throughout the crowd. Who among you will step up first to duel with me? Fred and George commenced a thrilling game of rock, paper, scissors, yet the outcome was predictably a series of ties. The synergy between the Weasley twins was indeed formidable. Observing their eagerness to continue, Sophia pointed decisively at Fred on her left, indicating that he should take the lead. George wore a look of feigned grievance, but Sophia, familiar with his demeanor, affectionately tousled his fluffy red hair, assuring him, "Just wait a moment. I guarantee your brother won't last more than 3 rounds with me." Fred and Sophia performed a formal bow to one another, a couple salute, and George, acting as the referee, initiated a countdown of 3 seconds. Sophia swiftly unleashed a powerful, disarming charm, exclaiming, "Expelliarmus!" Fred adeptly sidestepped to the left, countering decisively with Incarcerus. The spell was successful, yet was thwarted by Sophia's preemptive silent shield charm, producing a sound akin to shattering glass, yet the magical barrier posed no danger of injury. As Fred was wholly captivated by her loud, disarming charm, though part of his attention was also ensnared by her dazzling presence, another silent, stunning spell was deftly cast. Striking Fred in the abdomen, he closed his eyes and peacefully succumbed to slumber, even beginning to snore. After awakening Fred with the reviving charm, George pushed him aside and took his place, bowing to Sophia, another couple salute. Following Fred's languorous counting of 1, 2, 3, Sophia introduced a new strategy, starting with Confundo. To confuse George, she seized the moment to cast the disillusionment charm upon herself. George quickly regained his composure, scanning his surroundings for any suspicious sounds, tentatively casting Expulso to stir up dust and pinpoint Sophia's location. However, Sophia had already circled around to George's back, her wand tip warm from frequent casting. Pressing against his lower back, George felt a tingling sensation envelop him. Sophia's wand seemed to emit a current, sending an odd itch coursing through his mind, prompting him to raise his hands and surrender. Why is everyone so oblivious to defense, solely focusing on offense? You must practice the shield charm until it becomes second nature. Ideally silently. "Oh, our darling, you set your expectations too high," they retorted. "I dare say the illustrious prefect Percy couldn't manage a silent shield charm. You're no less capable than Percy. Why can't you learn?" "Oh, indeed. We certainly can," successfully igniting the twins' enthusiasm for learning. Sophia beamed as she watched Fred and George attempt to cast the shield charm upon themselves, completely disregarding Gilderoy Lockhart's disarming charm practice, which they had mastered back in their second year when Sophia was in her third. Yet not all duos were as disciplined. For instance, Hermione found herself inexplicably entangled in a hair-pulling scuffle with the towering Slytherin girl Millicent Bulstrode, both shrieking as they tugged at one another's hair. To quell the chaos, Snape specifically called upon Malfoy and Harry to demonstrate for the class. "Face your partners," Lockhart announced as he returned to the stage. "Bow." The boy who lived and Malfoy merely glared at each other, refusing to acknowledge the instruction. 1, 2, just as Malfoy counted to 2, he struck first with Tarantaligra. Instantly, Harry's legs were commandeered, moving uncontrollably as if engaged in a lively tap dance, rapidly exhausting him to the point of near collapse. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, Harry aimed his wand at Malfoy, shouting, "Ricta Sempra." A silver light struck Malfoy in the abdomen, causing him to double over in uncontrollable laughter, gasping for air. The comical exchange between the two was so absurd that Sophia and the twins could not contain their laughter, as if they were the ones under the tickling curse themselves. "Stop the spell," Snape commanded, his wand pointing, halting Harry's frantic dancing and silencing Malfoy's laughter, allowing them to finally lift their heads. Malfoy, quick to attack once more, cast Serpensortia. A long black snake sprang forth, raising its head and flicking its tongue menacingly as it slithered toward Harry. In Lockhart's chaotic attempts to assist, the snake not only persisted but grew larger and angrier, hissing as it approached the nearest Hufflepuff, Justin Finch-Fletchley. Terrified, Justin stumbled backward, causing a pile of badgers to nearly topple over, but the Weasley twins, using their size and strength, managed to steady the wobbling Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones. Sophia swiftly drew her wand, casting the shield charm upon the nearby Hufflepuff students. Protego. She anticipated that the snake would either strike her magical barrier or that Professor Snape would intervene to dispel it. However, she never expected the astonishing scene that followed. Harry Potter bared his teeth in a grimace, hissing in a manner that suggested he was conversing with the serpent. The boy who lived observed as the massive snake abandoned its intent to bite Justin under his influence, smiling at the little badger he had saved, expecting to see gratitude on Justin's face, only to be met with an expression of indescribable fear and anger. "What kind of trick are you playing?" Justin exclaimed, swiftly fleeing the hall, effectively distancing himself from Harry, who appeared to command the snake in Parseltongue. The dueling club disbanded in disarray. Snape vanquished the snake and dismissed all students before hastily departing. Chapter 28, Christmas. As the crowd dispersed, Sophia was filled with uncertainty. Emotionally, she found it hard to believe that Harry Potter could be so ruthless as to command a basilisk to petrify a fellow student or direct a serpent to attack a classmate. Moreover, as a Gryffindor, the notion of him being the heir of Slytherin seemed ludicrous. Yet, from a rational perspective, Parseltongue was an extraordinarily rare innate talent. Scarcely appearing even once in a millennium, with no available methods for learning, previous Parselmouths had left no instructional materials, having not wished for others to acquire the skill. In a school of merely 400 or 500 students, it seemed improbable for two Parselmouths to exist simultaneously. Viewed from this angle, the savior emerged as the prime suspect. Sophia remained uncertain about the current situation. Her foremost priority was to safeguard herself. Noticing the furrow in her brow, George gently draped an arm around her shoulders. It was difficult to fathom the immense energy hidden within her slender frame, while Fred crouched before her, gazing up. "Fear not, darling. We assure you Harry is absolutely not the heir of Slytherin. If he were, the entirety of Slytherin would be in tears. We know him well. He is even kind to little Ron's rat, sleeping with it every night and hand-feeding it." The image of an adorable little boy intimately bonding with a rat brought a smile to Sophia's face. She realized the savior truly had a kind heart. She herself would not have shown such tenderness towards a rodent, and with that thought, she found solace and smiled once more. Indeed, at present, Harry is merely a suspect. You have yet to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for the fire in the third greenhouse and the slaughter of the rooster. Perhaps it is not he after all. Precisely. The most crucial evidence remains elusive. This person exhibits considerable patience, as there has been no activity for quite some time. Consequently, the following day brought forth the alarming news that Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had lashed out at Harry the day before, along with nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor, had been discovered petrified, and Harry Potter was fortuitously present at the scene. Thus, Mr. Potter found himself tasting the bitter fruit of public scorn. Enduring a form of cold hostility as no one wished to converse with him, upon seeing him, they would turn away and take a different route. Aside from Ron and Hermione, only the twins dared to jest with him as usual. They approached Harry, performing an exaggerated bow while strutting forward, exclaiming, "Make way for the heir of Slytherin. The most wicked wizard has arrived." As Christmas approached, everyone eagerly flocked to the train home, having grown weary of the constant peril within the school's walls. Sophia, burdened with her luggage, cradling Pessin, and carrying the cage containing Erwin, bid farewell to the twins at the gates of Hogwarts, cautioning them to remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals wandering out at midnight during the holiday season. For the heir of Slytherin might just be spending Christmas at Hogwarts as well, wouldn't he? This year, due to the Weasley couple's journey to visit their eldest son Bill, who worked as a curse breaker at Gringotts in Egypt, the 5 remaining Weasley siblings still in school would be spending Christmas at Hogwarts. The Weasley gentlemen were quite eager to dote on their beloved sweetheart a little longer, taking the liberty of claiming her luggage and owl cage, allowing her only to hold the now rather plump orange kitten. Having been lovingly cared for by Sophia for 2 months, it had grown quite corpulent, making her arms ache from holding it for too long. "Why is there only one suitcase?" Fred inquired, perplexed, recalling that Sophia typically brought an abundance of belongings whenever she returned home for holidays. After all, it was he and George who had assisted her in transporting them. Yet this time there was but a single, rather light suitcase, seemingly devoid of contents. The clever little eagle smiled mysteriously, withholding the reason, and playfully teased, "You will discover it upon receiving my Christmas gift. For now, it remains a secret." Fred and George exchanged knowing glances. Their gifts for their cherished girl were sure to be extraordinary. As the twins and Sophia navigated the throngs to the station in Hogsmeade, the Hogwarts Express awaited to whisk these impatient young witches and wizards home. They proficiently assisted her with her belongings once more, then stood on the platform, chatting with Sophia through the window. The warm condensation from within the train clouded the cold glass, rendering the girl's radiant face and sun-kissed golden hair obscured beneath droplets. Yet they could still catch sight of her rosy lips and the ever-present smile. Sophia traced a wizard's hat and quill upon the fogged glass with her finger, recalling the day the twins first joined her in this very compartment, when she had playfully posed a tricky muggle math question to tease them. However, her mischievous antics paled in comparison to theirs now. Fred and George reminisced about that day, as if Merlin himself had orchestrated their encounter with the other half of their lives. They had once thought that merely having one another as twins was completeness. But after meeting her, they realized that the 3 of them together constituted eternity. As the condensation failed to form on the outside of the carriage window, the twins exhaled onto the glass to create their canvas, their breath blurring the outlines of their expressive brows. Fred and George each drew half of a heart, merging to create a grand love heart enveloping the wizard's hat and quill that Sophia had sketched. The train conductor rang the bell, and the Hogwarts Express began its slow departure. The Weasley gentleman instinctively hastened a few steps to follow the gradually vanishing figure of the girl before halting at the edge of the platform. "Oh, Fred, you looked utterly foolish just now." "Indeed, you were not any better, George." Lydia Jones's new boyfriend, Bernard Wilkes from Slytherin, who adhered to noble etiquette in bidding farewell to his girlfriend, was left astounded. The Weasley twins appeared far more like individuals with girlfriends, what with their reluctant demeanor. Such an elegant serpent could not comprehend the peculiarities of these exuberant lions. Later, feeling a touch of loneliness, Sophia switched carriages to seek out her dear roommate Lydia and several other friends, finding it rather odd to sit alone in this carriage, feeling an unsettling quiet. The Hogwarts Express puffed along throughout the day before finally arriving at King's Cross Station in London. The golden-haired witch dutifully carried her suitcase and animal companions, refraining from employing levitation spells for ease, as they were now in proximity to Muggle territory. And she had no desire to receive a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. Seizing the opportune moment, she dashed toward a wall, passing through a thin veil and nonchalantly emerging on the other side, soon spotting her parents waving at her. Sophia joyfully ran toward Mr. and Mrs. Scott, having missed her parents after a semester apart. Although Mr. Scott was somewhat curious about why his daughter's luggage was so minimal, seeing other young wizards pushing carts laden with belongings, he understood that both his wife and daughter were far from ordinary, thus refraining from questioning in public. Once seated in Mr. Scott's newly purchased Mercedes, which was incredibly spacious and long, Sophia began to merrily recount school anecdotes, such as the gift of Pessin from Fred and George. This was the first time the Scott couple laid eyes on the chubby orange kitten, with Mrs. Scott exclaiming its cuteness as she cradled it in her lap. The twins' latest inventions, Professor Dumbledore's ever-changing wardrobe, her daily experiences working for Professor Snape, quidditch, and much more. Mrs. Scott listened intently to her daughter's rapid-fire recounting of Fred and George, her smile gradually widening to an undeniable degree. She could discern from Sophia's tale the fondness her daughter held for the Weasley twins, as well as the lengths the twins would go to in their pursuit of her affection. For a Hufflepuff with a penchant for gossip, this was an absolute delight. The car soon arrived at their suburban villa in London. Mr. Scott was a physics professor at a university in London, while Mrs. Scott worked as a healer in the curse damage department at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Illnesses. Their residence was conveniently located near both of their workplaces, and the sparse surrounding neighborhood was ideal for their unique family. As Mr. Scott assisted in carrying her luggage, he casually inquired, "Why is it so light this time? Did you not bring anything home?" "No, of course not. I nearly brought everything back, save for a few useless books." "How did you manage to fit it all? Was it some sort of magic?" "It's the undetectable extension charm, Dad. It allows the space to expand." "What? How is that even possible?" Sophia promptly demonstrated with a teacup, revealing that she could enlarge the internal space of the cup tenfold. She turned on the tap, and under Mr. Scott's astonished gaze, she filled the cup with water, continuing until it overflowed. "Oh, my goodness," Mr. Scott murmured as he retreated to his study, taking the teacup with him, possibly to seek an explanation of this phenomenon through his knowledge of physics. Sophia shrugged. Her father had always been this way, once even contemplating disassembling her broomstick for research. The girl joyfully sat beside her mother, savoring the delightful cookies baked by Mrs. Scott, who was certainly a proud Hufflepuff with exceptional culinary skills. Meanwhile, the twins began to relish the nearly deserted Hogwarts castle. As winter arrived, the courtyard outside was blanketed in a thick layer of pristine white snow. Fred and George invited Ginny, Harry, Hermione, and their beloved little Ron, who also remained in the Gryffindor common room, to engage in a snowball fight outside. They even kindly included Percy, who was still busy arranging the prefect's shelf during the holiday, though their true intention was to pelt him with snowballs, catching him off guard by stuffing snow down the back of his collar, which prompted Percy to chase them all over Hogwarts, eventually leading him to join the snowball fray. After a week of delightful mischief, the professors could no longer tolerate the twins' antics and summoned them, along with the innocently involved Harry and Ron, who protested. "This is unfair," to assist in decorating for Christmas. The twins were assigned to help Professor Flitwick adorn the Christmas tree. Seizing the opportunity when the professor was distracted, Fred and George stuffed Peeves into a pink gift box and placed it atop the 5-meter-high Christmas tree. On Christmas Eve, warm candlelight illuminated Hogwarts Castle, while magically enchanted lights wrapped around the grand Christmas tree, creating a dreamy atmosphere. Snowflakes, resilient against melting, drifted indoors, perfectly accompanied by the music played on the gramophone that Professor McGonagall had brought, setting a splendid ambience. The 15 or 16 students remaining at school no longer sat separately, but gathered at a long table with the professors, indulging in a feast crafted by the house elves' culinary prowess. Among the delicacies were rare smoked salmon, roasted turkey, apple pie, assorted gingerbread, pudding, sweets, cakes, and the essential butterbeer for the little wizards, alongside the professor's top choice of red currant rum, a popular item on the menu. Fred and George continuously attempted to sneak a sip of rum under the watchful gaze of Professor Dumbledore, but each time their hands neared the bottle, the headmaster would turn and engage in conversation with Professor Vector, thwarting their mischievous intentions. Percy, donning the badge that Fred had humorously altered to label him a blockhead, wandered around inquiring about the source of the laughter. Malfoy derided Harry's sweater, declaring it hideous, but Harry paid him no mind, planning to brew a polyjuice potion later to extract information from the Slytherin common room. The school also provided several colorful explosive crackers, from which Fred and George each drew one, revealing a floral lady's hat and several small white mice. George deftly captured the mice and presented them to Ron. After the feast, the twins packaged their Christmas gift for Sophia in a golden red box, securely tying it with a ribbon, and entrusted it to a robust public owl for delivery before retreating to their dormitory for a much-needed slumber. They intended to rise at midnight to keep watch. When the twins awoke in the middle of the night, having recently adjusted to such a biological clock, they discovered that the little Christmas tree in their dormitory was piled high with an array of gift boxes. The Weasley brothers quickly identified a few blue boxes, and George eagerly retrieved the gift from Sophia. Fred muttered, "What luck!" But it seemed this year she had only sent one gift, unlike previous years when she had sent two for each of them. "To my dearest friends, the Weasley brothers, from Sophia Scott." Fred carefully and swiftly unwrapped the package to find a large men's suitcase. Upon opening it, he discovered that the interior was remarkably different. Fred lay on the ground, reaching inside but unable to touch the edges, while George stepped inside, only to tumble and find himself entirely engulfed by the suitcase. George emerged, peeking out to greet Fred, who quickly jumped in to explore the new space. It was a cozy area of about 5 or 6 square meters, with a ladder conveniently placed for access, and a sign hanging above, "Weasley Wizarding Wheezes Suitcase Branch." "Wow, we have our own shop now," they exclaimed in unison. They hurriedly placed all their Weasley Wizarding Wheezes products into the suitcase branch, though for now, they could only stack them on the floor, as Sophia had not pre-installed any cabinets, clearly allowing them to design their own interior. "Tomorrow, we shall procure some wood from Diagon Alley," they declared. "Indeed. Let us buy paint, lights, and carpets." The twins enthusiastically discussed their renovation plans for the next day, wishing for the hours before dawn to pass swiftly, eager to take the first step toward realizing their dream. Chapter 29, Christmas Gifts. As the night passed, the twins sneaked out of Hogwarts through the secret passageway, bustling to Diagon Alley to awaken the shopkeepers and purchase their materials. Meanwhile, Sophia awoke in her comfortable, plush bed, dressed in thick pajamas. She descended the stairs to find the fireplace crackling warmly, and beneath the family Christmas tree sat a small pile of colorful gift boxes awaiting her eager hands. Without hesitation, Sophia settled on the carpet and began to unwrap her presents, first revealing the Christmas gift from the Scotts, which her mother had filled with several fashionable muggle skirts and a witch's robe custom-made for her by a high-end clothing store, reminiscent of the latest French witch fashion. Her father gifted her a heart-shaped necklace, seemingly from a luxurious muggle brand. The blonde little witch joyfully examined each piece of clothing before neatly stacking them aside, immediately donning the necklace, though the clasp proved troublesome, requiring her considerable effort, the silver and sparkling diamonds accentuating her fair complexion, lending her neck an elegant and elongated appearance, sharp enough to capture the hearts of the boys who beheld it. Next, she opened a gift wrapped in the classic Ravenclaw colors, a set of muggle lipsticks from Lydia, featuring 5 different shades, with a note suggesting that the orange lipstick might suit Sophia perfectly. Sophia reciprocated with a bottle of witch's perfume for her dear roommate, which emitted different scents depending on the time of day. Another yellow and black box contained a broom care kit from her cousin Cedric. Just as her broom's dedicated oil was running low, Sophia nodded in satisfaction, appreciating this year's thoughtful gift. For Cedric, she had painstakingly procured a limited edition poster of the Puddlemere United team in their navy blue uniforms, adorned with the signature of the current captain and seeker, Harry. Ron and Hermione from Gryffindor gifted her a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, a bag of Honeyduke's assorted sweets, and a copy of Advanced Potion Making, which would serve as her textbook for the upcoming year, saving her 2 galleons. Little Eagle reciprocated with 3 identical snack packs. During Christmas, Sophia also sent gifts to the professors who cared for her throughout the year. She presented her most exquisite pair of golden protective goggles to Professor Dumbledore, and sent the other 4 house heads different sets from the Quill Ink Feather Pen Shop, Quill Ink Parchment, along with a jar of precious Far Eastern tea for Professor Flitwick. The professor's responses were each uniquely characteristic. Professor Dumbledore sent her a handwritten journal, which Sophia perused but found no signature, likely penned by him. The content appeared to delve deeper into the patronus charm, enabling the guardian to vocalize messages. Oh, Mr. Principal's words suddenly reminded Sophia of the peculiar absence of communication tools akin to Muggle telephones in the magical realm. Most of the gifts from her fellow professors comprised predictions of exam topics and past examination papers, which filled Sophia with immense joy, bringing her closer to her dream of achieving 12 outstanding grades. However, Professor Snape's gift was somewhat unique. As she lifted the wide-mouthed, transparent crystal vial and gave it a gentle shake, the solid gray conical object inside produced a crisp sound upon colliding with the glass. It was a unicorn horn. Unicorn horns are exceedingly rare potion ingredients. A unicorn naturally sheds but one horn in its lifetime, during its transformation from a golden-haired juvenile to a silvery-haired adult. At that moment, they choose to discard their juvenile horns, growing instead a formidable horn capable of piercing through a wizard, proving particularly effective against dark wizards. She had seemingly mentioned her intention to enhance a broad-spectrum antidote, primarily using unicorn horn in a previous assignment, and it astonished her that Professor Snape had remembered such a detail. Deeply touched by the professor's thoughtful gesture, she then noticed a note from the esteemed potions master. If an improved formula cannot be provided within this academic year, I fear Miss Scott's future detentions will go unrewarded. A lump formed in her throat at the poignant sentiment, soon replaced by the incessant beeping of the emergency signal. The little eagle felt a surge of helplessness. Oh, dear professor, do you think that improving a formula is an easy task? The illustrious potions master Snape seemed to respond. Ah, is it not? She yearned for the comforting gift from the twins, and fortuitously, the only remaining package was a colossal gold and crimson parcel. Sophia had a penchant for saving the most anticipated surprises for last. Upon unveiling it, she first discovered a bouquet of flowers, their delightful fragrance wafting through the living room air as she moved. Sprigs of blue and purple blossoms adorned the stems, which, upon closer inspection, resembled three-dimensional six-pointed stars. A card inserted within the bouquet, penned in Fred's handwriting, declared that these were a unique bunch of starry flowers cultivated by the Weasley brothers, with the remainder still growing in their clandestine garden. Sophia found a vase to arrange them, adjusting the stems to her satisfaction as she admired her floral creation. Next, she unearthed a small plush creature that squeaked incessantly, a white, fluffy orb with bright black eyes, reminiscent of a soft-haired hedgehog. This XX-grade magical creature, dubbed Dwarf Puff by George, was slightly smaller than usual and could be tucked away in a wardrobe to assist in dusting. Following that was a stunning blue and gold scarf, intricately knitted by Mrs. Weasley, the yarn soft and warm to the touch. The final gift was a large wooden Monopoly board. The twins informed her that it was a tabletop game recently gaining popularity in the Muggle world. Following the instructions provided by the Weasley brothers, Sophia set up the board, rolled the dice, and the wooden eagle with blue body and bronze wings advanced automatically 4 spaces, halting at the location marked Diagon Alley. A phrase floated up from the blackened space in the center of the board. Would you like to purchase Diagon Alley? Accompanied by a design of 4,000. Placing 4,000 Monopoly coins atop that design, Sophia's name was inscribed automatically on the board above Diagon Alley. The twins' instructions indicated that this would be the moment of witnessing a miracle. But where was the miracle? Suddenly, the die, which had been motionless on the board, levitated into the air as if picked up and rolled, landing on a 3. The lion with a golden mane and red body then moved forward 3 spaces, stopping at the chance square. Fred, who had been vigilantly watching for any movement on the board, quickly noticed Sophia's attempts to engage with the game, followed closely by her subsequent actions. He drew a chance card, revealing, due to the use of a dung bomb, 10 players are penalized, Azkaban for a round, causing his little lion to sulk in the corner of the board, shedding tears. Sophia couldn't help but laugh at the forlorn little lion, finding it oddly reminiscent of the twins. Uncertain of who was controlling it, she suspected it must be Fred, judging by the watch she had previously gifted them. As the game unfolded, Sophia finally grasped that this was a remotely interactive game. She was utterly astonished. If the automatic movement of the pieces and their distinctly human expressions weren't remarkable enough, as wizard chess operates similarly, the board's ability to automatically tally scores, remember, and freely manipulate data was extraordinary, facilitating remote synchronization across 2 or even more brother boards. Sophia, who was not accustomed to the digital advancements of the 21st century and was still influenced by the medieval perspectives of the magical world, found herself in awe of the Weasley Twins' invention. If this technology were to be further developed, it could undoubtedly surpass even the most sophisticated Muggle computers. Just then, the die rolled again, revealing a new number, 4, a lion, whose coloring contrasted that of the previous one, advanced onto the eagle's territory. And the board promptly drew 2,000 galleons from George's hand, eagerly presenting it to Sophia. Thus, Sophia cast aside her academic musings and immersed herself in a spirited game of Monopoly with the twins, only departing the board reluctantly after Mrs. Scott called her for dinner multiple times. She mused that communication could be improved, and next time, perhaps she would coax Fred and George into crafting something for timely correspondence. Chapter 30, The Abandoned Girls' Lavatory. The holiday continued, and Fred and George maintained their peculiar schedule of sleeping at 8 in the evening and rising at midnight. Taking turns monitoring the Marauders' map, George, who had the first watch, delivered a sharp slap to the slumbering Fred, tossing the map onto his brother's face before collapsing onto the four-poster bed, falling into a deep sleep. The twins were beginning to find this aimless routine unbearable. Their dark circles deepened, and their once bright blue eyes reflected profound fatigue, with signs of hair loss starting to appear. Let us observe a moment of silence for the hair of British men, hoping that Fred and George Weasley do not inherit their father's Mediterranean genes. Merlin help us. They had begun to regret their earlier meddling, but having already committed, and with Sophia's assistance pledged, the Weasley bloodline would not permit them to simply abandon their endeavor. As dawn broke at 6 o'clock, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Fred and George turned their wands toward their hearts, murmuring the incantations, Amato, Onimo, and Amato, Animagus. They had successfully completed the preliminary steps for the Animagus transformation. The saliva-filled crystal vial had been buried deep in the field where the mutated starry flowers were cultivated, thoroughly obscured from prying eyes, and now they were obliged to repeat this action and chant at dawn and dusk until the storm arrived. After completing their tasks, the Weasley brothers promptly flung themselves back onto their beds, losing consciousness within 10 seconds, a testament to their extreme exhaustion. Their life of perpetual night and day had caused them to utterly neglect their assignments. Assignments? What assignments? As the commencement of the school year loomed just 2 days away, the twins found themselves compelled, under Sophia's remote urgings and Percy's incessant chatter, to extricate their transfiguration textbooks from a dusty corner of their dormitory and compose a 12-inch essay on Gamp's fundamental laws of transformation, as assigned by Professor McGonagall. The two Weasley brothers did not cease their writing until the clock struck 1 in the morning. George was laboring over his herbology assignment, while Fred tackled his charms homework. Upon completion, they exchanged notes, both marveling at their uncanny twin telepathy that led them to think along similar lines while working, resulting in almost identical outputs. Stretching their weary limbs, the crackling of their joints signaled a slight alleviation of their fatigue. Fred casually glanced at the nearby Marauders map, only to discover a familiar name stealthily slipping out of the Gryffindor common room. Ginny? What could she possibly be up to? Oh, our little sister is beginning to indulge in nocturnal escapades under our influence? The curious twins leaned closer, their 4 eyes wide with intrigue as they observed their beloved sister making her way to the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. A late-night visit to the lavatory? Surely it was merely for a bathroom break. However, wasn't there a communal lavatory in their common room? Why would she venture down from the 8th floor to the 3rd? Though the twins found her behavior somewhat perplexing, they deemed a bathroom visit a relatively normal endeavor. They resolved to mention it to Sophia upon her return. After a strenuous evening of wielding quills, the twins finally reunited with Sophia, who appeared utterly revitalized, a stark contrast to their own haggard appearances. Upon seeing them in such disarray, Sophia was taken aback. It was as if she could almost perceive their souls departing. Their mere 2 days of separation had transformed the once vibrant twins into shadows of their former selves, a testament to the formidable nature of their holiday assignments. Did you happen to witness any suspicious activities during the break? Shall I take over the Marauders map tonight to keep vigil for you? The Weasley brothers shook their heads in refusal, opting instead to forego their history of magic, divination, and astronomy classes in favor of catching up on much-needed sleep, confident that they could manage. 2 nights ago, we noticed Ginny making her way to the 3rd floor lavatory, which struck us as somewhat odd. Though it likely isn't a matter of great concern, George began, only to falter as he observed the sudden seriousness in Sophia's expression at the mention of the lavatory. Is there something amiss with that lavatory? George's excitement surged. The involvement of their sister altered the nature of the situation considerably, especially in light of Ginny's recent peculiar behavior. The Weasley twins were intimately acquainted with every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, having even ventured into the girls' dormitory under extraordinary circumstances, yet this did not equate to a thorough understanding of a lavatory often overlooked by all. That lavatory was essentially abandoned, haunted by a ghost named Moaning Myrtle, who would douse any student daring to use it with toilet water, her incessant sobbing and wailing deterring all from frequenting it. Fred and George, now invigorated, hastened alongside Sophia towards the infamous lavatory, bursting through its door. The floor was slick with murky water, soaking Sophia's white canvas shoes, and her cotton socks clung uncomfortably to her feet. Yet, she momentarily disregarded this discomfort, focusing instead on her imminent encounter with the renowned Weeping Myrtle. "Oh, are you here to hurl things at me like that other fellow?" Their commotion did not go unnoticed, and Myrtle immediately recognized the intrusion into her domain. Her shrill cries pierced the air, threatening to rupture the eardrums of Sophia and the twins, akin to a hammer relentlessly pounding their brains. This was likely her method of attack. Noticing that Myrtle perched upon a toilet seemingly clad in Gryffindor robes, Sophia attempted to establish rapport. "Greetings, esteemed upperclassmen. We have come to pay you a visit." "Oh yes, Myrtle," they chimed. "We hold your wisdom in high regard. We merely seek to consult you on a matter." Myrtle, particularly enamored with handsome boys, especially those who sneak into the prefect's lavatory to spy on dashing male prefects in the bath, found herself entirely defenseless before their earnest faces. Blushing a ghostly hue, can a black and white specter even blush? She vacated her beloved toilet. "Oh, dear boys, what is it you wish to know? I can share whatever knowledge I possess. Do you recall if a little girl came here 2 nights ago?" 2 nights ago. Myrtle, who had been grinning, now became agitated, her voice escalating to a hysterical pitch. "Oh, I certainly do. Someone deliberately opened my stall and hurled something at my head. It must have been that Olive Hornby's minion," she lamented, resuming her tirade against the bully who tormented her, longing to retreat back into her toilet, where no schoolyard tormentors could reach her. "Forgive us for bringing up your sorrowful predicament, but where is the object that was thrown at you?" "Oh, the offending item lies on the floor of the 3rd stall." With that, Myrtle resumed her sorrowful wailing, dismissing them entirely. Fred and George quickly located the item in question, a waterlogged, crumpled black leather notebook that bore the marks of age. "Oh," Fred suddenly recalled. "I have seen Ginny clutching it while writing in the common room." George idly flipped through the pages of his sister's diary. "Yet, there isn't a single word written here? Surely there should be some ink." Sophia, quick on the uptake, pulled George's hand away, scrutinizing it for any traces of dark magic curses. She was not inclined to trust this mysterious artifact. Chapter 31, The Headmaster's Office. It seemed inappropriate for 2 boys to linger in a girl's lavatory, so the twins, along with Sophia, returned to their secret hideout. Throughout their journey, Sophia maintained the levitation charm, ensuring she did not touch the diary as she transported it to the room of requirement, to safeguard their belongings from potential misfortune. They even prepared a new room to examine this dubious object. The girl employed several spells, such as Apparitium, to unveil any hidden content and rule out the possibility of Ginny using invisible ink, yet nothing transpired. "Invisible ink is exceedingly costly. Our family is rather impoverished, so Ginny likely could not afford it," Fred remarked. "I wholeheartedly agree," George chimed in. Clearly, this was not merely a case of the Weasley family's little sister impulsively discarding her diary. This object was likely a dark artifact, and the possibility of it being a means for the heir of Slytherin to control others was even more pronounced. The petite eagle applied her recent experiences battling dark magic tomes in the restricted section against the diary. Indeed, it reacted to certain dark magic detection spells, such as Specialis Revelio, quivering slightly as if in anger or fear. "Let us go seek out Professor Dumbledore." Regardless of whether it pertains to dark magical artifacts or artifacts associated with the true heir of Slytherin, they were no longer within their control. She certainly did not wish for herself or her twin brothers to fall victim to a curse of dark magic or to become unwitting puppets under someone else's influence. "Oh, to seek out Professor Dumbledore. This would be our inaugural private audience with the esteemed headmaster." Fred and George exchanged glances, and in unison, they lifted the Weasley's Wizard Wheez's portable shop in hand. "Perhaps we could also invite him to sample our latest product, toadstool chews. Consuming them results in unsightly bumps resembling toads on one's skin. And then, we could enlist his aid in promoting our venture." "Oh, this concoction sounds decidedly dubious. Do not dare offer it to me, lest we sever our friendship at once." Conveniently, the room of requirement was in close proximity to the headmaster's office, and the trio engaged in playful banter to alleviate the tension. A mere turn of the corner led them to their destination. At the entrance to the headmaster's office, a peculiar stone guardian squatted, its voice booming. "Password?" Sophia pondered, uncertain what password Professor Dumbledore might employ for his office. She decided to use the phrase that had made the most impression during their previous conversation. "Pepper Imp?" The stone guardian remained unresponsive. Fred and George, oblivious to Sophia's reasoning behind the snack name, assumed she was merely guessing a treat Dumbledore favored, and thus they joined in her line of thought. Fizzing Whizbees, ice mice, cockroach clusters, blood-flavored lollipops, and so forth, The two Weasley brothers recited the entire inventory of honeydukes, until George exclaimed, "Lemon drops." At that moment, the stone guardian sprang to life, and the door behind it creaked open, revealing the towering form of the bearded elder. "Oh," Dumbledore exclaimed, stroking his beard in astonishment. "I had yet to manually open the door, and yet you have already deduced the password. Truly clever children." Fred and George had a vague awareness of the Weasley family's history. They seemed to recall Dumbledore visiting their humble abode during their childhood, appearing to have a close relationship with their parents. Nevertheless, the rare opportunity to meet Professor Dumbledore left the twins thoroughly exhilarated. After all, he was the most formidable white wizard of the century. Dumbledore invited them to stand alongside him, and for the first time, Sophia and the twins experienced the magical lift of the wizarding world, as the stone steps elevated them approximately 5 or 6 meters, revealing the true headmaster's office. The circular walls were adorned with numerous portraits from various eras, though the figures within appeared to be in slumber. In truth, they were secretly observing the newcomers with open eyes. A gray little phoenix perched on a stand, curiously regarding the Weasley brothers' striking red hair. The desk was cluttered with an assortment of magical artifacts, including a crystal ball for divination, far more opulent than the one Sophia had purchased for class, and various sizes of spyglasses, alongside the Christmas gift Sophia had presented to the headmaster. Noticing the admiration in the girl's gaze towards her invention, Dumbledore remarked appreciatively, "A splendid invention, Sophia. I am delighted that you thought to present it to me. Thank you for your kind words." Dumbledore's praise filled the young eagle with pride, making her feel that the time and effort she had invested were indeed worthwhile. "We have marvelous inventions as well." Sophia thought they were genuinely going to promote the toadstool chews, and was about to cover her face in embarrassment for being associated with them, when the twins produced 2 sets of Monopoly games from their suitcase, earnestly promoting them. Dumbledore listened attentively to their introduction, genuinely intrigued by the novelty of the toys. This idea is rather clever," Sophia mused, confident that Dumbledore would recognize the technological ingenuity behind the toys. "With this, you can gather remotely with loved ones and friends, experiencing boundless joy." "Oh, what a significant invention," Dumbledore mused, seemingly lost in thought as he reached into his coin purse, purchasing 2 sets from the twins at a generous price, succumbing to the Weasleys' enticing sales pitch. The headmaster even granted Fred and George permission to sell their products at Hogwarts and encouraged them to continue their research. "If only you could grant us a reprieve from some of our homework and a few less classes, we could certainly produce even more entertaining creations." "Oh, that is beyond my authority. Minerva would surely reprimand me severely," Dumbledore chuckled, adjusting his glasses, as he politely declined the twins' unreasonable request and smoothly transitioned the conversation. "My dear children, your eagerness to seek me out must extend beyond merely introducing your inventions, am I correct?" With the headmaster steering the conversation, Sophia placed the diary she had just wrapped in her scarf upon Dumbledore's desk. He immediately straightened, sensing something amiss, and his expression turned serious. "This appears to be a dark magical artifact, likely connected to the recent petrification incidents, Professor Dumbledore." Sophia, Fred, and George eagerly recounted the events surrounding the incidents, while Dumbledore listened intently, his right index finger hovering above the diary's black cover, moving back and forth with a grave demeanor. "It is wandless, silent magic," Sophia whispered to the twins, quietly admiring the professor's powerful and fluid incantation. As the source of the trouble was displaced, the clouds of anxiety that had loomed over the trio dissipated. "Sweetheart, you can do it too, can't you?" George chimed in, extending his finger to mimic Dumbledore's gesture, pointing at Fred and flicking his wrist. Fred pretended to clutch his chest in agony, stumbling dramatically into the arms of the blonde witch. "I can only manage the most basic levitation and illumination charms. I am still far from mastering anything else." "That is impressive enough, sweetheart. We cannot even perform wandless magic yet. When we return, I shall teach you, once mastered. You are guaranteed to achieve outstanding in your OWLs for both charms and defense against the dark arts next year." Chapter 32, The Second Artifact. After an extended period, Dumbledore finally lowered his hand, his expression returning to its familiar, warm demeanor. "Ah, good children, you were indeed correct in your assumptions. This item is indeed a product of dark magic, and it is, in fact, the culprit behind the petrification incidents." The headmaster generously retrieved his stash of sweets from a small drawer on his left, among which the cockroach clusters occupied a considerable portion, and presented them to the 3 proud young wizards. "I believe that future petrification incidents will not occur again. Hogwarts shall once more be a safe haven, thanks to your efforts, my dear children. I shall require some additional time to study it," Dumbledore mused, stroking the diary's black cover, "as this item holds particular significance to me. Now, you children should return to rest. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. I suggest you take Miss Weasley to the hospital wing for a checkup." Her vitality may have been slightly compromised, though not severely. Poppy will take good care of her. Dumbledore winked mischievously as he waved them off from his office, with Fawkes chirping a farewell as they departed. The three individuals stood at the doorway of the headmaster's office, exchanging glances as they inspected the snacks in their hands, each receiving an equal share of 3 packs of cockroach clusters from Dumbledore. Through the transparent packaging of the snacks, Sophia could see a shiny, dark brown cockroach deftly maneuvering its 6 limbs, effortlessly clinging to the bag, its wings vibrating with the impulse to take flight. One could almost sense its eagerness to dart into one's mouth the moment the packaging was unsealed. Ugh, this is truly revolting. How could Mr. Flume, the proprietor of Honeydukes, conceive of crafting chocolate in such a manner? Sophia furrowed her brow in distaste, astonished that Professor Dumbledore had amassed so many of these restricted treats. Perhaps the headmaster possessed an unusually unique palate? Fred and George, however, gazed at the chocolate, imbued with a peculiar craftsmanship, with great interest, clearly eager to sample this confectionery masterpiece. In their childhood, they would have found cicadas disgusting. Why was it that a cockroach elicited no such revulsion? My dear, can real bugs and chocolate bugs be compared? Sophia could only maintain a look of disgust as she watched them each pop a chocolate into their mouths, its rear still protruding, its powerful hind legs thumping, indicating it was not entirely lifeless, not melted. It's milk chocolate. Upon biting into it, a burst of flavor ensued. Was that honey? To be honest, it tasted rather delightful. Sweetness perfectly balanced. Fred savored it, while George chewed contemplatively. If you two had girlfriends, I assure you, once she learned of this, she would be reluctant to kiss you for at least a year. Instantly, Fred and George halted their attempts to grab another chocolate, realizing their dear sister had deftly struck at their Achilles heel. During the Christmas holidays, when undisturbed, they boldly resumed browsing through the long-neglected tome, 12 Winning Charms to Bewitch a Witch, and this time stumbled upon the second chapter. The twins believed their current image was quite commendable. The second charm, behavior. To enchant a witch you admire, one must always be mindful of your behavior, avoiding any actions that might irk her. A witch may not even be fully aware of her preferences in a wizard. If asked, she might struggle to provide an accurate answer, as she may lack romantic experience. Nonetheless, while she may not have specific likes, she certainly has dislikes, which you must be cautious of while pursuing her. Some witches dislike being smothered and cherish their personal space. Thus, maintain a healthy distance, be close, but not clingy. Others despise the stench of smoke, so refrain from smoking in her presence. If you genuinely wish to court her for life, consider quitting altogether. In essence, a well-dressed boy without repulsive traits is already sufficient to garner a witch's interest. Securing a friendship or even a date should be achievable. Whether it progresses further will depend on fate. Under the pressure of a year without the possibility of kissing their sweetheart, the twins could no longer stomach the 2 cockroaches in their hands. Fred and George sealed the roaches back into the transparent jar, intending to later present them as belated Christmas gifts to their dear Ron and Percy. If Percy consumed one, Penelope Clearwater would surely refrain from kissing him for a year. The twins often caught glimpses of Percy and Penelope entwined in corners, the sounds of their passionate kisses sending shivers down their spines. Fred found humor in deliberately coughing to scare the young couple away. Should Ron indulge, he too would be precluded from kissing his beloved pet rat. One could only wonder how little Ron's taste had skewed in such a direction. Sophia followed the twins to the Transfiguration classroom. After conversing with Professor McGonagall, Fred and George escorted Ginny to the infirmary. Professor McGonagall frequently peered in, concerned for Ginny's condition. Ginny appeared even more pallid than during her previous visit to the infirmary, her lips dry and chapped, and her once vibrant red hair now lacked luster, particularly noticeable when standing beside the twins. Upon relaying Professor Dumbledore's diagnosis of her diminished vitality to Madame Pomfrey, the matron, who hailed from Slytherin yet treated the young witches and wizards equally, immediately donned a stern expression and ushered Ginny into a specialized treatment room for a thorough examination. Even when Wood and Harry had sustained severe injuries during Quidditch, she had not exhibited such a demeanor. After uttering a series of diagnostic spells, she discovered that Ginny had not only had her life force drained by dark magic, but her soul was also somewhat unstable, reminiscent of the signs of being controlled by the soul-sucking curse. Madame Pomfrey promptly retrieved a vial of deep blue potion from her cabinet of precious elixirs and administered it to Ginny. Almost instantly, Ginny's previously frail state improved. She gradually relaxed and lay back on the bed. Ginny felt as though she had not enjoyed a restful night's sleep in ages. She often awoke feeling utterly exhausted, as if her body had not rested at all throughout the night, likely due to her uncontrollable sleepwalking. The improvement in her condition eased the worries of Sophia, Fred, and George. Fetch Severus. Let him examine this case as well, Madame Pomfrey instructed while tucking a blanket around the slumbering Ginny. She directed the trio, who were idly lingering, to leave. Sophia, exasperated by Fred and George's murmurs of disbelief, "Can the old bat even diagnose?" decided it would be best for her to seek Professor Snape herself. The girls swiftly located Snape in the dungeons, preparing teaching materials, a billywig, no less, and conveyed Madame Pomfrey's request for his assistance in examining a student harmed by dark magic. Was the basilisk resurfacing again? As Dumbledore's confidant, Snape was immediately aware of the connection between the school and the lurking basilisk, as well as its ties to Voldemort. And he recognized that this information stemmed from the clever, slightly arrogant Ravenclaw which before him. His first thought was that someone had been petrified again. However, the blonde witch shook her head. "It's Ginny Weasley from Gryffindor. A dark magical object has drained her life force." And Madame Pomfrey mentioned she may also be experiencing some aftereffects of the soul-sucking curse. Snape immediately took flight, racing off. Gryffindor, once again. Chapter 33, Love Divination. Snape conducted a cursory examination of Ginny's condition before swiftly departing like a bat taking to the wind. "Wow, he really flies fast," Fred remarked, his hurried footsteps leaving them puzzled about his destination. Simultaneously, Madame Pomfrey began ushering Sophia and the twins away, urging them to attend their next class and not disturb the patient's rest, insisting she required a quiet environment to prepare potions. "Oh dear," Sophia glanced at her wristwatch, realizing it was nearly time for her next class. "I'm off to arithmancy," although she had not chosen arithmancy during her third-year course selection. Upon deciding to undertake all 12 exams, Professor Flitwick had assisted her in obtaining permission to audit the other two subjects. Whenever she had the time, she would attend to deepen her understanding of the knowledge. After a prolonged period without restful sleep, the twins, upon finally relaxing, found their mental energy utterly depleted. Fred and George's eyes were half-lidded, relying solely on their drowsy consciousness to bid farewell to their sweetheart. After parting ways, Fred and George paid no heed to the history of magic class they were supposed to attend next. After all, Professor Binns could hardly remember how many students he had, often calling them by names from centuries past. Instead, they swiftly took a shortcut back to their dormitory, diving into the soft, fluffy blankets for slumber. With the accomplices of the air now located, the twins could indulge in a full day of sleep, in a state of commendable mental well-being. Sophia ascended to the arithmetic divination classroom located on the 6th floor of the castle. Professor Septima Victor, a young yet seasoned diviner, captured her preference for tangible numbers over the more nebulous art of fortune-telling that Professor Trelawney espoused, which relied heavily on the skill of uttering nonsense with eyes wide open. Arithmetic divination is a unique realm of magic, primarily devoted to exploring the mystical properties of numbers and employing them to forecast the future. For Sophia, a young witch nurtured under Mr. Scott's tutelage in Muggle mathematics since her childhood, the supposed intricate and voluminous calculations involved were merely child's play. By merely tapping the computed numbers with her wand and correlating them with the interpretations found in numerology and symbols, she could unveil the divination results. Lydia, having also chosen this course, was seated in the back row, enthusiastically beckoning to her, empty-handed, having transferred all her cockroach clusters to the twins. With only a few more conventional snacks tucked away in her pocket, Sophia joined her. Lydia, understanding the situation, generously handed Sophia a piece of parchment and duplicated the textbook Gemino, double, for her. "Just finished meeting the Weasley twins?" Lydia inquired. "Well, the youngest Weasley encountered a bit of trouble, and we also had a chat with Professor Dumbledore, who assured us that there should be no more petrification incidents in the future." "Splendid. Now I can date Belle without concern. The headmaster had always forbidden us from venturing into the castle's secluded corners. Was he expecting me to kiss Belle in public?" "Ha ha. Lydia, you are utterly smitten with Mr. Weasley." I think he's rather nice. I might consider making him my official boyfriend." After the class began, Professor Victor announced that today's task was to predict the number of romantic encounters, allowing students to independently navigate the full process of arithmetic divination while she leisurely circled the room. Lydia was positively thrilled by this topic, her brown hair dancing with enthusiasm. However, curiously, her excitement stemmed not from her own romantic prospects, but from the anticipation of how many love experiences Sophia might have. The brown-haired eagle pushed her parchment toward the edge of the desk, focusing intently on her dear friend as Sophia wielded her quill across the parchment. First, Lydia translated Sophia Scott into numbers using a specialized alphabet, summing them to obtain a number A. Then, she added the units and tens digits of A to arrive at a number B, which would represent Sophia's characteristics. Following the same method for the words love and experience, they combined the three final numbers and, wielding her walnut wand, traced a grand circle, pointing it at the result to release her magical energy. The inked numeral 1 on the parchment transformed into a golden hue, lifting off the paper to hover in the air. Yet, The vertical stroke of the one appeared somewhat distorted. Had it not been for the initial hook, it might have faintly resembled a 2. Such an anomaly had never occurred during previous arithmetic divination practices. Shouldn't it yield a precise answer? What could it signify that the number appeared skewed? Puzzled, Sophia flipped through her book, while Lydia, flushed and with clenched fists, exuded an exuberance akin to winning a contest. Since the day of their departure for the Christmas holidays, when the Weasley twins' reluctant adoration was witnessed by Lydia's prospective boyfriend, an intriguing correspondence had unfolded between Miss Jones and Mr. Bernard Weasley, unbeknownst to both parties involved. Your friend, the Ravenclaw chaser, seems to have a close bond with the Weasley twins. On the day I escorted you to the Hogwarts Express, they were practically glued to Miss Scott like nougat to teeth. You truly have a limited perspective. I frequently observe Fred or George, or even both, playfully draping their arms around Sophia's shoulders. My dim-witted roommate consistently enters the dormitory with a broad smile. Surely, they are just friends. Indeed. But I wager the Weasley twins have already begun to harbor intentions toward her. Which Weasley do you think Miss Scott will ultimately end up with? Which one? I bet it will be both of them. Oh, that would be utterly scandalous. Is it even feasible? In summary, Miss Lydia Jones and Mr. Bernard Weasley reached a wager concerning whether Sophia would end up with one or both Weasleys, with the stakes being who would pay for their next date at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Thus, Lydia was certain to decipher the divination results that even Sophia found perplexing. This time, victory was assured. Meanwhile, on the other side, Snape hastily made his way to the headmaster's office, where the stone gargoyle guardian displayed evident familiarity with him, promptly granting access upon the correct incantation. Dumbledore had evidently anticipated Snape's swift arrival. Ah, Severus, how prompt your visit. The young Slytherin head's countenance was grave as he observed the white-bearded elder leisurely savoring his tea within the office, his heart sinking further. Had that young Weasley returned, just as he had the previous year? Ginny's symptoms bore an unsettling resemblance to those of the deceased Quirrell, and the mere thought of Voldemort resurfacing so soon sent a chill down Snape's spine. The possessed Weasley had a close relationship with that boy. What if he summoned the basilisk, exposing the unsuspecting, naive Potter to peril? Do not fret so, Severus. The only individual capable of piercing through Snape's tumultuous thoughts, Dumbledore interjected, lightly lifting a diary as if it were a delicate leaf, his deep blue eyes meeting the young man's solemn black gaze. It is not he who has returned, but rather, we have uncovered his secret to immortality. Chapter 34. Who is Tom Riddle? It is a Horcrux, Severus. Dumbledore withdrew an ancient tome from his bookshelf. Its pages yellowed and cover tattered, the title barely discernible as Secrets of Dark Magic, while the author's name had long since faded, likely never inscribed at all. This particular volume was the sole record of Horcruxes in the entire magical realm, merely elucidating the principles behind their granting of immortality. Without delving into the methods of soul division, evidently, Tom had already discovered the means himself. Severus, would you care to join me in listening to what Miss Weasley has discussed with him? Snape hastened back to the dungeons, immediately utilizing rare ingredients with names unknown even to ordinary potion masters to concoct a vial of soul-stabilizing potion. He proceeded to join Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who had just concluded their class, on their way to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey guided them to Ginny's bedside, where they encountered Harry and Ron, who were bringing dinner for Hermione. Miss Granger, who had inadvertently transformed into a cat girl after consuming a potion laced with cat hair and was currently hiding beneath her sheets. Ron was taken aback as he gazed at his sister, who lay in the adjacent bed, while the trio of saviors surrounded the still-sleeping Ginny. Ron poked his sister's arm, exhaling a sigh of relief upon discovering her warmth. Thankfully, she had not been petrified. The twins, finally rejuvenated after a long slumber, shook off their dark circles and joined Sophia, who had just finished class, to fill their empty stomachs, following the professor's footsteps into the crowded hospital filled with witches and wizards. So many people, George exclaimed. Madame Pomfrey cast a disapproving glance at the multitude of irrelevant onlookers, yet Professor Dumbledore merely smiled and nodded toward Sophia and her companions. The sole small eagle present, along with the twins, deftly maneuvered their way to the sides of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, thus reuniting the famed trio of Hogwarts. Hermione, in a fluster, pulled her scarf tighter around her neck, attempting to conceal the remnants of her dark hair that had not yet faded. Severus Snape unceremoniously administered a viscous, jet-black potion to the still-dazed Ginny, who was met with Ron's pursed lips and furrowed brow as he silently gasped in distress. Oh, Merlin's knickers. What has become of poor Ginny? Ron exclaimed, realizing that Miss Weasley had been ensnared by the heir of Slytherin through a cursed diary. Dumbledore's keen ears swiftly caught Ron's inquiry, and he turned to respond. Meanwhile, Ginny abruptly opened her eyes. A look of agony etched on her face as she sat up and began to cough, unsure whether she had been awakened by choking or bitterness. As she collected herself, she became acutely aware of the crowd surrounding her bedside, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. Had her sleepwalking led to the petrification of Colin and Finnegan? Was Hogwarts poised to expel her? Fear not, my child, you shall not be expelled. The fault lies with that diary, not with you. Relax, Dumbledore gently reassured the pale-faced, red-haired girl before him. Professor McGonagall approached, wrapping her arms around Ginny's shoulders and tucking her blankets snugly. Have you had any discussions with that diary? Dumbledore inquired. I merely shared snippets of my life and my friendships. It claimed to be a student from 50 years ago, a former head boy, and that it could impart much wisdom, Ginny replied. The trio of saviors exchanged glances. 50 years ago aligned with the tale of a muggle-born student who had perished, as recounted by Malfoy. Including Harry, correct? Yes, sir, including Harry. What was the diary's reaction when you first mentioned Harry? Well, it seemed indifferent until I mentioned that Harry was the chosen one who had vanquished the Dark Lord. Then it began incessantly inquiring about him. Excellent. When did you first suspect something was amiss? One night, I awoke to find my pajamas smeared with feathers and blood, which frightened me. I feared I might have been sleepwalking and committing misdeeds in my unconscious state. Recently, I awoke once more, this time lying in the third-floor girls' lavatory, covered in filthy mud and a strong, fishy odor. I discovered that I had the diary with me during both incidents, which led me to suspect it was the cause of my previously non-existent sleepwalking at home. I tossed it into the nearest toilet. But then someone began screaming in the lavatory, and I panicked and hurried back. Little did Ginny know that she had inadvertently struck moaning Myrtle on the head, Sophia mused. Although a first year which could scarcely consider the possibility of a ghost residing in a toilet. Dumbledore, evidently privy to some critical information, placed his get-well gift, thankfully devoid of cockroach clusters, at Ginny's bedside, urging her to rest well. He assured her that Professor McGonagall would assist with her studies and departed alongside a somewhat softened Professor Snape. Sophia was astounded that she could discern his emotions from his eternally cadaverous visage. It appeared that Voldemort's own soul could not exchange information with his Horcrux, which was undoubtedly advantageous for them. Severus, let us endeavor to find a method to destroy it. As Dumbledore and Snape bombarded the diary in the headmaster's office, Ginny's brothers, filled with trepidation, sought to console their despondent sister. Riddle, how could he do such a thing to me? It's unbelievable. Ron pressed, inquiring about the name that had slipped from Ginny's lips. Riddle? Who is that? Tom Riddle, the owner of that diary. Fred, George, and Ron felt the name ring a bell. Who could it be? Suddenly, the three Weasley brains synchronized, and a spark of realization struck them as they exclaimed in unison, the trophy room. How did little Ron join our telepathy? George wondered. Are we truly considering him our brother? Fred retorted. At that moment, Percy burst into the infirmary with the Weasley parents. Mrs. Weasley enveloped Ginny in a warm embrace, gently stroking her chubby little face, while Mr. Arthur hurriedly inquired about their daughter's condition from Madame Pomfrey. Filled with gratitude, Molly Weasley grasped the hand of the blonde Ravenclaw girl standing beside the twins. Oh, Merlin, thank you, dear child, for aiding our family so greatly. And thank you for keeping an eye on Fred and George. They haven't given you too much trouble, have they? May I call you Sophia? Of course, Mrs. Weasley. It is my honor. The raucous red-headed family gathered together, while Harry, Hermione, and Sophia exchanged glances, deciding to afford the Weasley family some privacy as they quietly slipped away. Parting ways at the staircase on the 8th floor, the small eagle meandered toward the tower that housed the common room, contemplating the 50-year-old Tom Riddle, the heir of Slytherin, and the basilisk ensconced within the Chamber of Secrets. The pressing question remained. The precise location of Slytherin's lair had yet to be revealed. And how had Ginny Weasley come into possession of that diary? Sophia sensed that further clues lay hidden beneath the surface. Chapter 35, The Clue of Moaning Myrtle. After Sophia answered the riddle of the bronze door knocker, she surged into the common room alongside a throng of younger eagles she had rescued. The Ravenclaw common room was still as bright as day. It relied not on candles, but on ancient magic to illuminate the space for those thirsting for knowledge. While the myriad stars outside showcased the tranquility of the night, though it was anything but peaceful. Young witches and wizards sat around various round tables, tirelessly poring over books, taking notes, and reciting spells, while others congregated near the bookshelves, discussing the latest news in Quidditch. In the distance, a group was gathered around an intense game of wizard's chess, with the frustrated shouts of the players echoing through the air. At the center of the circular common room, beneath the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, sat a ghost clutching a book, Lady Grey, their house ghost. Good evening, Lady Grey. Sophia resolved to be a brave child who asks questions, and approached the proud and aloof ghost with her curiosity. Helena Ravenclaw set down her book, raising her gaze to the student who had interrupted her thoughts. She recognized her as a fifth-year prefect. Her curly hair swayed with her movements, the vintage lace at her sleeves and the jeweled neckline of her dress exuding elegance, even in her translucent form. Yet, Sophia could still discern that she had once been a woman of refinement and privilege in life. Helena regarded Sophia's familiar blue eyes, nodding slightly to indicate she was listening. Do you know Moaning Myrtle? She appears to be wearing our Ravenclaw robes. Did she die at the school? Hogwarts is home to a multitude of ghosts, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands. Sophia found herself uncertain whether the regal and elegant Grey Lady was acquainted with Moaning Myrtle, who perpetually lingered in the restroom, accompanied only by toilets. However, fortuitously, Helena was indeed familiar with Myrtle. Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, who perished in 1943, had met her demise while attending Hogwarts, the exact circumstances of which remained shrouded in mystery. I recalled the then headmaster, Professor Dippet, mentioning that Myrtle had succumbed to a magical creature incident. Coincidentally, 1943 marked a half-century ago. Eagerly, the little eagle expressed her gratitude to the Grey Lady before retracing her steps, her golden hair billowing as she hurried. The heavy winter wizarding robe swirling with her fervent movements, while the sound of her shiny black boots echoed on the floor, drawing curious glances. Helena resumed her perusal of her mother's manuscript, flipping through the pages with a gentle deliberation. Seizing the opportunity before curfew, Sophia ventured once more to Myrtle's domain, which remained as perpetually damp and dark as ever. Yet, this time, Myrtle was not weeping but rather gazed curiously at the sudden arrival of her Ravenclaw Jr. May I inquire how you met your end? Sophia asked, feeling somewhat impolite for prying into such a sensitive topic, yet Myrtle appeared unbothered by the question. The once somber visage of the weeping ghost brightened at the inquiry, her thick glasses failing to conceal the spark of delight in her eyes. Perhaps due to the rarity of anyone showing interest in her demise. Oh, how frightful it was, she exclaimed, delighting in the recollection. Gliding around Sophia as she swayed her head. I died right here. Myrtle pointed to the second stall on her left. I remember it vividly. On the day I died, Olive Hornby and her gang mocked me, calling me a four-eyed toad for wearing glasses. I sought refuge here, weeping, until I heard another person's footsteps and a boy hissing words I could not comprehend. I opened the stall door and scolded him to go to the boys' restroom if he needed to use the facilities, Myrtle said, placing her hands on her hips and puffing out her chest. And then, I died. Do you recall what you saw the moment you opened the stall? Sophia inquired with genuine concern, sensing that Myrtle's answer might finally unveil the truth they had long sought. Myrtle, pleased by the girl's eager questioning, pointed towards the sink before her. I only remember seeing a pair of enormous, terrifying yellow eyes, larger than my head. Right here. The golden-haired eagle quickly approached, peering over the edge of the sink, fully utilizing her keen eyesight to inspect every inch of the basin. Eventually, she discerned a detail on a rusted faucet that resembled an engraving of a snake. In truth, it looked more akin to a loach or an earthworm, Sophia silently critiqued, noting that in such a state of rust, only two arcs were discernible, and so small was the engraving that it had likely gone unnoticed for years. This faucet never dispenses water, Sophia nodded, finally identifying the entrance to the Slytherin chamber. After a series of escapades, it was nearing 10 o'clock. Sophia rummaged through her pocket, retrieving her prefect badge to pin on her chest, as it happened to be her turn for nighttime patrol. Seizing the moment, she planned to seek out Professor Dumbledore once more. The last time, the password to the headmaster's office had been revealed by the twins. So Sophia tentatively approached the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance. Lemon drop? To her surprise, the statue promptly moved aside, indicating that the headmaster had not altered the password. Such faith he placed in them. Sensing the door opening downstairs, Dumbledore paused in his incantations over a diary with his elder wand, tidying his somewhat disheveled desk, even rapping on it to summon a house elf to bring him a fresh jug of milk. Severus Snape, perplexed by Dumbledore's series of bewildering actions, frowned, as he always did, while watching the white-bearded old man pour 2 glasses of milk, mistakenly assuming Dumbledore had become forgetful and wished to share a drink with him. With his left hand, he gestured a refusal, while his right hand continued to point his ebony wand at the Horcrux diary. Avada Kedavra, just as Sophia, who had been ascending in the elevator, heard Snape's chilling incantation. Her reflexes kicked in before her mind could process the situation, and she instinctively dove to the side, crashing onto the floor with a thud. A flash of green light burst through the headmaster's office, landing upon the well-worn cover of the diary. The commotion attracted Snape's attention, as well as that of every portrait in the office, and even Fawkes, save for Dumbledore, who merely chuckled as he observed Sophia's swift maneuver. Ah, Professor Dumbledore, it seems one of your cockroaches has made a run for it. I was just trying to catch it. The flustered little eagle exclaimed as she sprang to her feet with unprecedented speed, feigning nonchalance as she dusted off her robes. Though she dared not lift her gaze, her ears flushed crimson beneath her thick golden locks as low laughter began to ripple through the portraits. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Sophia. I shall ensure it does not melt away in some corner," Dumbledore replied, inviting Sophia to sit opposite him and handing her the poured milk, which had never been intended for Snape. Snape, leaning against the table with a thunderous expression, glared at the self-satisfied girl, who dared not meet his gaze while sipping her milk. "If I were the defense against the dark arts professor this year, I would certainly award you high marks for your seamless maneuvering, Sophia." Sophia nearly choked on her drink at Dumbledore's words, followed swiftly by Snape's admonition, which left her feeling indignant. "Leaving your post during night patrol, Miss Scott, results in a week of detention. Oh, my unsympathetic professor. Do you not also have nighttime duties today? How can you punish only me?" Sophia lamented to herself, feeling as though she were drowning in a sea of unfairness. Chapter 36, The Chamber of Secrets. Despite the convoluted path, Sophia ultimately divulged the precise location of the chamber to Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. The headmaster nodded knowingly, indicating that he would contact several other esteemed professors to undertake the basilisk extermination operation that weekend. "Professor, may I accompany you to witness this?" Sophia inquired, her curiosity piqued by the legendary basilisk. After all, she possessed self-defense methods and would be in the company of such formidable professors. The Ravenclaw's insatiable thirst for knowledge began to stir within her. "Of course, you may bring along your Weasley companions as well," Dumbledore remarked, fully aware of the mischievous nature of the Gryffindor twins, knowing that it would be impossible to keep them away from the excitement. For their safety, it would be best to have them included. As the weekend arrived, Myrtle's restroom had never witnessed such a gathering. With only 4 witches among the 12 wizards present, after all, this was the girls' restroom. The student tour group comprised Sophia, Fred and George, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, while the faculty entourage included Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and Professor Snape, along with the opportunistic Gilderoy Lockhart, who had seemingly caught wind of the impending adventure. The golden-haired little eagle and the Weasley twins had already donned their specially crafted goggles, with the twins clutching a rooster of unknown origin, its beak temporarily wrapped in tape, flapping its wings in distress, while Fred inadvertently plucked several feathers from it, leaving a mess of down scattered across the washroom floor. The elder trio was well prepared, yet the chosen one trio appeared to be bereft of any resources, armed only with their wands, one of which was even broken, exposing the unicorn hair core, and a head full of uncertainty. Harry recalled Professor McGonagall mentioning that Professor Dumbledore intended to take them to explore the Slytherin chamber, but he had certainly not anticipated such a grand affair. They had only just learned from Sophia and the twins that they were in search of the basilisk. The basilisk. "Harry, the voice you heard before was indeed that of the basilisk. What exactly is a basilisk?" The 2 second years, having yet to attend care of magical creatures and lacking the inclination to delve into extensive supplementary reading, exchanged bewildered glances. Even Hermione, a voracious reader, was unaware of the specific characteristics of this exceedingly obscure magical creature. It seemed Dumbledore had noticed their predicament and, stroking his beard, approached them. "Sophia, may I temporarily borrow the Christmas gift you presented to Harry?" The girl nodded, but before Dumbledore could proceed, she swiftly retrieved several pairs of pre-prepared goggles from George's pocket. These were the protective eyewear that had been mass-produced in the Room of Requirement alongside the Weasley brothers. They had enhanced the original design with additional protective charms, capable of defending against minor hexes aimed at the face, such as Densaggio, and could even send the caster flying a few meters away, reducing the original cost from 2 galleons to 1, albeit with limited usage. As a collaborative product between Scott's personal workshop and Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, these goggles were intended for mass production, but since they had yet to be sold, they were lent out for immediate use. Not only did Harry and his companions receive them, Harry even contemplated purchasing a pair on the spot, finding them exceedingly practical and already envisioning the comical scene of Malfoy tripping over his own spell. But the 4 headmasters also received invitations to trial the students' product. Professor Flitwick, delighted with the goggles in hand, expressed his admiration for the talented Ravenclaw who had crafted them, while he appreciated the creativity of the twins. Despite their lackadaisical attitude in class, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall analyzed the ancient runes employed in the protective goggles with pride. Professor Sprout, though not well-versed in alchemy, couldn't he help but curiously don the goggles. Snape, upon receiving the goggles from George, exhibited no reaction, neither donning them nor discarding them. Miss Scott and the Weasley brothers, however, overlooked the professor's eager gaze, feigning to return the surplus goggles to their pockets. "Hey, wait, what about mine? I am a recipient of the Order of Merlin. 3rd class, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and a 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. But our trial samples have all been distributed, Professor. They replied. The remaining ones are the pre-packaged, officially intended for sale. The official version is particularly splendid. It's even engraved with patterns. Such an exceptional product. I must acquire a pair, Lockhart exclaimed, pulling out his purse. Dear ladies and gentlemen, how many galleons are required to procure such a remarkable item? Fred and George exchanged glances, then simultaneously declared, 100 galleons. Meanwhile, Ron whispered to Sophia, what? Is it really 100 galleons? Harry added, it is a bit pricey, but I believe it's worth it. To prevent future scenarios where Fred and George might take advantage of their younger brother, Sophia nodded solemnly, affirming the somewhat outrageous price. Once everyone was prepared, Dumbledore instructed Harry to approach the tap and speak in Parseltongue. After a few hissing sounds, the sink began to descend, revealing a dark, broad passageway. Dumbledore led the way, followed closely by Snape, with the remaining students, Lockhart daringly mingling among them, unwilling to take the lead or lag behind. The other three professors exchanged glances of disdain at Lockhart's behavior as they followed suit. Dumbledore's cushioning charm proved effective, as no one stumbled upon landing. However, as they set foot on the ground, a series of crackling sounds echoed beneath them, revealing the countless small bones of creatures long deceased. Evidently, the basilisk had been feasting on rodents for centuries. The Slytherin chamber was vast and shadowy, with everyone gripping their wands tightly, illuminating small patches of their surroundings with lumos. The twins stood guard on either side of Sophia, enveloping her in the safest position, their warm presence akin to two bonfires, radiating warmth even in the midst of such a damp and chilly environment. The girl remained vigilant, closely observing her surroundings as they trailed behind the professors. The dripping water constituted the most prominent sound within the chamber, and the air was thick with a musty odor, a testament to the years of stagnant air that had not seen a breeze. The collapsed stones rendered their path uneven, and the young wizards advanced with great care, their robes becoming soiled with dust and muck. Suddenly, their progress was halted by a massive, cold, elongated object. Harry, Ron, and Lockhart were startled. Hermione quickly covered her friends' mouths to stifle their screams, while Lockhart, in his fright, let out an audible yelp, attracting scornful glances from the professors, mistaking it for the basilisk's swift appearance. Hermione felt her illusions regarding Professor Lockhart dissipating. Snape, having assessed the danger, knelt down to inspect the object. He had ultimately chosen to wear the protective goggles, discovering it to be an enormous snake shed. Sophia, kneeling beside him, reached out to touch the shed skin, noting its rough, scaly texture, faintly glowing with green luminescence, yet surprisingly soft to the touch. Typically, snake sheds would dry out in a natural environment. For instance, the African tree snake skin, one of the ingredients for Polyjuice potion, was such. However, the skin before them was evidently not in such condition. Sophia glanced around the ancient water pools, likely a result of the heavy humidity in the chamber. With a slight collector's impulse, she felt an urge to tear off a piece for herself. After all, it was the shed of a basilisk that had not been seen in 4 centuries. But she restrained herself under Snape's piercing gaze that seemed ready to sever her hand from her wrist. Fred, however, salvaged this regret. While searching the vicinity, George remained by Sophia's side. He discovered that the snake had not fully shed its skin, as several small fragments lay scattered around the larger piece. The old bat, preoccupied with collecting the main shed, was oblivious to the smaller pieces, which Fred quietly gathered and presented to Sophia. Snape cast a sidelong glance at the mischievous little eagle, accepting a slightly damaged piece of snakeskin from a rather foolish red-haired lion. Curiously, he peered through the light emanating from the wand tip of another red-haired lion, emitting an ambiguous hum from his nostrils. Another Gryffindor prank. The group continued to navigate the winding passage, unaware of how many turns they had taken, until they reached a dead end, where stood a circular bronze door, intricately adorned with 7 serpent heads. The emeralds embedded in the eyes of the serpents refracted a mysterious green light under the glow of a Lumos spell. Harry instinctively stepped forward and hissed a couple of words, while all the professors stood alert in the front row, except for Lockhart, who seemed eager to hide behind Fred and George, likely due to their towering presence among those present, with only Dumbledore being taller. Though that position had already been claimed by Sophia, Professor Dumbledore produced his uniquely knotted wand. A copper serpent appeared to come alive at Harry's command, slithering around the door, which then opened automatically. Inside, there was nothing but a vast corridor stretching over a water surface, leading to a colossal human head. It was the visage of Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore spoke in a guiding tone. The professors and students stood beneath the immense Slytherin statue, gazing upwards. The stone figure towered 30 feet high, its hollow eyes inducing an unsettling feeling, while its hair, sculpted like countless snakes, clung to Slytherin's head, poised to unleash carnage at their master's bidding. Speak to me, Slytherin. Harry implored in Parseltongue, greatest of the 4 founders. I believe a miracle will occur. Nervously, Harry nodded and complied. Hissus. The hidden door at the statue's mouth swung open. And instinctively, Harry shut his eyes, only to later realize that the protective goggles rendered such caution unnecessary, allowing him to boldly open his eyes. At that moment, Dumbledore and the 4 house heads had positioned themselves in front of Harry, forming a protective circle around all the students. Professor Flitwick may be small in stature, yet he exudes a remarkable sense of security. Sophia mused. We haven't truly tested our products against the basilisk yet. Keep your eyes wide open and assess the situation before looking up. Fred and George, having established a defensive line with the professors, still chose to stand protectively in front of their darling, though they offered reminders to the onlookers, their own eyes wide open, prepared to meet the basilisk's gaze. This was partly due to their trust in Sophia and their own abilities, but also because without daring attempts, there would be no existence of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. All products were tried and tested on themselves before being sold. After all, with a barrier in place, the worst that could happen was petrification. A fetid, damp air wafted from the dark opening, accompanied by the sound of scales scraping against the pipes as it drew closer. Finally, a pair of enormous, moon-like yellow eyes appeared before them. Sophia squinted, first examining the reflection in the puddle beneath it, finding nothing amiss, and slowly raised her gaze to meet the true basilisk. Yes, we did it, sweetheart. The jubilant little eagle and the equally excited Weasley twins exchanged celebratory high-fives. Though she remained acutely aware of their current predicament, cautiously observing the massive, dark green creature before them, the basilisk, momentarily bewildered by the sudden summons from a voice unlike its previous master, emerged to find so many people staring directly at it. In the creature's limited intellect, only descendants of its former master could speak Parseltongue and gaze at it without perishing. Wait. Suddenly, there are many more descendants of the old master. The ancient serpent CPU was overheating. Ah, this is good. More is better. In its simplistic mind, the last master had always emphasized his uniqueness as Slytherin's sole heir. Yet here stood so many. The previous master had deceived me. Seeing no inclination for the basilisk to attack, Dumbledore handed Harry a piece of parchment inscribed with several questions, indicating that Harry should inquire of the basilisk in Parseltongue. What commands did your previous master give you during this time? He always specified targets, instructing me to kill them with my gaze, but under the old master's command, I dared not harm students. What kind of orders did Salazar Slytherin give you? The old master commanded me to protect Hogwarts students during Muggle invasions. Did you kill a female student 50 years ago? 50 years ago? I do not recall time, but I have only accidentally looked into one person's eyes, and it seemed indeed to be a girl. Through this exchange, the truth began to emerge. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, during the height of the witch hunt, countless wizards were sent to the gallows by Muggles, either burned or hanged. Young wizards from wizarding families, lacking the means to resist, were the most brutally oppressed. This was also a time when dark creatures, often appearing on young wizards who despised and suppressed their own magical abilities, referred to as the mute ones, who typically did not live past the age of 10, proliferated. Salazar Slytherin believed that Muggle-born wizards might assist Muggles in persecuting wizards, thus refusing their admission to Hogwarts. When his views clashed with those of the other 3 founders, he chose to depart, seeking a means for wizards to survive, leaving behind his beloved pet, the basilisk, in the Chamber of Secrets, with the command to kill Muggles should they ever invade Hogwarts. Thus, the basilisk had spent nearly 1,000 years in endless waiting. 50 years ago, Tom Riddle entered the Chamber of Secrets through the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor, leading the basilisk out. Over the millennia, Hogwarts' structure had undergone significant changes. The girls' bathroom was an entirely unknown exit for the basilisk. It was desperate to see the outside world, momentarily forgetting the deadly gaze that awaited it. Just as the basilisk emerged from the sink, it unexpectedly locked eyes with Moaning Myrtle, who was sorrowfully removing her glasses, resulting in her demise. After achieving his goal, Tom commanded the basilisk to return to the chamber before its tail had even fully emerged from the sink. And so, another 50 years passed. With Tom possessing Ginny and summoning the basilisk to do his bidding, it could not disobey the commands of Parseltongue, yet did not wish to harm Hogwarts students. And having learned from past experiences, it kept its eyes downcast, leading to the recent incidents where the affected students, a cat, and a ghost were merely petrified. As Sophia pieced together the truth from Harry's simultaneous translation of the basilisk's responses, she sighed. Salazar Slytherin, in a sense, was a good man, and the basilisk was a good creature. It was only Tom Riddle who was a treacherous villain. What was this individual's true nature? Chapter 38, The Basilisk's Future. Ugh, I am so hungry. The basilisk obediently responded after finishing its answers, gazing longingly at the rooster in George's hands, its beak still bound. unable to make a sound even in its fright. The basilisk felt a mix of fear and hunger, as long as the rooster remained silent. It would be a splendid meal, nourishing, for the basilisk had hatched from an egg laid by a rooster, after all. It has been a millennium since it last experienced the satisfaction of a full meal, spending most of its time in a state of dormancy, only occasionally indulging in the occasional rat that scurries into the sewers. The twins and Sophia huddled together in deliberation while George observed the rooster in his grasp, fervently flapping its wings. Should we offer it to him? The girl glanced at the obedient basilisk beside the headmaster. It appeared to harbor no intent to attack them, and likely had no need for the rooster's lethal prowess. Where did you acquire this rooster? It was borrowed from Hagrid. He repurchased it after his chicken coop was decimated last time. Oh, I imagine if Hagrid were aware of the presence of a basilisk at Hogwarts, he would not hesitate to provide a rooster to satiate its hunger. Upon overhearing their discussion, the headmaster cheerfully proffered his suggestion, turning to Harry to communicate with the basilisk. If we offer you this rooster to eat, will you cooperate with us for an examination without causing us harm? The basilisk eagerly nodded, its mouth watering at the sight of the fresh chicken, ready to acquiesce to any request they made. Fred deftly tossed the terrified rooster into the gaping maw of the basilisk, which swallowed it whole. Though this morsel was negligible compared to its colossal form, the rare delicacy elicited a look of contentment in its large yellow eyes. The professors could hardly contain their excitement. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout marveled at the tangible body of the basilisk, their hands gliding over its cool, slippery surface with a sense of wonder. Professor McGonagall regarded the creature as a solution to the school's troubling predicament. Otherwise, the petrification incidents might have continued, jeopardizing Hogwarts' very existence. Professor Snape, through Dumbledore's words and Harry's translation, which required the reluctant utilization of Potter's abilities, much to the discomfort of our Slytherin head, exchanged the price of 100 roosters for a single basilisk fang and a vial of its venom, and 200 rabbits for a small amount of its blood and 2 scales. The basilisk readily consented to this transaction, considering that the dark wizard sought only items that could regenerate, making the exchange of a little for a feast exceedingly advantageous. Gilderoy Lockhart, meanwhile, was incessantly informing the trio of heroes. Thanks to my charm, this enormous creature has ceased its aggressive behavior. It is a testament to my formidable affinity for animals. Just like in Journey with Ghouls, I believe my fans are eager to hear about my latest adventure. Let us title it Reconciliation with the Basilisk. He boldly pretended to stroke the basilisk's head, though there remained an inch of air between his hand and the creature. But his overpowering fragrance caused the basilisk to shake its head and sneeze violently. Lockhart, as if electrified, performed a comical dance as he leaped several meters away. Ron, raising an eyebrow in amusement, inquired of Hermione, "Do you still fancy him?" "No," Hermione replied, pursing her lips and shaking her head vigorously. "He dares to appropriate Harry's experiences as his own. I must have been cursed by Lockhart. Was it a love potion?" Both Harry and Ron patted Hermione's shoulder with relief. She had finally seen the light. Who knew how alarming it had been to witness Hermione, previously smitten with Lockhart? Sophia and the twins, armed with a measuring tape, were busy taking the basilisk's precise measurements. Fred climbed atop the basilisk's head, grasping one end of the tape, while he tossed the other end to George, who stood at the basilisk's tail. The basilisk was so delighted that its tail thrashed about uncontrollably, making it impossible for Sophia and George to weigh it down, yielding only a rough estimate. Fred then circled the creature's neck, do snakes even have necks? To measure its girth. The girl produced a magical camera borrowed from a younger Ravenclaw reporter, placing a pair of goggles before the lens to capture the basilisk's very first photograph. Once developed with a revealing potion, the image would animate, showcasing the basilisk, along with Fred and George, who were making heart gestures atop its head. Dumbledore also promised Sophia and the twins a custom job to create protective goggles that could be affixed to the basilisk's head, priced at 100 galleons, just like the figure they had casually quoted while dispatching Lockhart. However, given the basilisk's size, the cost of materials would be higher. After some private calculations, the trio felt there was still a substantial profit to be made and readily agreed, especially since the headmaster had generously advanced the galleons. To ensure customer satisfaction, the golden snidget and 2 red-haired lions energetically set about measuring the basilisk, fueled by the promise of galleons. After Professor Snape's bountiful harvest, the group prepared to return home, having arranged a delivery of 300 food items for the basilisk before retracing their steps. Professor Dumbledore, will the basilisk reside in the Chamber of Secrets from now on? Sophia asked, observing the creature's reluctant demeanor, having not enjoyed such lively company in ages. The basilisk appeared to be shedding tears. "Oh no, indeed not," Dumbledore replied, believing the basilisk's presence to be fortuitous. As the most direct heir of Slytherin's philosophy, the serpent, it could help temper the increasingly fervent pure-blood rhetoric within the wizarding world, indirectly influencing the Death Eater factions that supported Voldemort. Thus, it was necessary to indulge the basilisk's modest wish to see the light of day once more. I shall be inviting Mr. Scamander shortly, Dumbledore teased, winking at Sophia and the twins. Therefore, the goggles must be completed before Mr. Scamander arrives, my dear gentleman and lady. The customer is like Merlin. We shall dedicate our utmost craftsmanship to you. Fred and George exaggeratedly bowed to the elderly headmaster, eliciting hearty laughter from Dumbledore. Amidst the light-hearted banter, they made their way back to the third-floor girls' lavatory, where moaning Myrtle was curiously hovering by the sink's drain. Myrtle, you were killed by the basilisk. We have found the culprit. Sophia excitedly recounted the events from the basilisk's perspective to the wide-eyed ghost, only to discover that Myrtle was utterly indifferent to the circumstances of her demise. What? It was the basilisk? How splendid! Myrtle exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had never been this jubilant in years. What a cool way to die. Far superior to nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor, who was beheaded. He nearly lacks a head. In the unique society of ghosts, the manner of death is a significant criterion for judging a ghost's status. The Weasley boys, including Ron this time, Harry, Hermione, and Sophia exchanged bemused glances, silently communicating their disbelief. They could not fathom what was so magnificent about it. Perhaps the ghost's perspective was simply different. Chapter 39, Valentine's Day. Before long, it was Valentine's Day. With the basilisk incident resolved, Sophia, returning to her normal routine, happily descended the stairs with Lydia to partake in breakfast at the Great Hall. However, upon reaching the first floor, she was taken aback. What was the meaning of this vibrant pink heart-shaped decor? The entire hall had transformed into a dazzling shade of pink, the chandeliers adorned with clusters of fresh red roses, and the air was thick with the fragrant scent of blooms, leading the girl to suspect that several bottles of rose-scented candles had been lit in some corner of the hall. Even the table mats on the long tables of each house have been replaced with pink ones, and the crimson and gold banner left by last year's House Cup champion, Gryffindor, has taken on a new appearance. Hogwarts Castle has transformed into Madame Putafoot's tea shop. To be honest, it looks rather charming, perfectly aligning with today's atmosphere. Lydia gazes with delight at the confetti cascading like snowflakes, while the ceiling has adopted the hue of the sky. This can only be attributed to Gilderoy Lockhart, as whispers among Ravenclaw have recounted his series of flamboyant escapades during his school days, including penning 800 love letters to himself and sending them via the school owl on Valentine's Day morning. It is said, according to Professor Flitwick, that on that day, owls flooded in through the Great Hall doors, leaving a myriad of feathers and droppings, some of which even landed in the bowls of professors and students, causing many to start their day on an empty stomach, retching. Compared to previous years, Lockhart has performed adequately this time. At the very least, his aesthetic sensibilities seem intact, with varying shades of pink creating a layered ambience of romance, as praised by Lydia. Today, Lockhart has unexpectedly joined the ranks of professors for breakfast. Recent rumors of his public mishap had caused many defense against the dark arts classes to turn into study periods. Both he and Professor Dumbledore had taken leave, and he has not graced the dining table for some time, having previously relished in one-sided friendly exchanges with fellow professors. He dons a magenta robe that complements the decorations around him, which suddenly reminds one of a pink toad, creating a temporal mix-up, gesturing as if conducting an orchestra, attempting to quiet the audience in the uniquely decorated hall. The other professors seated beside him, he boldly placed himself between Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick, wore stiff expressions, observing the tireless jester before them. Snape's countenance was as grim as it had been during the last dueling club. Professor Flitwick, perched on his specially crafted high chair, focused intently on the plate of sausages closest to him, pretending that there were no others present. Esteemed colleagues, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, wish you all a joyous Valentine's Day. Lockhart's voice boomed as if he had cast the sonorous charm, though Sophia even doubted whether he was aware of its existence. So far, 46 individuals have sent me Valentine cards, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to them. Should I receive any additional love letters today, I would be most moved. Young Eagle was astonished to see numerous lower-year witches and wizards gazing at the flamboyant Lockhart with bashful anticipation. Shocked that they had not abandoned him despite his scandalous reputation at Hogwarts, their perseverance was commendable. Furthermore, I have taken the liberty of arranging delightful surprises for you all. Let us ignite a romantic spark for this splendid Valentine's Day. Lockhart clapped his hands theatrically, and 12 grim-faced dwarfs, adorned with golden wings and carrying harps, strode through several doors leading to the entrance hall. It seemed their stylist had hoped to make them appear more amiable, yet their wrinkled faces rendered them quite intimidating. A few Hufflepuff girls were even frightened by them. Meet our friendly little cherubs, who bear an important mission, Lockhart announced joyfully, convinced that his idea was simply brilliant. They will be roaming the school today, ready to deliver your Valentine cards to your beloved at any moment. The fun does not end there. I am certain my colleagues would eagerly participate in helping students find love. Why not invite Professor Snape, seated to my left, to teach you how to brew a love potion? If you are interested, Professor Flitwick is more adept at enchantments than any wizard I have encountered, that crafty old dog. The beleaguered Ravenclaw had buried his face in his hands, unsure whether he felt embarrassed, wishing to disappear from the sight of all present, or desperately suppressing the urge to silence Lockhart permanently. Snape, on his left, looked as if he might tear his sleeves apart with sheer force. Anyone who dared inquire about the preparation of a love potion would surely find themselves preserved as a specimen hanging in the dungeon. Sophia was quite certain of this. Miss Scott, initially thinking that only Professors Flitwick and Snape were victims, soon tasted the bitterness herself. The situation arose when she received an unsigned Valentine card in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The handwriting seemed vaguely familiar, and the back bore Ravenclaw's classic colors, praising her beauty and intellect profusely. However, the crux of the matter was a dwarf adorned with a pink bow tie, who brazenly knocked on the door of the Transfiguration classroom, ignoring Professor McGonagall's glare of disapproval, and walked straight to an unsuspecting Sophia, who was attempting to transform her desk into a pig under Professor McGonagall's special guidance. Just as the professor demonstrated each year for the first years, plucking at its harp strings while reciting the love letter aloud. Now everyone knew of her sky-blue eyes and her brave, intelligent spirit. The dear Gryffindor head did not take her embarrassment out on the unfortunate little eagle. After the dwarf finished his performance and exited on his own accord, his bag nearly bursting with cards, she resumed her lesson. It was not until another dwarf in a pink shirt burst into the classroom that Professor McGonagall was forced to interrupt her class for the third time. In her fury, she cast an impediment jinx, banishing the dwarf from the classroom and sealing all entrances and exits, including the windows. Meanwhile, the fourth-year Gryffindors in Potions class were equally lively. Lee Jordan, seizing the opportunity while Snape elaborated on the intricate process of brewing hair growth potions with his deep, melodious voice, was bent over a seemingly expensive card, making alterations. "Hey Fred, George, come help me figure out how to improve this." Lee opened magical potions and elixirs, a large, heavy tone that obscured his lips as he spoke, lowering his voice to seek assistance from the oblivious Fred, who was flipping through his textbook, and George, who twirled a quill, discreetly passing the card under the table. Fred was jolted from his reverie, taking the card intended for Angelina, and peering at it alongside the approaching George. "To AJ, I hope my feelings can be conveyed. LJ, you've already signed your name. Is this a formal confession?" Lee glanced towards Angelina, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with Aaliyah, seemingly oblivious to the commotion at their table. He nodded assuredly at the twins. Lockhart had finally done something worthwhile. If I had to read a love letter to Angelina myself, I would surely botch it. Fred and George hesitated, fingering the blank card they had prepared long ago, caressing its matte finish, their fingertips tingling. Ultimately, they exchanged a glance, their similarly blue eyes filled with resolve and the courage to take a leap of faith. They cleverly positioned themselves in the blind spot of the old badass vision, tossing back Lee's Valentine's card. In a manner reminiscent of Lee's earlier fidgeting, they retrieved the card they had secretly purchased in Hogsmeade on the last visit, and leaned over the narrow table, which was cluttered with two old cauldrons, to brainstorm ideas. "To SS, my beloved sweetheart." Just as they penned the opening line, an irresistible force suddenly yanked the card from their grasp. The twins looked up, discontented, only to find Severus Snape glowering at them, each hand gripping a familiar Valentine's card between his index and middle fingers. This was not good. Lee hastily tucked away his own card, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that the old bat had not ensnared him as well. 20 points deducted from Gryffindor. For Mr. Weasley's blatant display of affection during Potions class, the Slytherin students erupted into loud laughter, while the malevolent old bat flung the twins' card towards Graham Montague, who watched with a smirk. "Montague, why don't you enlighten us with the Weasley boys' masterpiece?" Montague, seemingly honored, puffed up his cotton-stuffed head. The opportunity to humiliate the Weasley twins, who had bested him in Quidditch, thrilled him to no end. He bellowed so loudly that even passing students outside the classroom could hear. "To SS, my beloved sweetheart." Ah, why is it so short? This was Montague's first thought. Moreover, who was this SS? This was Montague's second musing, as well as the collective question of all the students attending Potions class. A sudden hush fell over the classroom. How curious that the Slytherins, who usually relished in Gryffindor's misfortunes, had ceased their laughter. Fred and George found it odd. While the Slytherin students exchanged fearful glances at their headmaster, and the Gryffindors shot worried looks at Fred and George. Anyone familiar with Fred and George Weasley could deduce that this card was intended for Sophia. Even Snape quickly realized that the scraps of parchment in his hands were meant for that unfortunate little eagle. Humph, playing such tricks in my class. Snape couldn't help but recall his own reckless pursuit of Lily, and generously sentenced the twins to a month of detention, which would undoubtedly fall into Filch's hands, before benevolently announcing they could commence brewing the hair-raising potion. During the practical lesson, he further deducted points from George for inadequate depilation of rat tails and from Fred for improperly grinding pixie wings. They could already envision Percy and Hermione frowning, once again launching into their loud tirades of complaints. The twins were so flustered by Snape's relentless barrage that their foreheads pulsed with veins, and their dexterity faltered, resulting in a hair-raising potion that exuded an ominous green aura. Fred suspected it could lead to severe hair loss, while George feared it might cause hair to sprout in peculiar places. The wretched old bat ultimately awarded them a troll tea, while Montague, who appeared to be on par with them, easily secured and exceeds expectations. Montague mockingly paraded around, imitating the troll's movements and blank expression, as his sycophantic followers burst into laughter. With a devilish grin, the twins plotted Montague's demise. They believed that after an hour, the red spots covering Montague would render him incapable of laughter. The Weasley twins harbored no ill will, thankfully, as the old bat had returned their card, albeit one that contained only a single sentence. This was, after all, a Valentine's special from the Quill and Ink store. Otherwise, they would have had no choice but to disregard Gryffindor's values and present Filch with a token of their disdain in the form of an oversized gift for the old bat. Hey, don't let it turn into a dumb bomb. I still have to survive under Professor Snape. I can't bear to inhale that smell daily. Sophia tugged at their ears. After a lively day filled with mischief, the little imps caused quite a stir, such as Harry Potter's eyes resembling freshly pickled toads. Sophia gradually received a stack of Valentine's cards from all four houses. My dear, your charm remains unwavering, Lydia remarked. Miss Jones was set to enjoy a romantic Valentine's dinner with Mr. Willoughby that evening, and as she departed, her seat was promptly claimed by the ever-watchful Weasley twins. Fred and George flanked Sophia, sandwiching her between them, as they had done so many times before, though it had not always been this way. The twins had maintained a respectful distance until Sophia's fourth year, when they began to encroach upon her space. A transition she had initially found odd, but eventually grew accustomed to. Before the house elf arrived with a platter laden with food, Sophia fiddled with the cards she had received throughout the day on the pink dining table. The twins, unable to resist, reached into their pockets to retrieve the cards they had meticulously crafted over the entire afternoon. I heard you two played a prank on Snape in potions class today? Sophia inquired with curiosity, having heard the rumors throughout the day that the twins had pretended to be Snape's admirers by sending him a Valentine's card, which had caused his expression to darken. It certainly sounded like something the twins would do, and it seemed quite plausible. What? The twins abruptly halted their movements, seemingly taken aback by this outrageous rumor. They had considered the possibility that Sophia might have heard about the card they wrote for her, and felt a mix of awkwardness and uncertainty, but they had no idea how the story had escalated to this extent. It was common knowledge that our beloved potions professor's name was Severus Snape, while the Weasley twins' sweetheart was named Sophia Scott, both initials coincidentally being SS. For the Slytherins present, the name of the Ravenclaw from a previous year was largely unknown, but their headmaster's name was indeed well known. All the little snakes believed it was a prank directed at their headmaster, and thus remained silent in class. Fearing his wrath, Snape's ire was something even the Slytherins dared not provoke. No, we did not prank the old bat. Gazing at the colorful cards in Sophia's possession, Fred and George felt compelled to be braver than these unseen competitors. Chapter 40, The Confession. This is for you. The twins rose from their seats, their long legs gracefully crossing the benches, standing beneath a magnificent bouquet of roses in the center of the great hall. Sophia turned to face them, bewildered by their unexpectedly serious demeanor. What did this mean? Were they playing a prank on her? Fred and George each produced a finely crafted red card from their pockets, as fiery as their signature hair and as fervent as their sincere hearts. Their usual playful expressions were replaced with handsome serenity, making them appear more mature than ever. Their sparkling blue eyes brimmed with anticipation and nervousness, akin to a painting of a meteor shower streaking across a clear night sky, or a white sailboat exploring the vast ocean, carrying the three of them into the unknown. Even the most optimistic of twins, when confessing their feelings to a girl whose heart is intimately entwined with theirs, cannot help but be swept away by a torrent of emotions and fanciful thoughts. On one hand, they ponder whether their confession may be premature, while on the other, they feel an urgency that they cannot suppress. After all, they certainly do not wish for their beloved to be captivated by another suitor. plunging them into a dismal existence devoid of shared inspiration and unexpressed affection. Alongside Fred or George, they find themselves envisioning the girl's astonished expression, taking a certain pride in the fact that their darling has yet to reach the age of understanding love. In this regard, the Weasley gentlemen are far more seasoned, for such precociousness flows in their veins, specifically referring to Mr. Arthur and Mrs. Molly, who, during their time at Hogwarts, navigated a delightful romance amidst strict regulations against early relationships, leading Bill to occasionally question whether his birth date had been misreported. Yet, they also fear that Sophia might feel awkward after their confession and choose to ignore them, though this concern is mitigated by the knowledge that their sweet girl is not one to simply lie down in the face of adversity. She is a brave young lady who, like them, confronts challenges head-on. Moreover, the Weasley twins are never lacking in resourcefulness. What if she ignores us, Fred? Sweetheart is not like that, George. What if she only sees us as friends? That would surely be awkward if she starts avoiding us. We can approach her directly, and I am confident that if we manage to do this, our darling will swiftly cast aside any embarrassment from receiving our confession. What was that? It's an animagus, a wizarding telephone. Sophia felt as though her hands, which clutched the 2 Valentine-esque cards, were scorched by the fervent hearts of the boys. Her usually clever mind now clouded. She found herself accepting the 2 cards imbued with their youthful sentiments and courage. Fred was the first to take her left hand, gently kissing the tip of her ring finger. George followed suit, taking her somewhat stiff fingers and tenderly kissing the knuckle, brushing away any remnants of Fred's earlier affection. Typically, they would jestingly perform such hand-kissing gestures, but today, Sophia sensed the uniqueness of these kisses through their careful breaths. Sweetheart, it's perfectly all right if you don't understand right now. We will wait for you indefinitely. We refuse to be outpaced by those who hide in the shadows. Besides, our hearts are racing beyond concealment. The twins mockingly pressed their hands against their chests, guiding Sophia's hands to rest upon their firm pectorals. The small eagle felt the warmth beneath her fingertips, a comforting contrast to the winter chill that had left her fingers perpetually cold. Gradually, she encountered the rapid, powerful rhythm of their synchronized heartbeats, vibrant as their owners. Fred and George's slightly longer hair brushed against her ear, their warm, humid breaths causing her to flinch, while simultaneously a melodic voice echoed, "I like you, Miss Scott. Or rather, I love you." Sophia's cheeks began to bloom with a rosy hue, the delicate pink spreading from her apple cheeks to the tips of her ears, radiating an undeniable warmth that rendered her utterly adorable. Fred, unable to resist, reached out to touch her rare rosy complexion, but the bashful little eagle swiftly swatted his hand away. Sophia cupped her hands around her small face, tucking her long, curly golden hair to conceal her flushed ears. When Fred and George attempted to engage her in conversation again, she remained unresponsive, lost in a state of dazed silence. Beneath her hands, her lips curled into a subtle smile, and her brows lifted in delight, inexplicably happy, as if she had just savored a hefty bag of the twins' homemade orange gummies. George quietly attempted to pry her hands away from her face, but his efforts were in vain. As he exerted more pressure, Sophia playfully scratched his fingertips. Just then, a sumptuous dinner was served, featuring roasted black pepper steak, honey-glazed chicken, English-style roasted potatoes, cheese pie, and an array of Valentine-themed chocolate desserts, including rose-shaped chocolates and rose-flavored confections nestled in pots of chocolate beans. The intoxicating aromas lured a throng of young witches and wizards into the hall, and the trio, previously entangled between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables, now stood out even more. The twins, with their unmistakable flaming red hair, towered over the crowd. Their height and the sight of the girl before them, who was still covering her face and crying, drew the attention of their peers, who were busy stuffing their mouths with food. Hermione nearly approached the twins to confront them for making Miss Scott cry, only to be halted by Angelina, who was in the know. Fred and George gently rotated Sophia 180 degrees, seamlessly returning to their previous positions. George reached for a plate of aromatic steak, meticulously cutting it into small pieces, then tenderly brushing aside the hand that covered the girl's mouth to offer her a piece of juicy, sauce-coated beef. The little eagle, unsure of how to react to the Weasley gentleman after having gone hungry, skillfully maneuvered her fork to snatch the steak from George's grasp, devouring it like an osprey catching fish from the water. Fred tapped the table to retrieve the room-temperature cola that the house elf had just delivered, while the younger eagles nearby curiously imitated Fred's actions, tapping the table with their knuckles, only to find no cola appeared, leaving their bones nearly cracking. He carefully brought the cup to the girl's rosy lips, ensuring it didn't collide with her teeth. George managed the main course, while Fred took charge of desserts and beverages, together ensuring their beloved girl was well fed. The Weasley twins shot defiant glances at a few potential rivals who were secretly eyeing them, grinning triumphantly once their gazes caused their peers to look away. Ah, youth. What a splendid thing it is. Dumbledore, who had witnessed the entire scene, smiled at the stoic Snape, eliciting only a cold grunt in response. Chapter 41, Love Letters. After dinner, the twins surrounded Sophia, leading the girl, who still stubbornly covered her face. Her hands had grown weary. To the bronze knocker of the Eagle House, as she wished. Just in time, a clever little wizard had answered the knocker's riddle, allowing a throng of dejected little eagles to follow suit. Some of the young witches and wizards, the majority, curiously observed the trio. The two Gryffindor boys who had stolen the spotlight and their esteemed prefect, instinctively slowing their pace, blocking the door to the Ravenclaw common room, frequently glancing back with eager anticipation. After all, food offered to one's lips is too tempting to refuse. Fred and George rested their heads against Sophia's neck, their hands covering their mouths as they whispered into her ear, radiating warmth. Hey, sweetheart, remember to check our love letters. Of course, this isn't the only one. We will write others in the future. All right, I will look. Sophia finally lowered her arms, pushing the twin heads away, unable to endure the ticklish sensation on her ears any longer. Now, her expression appeared considerably more natural, at least devoid of the rosy, apple-like hue it bore before dinner. There remained merely a subtle blush adorning her delicate, porcelain complexion. Her eagle-like gaze remained fixed ahead, coincidentally landing upon the collars of the twins, who were dressed rather lightly. Having shed their thick garments despite the fact that spring had yet to arrive, Sophia could even glimpse Fred and George's enticing caramel-colored collarbones. At that moment, she was not particularly inclined to meet their fervent gazes, which she could sense even without looking. Goodbye. The girl succinctly bid farewell, swiftly melding into the throng, vanishing among the Eagle team, while the two Weasley gentlemen, extending their arms in vain, could not catch her. Wow, Sweet P.S. evasion skills have significantly improved. It might be quite a challenge to intercept the agile darling during the next quidditch match against Ravenclaw. Sophia hurried back to her dormitory, flopping onto her soft bed. Drawing the curtains, she cautiously retrieved the Valentine's Day card, still warm from her beloved, biting her lip with a smile as she perused its contents. To my beloved sweetheart, are you surprised? We only discovered our affection for you last summer, and Fred, George, and I even had a quarrel about it. Merlin. Fred's punch left my eye swollen. George's elbow made my mouth bleed. It hurt so much. Only a kiss from you can make it better. Eventually, we came to terms with our feelings and decided to pursue you together. Indeed, together. Wouldn't you like to experience and explore a three-way romance, sweetheart? We promise to offer you a joy far exceeding the sum of 1 + 1. Oh, of course. Worry not about public opinion or judgment. We shall handle all of that. No one is better equipped than the Weasley gentlemen to bear and resolve such matters. You simply need to continue your studies. Nurture your love for research and exploration, play some quidditch, and develop your personal Scott studio, and you shall gain 2 brand new boyfriends. Sweetheart, I adore you. How can someone as intelligent, beautiful, gentle, interesting, humorous, and charming as you exist to captivate the Weasleys? The equally handsome, charming, and humorous Mr. George Weasley, Mr. Fred Weasley, extends his heartfelt greetings and poses the following questions, hoping that the embodiment of wisdom, Miss Scott, can assist in providing answers swiftly. Will you be with me? Will you be with us? Yours truly, George Weasley, Fred Weasley. Imitating the simple drawings of 2 small boys with clasped hands from the watch. The heart-thumping eagle read the cards several times, unwittingly committing every word to memory, before slowly rising to her feet and walking to her desk, placing the 2 red cards into a not overly crowded drawer. Inside, there lay a Monopoly board, a bouquet of still-blooming baby-s breath, a knitted hat with cat ears, a dynamic photo of the twins making heart gestures towards the camera, and an abundance of candies and chocolates, now accompanied by the 2 cards expressing their affection. Honestly, Sophia murmured softly, casting a spell on all the items to preserve their pristine condition, then closing the drawer and adding several protective charms. Once she had completed her tasks, the girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, relaxed against the white chocolate-like surface of her desk, pressing her warm apple-like cheeks against the cool, smooth surface to cool down. How rare it was for the cold desk to be useful, she mused, her crystalline sapphire eyes gazing out at the night sky, her golden lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, gradually calming over time. She needed to ponder this for a while, she thought. She must indeed have feelings for Fred and George. Suddenly, 2 red heads poked in from outside the window, startling Sophia and causing her to lose her balance, tumbling with her chair to the ground with a thud, her head bumping against the thick, deep blue carpet. Thankfully, it wasn't too painful. The Weasley gentlemen were unwilling to let this lovely Valentine's night slip away. Sophia had run off too swiftly for them to offer her their affectionate good-night kisses on the cheek. The Weasley gentlemen could only linger in the common room for a while, gazing at the golden glow of the fire in the fireplace and thinking of their sweetheart, when they suddenly spotted their dear Quidditch captain, Wood, striding towards them with a broom. Surely not. Are we practicing tonight as well? Oliver's girlfriend truly is Quidditch. He intends to spend this sweet night with his broom. They certainly could not interrupt them. Indeed, seizing the opportunity while the crowd obstructed Wood's path, the twins swiftly slipped away, their minds sparked by inspiration. Why not fly on their broomsticks to find their sweetheart? Thus, they suddenly appeared outside Sophia's window, startling her to the ground. Observing that their sweetheart had fallen hard, the twins were concerned and attempted to climb through the window to help her up. However, before they could comprehend the peculiar structure of the window, the girl had already pushed herself up from the desk, the chair having pressed uncomfortably against her back. Truly sorry, sweetheart. We were mistaken. Through the glass window, the twins' voices were muffled, reminiscent of their earlier speech while chewing on mandrake leaves. Sophia grabbed her newly polished broomstick. The Clean Sweep 6, mounted it, and opened the window, gliding through the gap between the twins. Skillfully, using only her legs to grip the broomstick, she playfully delivered a light tap on one of the Weasley's heads, soaring into the starry night sky with a gentle laugh. I shall carefully consider your proposal, but it may require a bit more time. Her bright voice echoed from afar. The Weasley gentlemen, thrilled, patted their heads, lightly struck by the girl's playful hit. Their hearts racing faster than the first time they mounted a broom, turning to chase after the girl who had flown away. Sweetheart, you hit quite hard just now. Fred has gone daft. Shall we leave him behind? Rubbish. It's dear George who has gone daft. The joyous laughter of the three blended into the deepening night, with only Hogwarts aware that it was about to successfully unite another pair of young lovers. As long as it existed, the youth and beauty of the magical world would continue to flourish, and it would thrive eternally. Chapter 42, Purification Potion. Since the commencement of the new term following the Christmas holiday, Sophia's twice-weekly detentions with Snape seemed to have taken on a different hue. The primary focus of her detentions had shifted from grading assignments and brewing invigorating potions, cold remedies, to a more sophisticated endeavor, encompassing the preparation of joyful draughts, living death potions, and the newly registered Wolfbane potion devised by Mr. Damocles Belby, all of which became her tasks. Snape even instructed her in the art of brewing rare and expensive potions, such as Felix Felicis and Veritaserum, a banned substance, as Sophia whispered. The eagle, mustering her courage, had once inquired of the potion professor, who occasionally glanced her way amid his busy work, why she was engaged in such activities that hardly resembled ordinary student labor. Oh, Miss Scott merely needs to stir the cauldron gently. My poor old professor has a multitude of preparations to attend to. With this retort, Snape quashed Sophia's many questions, leaving her to tread cautiously in the realm of the unknown. Fortunately, she had a comrade, a fellow unfortunate soul recently acquainted in the potions professor's office. The former Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, who was a year ahead of her. Occasionally, he would appear during Sophia's confinement, joining her in enduring Snape's rather humbling sweet words due to some mishap in their potion-making. Today was no exception, as they found themselves in the dungeons at this very moment. Sophia stirred the cauldron containing her half-finished potion of infatuation, unexpectedly realizing that even an incomplete love potion could yield some effect, as she seemed to catch a whiff of Fred's fireworks scent, the unmistakable aroma of sparklers. She was certain, and the sugary fragrance of candy emanating from George, reminiscent of toffee and orange gummy sweets, mingled with an assortment of other confections. If I were Miss Scott, I would now add 1/10 of an ounce of daisy petals to her cauldron to harmonize the conflicting properties of her concoction. The little eagle, reeking of bitter potion, obediently and swiftly measured the precise dosage of daisy petals and added them into the silver cauldron before her. I assume Mr. Higgs's eyesight had not been regrettably afflicted by a severe ailment. Otherwise, how could he have failed to notice the line of small text written by his former headmaster to the right of the 5th point on the board? Terence, upon being called, promptly lifted his gaze, squinting at the board, his movements of adding red ribbon butterfly wings to the cauldron betraying no hint of panic. In a short while, 2 highly refined potions of infatuation were produced, and Sophia was confident that just a sip would allow the renowned wooden-hearted individuals of Hogwarts to boldly declare their affection to a witch or wizard for 2 entire months. Yet, the fastidious potions professor reluctantly accepted the 2 rather mediocre student creations. Following this, the newly added project for self-improving potion formulas commenced. As the deadline for Snape's Christmas gift approached, feeling somewhat uncertain, Sophia was nonetheless the first to present her purification potion formula, derived from the broad-spectrum antidote. A detailed 20-inch thesis handed over to Professor Snape. In the heart-stopping 10 minutes that followed, the girl envisioned several unfortunate scenarios, such as Snape glaring fiercely and overturning his teaching desk, while she covered her face and fled in dismay. However, reality proved her fears unfounded. Professor Snape neither frowned nor glared. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. Sophia was convinced his brow was arched slightly higher than usual, and inquired, "What inspired your potion improvement idea?" Sophia elaborated extensively on the matter. One day, while conversing with the Weasley twins about the necessity of earning sufficient money to open a vault in Gringotts, the topic shifted to the bank's security measures. "I've heard that the very bottom layer of Gringotts houses vaults belonging to 28 pure-blood families, though not including ours, which is guarded by a dragon." Fred exclaimed eagerly, his hands spread wide, veins bulging on the back of his hands as if he too possessed the webbed fingers of a dragon. "Dad mentioned there's a thief-repelling waterfall. If suspicious individuals approach, the goblins will drive mine carts through the waterfall." George, having never ridden Gringotts' little mine cart, in fact, none of the Weasley siblings had, speculated it must feel somewhat akin to riding a broomstick, lacking the thrill that Harry had described akin to a roller coaster. Instinctively, Sophia sensed the thief-repelling waterfall was no ordinary phenomenon. Upon further research, she discovered it could wash away the effects of various spells and potions. The effects of the Polyjuice potion, animagus transformations, and even the effects of the Killing Curse could be nullified, truly a potent and overlooked advanced potion within the magical realm. If even the Killing Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, could be considered a mere minor threat before the thief-repelling waterfall, could it not also cleanse the lingering dark magic curses from grievous wounds inflicted by ordinary dark spells? As Gringotts had not publicly disclosed the formula for this artifact, the goblins were notoriously secretive. Sophia had no choice but to draw inspiration from various antidotes and soothing potions, piecing together a seemingly feasible plan centered around the original formula of the broad-spectrum antidote. Should it succeed, her mother's patients, those who had suffered grievous injuries from dark magic or were mauled by werewolves, lamenting over wounds that refused to heal and scars that could not be removed, would no longer have to sigh over their unrelenting afflictions. Professor Snape appeared to find this a highly valuable topic, resulting in Sophia's detentions becoming more frequent in the days that followed. Whenever young wizards, the vast majority of whom were Slytherins, visited Snape's office, it was often Miss Sophia Scott, his trusted assistant, who assisted them with their minor affairs, such as requesting leave. For the busy potions professor was ensconced in his inner chamber, painstakingly attempting to translate Little Eagle's theoretical purification potion into reality, a task requiring meticulous adjustments to the content of each potion ingredient. Ultimately, the exact quantity of materials remained an unknown variable. Recently, the pressure had taken its toll on Sophia, manifesting not only as pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes, but also a fiery red blemish, leaving her complexion wan. So much so that when Fred and George encountered the long-missed girl at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, they nearly believed that the old bat had employed some nefarious dark magic to siphon away Sophia's vitality for herself. The twins, suppressing their reluctance to administer potions, ushered the girl to the hospital wing and pressed her onto a bed. Madame Pomfrey, discerning at a glance that Sophia's recent stresses had led to sleep deprivation, administered a drop of the elixir of life to her. Exhausted yet plagued by racing thoughts, the little eagle, upon swallowing the potion, comically collapsed onto the pristine bed. The twins had commandeered the task of covering her with a blanket and adjusting her position, her mind emptied of all calculations and formulas. The sensation of having a blank mind was truly delightful. Thus mused the ever-curious Miss Scott, who typically delighted in filling her brain with knowledge. Chapter 43, The Magpie. The twins' complexion appeared far better than Sophia's of late. "Huh? Why do you both seem to take turns looking unwell?" For they had been diligently reciting the animagus incantation each morning at sunrise, their early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine becoming second nature, which had rendered Fred and George's already handsome faces, previously praised by Roger Davies, now even more radiant, with the occasional teenage blemish having vanished entirely. Moreover, the brothers' tentative attempts at transforming into animagi seemed to be nearing success, as they felt the presence of a second heartbeat, a rapid and vigorous rhythm, just a week after concocting the drool potion. Sophia was immensely intrigued by the phenomenon of 2 heartbeats coexisting within them, and after the declaration incident, "Thank goodness, sweetheart has grown closer to us," Fred exclaimed jubilantly. She would occasionally lean against the twins' chests to listen to this strange, alternating cadence. Through Little Eagle's careful calculations, watching the watch count heartbeats, it appeared that the twins' animagus forms were of the same creature, though Sophia was not entirely certain, as she often miscounted amidst the accelerating tempo of Fred and George's original heartbeats. Now, all that was required was a storm, and the Weasley brothers' animagus forms would hatch into being. Conveniently, on the eve of the twins' birthday, a thunderclap shattered the tranquil night sky over Hogwarts. heralding the arrival of the year's first thunderstorm in 1993. Awakened by the thunder, thankfully they were roused. Had they slept through it, they would have had to start anew. Fred and George swiftly tossed aside their blankets and dashed to the room of requirement to retrieve their respective potions. A peculiar concoction. Originally a strange amalgamation of transparent saliva and various substances, transformed into a potion of striking crimson hue with remarkable clarity. The little eagle, also alerted by the thunder, soon arrived, for how could she possibly miss witnessing the rare phenomenon of an animagus transformation? Moreover, the risks associated with human transfiguration are exceedingly high. Should anything go awry, such as transforming into a half-human, half-beast form, a not uncommon occurrence at St. Mungo's, it would require her to swiftly rouse Professor McGonagall from her slumber to provide assistance. Upon pushing open the door to the room of requirement, the girl beheld Fred clad in blue pajamas and George in yellow, both with their pant legs caked in mud. The earth, once home to various potion ingredients and mutated starflowers, had been unearthed by the twins, who each held a vial of the red potion. Clearly, they had been awaiting her arrival. "Welcome, dear heart from afar," they exclaimed. The twins raised their crystal flasks towards the girl and clinked them together with their brotherly camaraderie. With a crisp sound of glass meeting glass, they downed the contents with the same gusto one might exhibit while drinking butterbeer at the bustling Three Broomsticks. George and Fred smacked their lips in contemplation, prompting Sophia to inquire, "What does it feel like? What does it taste like?" "Nothing at all. And we haven't changed. It must be a failure." Just as George's words faded, an unbearable heat surged from the depths of their hearts, gradually morphing into a searing pain akin to being sliced by a knife. The twins collapsed onto the cold floor, their bones creaking under a weight that felt as though an invisible hand was pressing down on their heads, attempting to squash them into a compact ball to fit into a tiny vessel. The Weasley brothers emitted involuntary groans and gasps, having never experienced such agony before. Far surpassing the pain of their father's spankings, the twins were hardly the type to submit quietly to Arthur's discipline. They had mastered the art of causing chaos while only receiving mild scoldings from their mother, Molly, and even exceeding the pain of a quidditch injury. Sophia watched as the twins gritted their teeth, their faces flushed, veins protruding at their temples, their normally rosy lips turned a vibrant red from being unconsciously bitten. Their bodies curled into a tight ball, each movement colliding helplessly against the unforgiving floor. Her heart ached for them. She gently repositioned their sweating heads onto her lap, using her pajama sleeves to wipe their foreheads, disregarding the mingling of sweat and dirt, softly encouraging them to withstand the pain, for succumbing to this torment might result in a failed transformation, causing irreversible harm to their bodies. At least let this poor little red head not bury itself further into the ground, Sophia thought. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of torment, Fred and George sensed a cool stream enveloping their fiery discomfort, sweeping away the agony, leaving behind a refreshing sensation that made them snort in relief. They now realized their heads were resting on the sweetheart's lap. The twins' second heartbeat began to dominate. A flash of red light illuminated the room, and the formidable figures of the Weasley brothers vanished, replaced by two curious little magpies, their claws clutching at Sophia's pajama pants as they flapped their wings inquisitively. The two magpies circled one another, one attempting to take flight and adjust to its new limbs, while the other hopped along, eventually perching on her shoulder and nuzzling its fluffy face against her. The clumsy flyer, upon witnessing the sweet interaction between George the bird and Sophia, mustered all its strength to rush towards her outstretched palm. Fred the bird cautiously pecked at Sophia's fingertips, standing proudly atop her index finger, allowing her to caress its tail feathers, its tail raised high in delight as it chirped merrily. "Chirp, sweetheart touched me. Touching my tail is blissful enough to make me tremble." The regal George bird cast a disdainful glance at the exuberant Fred bird. The little bird's eyes, astonishingly, could convey such intricate emotions. Inching closer to Sophia, turning to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, startled by the sudden prickly sensation on her face, Sophia instinctively reached up to touch her cheek. "Why did you peck me? Are you Fred or George?" The identical animagus forms of the twins were, naturally, quite similar. Yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences could be discerned. She could identify the variations in their tail feather patterns. Could it be due to the differing colors of their pajamas? Though she was not yet able to distinguish between the two magpies, George the bird, momentarily distracted by Sophia's hand brushing against its face, forgot that its once full lips had transformed into a pointed beak, no longer suitable for taking advantage of the sweetheart. Dejected, George the bird squawked, "Chirp. Sorry, sweetheart. But I'm Fred." Upon observing the sudden scuffle between the two magpies, Sophia propped her legs up, casually resting her left arm on her knees, her face leaning on her forearm, while her right hand retrieved her ever-present wand. With a flick and a chant, Familiar silver lines reappeared within the room of requirement. And a formidable-looking osprey, considerably larger than the magpie twins and bearing wings, emerged into existence. It approached the chirping twins, affectionately patting their heads with its large wings, sending Fred and George the birds stumbling slightly. "Consider this a little companion for you." Sophia chuckled softly, watching the interaction between the three birds, her fingers rhythmically tapping her knee as she contemplated. She found herself intrigued by the prospect of becoming an animagus as well. Chapter 44, The Owl's Examination. After celebrating the two magpies, Sophia was ushered by the twins into the Gryffindor common room, where they encouraged her to sample the birthday cakes specially prepared by Professor McGonagall as house elves. The twins' birthdays were indeed remembered by Hogwarts. The girl gifted them with the latest fashionable flat caps from the Muggle world, which Fred and George excitedly donned, now sporting bright yellow hats. Subsequently, the 2-week Easter holiday commenced, ushering in the final sprint of freedom before the Owl's examinations. Sophia immersed herself in the library daily, poring over her notes which she had memorized and recited countless times. Even the twins, lounging beside her, found themselves glancing at her work, lethargically groaning and asking her, "Sweetheart, why do you need to review something you can recite word for word? Indeed, let us play with poor Fred and George for a while." The Weasley brothers seemed to have an aversion to the library. Once seated on a bench, they could hardly remain still, constantly fidgeting and casting glances around, successfully driving Percy Weasley and his girlfriend away from this idyllic rendezvous spot. "Perfect. You should take a look at these notes too, so you can earn a few more OS next year." The girl handed over her recently completed charms and herbology notes to the twins, who were causing a ruckus that drew the ire of Madame Pants. Sophia feigned a sympathetic cry for the Weasley brothers. Sophia's birthday soon arrived, with exams looming. She was consumed with mastering the nuances of spell pronunciation and gestures, merely accepting her friends' well wishes and the strawberry cake lovingly crafted by the twins. Their baking skills were commendable, as she devoured a quarter of a 6-inch cake, leaving the rest to be devoured by the twins. On the 3rd weekend of May, the Quidditch final between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for the year commenced. Given that Gryffindor's team lineup mirrored that of the previous year, Captain Edwin Macmillan had adeptly discerned Wood's strategies early on and meticulously identified the weaknesses of each Gryffindor Quidditch member. For instance, the Weasley twins habitually positioned themselves with Fred on the right and George on the left, resulting in Fred's attentiveness to the left side being somewhat diminished, while the opposite was true for George. Ravenclaw's strategy aimed at disrupting the well-synchronized duo of batters was to disarrange their positions, thereby facilitating the chasers to clear obstacles and score swiftly. Furthermore, Ravenclaw had astutely predicted the passing sequence of Gryffindor's chasers after they obtained the quaffle, frequently intercepting the bludgers as they passed, which led to an ever-widening score gap between the two teams. Strangely, the savior, who was greatly anticipated by Wood, seemed somewhat lost in thought whenever Autumn Zhang pursued him on his Nimbus 2000, obscuring his view of the golden snitch. Harry's broom appeared to slow down, granting Sophia and her teammates more time to score. Ultimately, when Ravenclaw's score exceeded 130 points, they had effectively secured victory. It was then that Harry, as if awakening from a dream, seized the golden snitch, finalizing the score at 140-170. Due to the point-based nature of the Hogwarts Quidditch matches, even if Gryffindor had emerged victorious in this match, Ravenclaw would still lift the trophy for the year. Edwin joyfully embraced each team member, and as he reached Sophia, a subtle blush crept onto his cheeks, though it was hardly noticeable beneath the natural flush of excitement from the game. "I have received an invitation from the Irish national team to join as an analytical coach. Be sure to come and watch our matches often." "Go, Edwin. No one excels in this aspect like you," Sophia exclaimed exuberantly, her voice infused with the thrill of victory, echoed by Davis and the others, who had been appointed the next captain. "We will definitely come. If the captain provides tickets, we are in." "Ha ha." Amidst the infectious laughter, the youth of the boys and girls was joyfully poured onto the earth, their dreams sprouting and flourishing within the fertile soil of Hogwarts. The remaining weeks seemed as if stolen by the god of time, Kronos, and before long, the OWL's examinations arrived. Sophia's meticulous and focused notes had long since been devoured by anxious fifth-year witches and wizards from both her house and others. In the 2 weeks leading up to the final examinations, the atmosphere throughout Hogwarts was charged with OWL's candidates muttering the recipes for the hiccuping potion, the corresponding pronunciations for various disarming spells, and the historical context of the Goblin Rebellion, while students suddenly recalled a crucial exam point mid-meal, freezing in thought until a disgruntled house elf snatched away their spoon. The students from other years, influenced by this tension, instinctively picked up their books, ushering in the unique study season that marked the end of the school year. The underground market among the young witches and wizards buzzed with activity once more. as dubious merchants peddled befuddlement draft and ultra-diluted intelligence enhancers, which they claimed would evade detection from Professor's anti-cheating measures, throughout the black market, under the Professor's watchful eyes. The two student council presidents and various house prefects launched a vigorous crackdown on these unscrupulous vendors. As the early summer of June rushed into Hogwarts, it hurriedly propelled the young witches and wizards toward the examination halls. Upon seeing Professor Giselda Marchbanks, who was rumored to be over 200 years old and had presided over Dumbledore's transfiguration exams, enter the Great Hall with her invigilating team, Sophia felt her steak lose its allure. Eat more, sweetheart. Don't be afraid. I bet you are undoubtedly the smartest witch in all of Hogwarts. These examiners could never master the Patronus charm at 16. No one understands the OWLs better than you. The twins haphazardly piled Sophia's favorite foods on her plate, while she merely gazed at Professor Marchbanks, who was amiably conversing with the headmaster, mechanically repeating the motions of chewing and swallowing. On the morning of the first day of OWLs, the subject was theory of charms. The long tables of the four houses in the Great Hall seemed to dissolve into countless smaller ones, each adorned with a quill, ink, and parchment provided by the school. Professor McGonagall sat at the head table, flipping an enormous hourglass, the sand trickling through the narrow opening reminiscent of Sophia's throat, which was continually swallowing. As she calmed herself to survey the exam paper, she discovered the questions to be rather straightforward, prompting a sigh of relief from the small eagle. Her fingers, which had been gripping the quill tightly, relaxed. Sophia confidently dipped the quill into the ink and, as she would in her usual assignments, elegantly inscribed her answers in beautiful cursive, the wand movement corresponding to the charm that makes the tip of the wand emit light and the disadvantages of the joy charm. In the afternoon's practical exam, Professor Flitwick called students into the examination room in alphabetical order. Sophia Scott, observing the relatively composed student before him. Professor Flitwick rose on tiptoe to gently tap her arm, directing her to a vacant desk at Professor Toftie's table. Following the kindly wizard's instructions, Sophia performed an impeccably precise engorgement charm on a pumpkin, enlarging it to 5 times its original size, and executed a repairing charm on a wooden board that had split into 3 pieces, restoring it to its smooth entirety. Satisfied, he nodded and recorded a grade for her to depart. Judging by the amplitude of the quill as Professor Toftie noted her score, an O was assured, and Sophia stifled the urge to leap for joy as she delightedly mused. Fred and George Weasley, noticing the rosy-cheeked girl with a smile playing at her lips, began to jest about their fourth-year potions exam, while still fervently adding food to her plate, everything else returning to normalcy. On the practical transfiguration exam that Tuesday, Sophia immediately transformed the large pine table in front of the examiners into a pig that appeared to weigh about 200 pounds, grunting and searching for food. Professor Smith, astonished and impressed, applauded her, unhesitatingly awarding her an O and declaring that she had grasped the essence of McGonagall's transfiguration. Subsequently, during the herbology exam, despite the chaos, Miss Scott independently completed a series of tasks involving repotting and loosening the soil for a growing mandrake. However, the mandrake seemed particularly vigorous, thrashing and screaming as it lost several leaves in the process, causing a careless badger seated at a nearby table, who had failed to wear proper earmuffs, to faint. In the defense against the dark arts examination, uncertain if her relatio, the release spell, met the standard, Sophia proactively informed Professor Marchbanks that she could conjure a patronus. Under the curious gazes of all the supervising professors, approximately 6 in total, her slightly dark unicorn hair wand successfully summoned a fierce silver fish eagle with a wingspan of nearly 5 feet to perch upon her shoulder. The other students and professors gasped in astonishment, and even Professor Marchbanks, a member of the Wisengamot, could not resist discussing Patronus experiences with this young master of charms. Indeed, mastering the Patronus charm qualifies one as a master of spells, until Gilderoy Lockhart's flamboyant cough restored the delayed examination progress. The content of the potions examination revolved around the calming draught, a remedy frequently concocted in Professor Snape's office, which she could brew to perfection even with her eyes closed. The study of magical history was of paramount importance to Sophia, for she, unable to resist Professor Bin's somnolent charm, completed all her lessons through diligent self-study. While her understanding of the textbook was comprehensive, she found herself at a loss when faced with even a slightly off-topic question. Fortunately, such queries constituted a mere fraction of the actual examination. As for her other elective subjects, the Ancient Runes examination was akin to an open-book test. In the Care of Magical Creatures exam, one merely needed to remove the stinger from a billywig without sustaining injury and successfully revive a near-death fire lizard. A simple act of feeding it chili sufficed to pass with ease. Diagnosed as lacking the sight, The young eagle concluded the tea leaf and crystal ball divination with a mix of methodical fabrication. Upon seeing the leaves' dark hue, she proclaimed darkness was imminent, and the reflection of her golden hair in the crystal ball signified a sunny day ahead. The arithmancy divination sought to predict whether the England Quidditch team would qualify for the upcoming World Cup, to which the answer was, of course, negative. As for the Muggle studies and astronomy classes, they required no further mention. Sophia even submitted her papers ahead of schedule after a few checks, successfully completing her 12 examinations. All that remained was to await the arrival of that fateful owl delivering her results to her bedside. Chapter 45. The Report Card and the Golden Badge. Amidst the conclusion of exams and the end-of-term feast, several matters warrant discussion. First and foremost, the twins had received their report cards. Fred achieved O's in defense against the dark arts, charms, and divination, while George secured O's in defense against the dark arts, herbology, and divination. They were particularly adept at fabricating tales during the divination exam to earn Professor Trelawney's praise. However, in potions, the duo only managed D's, having anticipated this outcome. The twins schemed to slightly embellish their D's to appear more graceful. They passed all other subjects with satisfactory grades, enough to elicit a mild reprimand from Mrs. Weasley without risking expulsion or hunger. Truly a perfect outcome, as they mused. Moreover, being able to secure an O from Lockhart would undoubtedly earn them considerable admiration from Mrs. Weasley, a fervent admirer of Gilderoy Lockhart. This year, the probability of obtaining an O in defense against the dark arts was particularly high, as Lockhart generously awarded top marks to nearly every student, much to the chagrin of Professor McGonagall, who believed Lockhart had failed to treat the serious final exams with the gravity they deserved. Yet, this incident greatly enhanced Lockhart's reputation, as how could a professor with such discerning taste not be favored by young witches and wizards? Except for Miss Granger, who lamented, "What is the point of studying if everyone receives high marks?" Everyone else was elated. The second matter concerns the drama-loving protagonist, whose examination results sparked a school-wide uproar shortly thereafter, as the savior revealed that Lockhart had stolen the experiences of others. He had obliterated their memories regarding the matter and claimed them as his own. Dumbledore intervened, sending Gilderoy Lockhart to the magical court of Wisingamot, of which he himself is one of the judges. According to Miss Scott's conservative estimates, the thieving Lockhart could face a full decade in Azkaban and be required to compensate his victims with all his savings. Fortunately, he would not be incarcerated for a few days yet. Dumbledore did not annul our defense against the dark arts grades, nor did Professor McGonagall organize a retake. Despite her dissatisfaction, otherwise, that easily earned O would have been lost. Our return home would have been far less pleasant. The third matter is that after 3 months of toil, Sophia and Professor Snape finally succeeded in perfecting the purification potion. The busy potions master began to urge the young eagle, who had only briefly celebrated the clear, water-like potion in her hands, expand that previous essay to 30 inches, and prepare to accompany me to France in August for this year's Potions Championship. Oh, so the rigorous training this semester was for this purpose, Sophia realized, nodding in understanding, and she hurriedly handed over the freshly completed 30-inch parchment to Snape the day before boarding the Hogwarts Express home. 2 weeks later, on the same day, 2 owls from different directions simultaneously delivered an envelope to Sophia's bedside. The white envelope contained the girl's ordinary wizarding level examination results. To Miss Sophia Scott, from the examination conducted by the Ordinary Wizarding Level (OWL) Examination Board under the Ministry of Magic. The results for Miss Sophia Scott from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are as follows. Charms. O. Defense against the dark arts. O. Herbology. O. History of magic. O. Potions. O. Transfiguration. O. Astronomy. O. Ancient runes. O. Care of magical creatures. O. Muggle studies. O. Divination. O. Arithmancy. Oh, how splendid. Wow. Wow. The girl leapt from her bed, causing the mattress to creak, startling 2 unfamiliar owls who had been seeking food from Owen, who generously shared his exclusive nuts with his fellow creatures, causing them to hastily take flight. On the bed, Payson elegantly stretched and yawned before curling up and falling back asleep after a few gentle pats. Sophia hurriedly scurried down the stairs in her slippers to find her parents, who were enjoying a day off at home. Her mother, Lucy, was in the kitchen preparing nutritious fruit juice, while her father, Henry, sat on the sofa reading the freshly arrived newspaper. With her hands on her hips, the girl proudly displayed her report card to them. "Oh my God. My daughter is truly remarkable. Absolutely a rare genius. Oh, Merlin. Sweetheart, you are simply incredible. I only managed 5 O's in my time." Mr. Scott, elated, decided to treat his wife and daughter to a lavish meal to celebrate Sophia's hard-earned success and reward her with the latest model of the Nimbus 2001 broomstick, which he had been whispering about in her ear daily. Since the inception of wizard examinations, only a handful have achieved 12 O's. Noticing another unopened golden envelope in her daughter's hand, Lucy inquired, "Is this another report card?" Sophia glanced at the golden envelope she was holding, which she had momentarily overlooked in her excitement. The texture of this envelope was far superior to that of the examination board's. Its golden surface sparkled subtly, sealed with a deep red wax bearing the emblem of a bubbling cauldron. It seemed unlikely to be from the twins or Lydia, who was rapidly advancing with her Slytherin boyfriend and had already visited his home. Fred and George mentioned in their previous letter that Mr. Arthur had won a prize worth 700 galleons from the Daily Prophet. Little Ronnie, "I've never seen so much money at home," prompting the Weasleys to plan a family trip to Egypt. Percy is sulking about going. Weavee revealed to Mum that he has a girlfriend, and the sight of the great head boy's face, both embarrassed and furious, was simply delightful. Mum is particularly concerned about Bill working in Egypt, and since Charlie's dragon-keeping job in Romania has just concluded, our entire family will be able to travel together. We'll bring back lots and lots of souvenirs for our sweetheart. For instance, the pyramids and mummies. I have been perpetually contemplating Miss Scott, Fred Weasley, and George Weasley. But what is this? Is it a notification for the potion championship? With a sense of curiosity, Sophia tore open the letter, and a line of golden letters caught her eye. Dear Miss Sophia Scott, your submitted formula for the purification potion and the results of your biological experiments have been approved by our association and will be included in the upcoming edition of the Compendium of Potions. Furthermore, upon the recommendation of our esteemed member Severus Snape, you will receive membership in the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, with your membership badge enclosed. Good heavens! Is this not the renowned and enigmatic gathering place of potion masters? Sophia gazed at the palm-sized golden cauldron badge in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Professor Snape had taken her paper to register it, and had even recommended her for a coveted membership. Professor, you truly are a remarkable mentor. Chapter 46, Beau's Batons. Sophia was whisked away by Professor Snape via apparition to her home, and his demeanor seemed less grim than it was at school. Perhaps the summer break provided the potion master with a rare respite. No more dealings with trolls, especially since the trolls were not faring so well these days, which undoubtedly lifted the old professor's spirits. Accompanying Snape was Terence Higgs, who was also participating in the championship. Each participating school had 3 spots allocated, yet Snape could not find a third student who would not bring disgrace to the team. They first needed to return to Hogwarts and take the thestral-drawn carriages to Beau's Batons Academy of Magic, nestled in the French mountains. All participating schools were required to gather there, and then proceed through a unified portkey to the final competition venue, rumored to be a rather mysterious cultivation base for potion ingredients, whose exact location remained a well-guarded secret, much like how the wizarding world in Britain knew of Azkaban's existence, but few could pinpoint its location. Sophia speculated it was likely to prevent anyone from pilfering the precious ingredients. Beau's Batons was the alma mater of the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who had recently passed away. In life, he generously donated vast sums of galleons to Beau's Batons each year, and after his demise, he bequeathed most of his savings to the institution. Thus, it appeared far more opulent than Hogwarts Castle, with every brick seemingly embedded with gold and chandeliers crafted entirely from crystal. How extravagant, Sophia mused. In the French garden and lawn outside the gates, magical roses were in full bloom, with colorful butterflies occasionally landing on the petals to sip nectar, only to be caught and ground down by the roses. At the center stood a magnificent fountain named after Nicholas Flamel and his wife, Perenelle, reputed to possess healing and beautifying properties. Madame Maxime, the headmistress, this lady was astonishingly taller than Hagrid. Sophia was taken aback, escorted them to the common room, where the girls spotted individuals of Asian descent, likely from the Japanese magical community, their uniforms reminiscent of cherry blossoms in soft pink. There were also tall Russians from the Koldov Storets School of Magic, who were said to ride trees instead of broomsticks during quidditch matches. How one could maintain the balance of a tree was truly unimaginable. As they took their seats at Hogwarts' table, a host student, who was also a participant and temporary server, a witch of Vila descent, brought water to the 3 of them. Terence stared in a daze at her, nearly rushing over to embrace her. Even Sophia found herself entranced by her charm, while only Professor Snape maintained a stoic expression, observing their foolishness with a smirk. Greetings, guests from Hogwarts. Fleur Delacour sat beside Sophia. The seat had just been vacated by the grinning Terence, who only regained his composure when Fleur turned her back to him, hastily wiping away drool and adjusting his attire with an air of noble detachment typical of a Slytherin. Hello, Sophia nodded at her, and the 2 girls exchanged pleasantries. Soon, representatives from Ilvermorny in America, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, Castelo Bruxo in Brazil, and the African School of Wagadu arrived within the stipulated time. Madame Maxime presented a teacup, and the three Beauxbatons girls gracefully adjusted their skirts to kneel and touch it. Everyone rushed forward, and ultimately about 30 individuals crowded around a small teacup, extending their fingers in a desperate attempt to make contact. Sophia felt as though someone was tugging at her navel with a hook, propelling her forward. It was a sensation entirely different from being squeezed through a tube during apparition. Just when she felt her insides might be yanked out, the group finally reached their destination. Before them lay a lush expanse. This magical town cultivated many rare and endangered potion ingredients and housed various animal-based materials. The Christmas gift Professor Snape had given Sophia the previous year was procured from here. Access was typically restricted to potion masters holding the badge of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, with the biannual potion championship being the only exception. The competition's judging and oversight were conducted by referees sent by the association. Sophia, Terence, and Snape were assigned to a two-story house on the eastern side of the town to prepare for the selection trials the following day. Contestants were required to brew a designated potion, with standardized potion ingredients provided by the organizers, and points would be awarded based on completion time and quality. On the last night before the competition, Sophia and Terence were subjected to a rigorous session under Snape's stern guidance. Do not expect him to offer encouragement. I hope Miss Scott and Mr. Higgs do not bring shame upon our poor old professor before so many peers. Otherwise, I fear. A chill ran down the backs of Sophia and Terence. Nothing good would come of this. Finally released with a huff, the weary little eagle perched on the edge of the bed, extending a hand into her luggage to rummage until she retrieved a notebook with a blue cover. This was a portable remote communication device sent by the twins, inspired by Tom Riddle's diary. Whatever Sophia wrote in this notebook would sync in real time to the twins' own notebook. With the ink, made from a special magically infused material, dissipating after 3 days, serving as the energy source for maintaining the notebook. The girl dipped her quill in the ink and scraped it at the bottle's edge. Far away in Egypt, Fred and George, I have now arrived at the competition venue. And it is indeed a mysterious place. To prevent outsiders from entering, all travel is facilitated solely by the portkey. The experience of using a portkey is rather unpleasant. When I first arrived, I nearly fell flat on my face, but thankfully Terence Higgs, representing Hogwarts alongside me, caught me. During the gathering at Beauxbatons, I encountered a remarkable French villa, such a captivating creature. Her allure was so potent that my gaze lingered upon her. I am quite curious about the magic behind it. Could it be akin to a love potion? There is also a very enigmatic African magical school, Wagadu. I believe you must be familiar with it, as the wizards in Egypt are likely students of Wagadu as well. It is said that all the students there are proficient in wandless magic, as the use of wands does not seem to be in vogue. And there are no skilled wand makers like Mr. Ollivander. They also excel in a form of human transformation akin to animagus, albeit with a limited variety of animals, predominantly leopards and tigers. Furthermore, the American Ilvermorny boasts uniforms in shades of blue and berry, far more aesthetically pleasing than our somber black attire. Like Hogwarts, they too require students to be sorted into 4 houses upon admission. It is rumored that the founder of Ilvermorny was a student from our very own Hogwarts. However, it appears that the United States has stringent regulations concerning underage wizards, with a 5th-year wizard still lacking a personal wand. Quite astonishing. My new friend, Isabella, mentioned that the small sticks they wield are merely borrowed from the school for their studies, and only upon graduation are they eligible to purchase their own wands. It is truly delightful to make friends from different schools. I hope you all enjoy your time in Egypt. You are both weary and joyful. Sophia Scott, Mr. Weasley, who is currently sightseeing along the wizarding street by the Nile, of course, carries with him the means to communicate with Sweetheart. They hastily left the Weasley family behind in search of a good spot to carefully read the message Sweetheart had sent them. Oh, the name Higgs has resurfaced. Fred frowned, somewhat troubled, expressing his irritation at the frequent mention of this name. Why does he get to accompany Sweetheart on a taxpayer-funded trip? If only Higgs were a tad less charming, or perhaps less attractive, I wouldn't he worry about Sweetheart developing an interest in him. Thank you for the compliment, Weasley. Terence elegantly rolled his eyes. George was already contemplating what delightful gift to present to this exceptional Slytherin. Chapter 47, The Competition. That morning, the topic was drawn. The judge, Mr. Damocles Babbler, the latest recipient of the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, and the inventor of the Wolfsbane potion, announced that everyone needed to concoct a joy potion within 3 hours. This potion, which brings cheer to those who consume it, had been the focus of Professor Snape's training, who meticulously instructed them on material handling and time management, imparting his unique recipe. Sophia and Terence swiftly took the stage, and after the timer began, they commenced their examination of the materials provided by the organizers. A judge observed their movements and nodded approvingly. The quality of this year's Hogwarts participants is commendable. Each student was supplied with enough materials to brew 3 doses of joy potion, though the materials were deliberately mixed in varying qualities, requiring students to remain calm and discerning in their choices, unlike the students from Codsworth who rushed about chaotically under time pressure. Just look. It's a disaster waiting to happen. That Russian wizard, though referred to as a young wizard, he stands nearly 2 meters tall, as robust as 2 Weasleys, had his cauldron explode suddenly, splattering boiling potion onto his companions. One screamed, clutching his hand, while another yelled, causing the bats in the forest to scatter in fright. However, most of the competitors were seasoned enough that such mishaps were rare. 2 hours passed, and Isabella from Ilvermorny and Fleur from Beauxbatons simultaneously submitted 2 exceptionally crafted joy potions. The head judge opened them, inhaling their aroma, and dipped a finger to taste, awarding scores of 87 and 88 respectively. At this juncture, Sophia was nearing the completion of her potion, her fluid motions drawing the attention of several judges. As she awaited the cooling of her concoction after extinguishing the flame, she added a sprig of peppermint to the cauldron, the golden potion exuding a delightful fragrance. Ah, Severus, this must be your signature technique. I've heard that your joy potion fetches a premium at the apothecary. Snape nodded, his satisfaction evident, silently indicating that it was a trivial matter. He had discovered during his own studies at Hogwarts that a touch of peppermint enhances the potion's quality. Soon, both Sophia and Terence placed their creations on the table. The judge who had just conversed with Snape approached to inspect their crystal bottles. He gently swirled the potion, which shimmered a radiant golden hue, reminiscent of melted gold, indistinguishable from those made by conventional methods. Upon uncorking the bottle, a refreshing aroma wafted out. Distinct from the cloying sweetness typical of ordinary joy potions, these 2 bottles from Hogwarts exuded a uniquely invigorating scent. The head judge, also taking a whiff, found his previously blocked nostrils cleared, the refreshing coolness filling his lungs, lifting his spirits immensely. He sampled a bit, confirming its superior efficacy, and subsequently awarded Sophia and Terence scores of 96 and 95, placing them at the forefront. Following the conclusion of the selection round, this ranking remained unchallenged. Snape was met with insincere compliments from professors of other schools, which buoyed his mood. I do enjoy the way you lot glance at me with disdain, yet find yourselves powerless to act. Some young wizards were envious, some indignant, but most were merely curious about the newly crowned champion's potion formula. To them, Hogwarts' first-place victory was solely attributed to the prowess of their potions professor. As these 2 students appeared rather unremarkable, at least they are quite attractive, they thought. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Regrettably, the Codsworth trio exited the competition with 3 scores below 60, their towering forms chastised by their young female potions professor, leaving them dejected and glum as they shuffled away. The others advanced to the finals, where tomorrow, students would need to venture into the designated potion forest to gather materials and concoct any potion of their choosing using what they collected. The total time for gathering and brewing was limited to 10 hours, with victory determined by the potion's complexity and quality upon completion. The rules stipulated that competitors must not attack one another. In case of danger, they could seek assistance from patrolling personnel, though doing so would result in disqualification. Upon returning to their temporary lodging, Snape, with his deep and elegant voice, furrowed his brow and cautioned them to be wary of the students from Wagadu. Known for their ambush tactics, you 2 must be cautious of their wandless magic, lest you fall into a trap waiting for me to rescue you. Sophia and Terence nodded vigorously. Our potions professor's words are irrefutable. On the following morning, as dawn broke, the competitors took their positions. Sophia opened the standardized small backpack prepared by the organizers, finding dragonhide gloves, a shovel, emergency medical supplies, a bit of rations, and water. They were permitted to carry wands for self-defense, as there are indeed beasts lurking in the forest, but upon exiting the potion forest, they would be subjected to a backtracking charm to check for any misuse of spells, with patrolling personnel supervising to ensure no competitor engaged in foul play against another. At the signal, Sophia's brown leather boots sank into the damp soil, and she set her sights firmly towards the depths of the forest. Professor Snape had suggested the night before that they opt for their newly invented and improved potion, which would garner significant extra points. So the primary goal for the young eagle was to create the purification potion she had just registered a month prior. Common materials such as daisies, dung, and moonstone were relatively easy to find, but the most crucial ingredient, unicorn horn, was a rare and elusive treasure. Though a small congregation of unicorns resides here, it remains a mystery whether any of them have recently shed their juvenile horns. Let us proceed with the trial. If unsuccessful, I shall concoct a soothing remedy with the available materials, for there is always Terence. Coincidentally, that was also my thought. After 2 or 3 hours, a weary Sophia arrived at the edge of a babbling brook, where she indeed beheld a small family of unicorns, a father, a mother, and their offspring, drinking and frolicking in the water. The young unicorn, or rather a recent adolescent, flailed its limbs in playful abandon, clutching a flapping fish in its mouth. Unicorns are particularly fond of pure-hearted girls. I vividly recall the enchanting creatures brought by Professor Sylvanus Ketterburn during his magical creature conservation class, allowing the female students to feed them. Their adorable demeanor has lingered in Sophia's memory ever since. Carrying the carrots she had previously gathered, the girl cautiously approached the unicorn family. The 2 adult unicorns merely stood, observing her gradual advance without moving forward or retreating, while the young unicorn gazed at her with curiosity, its eyes gleaming with desire for the fresh carrots. It soon scampered over to nuzzle against her pant leg. Sophia knelt down to offer the carrot, gently stroking its coat, which was interspersed with strands of golden hair, and felt incredibly smooth and warm to the touch. She decided to sit down, engaging with the young unicorn while sipping some water and nibbling on provisions. The little unicorn whinnied in delight as it began to feast. After all, there's nothing more joyous than a meal after frolicking. Chapter 48, Robbery and Escape. Once Sophia had exhausted her 5 remaining carrots, she had grown quite close to the young unicorn, which reluctantly licked her palm. In truth, it was reluctant to part with the lingering scent of carrot. The ticklish sensation caused her to instinctively withdraw her hand, a gentle smile gracing her face as she stroked its head and attempted to communicate. Your horn. Sophia formed a circle in the air with her thumb and index finger above her forehead, while simultaneously stretching her forearm outward and narrowing the circle to resemble a slender cone, repeating the gesture thrice before gently tapping the young unicorn's newly grown horn. The former one. As her hand fell to the grass with a soft thud, the young unicorn mistook it for a lost appendage and attempted to retrieve it with its mouth. After she waved it off, the little creature looked to the sweet girl, pointing at the grass. After repeating the motions several times, the young unicorn appeared to grasp the concept, asking, "Can you give it to me?" The girl pretended to pick something up from the ground and cradled it in her arms. The young unicorn seemed to comprehend, returning to its parents to relay the information, then tugging at Sophia's pant leg, leading her in a particular direction, with the 2 adult unicorns following closely behind, toward their territory. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, the young unicorn paused to begin digging, its still damp coat from the brook mingling with the splattered mud, rendering it silvery for a muddied mess. However, it swiftly unearthed the very item Sophia sought. It picked up its recently shed horn and placed it into the girl's hand, nuzzling against her in a bid for her sweet praise. You are truly wonderful, thank you, Sophia exclaimed, tucking the unicorn horn into her bag. Freeing her hands to stroke the young unicorn's head, utilizing a wandless charm, she summoned a stream of clear water to cleanse it, then retrieved a leaf and performed a wandless transfiguration to create a comb, tidying the young unicorn's mane, similar to grooming her increasingly plump orange cat, Pessin, at home. Sophia found herself quite adept. She also attempted to groom the 2 adult unicorns. They lay down in understanding, allowing her to comb through their silvery manes, their breathing gradually calming. While the unicorn family indulged in their luxurious treatment, a sudden crimson light shot towards Sophia from behind. The comfortably resting unicorn father sensed an intruder had breached their territory and lightly nudged Sophia aside, causing the stunning spell to miss its mark. Realizing she had been ambushed as she tumbled onto the grass, Sophia drew her wand, which she had secured to her pant leg, and deftly pointed it towards the source of the curse. A shadowy figure emerged from behind a tree trunk thick enough to require 3 individuals to encircle it. I sincerely apologize for trailing you for so long, said the Hogwarts student, speaking in a peculiar accent, as he spread his hands and shrugged, adopting a rather nonchalant demeanor. Though his words were anything but polite. Hand over your unicorn horn. The young unicorn, displeased by the presence of a stranger, especially one who was not a sweet girl, grew irate, scratching the ground with its forelegs before charging at the shadowy figure's midsection. The unalerted dark wizard stumbled backward, letting out a pained cry as he collapsed onto the ground, clutching his midsection and groaning in agony. Fortunately, the young unicorn's horn had only recently sprouted and lacked considerable hardness. Otherwise, it could have caused grievous harm. Sophia, now wielding her wand in her left hand, pointed her right index finger at the fallen dark wizard on the ground, determined to exact revenge. Stupefy, stun and drop. With that, the Hogwarts student fell into a peaceful slumber, blissfully unaware of the agony in his midsection. Did you think you were the only one capable of wandless magic? Sophia decisively retaliated, unceremoniously rummaging through the dark wizardess bag and liberating all of its contents. After sorting through the items, she distributed some of the plants and petals that were of no use to her, but suitable for the unicorns, generously offering them to the unicorn family. She then gently patted the young unicorn's head, bidding a reluctant farewell as she concluded this ephemeral yet delightful interlude. By the time Sophia returned to the initial arena, the journey had been uneventful, but 5 hours had elapsed. Only a few students from other schools had returned to the cauldron, each preparing or resting with closed eyes. She took a deep breath, collapsing into a chair and meditating for a while to gradually shake off the fatigue enveloping her. It was only then that she became aware of the soreness in her feet and calf muscles, although she was no stranger to physical exertion. Wandering alone through a rugged forest for 5 hours posed a significant challenge to her stamina. When she opened her eyes once more, Terence had also returned, stretching his joints with audible pops as he readied himself for the next endeavor. With 4 hours remaining, the girl observed the enormous clock and began to organize her materials, methodically arranging the table to her accustomed setup. 1/3 of an ounce of daisy petals stirred clockwise for 4 1/4 turns. A small pinch of powdered dungstone heated for half an hour, followed by 1/10 of an ounce of moonstone powder and 1 ounce of unicorn horn powder mixed in. Stirred counterclockwise for 30 turns, and with a flourish of her wand, allowed to cool naturally before being stored in a special high-quality, transparent crystal vial. The final product not only appeared as clear and tasteless as water, but also seemed to shimmer with golden flecks in the sunlight and the facets of the crystal, reminiscent of a spoonful of gold dust added to the water or the reflection of Sophia's golden hair. Perhaps the freshness of the unicorn horn contributed to the slight alteration in the purification potion. She contemplated, simultaneously discovering a direction for further research. With an hour remaining, Sophia placed her verified creation on the judging table, awaiting evaluation. A multitude of bearded masters of potions turned their attention to this entirely new potion. This is the purification potion. I believe I heard someone mention it was invented by a young girl in the association. Mr. Beebler nodded affirmatively. It is Miss Scott on the field, who is already a member of our association. The head judge is eager to test the potion's efficacy. Inflicting harm upon himself without a trace of mercy, a malevolent curse lacerating his arm, blood spurting forth. He appears entirely unfazed, maintaining a composed demeanor as he conducts his experiment. Initially, he attempts to pour a potion of white essence upon the wound. While the bleeding diminishes, the injury remains unhealed, the remnants of dark magic continuing to expand the wound's surface area. He then carefully uncorks the purification potion, delicately pouring a small amount onto the injury. The visible black mist dissipates upon contact with the potion, under the ongoing effects of the white essence. The head judge's arm is restored to perfection in less than 10 seconds. He awards a score of 98, nearly perfect, commenting that this potion could earn a 3rd-class Order of Merlin at least, perhaps even a 2nd class. In any case, Hogwarts has achieved commendable success at this World Wizarding Schools Union event. If the results were not satisfactory, Professor Snape would never dare to face the potential embarrassment. Sophia emerged victorious, followed by a boy from Ilvermorny in 2nd place and Terence in 3rd. They were each awarded gold, silver, and bronze cauldrons as medals and allowances. Sophia also received numerous contact addresses from notable figures, which filled her with ecstatic delight. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Professor Snape, intending to let them find their own way home, was intercepted by Professor McGonagall, who hurriedly approached with a copy of the Daily Prophet. Severus, serious trouble has arisen. Sirius Black has escaped from prison. Upon hearing that name, the Slytherin head's expression darkened instinctively, his brows furrowing over, eyes glinting with cold fury as he eagerly snatched the newspaper from Professor McGonagall's hands. Ah, splendid. This time, I shall personally ensure his demise. Chapter 49, Maternal Perspectives. Later, Sophia learned all the details chronicled in the Daily Prophet, as her family had a habit of subscribing to it. Sirius Black, a fervent follower of the enigmatic figure, had murdered a street full of muggles 12 years prior and killed his best friend, Peter Pettigrew, who had attempted to thwart him. This now legendary figure, with only a single finger remaining, was posthumously awarded a 1st-class Order of Merlin. Dominating half the page was a photograph of Black, screaming hysterically during his confinement in Azkaban. Black had escaped from Azkaban, and no one knew how he had accomplished such a feat. Readers were urged to exercise caution. Our esteemed and efficient Ministry of Magic would soon apprehend this heinous dark wizard. This incident had made significant waves at the time. Mrs. Scott had heard whispers of Black's brutality and was reluctant to allow her daughter to venture alone to Diagon Alley, insisting on accompanying her. Very well, mother. But I have made arrangements to shop with Fred and George. Rest assured, I will not intrude upon your space. A few days later, in Diagon Alley, plastered with wanted posters for Black, Sophia met the slightly sun-kissed twins. The girl walked arm in arm with her mother through the crowded street filled with students and parents. searching for the familiar figures while contemplating which courses to enroll in for the next semester. She needed to acquire textbooks for charms, herbology, transfiguration, and potions, all subjects taught by the 4 heads of houses. As for defense against the dark arts, she would first assess the reliability of this year's professor. If he turned out to be as inept as the criminals of the past 2 years, she would not pursue it. Upon reaching the window of the Quidditch boutique, Sophia observed a throng of children pressing their faces against the glass, eagerly gazing at something. Initially, she assumed it was the Firebolt 2001, of which she had just obtained a model, but to her astonishment, it was an even cooler, sleeker broom glimmering with golden light. Each prong at the end of the broom had been meticulously selected and polished, exuding an air of galleons. She overheard a young wizard remarking that the Irish national team had recently ordered 7 of these brooms for their starting lineup. Firebolt, price negotiable. Just as Sophia was admiring the sleek curves of the Firebolt, the twins' familiar voices reached her ears, their warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobes. "Hey, sweetheart. Long time no see. Sweetheart, I've missed you. We should have taken you with us to Egypt. Just the 3 of us." Sophia turned to find the now taller twins, a noticeable growth spurt after 2 months apart, naturally embraced each of them, her height now only reaching their shoulders. She mused about how she had to tiptoe to return their hugs. The 2 redheads nestled into her neck, reluctant to pull away, their longer hair teasing her collarbone. On this summer day, Sophia wore only a simple sleeveless tank top and denim shorts, her exposed skin smooth and fair, her limbs proportionately strong with no excess flesh. Everything that should be was, and everything that shouldn't be wasn't. Fred and George were indeed fortunate. "All right, it's quite hot and itchy," she remarked, nudging the 2 large boys leaning against her. The Weasley twins stood up, taking her hand, transferring their warmth and affection to her. "Ahem, pardon us, Mrs. Lucy," covering her mouth with a chuckle, made Sophia suddenly remember that she was still with her mother. Her face flushed crimson, the heat rising could have fried an egg, and she quickly withdrew her hand. In the twins' quizzical gaze, she feigned nonchalance and introduced the elegant middle-aged woman standing beside her. George, Fred, this is my mother, Sophia Scott." The twins, never one to feel awkward, experienced a moment of bashfulness when faced with the mother of their beloved girl, especially after having been so familiar with her in front of her. However, they quickly donned their usual sunny smiles. "Good day, ma'am. I am Fred Weasley." "Good day, ma'am. I am George Weasley." "Hello. Please, do not mind me. I am off to Flourish and Blots to buy some things and read for a while. You 3 enjoy yourselves." Lucy smiled knowingly, her heart swelling with the thought that such fiery youths were pursuing her daughter. How could her beloved Sophia possibly resist? "Rest assured, we will take good care of Sophia." The twins earnestly grasped Sophia's hands in front of Lucy. If they had not discreetly caressed her palms out of sight, that would indeed be the case. "There are too many people on the street now. Holding hands will prevent us from getting lost." They led the girl to the leaky cauldron, where Sophia had assumed Fred and George would treat her to butterbeer and share amusing tales from their travels in Egypt. However, as soon as they entered, she spotted the entire Weasley family. Before Mrs. Weasley could see them hand in hand, Sophia swiftly withdrew her hand, leaving Fred and George feeling a pang of loss at the absence of that warm touch. "Oh, Merlin, it's Sophia. Hello, Mrs. Weasley." Clearly remembering the girl who had aided Ginny so greatly last year, kindly instructed the twins to entertain her, emphasizing that they should not incite any trouble that might anger Sophia. "We would never upset her. Sweetheart is our good friend." Sophia felt a chill run down her spine. Yet Mrs. Weasley appeared remarkably accustomed to hearing her name from the lips of her twin sons, showing no surprise at all at the endearing term sweetheart. Thus, Sophia's attention shifted elsewhere. She noticed a peculiar ginger cat pursuing a gray mouse relentlessly, while Hermione and Ron, her good friends, seemed to be embroiled in a quarrel over the incident. Percy, even in his casual robes rather than his school uniform, wore his student council president badge with the same pompous demeanor the twins had humorously described in their special communication device. After a rather formal handshake with Harry, he turned his attention toward his colleague. "What an honor it is to see you here, Head Girl Scott." "Hello, President Weasley," perhaps enchanted by the title. Percy beamed as he enthusiastically praised her freshly minted OWL results from the summer. "There are not many of us who have achieved 12 OS, and I will have to trouble you to look after my 2 wayward brothers this year." "You're too kind," Sophia responded with mock formality, finding Percy rather amusing. Perhaps it was this foolishness that had caught Penelope's eye. Fred and George Weasley were decidedly displeased with their male student council president for encroaching upon their precious time with their sweetheart. They wished fervently that their mother had never discovered their little escapade of locking Percy inside a pyramid, which would have spared them the endless lectures at home. "Oh, Merlin S. Soiled Socks. Is that not our esteemed student council president? Why is he loitering in this pub instead of dazzling in his rightful domain? He clearly has no understanding of order." cutting in line, lacking social awareness. The twins' jibes left Percy's face a canvas of shifting colors, and with a huff, he turned and ascended the stairs. Not long after, the two Weasley brothers found themselves on the receiving end of their mother's admonishment. Molly, hands on her hips and frowning, remarked, "I noticed the school did not elect either of you as prefects. What would we do as prefects? It would rob us of all our joy. Besides, we already have Sweetheart as a prefect. Her being a prefect is tantamount to us being prefects, isn't it, Sweetheart?" Fred and George chuckled, flashing their bright smiles at Sophia, who could only nod affirmatively at Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, dear, they must have caused you no end of trouble." Mrs. Weasley's demeanor softened as she tenderly caressed the girl's cheek, warmly inviting Sophia to sit down and sample her homemade apple pie. The twins exchanged victorious high fives and settled beside Sophia, showering her with affection. Their unusual behavior drew curious glances from Harry, Hermione, and Ron. "Bloody hell. They are like two golden retrievers wagging their tails," Ron exclaimed, staring in astonishment at Fred and George, who seemed oblivious to their surroundings. "Ronald, are you capable of speech?" Hermione chided, vigorously tapping Ron's arm, while Crookshanks, nestled in her lap, extended a paw toward the oblivious cat, her keen eyes observing the trio at the table, as if piecing together some revelation. Harry, however, remained perplexed, having always perceived Sophia's rapport with the twins in this manner, staring blankly alongside his friends at their antics. Chapter 50, A Kiss. The Hogwarts Express had set off, and Sophia awaited Fred and George in their usual spot. "Did you nearly miss the train again this year?" "Indeed. Ron almost left his beloved old gray wrap behind, but thankfully, Mum threw it in through the window while chasing the train." The twins displayed the treasures they had brought back from Egypt, laying them out for their Sweetheart to admire. This is a mini pyramid, made from the same materials as the real one. Egyptian wizards say the pyramids were actually constructed by ancient wizards hired by the pharaoh, and this is a local dream catcher. They say hanging it above your bed can lead to prophetic dreams. These are textbooks used by wizards over there. We haggled for quite some time with that greedy shopkeeper. As the train clattered along, Sophia momentarily stepped away, only to return after completing her prefect duties, sharing a somewhat delayed lunch with the twins. She sampled a bit of Fred's beef sandwich and George's ham sandwich, then produced a generous portion of fried chicken and roasted potatoes that Lucy's mother had prepared, sharing it with the twins. "Auntie's cooking is truly delightful. I wish I could come over for meals every day. Mrs. Weasley's cooking is also quite good. This beef sandwich is delicious. Sweetheart, if you eat the same thing at the same time for 5 consecutive years, you would grow weary of it," Fred complained, stuffing the remnants of his sandwich into his mouth, cheeks bulging as he chewed voraciously, contemplating tossing all the sandwich bread from home to the garden gnomes. George took a boneless piece of fried chicken and placed it in his sandwich, munching away. "I still prefer cake," he mumbled through a mouthful. Suddenly, the speeding train came to a screeching halt, causing Sophia to nearly topple over the small table and into the twins' arms. Both Fred and George were ready to catch her. Sounds of falling people and objects echoed throughout the compartments, provoking murmurs of discontent among the young witches and wizards. Have we arrived so early today? That shouldn't be the case. It's not even dark yet." Sophia turned to gaze out the window, where the previously clear sky had succumbed to ominous darkness, frost forming on the glass and distorting their reflections. On this summer afternoon that had yet to fully wane, the breath of the three in the compartment manifested as white mist. The train came to a complete stop, the lights flickering ominously before extinguishing entirely, eliciting screams from the students. "Something's not right." Sophia and the twins' wands burst forth with light simultaneously in Sophia's private lessons. The Weasley brothers had just begun to grasp the concept of silent spellcasting, capable only of producing a flickering glow, illuminating their small corner. This also provided a guiding light for Draco Malfoy, who, after having just provoked Potter as per his usual routine, was now trembling in fear amidst the unexpected turmoil as he returned to the top pure-blood compartment of Slytherin. The twins, noticing the hurried, staggering footsteps outside the compartment, cautiously opened the door a crack to see dark figures in cloaks boarding the train, one of whom was making their way towards them. Fred and George hastily pulled Malfoy, who had stumbled outside their compartment, inside. Draco, startled, instinctively crouched behind his upperclassmen. Gryffindor was one thing, but Ravenclaw was a better option. Despite the fact that this fierce which had once gotten him confined by the headmaster for a month, watching the elongated, bony fingers of the non-human creature glide across their compartment's glass door, shivering from both cold and fear. What is that?" Draco gasped as he collapsed onto the bench, gripping Sophia's left sleeve tightly, his voice hoarse and high-pitched from the onset of puberty. Sophia swiftly covered Draco's mouth with her hand, raising her right index finger, wand in hand, to her lips in a silent gesture. Urging him to remain quiet, and not to attract the attention of the ominous entity lurking outside the door. However, the shadowy figure seemed intent on not letting them escape. It clung to the doorknob with its long, hardened nails, producing a shrill sound as they scraped against the glass. An unknown creature, draped in tattered robes, emerged before the quartet. It lacked legs, its skin a deep shade of gray, and beneath the veil of its robe, 3 dark voids marked its head. After surveying its surroundings and finding no target, it inhaled deeply, drawn by the sweet aroma wafting through the air. The 4 young witches and wizards felt an overwhelming chill and an even greater sense of desolation. A void where joy once resided seemed to have been stripped away, leaving their hearts heavy with sorrow and anguish. "I must tell my father," Draco murmured, his once pale visage now ghostly white, his eyes vacant and unfocused as he stared blankly ahead. The twins turned their backs to the Dementor, their tall figures forming a protective barrier, determined to shield the girl from its malevolent grasp. In a moment when joy was slipping away and despair was encroaching, they suddenly tightened their grips around Sophia's waist. Their arms tense beneath the robes, fingers curling with fierce intensity. The joy of the Weasley twins was akin to the finest delicacy, and the Dementor greedily sought to consume it. They were now in a daze, agony etched across their faces, with only the quartz watch digging into their wrists and the fragrant softness in their arms bringing back fleeting clarity. As tears welled in their eyes, they enveloped their sweetheart in their broad embrace, sharing warmth and hope amidst the frigid atmosphere. "Do not be afraid, darling, do not be afraid." Fred and George leaned down to kiss the icy tips of Sophia's ears, the warmth of their breath rousing her from her stupor, restoring her joy. She was not alone. She had those she loved, and those who loved her, her parents and the twins by her side. Feeling a surge of strength within, Sophia aimed her wand resolutely at the Dementor that was reveling in their despair. Expecto Patronum. A silver fish eagle burst forth from her wand, soaring straight through the skeletal visage of the creature, its wings beating fiercely against the intangible black mist that constituted the Dementor's form, as if attempting to topple it. The taken aback Dementor emitted a chilling scream that echoed through the air, fleeing from Hogwarts Express, pursued relentlessly by Sophia's patronus. With each strike, Sophia felt as if the Dementor shrank in size. The spirited guardian chased away one before continuing to disperse the other Dementors lurking in the carriage. It even caught sight of a similar silver light emanating from the rear carriage. As the source of their torment receded, the temperature gradually returned to normal. The frost on their brows melted away, and the lights in the carriage flickered back to life. "I am not afraid," Sophia reassured herself, gently patting the backs of the 2 Weasleys, soothing their still rapid breaths. Fred, having lost too much joy, was sweating profusely, the whites of his eyes tinged with red. Desperately, he cradled Sophia's still cool face in his trembling hands, disregarding everything as he pressed his quaking lips against her soft ones. It was a pure kiss, imbued with relief and the joy of survival. George, who had just regained his composure, forcibly pushed his twin brother aside, disdainfully using his thumb to wipe Sophia's mouth. "Fred is such a rascal, isn't he, sweetheart?" he quipped before leaning in himself, pulling the girl into his robe, sharing his warmth to help her thaw from the cold. Caught off guard by the unexpected kiss, Sophia felt her mind swirl in a daze until her patronus joyfully chirped at her. "I scared away the monsters." Realizing what was happening, her cheeks flushed as she quickly pushed the 2 boys away, glancing back to ensure that young Malfoy had fainted and was none the wiser. After their brief kiss, the Weasley brothers became like oversized pendants adorning Sophia, refusing to budge. Under the command of the 6th-year Ravenclaw prefect, they hoisted the incapacitated Malfoy onto a nearby bench, draping a warming blanket over him, before squeezing Sophia in between them. The bench was too narrow, and she was practically sitting on their laps. "Why did you suddenly kiss me?" Sophia inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, causing the Weasley twins to shiver slightly at the memory. "Darling, I saw you didn't want me and George anymore. Even Fred has vanished, leaving only me to run the joke shop alone. You must make it up to us," Fred insisted. "Indeed, George and I were wounded by your cruel departure." "Huh. Do I owe you for things that were just illusions?" "Of course. You owe for the dreams too." "Dreams? Ahem. When will Miss Scott formally accept our courtship?" Fred asked. "That is precisely what I wish to know," George added. Sophia pretended to ponder, resting her chin on her hand and playfully gazing at them, realizing amidst the Dementor's influence that perhaps now was the perfect time to acquiesce. "Really? That's wonderful. I am now your boyfriend, sweetheart." "Indeed. I am, by approximation, your fiancé. A husband wouldn't be out of the question either, would it?" The twins leaned in, each vying for a kiss. It was only natural for boyfriends and girlfriends to kiss, yet they were still oblivious to the more advanced techniques of kissing. Yet we firmly believe in the twins' learning abilities, trusting that during their next smooch, Miss Scott will have a uniquely delightful experience. Chapter 51. The Daily Life of Courtship. With their newfound identities, the twins radiated joy, prompting all who knew them to inquire about the reason. In the midst of the somber atmosphere wrought by the Dementors, their exuberance was strikingly out of place. "Hey, Fred and George, why are you so happy? How did you know I am sweetheart's boyfriend? Huh? Oh, poor XX. I truly sympathize with you for lacking a girlfriend." The unfortunate young wizards, feeling further burdened, decided to sever ties with the jubilant Weasley brothers for a minute. Especially after hearing Lee Jordan's pointed remarks about why hasn't Angelina accepted you yet, they resolved to impose a more severe punishment on the twins, ensuring they wouldn't return to the dormitory to sleep that night. After consuming the chocolate Sophia provided, Draco, having recovered, reverted to his former self and loudly mocked the savior who had fainted from the Dementor's fright, leaving Sophia and the twins somewhat speechless. As they boarded the invisible carriages drawn by Thestrals, the trio suddenly felt that familiar, bone-chilling cold as they neared the castle. Fred lifted the curtain and instinctively shielded his girlfriend behind him. No way, are there Dementors at Hogwarts too? As the prefect, Sophia was equally unaware of the circumstances. The boys and girls had no choice but to bravely pass through the gates guarded by the Dementors. Thankfully, this particular one lacked the wits to harm them. Seated in the familiar Great Hall, Sophia, adorned with her black pointed hat, rested her chin on her hand, watching the new first years approach the sorting hat one by one, clapping enthusiastically as the new eagles emerged, embodying a prefect's dignified demeanor. This year, the esteemed Professor Flitwick presided over the sorting ceremony, having to stand on a tall stool to barely reach the heads of the new students, while Professor McGonagall hurriedly took her seat midway through the proceedings. As customary, the headmaster delivered a few remarks before the feast commenced, emphasizing the presence of the Dementors. "Our school has recently welcomed several Dementors from Azkaban, dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to carry out their duties, as they believe the responsibility for the escape of prisoners falls upon these negligent guards." Professor Dumbledore continued, stating that the Dementors are stationed at every entrance of the school, and no one is permitted to leave the premises without authorization. Any tricks, ruses, or disguises will not deceive the Dementors, including the invisibility cloak. The very nature of the Dementors does not comprehend pleas or arguments for mercy. Therefore, I implore everyone present to avoid giving them any reason to inflict harm upon you. I trust that the prefects and our newly elected student council presidents will ensure that no student encounters a Dementor. Sophia suddenly felt overwhelmed by pressure. She deemed the minds of these non-existent creatures utterly untrustworthy. Do they even possess minds? With an array of delectable and exquisite food laid before them, could they truly restrain their behavior? The young witches and wizards clearly wished to avoid contact with them, but the Dementors might not share the same sentiment. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who made this decision, must have had his brain devoured by a niffler. Observing the murmurs from the audience, Professor Dumbledore shifted to a lighter topic. "Now, let us extend a warm welcome to two new teachers joining our ranks this term. First, we have Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course." The new professor's appearance was somewhat disheveled, his worn robes appearing only marginally better than those of a Dementor. The Great Hall erupted in a few scattered, tepid applause, with only a handful of Gryffindors, including the trio of saviors, clapping enthusiastically. Sophia thought that Professor Lupin, no matter how shabby he looked, was a significant improvement over last semester's flamboyant and oily charlatan. However, more attention was drawn to the potions master beside him, whose face was as dark as a thundercloud. Severus Snape appeared particularly grim while Professor Dumbledore introduced the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, his expression betraying a depth of hatred and disgust unlike the familiar disdain he wore when gazing at trolls. He clapped twice with clenched teeth before ceasing altogether, and the Slytherin table, already notably quiet, fell into an eerie silence. As for our second new teacher, Professor Dumbledore awaited the scattered applause for Professor Lupin to fade before spreading his arms wide. "I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleburn, the esteemed professor of care of magical creatures, has officially retired." Seeking more time to tend to his remaining limbs, Professor Kettleburn had lost an arm and a leg due to a close encounter with a fire dragon. However, filling his position will be none other than our very own Hagrid, who has agreed to take on the essential course alongside his duties as keeper of keys and grounds. No wonder this year's Care of Magical Creatures textbook has shifted from Mr. Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to the Monster Book of Monsters. On the day of shopping in Diagon Alley, Fred and George had even mentioned this book, which they had humorously repurposed as a tool for nail care. Sophia had little interaction with Hagrid, but the twins had shared countless tales of him, including his numerous little pets in the Forbidden Forest. At the very least, he had ample experience caring for magical creatures, she thought. Perhaps he would prove to be an excellent teacher. However, This initial impression was shattered when Mr. Malfoy suffered severe injuries during Hagrid's first lesson. According to whispers from the little snakes, Mr. Malfoy lay unconscious in the hospital wing, having bled profusely. Yet, the very next day, he appeared in the Great Hall, devouring a chicken leg and loudly proclaiming his intention to inform his father about expelling Hagrid and executing the hippogriff that had harmed him. When his rumored girlfriend, Miss Parkinson, inquired with concern, Draco boldly thumped his chest and raised his bandaged hand, signaling that he was perfectly fine. Sophia ultimately decided against continuing her studies and care of magical creatures in 6th year, relying solely on the twins' channels to glean the course's exciting developments. Since they had defined their relationship, the Weasley twins had become increasingly unabashed, draping themselves over her daily and demanding she feed them. Harry could soar into the skies on a hippogriff, while they were relegated to the grass, feeding billywig bugs. Last year, they had at least fed fire crabs. Sweetheart, come help us. Do you want me to teach you? Sophia teased, waving a silver fork with a piece of steak before Fred's mouth, waiting for him to open wide before promptly shoving it into her own. Delicious. No, we need to learn the patronus charm. Let us teach those revolting bugs that feast on my happiness a lesson. I want to feed them rotten eggs and dung bombs. In truth, it was the earlier incident on the train that made them feel inadequate, compelling them to enlist Sweetheart's help in driving off the Dementors. The twins were resolutely adhering to the strategy of getting back up where they had fallen, determined to master the patronus charm, the ultimate weapon against Dementors. To protect their beloved girl. To Sophia's dismay, after she imparted to the twins the incantation and wand movements, they managed to conjure 2 silver little magpies within just 3 days. It's because we're so thrilled to be with you, sweetheart. The 2 silver magpies circled around her a few times before settling on her shoulder to preen their feathers. I don't care. I want to learn to become an animagus. In exchange, of course, sweetheart, let us go fetch some mandrake leaves. But you must give me a kiss first. Once we have the leaves, we can't practice French kissing. Sophia exasperatedly tugged at George's red gold tie, which was at the front of the queue. She leaned in and kissed him. The little eagle began to regret agreeing to their courtship in a moment of impulse on the train. With her lips perpetually swollen and daily interrogated by her caring roommate Lydia, Sophia couldn't help but look up to Merlin and ponder. When would this phase come to an end? The twins chimed in. It will never end. Not in this lifetime. It will only escalate, sweetheart. Chapter 52. The school newspaper. Hello, Senior Scott. In a sunlit empty classroom, a Ravenclaw girl with a notebook on her lap and a quill in hand, along with a Hufflepuff boy holding a camera, were interviewing Sophia as Hogwarts school reporters. Hello. We all know that you achieved first place in this summer's potion championship at the magical school. Could you share how you accomplished this? I am immensely grateful to Hogwarts for its unwavering support, especially to Professor Snape. He provided me with tremendous assistance, particularly using his influence to help me apply for membership in the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association. It has come to light that you have concocted a potion capable of dispelling the influences of dark magic. Could you elaborate on its applications? Indeed. It effectively eradicates the curses lingering on wounds inflicted by dark magic, and when used in conjunction with the white fresh herb, it accelerates the healing process without leaving scars. Recently, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries placed a substantial order with me. They discovered that the internal purification potion could temporarily soothe patients afflicted by the Cruciatus curse, allowing them to regain their senses. I believe they will uncover even more uses for it. My senior achieved 12 outstanding results in her OWL's examinations. Do you have any secrets to success that you could share with us? Well, perhaps it is my unrelenting thirst for knowledge. All my notes prepared for the OWLs have been taken by Fred and George, who seem intent on publishing them. Perhaps before long, everyone will be able to see them in the school. A profile photograph of a girl has graced the front page of the school newspaper, where the warm sunlight outside complements her long golden curls, and her sparkling blue eyes glimmer with intellect and wisdom. A fitting tribute to the majestic eagle soaring on her robes. This newspaper has seen remarkable sales within Hogwarts, largely thanks to the wealthier Weasley twins, who purchased 20 copies, declaring their unwavering support for their girlfriend's endeavors. Moreover, what a splendid photograph it is, capturing our darling's beauty and intelligence perfectly. Our sweetheart even graciously assisted us in promoting it. When our children grow up, we shall show them how remarkable their mother once was. Sophia playfully shoved Fred's head, banishing these 2 boys, who had only recently begun dating her, back to the realm of the overzealous, as they considered what they would tell their future children. Additionally, there are numerous aspiring young witches and wizards eager to emulate the excellence of Senior Scott, such as Miss Granger from Gryffindor. She presented her notebook filled with questions from all subjects. This semester, she chose to take every elective available, and the demanding schedule left her with no time to seek professors' guidance. The use of a time turner has also placed a considerable strain on her physically and mentally. Hermione became the first user of the beta version of Sophia's notes, happily paying 30 galleons for the revised study materials prepared by the twins, much to her delight. Unbelievable. She actually spent a full 30 galleons on such materials. Ron nearly dropped the chicken leg he was holding, hastily catching it before taking a large bite of the Orleans chicken to ease his shock. Perhaps the audience is not us, after all. Harry observed the throng of eager young eagles clustered around the twins, with a scattering of badgers and lions among them, no snakes. As they had procured either a proxy or ordered Scott's bespoke set, they scrambled chaotically for the limited number of books available. Those who managed to secure a copy strutted about proudly, while those who failed lamented their misfortune. Watching the twins count galleons until their hands cramped, Ron thoughtfully patted Harry's arm. Would I be able to earn such a sum selling my notes? Although Harry wished to protect Ron's fragile spirit, he could not help but think it was implausible. Would anyone truly buy Ron's scrawls, scribbled during lessons when he was dozing off? Perhaps you could give it a try? Harry patted Ron's shoulder in support, having done his utmost to preserve their camaraderie. Meanwhile, Sophia, clutching her books as she traversed the corridor, was halted by a timid voice from behind. Please wait, Senior Scott. Turning around in confusion, she discovered a younger Gryffindor. His eyes red-rimmed, clutching a basket of food and fruit, along with a letter, which he extended toward her. It was Neville Longbottom, a boy she had seen in her mother's ward, where she treated patients. Lucius Scott is a healer in the curse damage department, having worked with the Longbottoms, who had been driven mad by the repeated use of the Cruciatus curse during the Wizarding War, spending years at St. Mungo's. Senior, I am Neville Longbottom. After my parents consumed the potion you invented, they finally recognized me. Though briefly, it was the first time they called my name. I am incredibly grateful to you. My grandmother prepared these gifts. I hope you will accept them. My great-uncle said that should you ever need anything, the Longbottom family will fully support you. I think so too. With a sense of inexplicable emotion, Sophia accepted the gifts from the tall boy, who sighed in relief and began to cry tears of joy. As she watched him walk away, the girl felt for the first time the profound realization that her power could indeed affect change in the world, bit by bit. During the fifth-year career consultation, Professor Flitwick had extended an olive branch, offering her a position as a teaching assistant after graduation, with the prospect of eventually becoming the new head of Ravenclaw upon Flitwick's retirement. At the time, Sophia had hesitated, while the professor's offer was indeed promising. She had always cherished her life at Hogwarts. However, a person who could enjoy the company of the Weasley twins would hardly adapt to such a constrained teaching role. Perhaps she preferred a freer environment, where she could independently decide her research direction, pursue her passions, and eventually become a liberated spellcaster, potion maker, adventurer, or novelist, each a splendid option. Why confine oneself at such a tender age? Capable individuals excel in any endeavor. Sophia firmly believed herself to be among the capable. Thus, she graciously declined the professor's invitation, expressing her intention to perhaps become a polymath dabbling in various fields, with the possibility of considering a teaching role later in life. Professor Flitwick found her humorous response delightful, and though somewhat regretful, he applauded her decision in support. I shall eagerly anticipate reading Miss Scott's works. Following this, Scott's personal studio was born, unveiling its first product, a testament to her potion knowledge. Chapter 53, The Damaged Portrait. In the sixth-year defense against the dark arts class, the curriculum no longer focused on easily manageable creatures such as boggarts or gnomes. Put away your textbooks and push your desks back, Professor Lupin instructed, as the sparse gathering of students began to wield their wands. Due to Hogwarts' tradition of changing defense against the dark arts professors annually, the overall performance of students was far from optimistic. Even with the new professor lowering expectations to allow students achieving an E or above in their OWLs to enroll in the advanced class, the well-lit classroom accommodated only 10 individuals, 9 students, and 1 teacher. Nevertheless, a smaller class had its advantages, enabling everyone to engage in practical lessons every day. The disheveled professor first emphasized the significance of the shield charm, stating that most ministry employees struggle to cast a competent shield charm, with only the Aurors demonstrating commendable proficiency, as their survival in the battle against dark wizards relies heavily on this skill. Another crucial point is the adept utilization of silent spells. Mastering incantations such as Clouds of Mist, Disarm, or Full Petrification serves to obstruct an opponent's vision and mobility, thereby granting one a significant advantage in combat. With the seamless execution of a phantom apparition, one could easily evade danger and preserve their life. Professor Lupin conducts his lectures with remarkable humor and charm, his demeanor amiable, and his little mustache twitching with delight. Most importantly, his classes are of exceptional quality, earning high praise from the 4 Ravenclaws present, especially when contrasted with their own efforts. Though Sophia had already mastered the aforementioned skills, practicing various life-preserving techniques could only be beneficial. Her standout performance among her peers, who were blushing and attempting to cast silent spells, caught the professor's attention, prompting him to invite her on stage for a friendly duel. If in the first half of the match, Sophia was able to manage the professor's attacks due to her diverse repertoire of spells and her tactical balance of offense and defense, the latter half revealed her lack of experience and her evident tendency to remain stationary, leading to her swift defeat. Nevertheless, it was a captivating duel, with 3 eagles, 2 lions, 2 snakes, and a badger in the audience, all applauding her. Professor Lupin himself commended her prowess, suggesting that future lessons could be tailored with added difficulty. This was precisely what Sophia desired, and following this encounter, Professor Lupin's standing in her esteem significantly rose, earning him the title of one of her favorite professors. Meanwhile, the twins were still engrossed in their Bogart lesson. It was unclear what they had witnessed, but as soon as class ended, they approached her with woeful expressions. Tugging at her sleeve, the Weasley twins whisked Sophia away to the room of requirement, where she found herself sandwiched between them on a bed for an entire day, simply enjoying a pure and innocent nap until they returned to their usual jovial selves. It seemed that ever since the 3 of them had become inseparable, Fred and George Weasley's emotional resilience had diminished, requiring her affectionate embraces to soothe their discomfort. Was this an unconventional method of seeking comfort? Sophia pondered, yet she found herself unable to refuse the endearing Fred and George. With a triumphant cheer, the twins celebrated as they banished the troubling memory of the Bogart, transforming into a heartless figure. Sophia's previously untroubled 6th-year existence was abruptly interrupted by an absurd rumor. A Gryffindor Bogart had morphed into Professor Snape clad in a flamboyant grandmother's attire. It appeared that Longbottom was behind this, demonstrating unexpected audacity for a timid lion. Merlin's high-heeled shoes. How was she to manage her duties in Professor Snape's office tonight? What if she were to laugh? It would spell disaster for her future. Sophia vented her suppressed laughter by playfully slapping the twins' thighs, reflecting on all her woes until she could maintain a neutral expression, as if receiving a marked exam paper. George quipped, and Fred wholeheartedly agreed, as they made their way to the basement. Soon, Halloween arrived, coinciding with the semester's trip to Hogsmeade, marking their first outing beyond the school grounds. This time, they unlocked the new location, Madame Putafoot's tea house, a couple's haven adorned with countless pink lace decorations. However, the incessant flurry of cherubic figures scattering golden confetti and the rather unappetizing expensive cakes, this was key, left the trio unimpressed. Especially with the constant sounds of amorous exchanges echoing throughout the establishment, sending shivers down Sophia's spine. Even with her prior kissing experience, the atmosphere felt overwhelmingly advanced. Why were Fred and George gazing at her with such eager eyes? Eventually, the 3 of them retreated to the more comfortable 3 broomsticks, where they encountered Hermione and Ron sharing a butterbeer, seemingly having resolved their pet-related squabbles, animatedly conversing. Where was Harry? Why were only the 2 of them present? Could it be that little Ron had bravely asked Hermione out on a date? Sophia and the twins also visited Honeydukes to sample the latest sweets and coconut cakes, purchasing treats for their pets, Pez and Owen, as Halloween surprises. Fred and George made a stop at Zonko's joke shop to procure a few stink bombs, vowing to concoct a version that even Dementors and ghosts could smell. As evening fell, Sophia was already quite familiar with the Halloween feast decorations, having attended 6 times at Hogwarts. This year's highlight was the Headless Horseman's polo match, where they used their own heads as balls. Yet again, Halloween proved to be an eventful day. While Sophia and the twins were returning to the 8th floor, they found the staircase completely blocked. "Excuse me, let me through." Percy's voice rang out from nearby as he abandoned his girlfriend, hurrying through the crowd with faux urgency. "Why is everyone stuck here? You can't all have forgotten the password. Ravenclaws, hurry back to your common room. Don't block the way." "Excuse me, I am the head boy. Please make way." Suddenly, his incessant chatter ceased, replaced by a sharp, piercing command. "Who is going to fetch Professor Dumbledore?" Quickly, it seemed that Professor Dumbledore had been summoned by a portrait. He strode past Sophia and the twins toward the portrait leading to the Gryffindor common room. In the tense, silent atmosphere, a collective gasp echoed as the fat lady vanished from her frame, a deep claw mark marring the canvas, revealing the size of the creature responsible for the damage. With debris strewn across the floor, Dumbledore swiftly assessed the ruined portrait, his expression grave. Professor McGonagall, looking worried, and Professor Lupin, whose gaze was fixed with an unnerving smile upon Snape, hurried toward the scene. "We need to locate the fat lady," the headmaster declared. "Minerva, please assist me in searching every portrait in the castle for our Gryffindor guardian." "She's hiding, ha ha ha," exclaimed Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, a loyal customer and rival of the twins, bouncing above the troubled crowd, cackling with glee. He relished reveling in such unfortunate circumstances. "What are you laughing at, Peeves?" Dumbledore inquired calmly. Peeves' smile faltered, for the current headmaster of Hogwarts was far less easily swayed than his predecessors, prompting him to adopt a more obsequious tone. "She's frightened, headmaster. Her dress was torn by that great claw, so she doesn't want to be seen. Sir, I saw her hiding in the 5th-floor thicket, sobbing inconsolably." Peeves gleefully added fuel to the fire. "I reckon her crying is far more likely to shatter glass than her singing. Did the fat lady mention who was responsible?" Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, posing the most critical question. "Oh, she did, Professor." Peeves performed a somersault, showcasing his flexibility to the audience. "You see, she refused to let him in. And he got so angry that he took action. His temper is quite fearsome, isn't it? That's Sirius Black." Chapter 54, The Common Room. All students were summoned to the auditorium, where Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the long tables to automatically retreat to the corners, facing the walls. Hundreds of purple, soft sleeping bags sprouted from the floor. "For safety, I regret to inform you that you must spend the night here. The professors will intensify their search throughout the castle tonight, and the prefects will take turns guarding the entrance to the auditorium, with the male and female student chairs overseeing the proceedings." Percy, with his badge polished to a brilliant shine, stood tall and nodded with spirited resolve. As Professor Dumbledore hurried away, a throng of young wizards broke free from restraint, and the auditorium was soon filled with their chattering voices. The Gryffindors, positioned at the epicenter of the event, suddenly brimming with an insatiable desire to share, promptly informed all students about Black's attempt to breach the Gryffindor common room. "Quick, dive into your sleeping bags and get some rest," Percy called out, rallying the prefects before him to assign them their duties with grave seriousness. Sophia and Cedric, who had become the head of Hufflepuff this year, were assigned the first half of the night. The twins dragged 3 sleeping bags, boldly claiming the spots closest to the auditorium entrance, though nobody contested them, as most preferred to sleep deeper inside, where they might stand a better chance if Black were to burst in, lying down obediently, one to the left and one to the right, leaving the softest sleeping bag in the middle for their sweetheart. Fred patted the middle pillow. The 3 pillows were practically fused together, and gave a cheeky wink to the dutiful Scott, standing just 3 meters away by the door. George turned sideways, propping his head with one hand while blowing a kiss with the other. They exuded an inviting aura, beckoning, "Come play with us." Cedric, standing on the other side of the door, stifled laughter at his cousin's incredulous expression, trembling with suppressed mirth, his handsome eyes threatening to crinkle with laughter. As the candlelight dimmed, the auditorium plunged into darkness, and gradually, the young wizards ceased their loud conversations, replaced by the soft symphony of snores. Boys from different houses, and a few girls among the competitors, seemed to engage in a contest of volume, a tug-of-war that left many of the younger wizards unaccustomed to such a lively night, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. The Weasley twins' eyes remained wide open, both gazing synchronously at Sophia, who was patrolling quietly, evidently resolved that if their sweetheart wasn't sleeping, neither would they. The undeniable heat of their gaze finally ensnared Sophia. She squatted beside Fred and George, her golden hair brushing against their faces, stirring something deep within. The girl gently patted their heads and whispered, "What's wrong? Can't you sleep?" The little eagle, who hadn't spent an entire night sharing a bed with the twins, was blissfully unaware that these two were equally adept at snoring, having learned painfully through episodes of nerve-wracking sleeplessness to evict the twins from their room until they could snore no more, thus allowing her to share a bed with them. "Sweethearts, I want a goodnight kiss." Sophia pressed a kiss to George's forehead, then fairly bestowed upon Fred the same treatment in the same spot for the same duration. "Sweethearts, I want to hear a bedtime story." The girl pondered for a moment, shrugged, and acquiesced to Fred's childlike whim. "Very well. I fear I must delve into my treasure trove of tales. Once upon a time, there was a very well-behaved and handsome young boy named Adam, born into a family of strict and ancient pure-blood lineage. However, nothing extraordinary ever occurred in his life. No magical surges befell him, as was customary for young wizards. The last flicker of hope from his family extinguished when he received no letter from Hogwarts on his 11th birthday, leading his stern and cruel grandfather to cast him out of the manor, leaving him without even a single canute. Starving, young Adam wandered far until he finally collapsed from exhaustion. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had been taken in by a kind Muggle couple. While helping to tidy the garden in his warm new home, he stumbled upon a sparkling ring buried in the soil. He slipped the ring onto his finger, and suddenly, his consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm. Before him appeared an elderly man with a long white beard. The old man revealed that Adam was not born without magic. He had been rendered powerless by a forbidden potion administered in his youth, and he just so happened to possess the secret potion recipe to restore his wizardry. Determined, Young Adam ventured alone into the ancient forest to gather the necessary ingredients, facing perilous encounters with fire dragons, cat beasts, and other XXXXX-level magical creatures, narrowly escaping with his life and gathering what he needed. With the old man's assistance, he became a wizard once more, endowed with extraordinary talent, mastering potions, spells, and transfiguration effortlessly. The old man, claiming to be Merlin, took Adam under his wing, sending him on adventures to grow stronger. Before long, he surpassed even the grandfather who had cast him out. The wheel of fortune turns. Do not underestimate the youth. Adam prepared for revenge, investigating the truth of his past. Sophia was about to take a sip of water to catch her breath when she suddenly noticed a multitude of sleeping bags had appeared around her, each bag with a curious little head peeking out. Several young wizards, resembling flippers in their eagerness, snuggled closer to their group, their bright eyes wide open, ears perked up to listen intently. And then what? A little badger asked impatiently. Adam must have been harmed by other pureblood families who were displeased with him, declared a little snake with conviction, exuding an air of experience. No, Adam must have been poisoned by his relatives, another little snake asserted, seemingly more aware of the inner family conflicts, her expression almost on the verge of tears for the unfortunate Adam. Does Merlin really live in the ring? A little lion inquired, glancing around to see if others were wearing rings, borrowing many to try them on, attempting to summon Merlin. That potion that can turn wizards mute is utterly terrifying. A little eagle trembled, huddling deeper into its sleeping bag, urged by the growing number of young wizards. Sophia had no choice but to share her story, even if it was not as polished as she had hoped. Ultimately, aside from those deeply engrossed in their snoring or enjoying impeccable slumber, and those who had spent the night on a date with Hypnos, the god of sleep, all the other young wizards listened to the captivating tale until dawn, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. They were all highly satisfied with the conclusion of Adam becoming the most powerful wizard in history, as they crawled out of their sleeping bags to prepare for breakfast, animatedly discussing the plot. The editor of the Ravenclaw 7th-year school newspaper invited Sophia to ensure that such an enchanting story was written and published, promising a very generous contract. Sophia felt as though the dream of becoming a novelist was about to come true ahead of schedule. Ironically, after the publication of Adam's story, numerous pureblood families sent letters inquiring whether Sophia truly possessed the Merlin ring, offering heaps of galleons in exchange. During that time, rings became exceedingly popular in the wizarding world. The twins seized the opportunity to sell Merlin rings in Nocturnal, making a handsome profit from the resurgent Death Eaters, who then invested their earnings into producing tools to combat the Death Eaters, essentially creating a self-sustaining cycle. After a night devoid of any significant findings, the weary professors prepared to commence their lectures, initially concerned that their students might be shaken and thus in poor spirits. To their surprise, however, the students were exuberantly animated, with several younger ones exclaiming the enigmatic name of Black, leaving the professors utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, amidst the professor's lectures, the young wizards ultimately succumbed to the effects of the enchantment, drifting into a deep, blissful slumber. Chapter 55, An Unexpected Turn on the Pitch. Black's ill-fated intrusion had swiftly become the primary topic of conversation at Hogwarts over the past 2 days. Let us delve into the comments made by the current kings of mischief, the Weasley Twins. The forthright Fred Weasley remarked candidly that Black's antics seemed to disregard their possession of the Marauder's map, reverse the heavenly constellations. Those little rascals. Sirius is barking mad with fury. George retrieved the Marauder's map from the depths of a drawer, leaning in closely with Fred as they searched for any sign of Sirius Black, but to no avail. It is worth noting that even with the aid of an invisibility cloak, which they had borrowed from Harry for a trial run, or through a Nimigus transformation, one could not elude the grasp of this remarkable artifact. The pointed fork, the large feet, the moonlit visage, and the wormy tail were simply too formidable. They speculated that Black might have discreetly fled, much like how no one knew how he had managed to arrive at Hogwarts in the first place. Hey, George, do you know who Peter Pettigrew is? Why is he always here? Fred pointed to a name that lingered in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, situated alarmingly close to their cozy little brother's room. Peter was in rapid motion, pursued closely by Crookshanks. I wonder if we even have such a person in Gryffindor? But he seems to be perpetually chased by Crookshanks, so he must be some small creature. I suspect little Ron might have adopted a spider, a frog, or a mouse named Peter for his pet. Ha ha ha, perhaps Scabbers was feeling lonely, and Ron found him a companion. The twins soon dismissed this unfamiliar name from their minds as they were preoccupied with the displeased Wood, who was knocking at the door. Wood bore bad news. Their opponents for the upcoming weekend's Quidditch match had shifted from Slytherin to Hufflepuff, while all their prior practices had been tailored to prepare for the Snake House. That lumbering, oh Flint, he exclaimed, claiming that their seeker's arm was not fully healed, and had persuaded Madame Hooch to alter the match schedule. Truly infuriating. Even worse, this year's Hufflepuff Quidditch team was rejuvenated under the leadership of Cedric, significantly elevating their overall performance, rendering them no longer the team easily trampled by the other three houses. On the day of the Lion-Badger showdown, the rain fell so heavily that visibility was non-existent. Even the spectators seated in the stands, poised to wave flags and cheer, were buffeted by the winds, their eyes pelted by raindrops, extinguishing their fervor. It was remarkable that Lee Jordan could still discern which side was scoring amidst such conditions, and the crowd could only muster feeble cheers during the score changes. Even Sophia could only perceive the yellow and red robes flitting about, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between Fred and George, let alone the two houses. Fortunately, Fred and George's towering figures spared them the worry of being swept away by the wind, just as Sophia strained to identify which side held the advantage. An eerie silence enveloped the entire Quidditch pitch, the sound of the rain fading into a distant murmur, as if they had been suddenly deprived of their hearing, separated from the world by a disheartening barrier. Then, a chilling familiarity washed over them, as a thin layer of frost formed upon the railings. However, this time, the Dementors did not seem to target the spectators in the stands. Aside from the biting cold, Sophia felt no emotional detriment. Uncertain why the Dementors had violated the rules and intruded at this moment, her responsibilities as a prefect compelled her to summon her patronus to protect the surrounding young wizards. Due to the Quidditch regulations forbidding outside personnel from casting spells within the pitch, Sophia could only fret over the twins. Thankfully, they too were capable of conjuring patronuses, though she was uncertain whether they had their wands, while also worrying about her cousin Cedric's safety. A dark mass surged into the sky, merging with the ominous clouds. And coincidentally, a bolt of lightning struck a student clad in yellow robes. Merlin, the young eagle in the adjacent badger house, cried out. He tumbled helplessly from a height of 500 feet, spewing dark smoke before regaining control of his broom. Cedric, having recovered his altitude, fortuitously spotted the golden snitch and darted forward, grasping it with outstretched hands, the reluctant wings of the snitch trembling as they slipped through Cedric's fingers. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor seeker was not as fortunate. At least 100 Dementors surrounded Harry, siphoning away his joy. He heard a woman's shriek, followed by a flash of green light. Oblivious to everything, the chosen one released his grip on the broom, plummeting headlong from the sky. Simultaneously, several silver creatures erupted from the professor's table. A cat and a hummingbird circled around the trembling young wizards in the stands, while a majestic phoenix soared skyward, dispersing the heavy clouds. The Dementors scattered in a panic, several of them nearly snatched by the silver phoenix, on the verge of vanishing from existence. Harry was promptly caught by Dumbledore's cushioning charm, landing on the drenched grass. Madame Hooch blew her whistle at that moment, raising the black and yellow flag to congratulate a bewildered Cedric for winning the match, as the jubilant Badgers rushed toward their captain. The twins and other young lions clustered around the unconscious Harry as Hermione and Ron fretted in a lather of sweat, leaving Wood standing alone in the downpour, gazing skyward, as if hoping the rain would drown him. Sophia had never witnessed such fury in the headmaster, who instructed Madame Pomfrey to take Harry for treatment before storming off, radiating an aura of vengeance. The Ministry of Magic was likely in for a rough time, she mused. Harry abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he lay on a hospital bed in the infirmary, a place he had become quite familiar with over the years. The members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team surrounded his bedside, drenched in mud and water, including his two best friends. Hermione's hair, soaked by the rain, had lost its usual volume, and Ron's red locks clung to his forehead. Harry, how do you feel? Fred was the first to notice Harry's eyes fluttering open and rushed to inquire. Your head. It isn't damaged, is it? George shook Harry's bed frame and followed up with a query. Harry's memories swiftly returned. Dementors, screams, the golden snitch. What happened to the match? He exclaimed, sitting upright in bed, wholly unconcerned about the Dementors. What mattered was the game. He squinted around, searching for Wood. Forget the match. We thought you'd been kissed by a Dementor or worse. Hermione interjected, her eyes swollen and red. The Quidditch team remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the unfortunate truth of their defeat. Cedric apprehended the thief, and George remarked that it was at the very moment he fell. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the incident, but upon understanding the reasons, he hoped for a rematch. However, they had triumphed fairly and squarely, a fact even Wood acknowledged. No, we must choose a day with fine weather for another match, Cedric insisted, lying on the neighboring bed, his face still shrouded in shadows, while Harry, dejected, declined his offer, clutching the shattered remains of the Nimbus 2000 that Ron had handed him, on the verge of tears. Chapter 56, The Third Horcrux. Sophia entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to find Snape, unusually in good spirits, occupying the lectern that originally belonged to Professor Lupin. This was not Snape's first time substituting. It seemed that Professor Lupin required leave at least once a month. As the upper year textbooks lacked content on werewolves, Snape transformed the lesson into a review of lycanthropes. Can anyone tell me the differences in appearance between a werewolf and a human? A series of inquiries regarding werewolves posed no challenge to the advanced class students, including 4 Ravenclaws, and Snape nodded in satisfaction. If one day someone were to transform into a werewolf at this podium, what spell should you use to subdue it? Miss Scott. Given that werewolves have a high magical resistance, standard stunning and petrifying spells likely would not suffice. Perhaps we should employ transfiguration? For instance, transforming the ground beneath it into a swamp, allowing it to become ensnared before reverting it back. Excellent. Snape extended his hands, usually concealed beneath his dark robes, and elegantly applauded. Ravenclaw earns a point. Merlin. Snape actually awarded points to a house other than Slytherin. Every mouth in the room gaped wide enough to swallow a fist. It was Sophia's first experience receiving points from Snape, leaving her utterly astonished. Clearly, Professor Snape was in an exceptionally good mood today. I hope you all act swiftly, subduing it before it devours you. After class, Sophia followed Snape to his office. This year, her task had evolved into brewing a modified version of the werewolf venom, Snape's improved recipe. The girl could scarcely believe that the ominous liquid bubbling with purple froth was supposed to be blue werewolf venom. Despite its unassuming appearance, it emitted a foul stench reminiscent of bitter excrement. This appalling odor, once it clung to clothing, proved impossible to eradicate, leaving Fred and George casting puzzled glances at one another. Did you throw dung at Old Bat's office? Of course not. Wasn't it you? The twins blinked at one another, excitement glimmering in their eyes as they turned towards their beloved, who had become imbued with the scent. They were accustomed to the odor and certainly did not mind her. Sweetheart, have you also started playing with dung? Or is Old Bat concocting dung in the cellar? Sophia wrinkled her nose at her own arm, disdainfully retreating. She did not wish to leave a foul impression on her besotted suitors. It's merely potion making, nothing else. However, after successfully brewing the werewolf venom, Snape did not dismiss her outright. Instead, he taught her a spell that the well-read little eagle had never encountered before, Sectum Sempra. With no mercy, Snape cast the spell at a specimen hanging on the wall, which instantly shattered into fragments upon striking the ground, producing a cacophony of noise. The wall behind it bore deep scars, as if cleaved by a blade. Sophia gasped, from her studies of purification potions and some dark magic. She recognized it as a rather vicious curse. She was certain that the specimen could never be restored to its original form. It was rather unsurprising that Professor Snape would casually impart dark magic within his office, given that he had previously taught about forbidden potions. The audacious potions master handed her a piece of parchment inscribed with hasty scrawl, Harry Potter's name, along with the tidal effects of the aging potion, signaling her to practice the Sectum Sempra spell on the scrap. With her current magical prowess and learning ability, her first attempt at the new spell was predictably successful. Yet, it seemed to be too successful. Not only had Harry's assignment been reduced to confetti, but a corner of Snape's desk had also been severed. Sophia faltered. Snape was unfazed. He was well aware of his assistant's limited capabilities. He instructed her to use a counter curse thrice in quick succession to heal the effects of Sectum Sempra, then to revert the damage. After Sophia successfully cast the spell, Snape did not even glance at the atrociously odorous werewolf venom she had brewed earlier. He tossed the still warm potion bottle to her, instructing her to deliver it to Lupin's office on the 3rd floor. In times of danger, you may use this spell directly. There is nothing to be cautious about, Snape said, his words laden with implication, before burying himself in his busy work. Preparing lessons for the little giants was no trivial matter, under the myriad hints from Snape. If Sophia had not deciphered his deeper meaning, she could not be regarded as the cleverest witch at Hogwarts. Professor Lupin, presumably a werewolf. Why were the professors of this course at Hogwarts so extraordinarily different each year? Surely, her previous years had been rather normal? Aside from the 3rd-year professor who had been gored by a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, the other 2 had remained alive and well. With a complex expression, the girl knocked on the door of the newly styled Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. After a moment, Professor Lupin, his face pale, opened the door. Come in. Miss Scott. His voice was weak, and Sophia calculated that tonight was likely the full moon. Oh, Professor, I shall not enter, she paused, raising the vial of ominous purple potion in her hand. Perhaps you should drink it while it's still warm? You already know. There are quite a few clues. Haha. The little eagle forced a stiff smile as Lupin took the werewolf venom from her hand, skillfully uncorked it with one hand, and tipped his head back to drink it in one go. Did you make this? Your technique is impressive. It actually tastes rather good. He seemed oblivious to the peculiar flavor, perhaps finding it a mere trifle compared to the poisons brewed by Snape. Sophia nodded slightly. Professor Lupin's customary praise allowed her to relax a fraction, but she could no longer view him in the same light as before. The reputation of werewolves in the magical world was abysmal, and in contrast to other beings classified as human by wizarding law, such as vampires and Vila, werewolves were often utilized as mere frightful tales to calm children's cries at night. Professor, do remember to take your potion on time. I shall probably be the one delivering it from now on. The girl kindly reminded him before hurriedly retreating, wary of any sounds from behind. There was little else she could do, and perhaps she should discuss with the twins whether they could devise something to defend against werewolves. She certainly did not wish to be greeted with a surprise the day she knocked on the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Meanwhile, the twins were engrossed in their compendium, reading with great enthusiasm. The third Horcrux, Sweet Nothings. A tongue-tied man can never showcase his charm. At the very least, you should learn how to compliment a witch you admire. Avoiding the blunder of describing her eyes as green as a freshly pickled toad or her hair as dark and sleek as a blackboard. Mastering the correct methods and phrases can greatly assist you. Firstly, compliments must be substantiated, otherwise, they may lead the recipient to feel you are merely being perfunctory. Secondly, when expressing sweet nothings, your demeanor should exude politeness and sincerity, ensuring she perceives your intentions as earnest rather than frivolous. Come, let us learn the art of eloquence together. Example 1. If you stand before a mirror, holding 11 roses, you will behold the 12 most exquisite sights in the world. Example 2. Your performance in potions must be exceptional, for I sense an extraordinary reaction blossoming between us. Example 3. Are you a camera? Because every time I gaze upon you, I cannot help but smile. Chapter 57. Names that should not appear. Fred, do you think Darling truly enjoys hearing such things? It's worth a try, my dear brother. I always find it somewhat peculiar, but perhaps you are correct. Excellent. When Darling arrives, do share the first line with her. Just in time, for Darling is approaching. The table, once cluttered with their wares and cauldrons, has recently been transformed. Now adorned with numerous second-hand textbooks and the cherished original notes of Sophia, who vowed to provide her boyfriends with a thorough review. You cannot sell my notes without even glancing at them, can you? Sophia grumbled, prompting the twins to dutifully massage their darling's shoulders, ardently demonstrating their commitment to diligent study. All right, it won't be overly taxing as long as you do not fail. Little Eagle relaxed her conditions. Splendid, darling. Fred nearly leapt onto Sophia to plant a fervent kiss upon her, and indeed, he did so. For the Weasley brothers seemed to have contracted a malady that rendered them incapable of surviving without kissing. Task accomplished. George extracted Sophia from under Fred, supporting her shoulder with one hand and cradling her legs with the other, lifting her joyfully in a princess embrace and spinning around. With the Marauder's map unfolded before him, he constantly surveyed for any sign of black. They occasionally spotted Black's name flickering on the map in the dead of night, suggesting he had not escaped, but rather concealed himself within the forbidden forest. The girl paced before the troll tapestry 3 times, entering the room of requirement with an overwhelming secret, her brow furrowed in conflict. She pondered whether to divulge Professor Lupin's private little secret to the twins when she was abruptly interrupted by the sight of 11 vibrant red roses. Wow! Sophia joyfully accepted the twins' gift. Their endless little surprises brought her immense delight. She leaned in to inhale the dew-kissed petals, detecting the sweet scent of candy that lingered on Fred and George. Look, George, before us lie 12 of the most beautiful things in the world. Wait, Fred, I seem to see only one thing worthy of the title, while the other 11 are merely ordinary roses overshadowed by this enchanting lady. Genius, brother, you are undoubtedly correct. Only Darling is the true beauty in our hearts. The twins exaggeratedly spread their arms wide, raising them as if to greet a queen's triumphant return, kissing her hand and eliciting a chuckle from Sophia. Ha ha ha, where did you learn such corny lines? My father's generation popularized such phrases. Sophia playfully thrust the roses into George's hands, giggling. Now I have 13 of the reddest things in the world before me. I intended to compliment your handsomeness, but roses seem ill-suited for such a description. George thoughtfully requested a vase from the room of requirement and arranged the roses on the girl's desk, while Fred settled into a low couch, pulling Sophia onto his lap, where she acquiesced with mild reluctance. George casually squatted beside her, resting his upper body on her legs, gazing innocently into her face, subtly shifting his weight in an attempt to crush Fred's legs beneath him. Darling, is something the matter? I was just curious if there were any means to prevent a werewolf bite. Werewolf? Are you referring to Professor Lupin? Sophia was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated the twins already knew about Professor Lupin's condition. Oh, you're aware too? Humph. Our eyes are quite sharp. Nothing in Hogwarts escapes our notice. I believe we could procure some dragon hide from Charlie. Dragon hide is impervious to werewolf bites and can withstand many other spells as well. It couldn't be more suitable, could it? George lifted Sophia onto his chair, while Fred yelped in discomfort, rubbing his now-numb thigh. Hey, darling. We have something we wish to discuss with you. May we gift the Marauder's map to Harry? Just look at him, yearning every time it's Hogsmeade Day. Besides, Sirius Black's target is him. What good does it do to monitor Black's movements? Moreover, it was never ours. We found it in Filch's office. What do you think, darling? Sophia nodded. She had no objections, trusting the twins to act according to their wishes. Let me take a look and consider it further. You may present it to Harry later. The girl contemplated whether she could replicate the Marauder's map using her skills. The combination of the human presence revealing charm, the tracking charm, and transfiguration was indeed a formidable challenge, and such a rare invention deserved thorough study. As Sophia received the map from Fred, she inadvertently noticed a name that seemed somewhat familiar yet ought not to exist in Hogwarts, or even in this world. Peter Pettigrew. Is this not the heroic wizard who was brutally slain by Sirius Black, leaving behind only a finger? Fred and George exchanged glances, quickly leaning in to see which name Sophia was pointing to on the 8th floor. We thought it might be a pet's name. Does the Marauder's map also denote pet names? Of course, it does. Madame Pants has one, and there are numerous names crowded together in the Ollery. Hermione S. Crookshanks is listed here too. But where is Ron S. Scabbers? Initially, they presumed it to be the name of some small creature. But now it had become perplexing. What could it be? Is it Scabbers? The twins were immediately determined to investigate, dragging Darling with them into the Gryffindor common room to uncover the secret. They dressed Sophia in their robes to deceive the howling Sir Cadogan and his pony. The little lions had never missed the fat Lady S singing so dearly. And they successfully reached the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Can girls just waltz into the boys' dormitory? Indeed, that is precisely how it is. The school seems to have no regard for the reputations of us boys. What if we are seen in the nude by ill-intentioned witches, darling? Well, you boys should be cautious. Sophia had never ventured into the boys' dormitory before, trailing behind the twins and taking in her surroundings. Along the way, many casually dressed boys noticed the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar witch, hastily grabbing nearby items to shield their modesty. Oh, Merlin, damn it, you pulled my towel off. Someone yelled at their companion, dashing into their dark, warm room at an unprecedented speed while their friend awkwardly apologized. But fear not, with Fred and George present. How could they possibly allow their beloved lady to behold the physique of another man? Moreover, what is there to admire about this bland chicken? The Marauder's map indicated that Ron's dormitory was currently unoccupied, as Harry and the others were likely attending classes. Fred, standing at the doorway, took the initiative. Alohomora, the door, which bore no practical enchantment against wizards. Evidently, they were unaware of the necessity to reinforce it with spells, swung open. On several four-poster beds adorned with crimson and gold drapery, Scabbers and Crookshanks turned their attention towards them. Scabbers leapt into Fred's hands, seeking refuge from the clutches of the ferocious cat. Squeak. At last, he thought, he was temporarily safe. Yet, the day would come when he would rid himself of that detestable feline. Chapter 58, Exposure. Behind him, George and Sophia noticed that the name Peter Pettigrew coincided perfectly with Fred's. The trembling rat, Scabbers, was none other than Wormtail. The gray rodent seemed to sense the tension in the air, looking up to see the familiar object in George's hand, along with 3 exceptionally serious faces, and hurriedly prepared to flee. Petrificus totalis. Without even the time to draw her wand, Sophia cast her first non-verbal body-binding spell upon the small rodent. If Peter were in his wizard form, the magical protection would have rendered this weakened spell ineffective. However, he was merely an animagus rat, and it is well known that transfiguration only allows one to become an entirely non-magical creature. Thus, the spell succeeded. At the moment he leapt, the binding spell struck him, causing him to fall heavily back into Fred's grasp. He appeared somewhat guilty upon the revelation of his identity. Now, Sophia could leisurely retrieve her wand from her sleeve, adding a few more layers of security to ensure that Wormtail would remain in a deep slumber. Moreover, he seemed to recognize that this object was the Marauder's map. As Fred deftly dodged Crookshanks, who was meowing in a futile attempt to seize the gray rat, he held his hand aloft, utilizing his height of at least 6.5 feet, rendering the ginger cat ineffectual as it swiped at the hem of Fred's plain black robe. The group then arrived at the entrance of Professor Dumbledore's office, adhering to the principle of seeking the professor's assistance rather than taking matters into their own hands. They began reciting the names of suites in an effort to persuade the hideous stone guardian to step aside. Roach pile. Sophia and the twins exclaimed in unison. For the headmaster's fondness for this particular treat was beyond imagination, and indeed they guessed correctly. The headmaster appeared to have just awakened from a nap. Donning a red sleeping cap and a soft silk robe, yawning as he greeted his dear students. "Oh, children, welcome." The teacups on the table refilled themselves, bouncing joyfully without spilling a drop, and each cup found its way into the hands of the students. "Professor, we would like you to take a look at this." Fred presented the gray rat while George unfolded the Marauder's map for Dumbledore's inspection. After all, following the previous incident, the headmaster was already aware that they possessed this item, and he would not confiscate it. "We suspect he is Peter Pettigrew. Professor, one of his toes is missing." The elderly wizard's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the rat's severed digit for a moment. With a tap of his fingers against the desk, a cage woven of vines ensnared scabbers, preventing any escape. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a majestic phoenix patronus, its silvery form gliding through the walls. He then took a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the fireplace, leaning his head in. Severus, bring a vial of veritaserum. We have located Mr. Pettigrew." As Snape coldly repeated Peter's name with deliberate enunciation, Dumbledore had already withdrawn his head, nonchalantly offering Sophia and the twins some small cakes, allowing them to rest on the nearby sofa until Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived for the unfolding drama. The instant Dumbledore beheld the enigmatic form of Peter Pettigrew, he surmised the catalyst behind the tragic events at the Potter household 12 years prior. Professor Snape swiftly arrived. The speed of a bat in flight is indeed remarkable. George recounted their harrowing encounter with bats in the Forbidden Forest, tightly clutching a large vial of colorless, odorless potion, his veins protruding in his hands, knuckles twisted. As he gazed at the rat in the cage, its molars grinding ominously, Professor McGonagall soon took her place, her expression filled with concern as she regarded her former student. Initially believing that this hero had fortuitously survived, Dumbledore released the still slumbering stone rat, pausing to touch its head with his wand. The rat immediately contorted and expanded, transforming into a repugnant, squat middle-aged man with a balding pate. This transformation roused him from his slumber. "Here is Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore." Peter immediately cowered onto the carpet, instinctively shielding his face with his hands, revealing a pair of prominent buck teeth, reminiscent of a living rodent. "Snape." He noticed the loathsome dark-haired man, McGonagall. He seemed to sense McGonagall's sympathetic expression and began to lament to the warm-hearted head of Gryffindor. "Professor McGonagall, I barely escaped from Sirius Black. I thought I would die." "Oh, poor child, now you are safe." McGonagall wiped away tears that had escaped her control, but it was evident that Dumbledore and Snape were not so easily deceived. As the elder stroked his white beard and spoke in a measured tone. "Then, Peter, can you tell me why you have been hiding as a rat in the Weasley household for so long?" The thought of a balding man concealed in their home for so many years, sharing meals, and sleeping alongside Percy and Ron. Indeed, before Ron began school, Scabbers had been Percy's most cherished pet, nearly drove Fred and George to the brink of fury. Thankfully, this repugnant old rat had shown enough discretion to avoid direct contact with them, preventing any further humiliation. "I feared that Black would come seeking vengeance, and my mother was home alone. Professor, you know how vengeful Black can be. I feared my mother would be implicated as well." "Then why did you not seek our help during your years at Hogwarts?" Peter faltered, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, McGonagall seemed to recognize the incongruity, ceasing her clandestine sobs and fixing her gaze on Peter with a steely silence. With a wave of his right hand, Dumbledore signaled to the previously silent Snape, who immediately restrained Peter's startled movements, while his left hand contorted Peter's features, forcing the entire vial of veritaserum into the rat's tightly clenched mouth. "Wow," Sophia gasped, aware that merely 3 drops of veritaserum could compel one to divulge their innermost secrets, even the most embarrassing childhood incidents. She certainly wasn't concerned about Peter's mental state following this ordeal, but rather lamented the loss of the materials needed to produce veritaserum. It was clear that Professor Snape harbored an intense loathing for him. "Were you the secret keeper for Godric's Hollow, or was it Black?" "It was me." Little Peter Pettigrew covered his mouth, attempting to stifle the uncontrollable words that threatened to escape. His hands were affixed to the ground by Severus Snape's permanent sticking charm. "Did you betray Lily's address?" "Yes. It was I who sold the information regarding James Potter and Lily Potter to the Dark Lord." "Very well. Go join Lily in her grave." The sinister green glow of Snape's wand flared ominously, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Avenging Lily had become his singular obsession. Chapter 59, The Enigmatic Snape. A pure black wand spun gracefully into Albus Dumbledore's hands, disarming Snape's wand, which struggled against the warm grasp of the elder, yearning to return to its master. "You two would impede me?" Snape murmured, gently caressing the back of his right hand, struck by the red light. His gaze drifted aimlessly, his voice barely above a whisper. "No, Severus, you have every right to seek vengeance for Lily. However, the children are watching. Do you wish to be sent to Azkaban for killing a traitor in front of them?" Nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. The potions master, with his greasy black hair, reluctantly forced out these words, yet the fierce murderous intent that had surged like a volcanic eruption had momentarily subdued. Nevertheless, that intense emotion had not dissipated. It merely stirred the still waters of the man's soul before being submerged once more into the depths of a perilous sea. Akin to that stormy night filled with rain, Fred felt as if his breath were stifled by the oppressive, flickering green light that had just appeared. Potter? Are they referring to Harry's parents? Is this Peter the one responsible for the demise of the Potters at the hands of the mysterious figure? George was more intrigued by the recent exchange between the old bat and Peter, sensing that there was more to the story of Sirius Black and the massacre of a street full of muggles. I fear that green light is none other than the killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, Sophia whispered. As a student of Ravenclaw who had been granted access to certain tomes on dark magic in the library, she was well aware of the infamous 3 unforgivable curses. Only a wizard with a heart full of intense hatred could wield Avada Kedavra to take a life. Students like them could at most induce a nosebleed. Snape's earlier display was certainly sufficient to kill 3 Peters. Snape turned away from Dumbledore, his robes infused with the scent of potions swirling around the trio. As he sat down opposite the suddenly silent Sophia and the Weasley twins, a sharp glint of menace flickering in his dark eyes. They were reduced to communicating solely through glances. Dumbledore then inquired of the trembling, almost foaming at the mouth Peter Pettigrew, what were the specifics of the explosion on Muggle Street? Was Sirius Black the architect of the explosion? Peter fearfully opened his rodent-like mouth. It was not Black, it was I. I swapped the secret keeper to myself. Only Black knew of this matter. After Potter died, he cornered me in a street, and I caused the explosion, fleeing through the sewers, leaving behind a finger. That is the entirety of it. The bald man attempted to withhold information, but the effects of the truth serum were clearly too potent to withstand through mere willpower. Black. That foolish mad dog. If Black were here, Snape would surely tear him apart and feed him to a troll. This is the only value that Sirius Black, that arrogant, mindless, and vulgar wretch, possesses in this world. Thank you, Mr. Pettigrew. The truth is now laid bare, Dumbledore said, cleaning his glasses and adjusting the frame on his prominent nose before rising from his desk. Minerva, could you summon Professor Lupin? I believe we need to locate our wrongfully accused young lad. Professor McGonagall stifled a sob, reasserting her composure as she straightened her sweater and resumed her role as the serious head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress, turning to exit the room. Professor Lupin was in his office, providing special instruction to Harry, who was practicing the patronus charm against a boggart that had transformed into a dementor, silver wisps emanating from the tip of his wand. Lupin appeared quite pleased with Harry's progress, encouraging the only child of his best friend. McGonagall rapped on the door with urgency, and Harry looked up at her with curiosity. Professor Lupin, Headmaster Dumbledore requires your assistance. Very well, Lupin replied. Turning to the still-standing Harry, you should return to rest, Harry. Today's lesson concludes here. McGonagall interjected, no, Potter, you must accompany us. The necessity of having Harry present indicated that the matter was of great sensitivity, and Lupin, not a fool, quickly deduced that Dumbledore had likely discovered the truth about Pettigrew. A tumult of emotions surged within Lupin, a blend of shame and fear. Initially, he dreaded that Dumbledore would imprison Sirius the moment he was captured, contemplating confronting Pettigrew about the past, unwilling to believe that such a just and loyal friend could betray James and Lily. He also felt a deep shame for concealing the crucial information regarding the intruder who could become an animagus from Dumbledore, who had trusted him so completely and generously provided him with a rare opportunity. The beleaguered man, burdened with the weight of his past, followed McGonagall. Yet the atmosphere in the headmaster's office was far less grim than he had envisioned. Dumbledore was sharing snacks with the 3 young wizards, the sweet aroma of finger biscuits wafting through the air, ignoring the fierce glare from Snape and the small man on the floor whose face was obscured yet strangely familiar. The scene was almost idyllic. Oh, Remus, look who it is. Dumbledore gestured toward the slumbering man, and Lupin approached for a closer look. Peter, you're alive. What of Sirius? The headmaster regaled the exhilarated Lupin and the bewildered Harry with the truth of 12 years past. It turned out that it was not the madman described in the Daily Prophet who had slain his parents, but rather the unassuming, rat-like figure before him. The realization that this man, who had once shared a bed with him as a rat, had once been intimate enough to feed him, filled Harry with revulsion, causing him to retch, expelling his breakfast onto the headmaster's precious carpet. Sophia and the twins helped the nauseated Harry onto the sofa, with the girl tidying up the carpet and Harry's robes, watching as he leaned back against the soft cushions, his emerald eyes unfocused as they gazed at the ceiling. The little Ravenclaw noticed that Snape, who had remained silent, was similarly fixated on Harry's eyes, lost in thought. Following Dumbledore's and Lupin's lead, the group made their way to the vicinity of the Whomping Willow. Since no one had chased Fred, George, and Sophia away, they brazenly joined the gathering. Harry sighed with relief. Being the lone student among 4 professors was hardly a pleasant experience. Chapter 60, Sirius Black. The Whomping Willow awoke with a rustle of leaves, swinging its massive trunk as if to strike. Lupin expertly directed a stone to hit its knot, pausing the tree as if pressing a pause button. "Ah, this familiar place," Dumbledore remarked, his hands clasped before him, shaking his head and smiling. "Dear sir, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to accept me into the school all those years ago. My friends, in their desire to accompany me during these extraordinary times, have self-taught themselves the art of becoming animagi. James has transformed into a stag, while Sirius assumes the form of a large black dog. Remus was the first to crawl into the secret passage. If Sirius truly refuses to leave Hogwarts, he is utterly convinced that his friend must be concealed within these walls. He can no longer contain his excitement. Ah, just like your wonderfully unique nicknames, Prongs, Padfoot, and Moony, am I right? What? Professor Lupin is Moony. The Marauder's map was your invention. Fred and George never anticipated that fate would lead them to encounter the creators of the Marauder's map, and they danced with exhilaration. This revelation only deepened their admiration for Lupin. The fact that he was a werewolf paled in comparison to the remarkable mischief-making prowess of the Marauders. Who are they, you ask? They are the very ones who drove Filch into a frenzy, the progenitors of pranks that instilled fear throughout Hogwarts. Sophia gasped in awe. As Ravenclaws have always believed that those rich in knowledge cannot be evil, except for you-know-who. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that Tom Riddle had received 12 Ws as a child. Little Eagle resolved to unearth significant revelations from Professor Lupin. Oh, did you find it? Was it in Filch's drawer, that hazardous item? Professor Lupin's spirits soared. Having transformed into a cheerful middle-aged man, he joyfully recounted the good deeds of his student days before the other professors. In the dimly lit passage, only the beams of their wands illuminated their path, as the uneven soil caused them to stumble along the way. Snape remained silent, brooding with a potent spell at the ready, while Harry attempted to interject but found no opportunity. Sophia listened with rapt attention to the conversation between her 2 boyfriends and Lupin, discussing their discoveries of various secret passages and how they had fished a giant squid from the Black Lake. Fred and George cheerfully produced the Marauder's map from their pockets and thrust it into Harry's embrace. "Hey Harry, it's yours now. This belonged to your father. Watch us demonstrate." Harry, filled with curiosity and gratitude, accepted the twins' gift, memorizing 2 peculiar incantations. The potion's master furrowed his brow, his burning gaze threatening to ignite the aged parchment. It was this detestable little group that had caused him endless trouble in the past. After traversing for over an hour, they finally reached the end of the passage. Lupin pushed open the wooden door he had interacted with for 7 years. The disheveled furniture and peeling wallpaper greeted the eyes of the students and professors. A gaunt, exhausted black dog lay curled on the floor, breathing heavily, accompanied by an unusual wheezing sound. Though he appeared unwell, it was impossible for such commotion to go unnoticed by a dog with sharp hearing. Sirius, alert, opened his eyes, seeing his best friend Moony rushing towards him with excitement. His most respected figures, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, smiled at this reunion, and his godson, bearing a likeness to James with Lily's green eyes, looked at him. As for the nosy pest and the other 3 unrelated individuals, they were, of course, blissfully overlooked. Sirius Black could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a man whose face bore the marks of time, yet could not conceal the handsomeness of his youth, embracing his dear friend tightly. Harry, I am your godfather. My dear boy, you have grown so much." He bent down, enveloping the bewildered Harry in a warm embrace, his strong, dry hand imparting an overwhelming sense of energy that filled Harry's heart. From this day forth, he had a family. Harry exerted all his strength to embrace this disheveled man, indifferent to the dirt and somewhat pungent smell that clung to him. "Sirius, it's so wonderful to see you again," Professor Dumbledore greeted him with a smile. Yet, Sirius suddenly remembered the pressing matter at hand. "Professor Dumbledore, Peter Wormtail is hiding here at Hogwarts. He is not dead. He has been living beside a boy from the Weasley family." Upon mentioning Peter, his face contorted with madness, resembling the visage depicted in the newspapers. The headmaster raised both hands, pressing them downwards to signal Sirius to calm down. "Oh, my child, do not worry. We have already apprehended him. We are aware of the entire truth. I believe you owe your gratitude to these 3 children." Dumbledore stepped aside, revealing Miss Scott and the 2 Weasley brothers behind him. "They discovered that Peter was still alive and captured him for us." "Excellent. Ha ha." Sirius threw his head back in laughter. He approached his large hand unable to contain its strength as he patted Fred and George on the back. Thankfully, they were sturdy enough not to be knocked over, and the twins, taking the initiative, joyously returned the gesture, as if they were long-lost friends reunited. However, thanks to the lovely girl, Sirius once again donned his gentlemanly demeanor, extending his clean hand to Sophia and performing an elegant hand-kissing gesture. "Good lady, I am most grateful to you. I, Sirius Black, shall give everything I can to repay your kindness." "Oh, you are too kind." Sophia blushed, waving her hand. No one had ever kissed her hand aside from Fred and George. The twins playfully jumped up to shoo Sirius away. "Don't flirt with our girlfriend. You'd better not repay kindness with malice." Sirius laughed heartily. For the first time in many years, he had never felt such joy. However, his elation was abruptly interrupted by a curse cast from behind. "It is the greatest misfortune of the wizarding world that you did not perish in Azkaban." The biting words, accompanied by the curse, came from Snape, as sharp and harsh as ever. "You, the greasy git. How can someone like you even be a professor? Without a wand?" Sirius could only face him with bare hands. "It's all your arrogance. You caused Lily's death." Sirius's eyes blazed red, glaring fiercely at Snape's detestable hooked nose. But he had lost the desire to duel, allowing Snape to deliver a heavy punch to his abdomen, causing him to stumble and curl up before Harry. "It's all my fault for foolishly believing that damned rat, which led to James and Lily's deaths," he lamented. This was one thing Snape had not misrepresented. He felt deserving of imprisonment. "I will kill Peter to avenge your parents." Harry grasped the restless black dog. "Stop. I would rather he rot in Azkaban for the rest of his life. You know I long for a family that loves me. And you are the only one I have. Don't end up in prison again for killing someone." Through earnest persuasion, Harry ultimately convinced Sirius to lay down his metaphorical sword. Harry recounted the dismal life he endured at the Dursleys, slightly diverting Sirius's anger, and he sincerely vowed to provide Harry with a happy home. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Delight. "Oh, it is time." Dumbledore pulled a golden watch from his pocket, shaking it before everyone. "I believe Cornelius has arrived at my office. Harry, would you like to witness the restoration of Sirius's honor?" "Of course." Harry's eyes sparkled with brilliance, for he had come to understand that his encounter with the black dog on Privet Drive was orchestrated by Sirius, who merely wished to catch a glimpse of him. The black dog on the day of the Quidditch match had also come to admire his prowess as a seeker, rather than being the ominous figure that Trelawney had so neurotically depicted. The headmaster bent down, turning to the closely huddled Sophia and the Weasley twins, who were quietly discussing the name Lily. Considering that old bat and this character resembling Harry's mother had a significant connection, raising his left hand to cover his mouth as if to join their covert conversation, and whispered, "Children, I believe you are about to receive a substantial reward from the Ministry of Magic." He playfully winked, deftly diverting their topic, and gestured with 2 fingers, indicating he would assist them in negotiating with the Ministry to successfully extract the 1,000-galleon bounty on Sirius from its clutches. He was confident that his proposal to attribute the misjudgment regarding the sole heir of the pureblood Black family to the previous director of magical law enforcement would be worth many galleons, and that Minister Fudge would generously transfer Sirius's bounty to Peter. Meanwhile, under Harry's insistence, Sirius had reluctantly accepted Madame Pomfrey's swift yet rudimentary treatment. She had been adamant that Sirius stay in the hospital wing for a full month, and hurried off to meet his longed for Peter. Accompanied by Lupin, Snape snorted disdainfully and departed briskly, while Professor McGonagall followed Dumbledore to engage in a dispute with the Ministry, and the young wizards were free at last. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime, and Sophia joined her 2 boyfriends, who were eager to witness their younger brother's antics as they settled at the Gryffindor long table, right beside Harry. The surrounding little lions were unfazed by this. It was all thanks to the twins' unabashed pride during the early weeks of school. They even initiated a promotion called Chasing the Boss's Wife, enticing a throng of young wizards to offer their pocket money and well wishes. Now, the entirety of Hogwarts was aware that the Weasley twins and the beautiful and accomplished Ravenclaw head girl Scott were finally together. Although Fred and George shared a girlfriend, Sophia's acceptance of 2 boyfriends seemed rather peculiar. Yet, anything unconventional attributed to the twins appeared perfectly normal. Thus, the young wizards remained quite nonchalant, with Lydia believing her dear roommate must be exceedingly happy, a statement that earned her a flush of indignation from Sophia. "Not yet, dear. Look at them, tall and strong, playing Quidditch with such vigor. You shall undoubtedly suffer in that aspect," Lydia said, feigning concern but secretly chuckling as she patted Sophia's shoulder. The twins, ever adept at turning the tables on their friends' teasing, would retort with quips like, "Hey, Cedric, haven't you confessed to Cho yet? And Lee, why is Angelina ignoring you today?" Such banter flowed freely from their lips. Only those who harbored a secret crush on Sophia or the twins found themselves in a world of hurt. There were no negative whispers regarding the trio in Hogwarts, and any that did arise were swiftly dealt with by the vigilant Weasley brothers, who, having endured their fair share of pranks, vowed to keep the peace, which brought a sigh of relief to the girl. At that moment, blissfully unaware of the storm that was about to descend, poor little Ron was stirring his fragrant peppered mashed potatoes, delighting in a mouthful of his cherished chicken leg, his hands and face smeared with grease. Hermione looked at him in disdain, shaking her head as she speared a piece of fruit pie. Sophia, seated between the twins, wore a mischievous smile akin to that of Fred and George as she regarded Ron, truly a family resemblance, the most suited to speak. Harry hesitantly broached the morning's events with his best friend. Ron, that dog. The dog. What about it? Ron exclaimed, his freckled face contorted in alarm. Is it? The red-haired boy seemed to conjure a horrific image, abruptly slamming his hands on the table and rising, his mouth moving as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Is it that the dog was killed by that wretched, ugly cat? Why are you starting again, Ron Weasley? The already irate brown-haired witch screamed, dropping her silver fork and standing as well, her forehead creased with frowns. The two began to argue loudly, pointing fingers at each other. The badgers at the adjacent table secretly munched popcorn, while Malfoy in the distance began to applaud mockingly. Hey, Potter, why are your two sidekicks at each other's throats? Harry rushed in between the two, trying to separate them, his face splattered with Ron and Hermione's spittle. He helplessly wiped his face with his sleeve. How can little Ron's emotional intelligence be so limited? George whispered to Sophia, whose ears flushed a shade of pink. The mischievous George had long discovered that his sweetheart's ears were particularly sensitive, and he relished the opportunity to tease her. No, it should be said that he has none at all. Fred chimed in, grinning widely at Ron's frantic state, oblivious to the fact that his dear brother had made a hasty retreat. Ron and Hermione might even have a little something going on. George enlightened his darling, having been the first twin to recognize his affection for her, and since then, he had become adept at spotting potential couples around him. Fred had yet to awaken to such abilities. George chuckled with self-satisfaction. Is that true? Sophia and Fred exclaimed in shock, as the two parties involved appeared ready to come to blows. The dog is an animagus. He is a despicable middle-aged man named Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black is not after me, but rather Peter Pettigrew. Harry rapidly conveyed the crucial information, causing Hermione and Ron to cease their quarrel, staring at him in astonishment as their minds raced to process the revelation. Ron, fortunate enough not to have met Peter in person, would not have merely spat out his recently swallowed food, but would have likely vomited his bile as well. The unfortunate Percy had also been taken aback by this news. His face contorted in shock as he hastily fled, for the first time neglecting his image as the head of the student council. Observing Ron's face turn green and Percy's hasty retreat, the twins erupted into laughter, filling the great hall with their joyous energy. After feasting to their heart's content, Professor Dumbledore successfully completed his task, presenting a bag brimming with golden galleons to the trio. The twins eagerly poured out the coins, counting them one by one, an astounding total of 1,000. We're rich. Hooray. As the proprietors of the Weasley Wizard Wheezes and Scott's personal studio, this sum, combined with their previous savings from selling small goods, would be more than sufficient to lease 2 shops in Diagon Alley. They envisioned their stores connected, with the second floor transformed into a spacious bedroom. Their gleeful expressions prompted Sophia to facepalm in exasperation, sighing heavily, and then tugging on one of their ears, dragging the childish Weasley brothers out of the headmaster's office. Oh dear, that hurts. Dear miss, have mercy and spare your poor boyfriends. Dumbledore, delighting in the smoothness of his silvery beard, contemplated the beauty of youth and reminisced about his own halcyon days. When Professor McGonagall anxiously reported the ongoing brawl between Snape and Sirius, the headmaster sighed, recalling scenes strikingly reminiscent of their younger selves, and concluded that it would be prudent for Sirius to return home swiftly, lest he unwittingly succumb to an unknown potion's lethal effects. Chapter 62, A Journey with the Suitcase. The Dementor had finally departed, and the unusually heavy first snowfall on the British Isles had ceased. The atmosphere within Hogwarts was invigorated, with every face adorned by a relaxed and pleasant smile, as if the very air had become much fresher. Particularly jubilant were Harry and the twins, who, during breakfast one day in front of the entire student body, received an astonishing package from an owl, 3 firebolt arrows meticulously wrapped in parchment. To their surprise, Sirius had generously gifted Fred and George the latest model of professional flying broomsticks, a gesture of gratitude for their assistance in capturing Peter. Thus, their dilapidated second-hand Clean Sweep 5 was honorably retired, passed down to Ron and Ginny. Ron remarked, "Well, it's better than nothing." Ginny countered, "No, I have Charlie's Firebolt 1998. It's significantly faster." In the next moment, the twins eagerly leapt onto their brooms in the great hall. Thankfully, the ceiling was high enough, or their red heads would have suffered. Fred swiftly swept up Sophia, who was chatting with friends, and steadied her in front of him before soaring into the sky. George, a fraction behind, pouted at his empty hands and hastily pursued Fred's broom's trail, accelerating to a remarkable speed. Oh, Merlin's beard, Sophia gasped, nearly choking on the oatmeal she had just taken in, only to realize she was now soaring hundreds of feet above the ground. Beneath the brilliant sunshine and cloudless sky, the wide expanse of snow stretched endlessly, with the grand Hogwarts castle appearing as a mere speck below. Fred, freeing a hand, wrapped his thick cloak around the girl to shield her from the biting cold, remembering fondly how she had once refused to take potions as a child. Noticing George catching up, Fred hastened, expertly maneuvering the firebolt arrows to their full potential. However, flying solo was markedly faster than with two, and George soon seized the opportunity to dart ahead and steal a kiss from Sophia. The trio nearly collided in a tangle, but after regaining control, their laughter resonated through the previously silent sky. Experiencing the firebolt's remarkable speed firsthand, Sophia realized its extraordinary nature. She mused that Ravenclaw would find it improbable to best Gryffindor in the upcoming term. The once formidable Quidditch captain of Ravenclaw had graduated, and the position had not been filled by Sophia, who considered herself merely an enthusiastic player, but rather by the ambitious younger student, Roger Davies, aspiring to join a professional Quidditch league. Although Davies diligently organized training sessions after taking the helm, momentarily setting aside his girlfriend, the gap in skill was evident, leaving Ravenclaw struggling this year. In the aftermath, the twins were docked 5 points by Professor McGonagall for violating school rules, yet such a penalty seemed trivial. Even Hermione and Percy deemed it inconsequential. The Gryffindors were ecstatic about the addition of the firebolt arrows, especially Wood, who finally felt hopeful for the Quidditch championship this year. The previous gloom had lifted, and he now walked with a spring in his step, wearing a smile that seemed to catch the wind. Some students from both Gryffindor and other houses expressed a desire to view the firebolt arrows in person, and Wood and Percy stood guard like sentinels, ensuring the precious brooms were not touched. Many eager badgers withdrew their hands under their watchful gazes. Perhaps Sirius had his unique channels of information. The gift he presented to Sophia was not firebolt arrows. Sophia speculated he might have learned through Harry of her recent acquisition of a firebolt 2001. But rather a large box filled with the Black family's ancestral tomes, most of which pertained to dark magic. Although Sophia was not particularly enamored with dark magic, the allure of ancient texts held a certain charm for a young Ravenclaw, even more so than the Weasley brothers. Thus, she momentarily forgot her ravenous need for sweet energy from her boyfriend and became engrossed in another door to the vast ocean of magic. She had no desire to experiment with these potentially mind-disturbing artifacts. The dangers of dark magic lay not only in its use by dark wizards to harm the innocent, but also in its capacity to corrupt the hearts of the virtuous. The inherent malice it introduced could erode the user's mind and body, making the study of dark magic a pursuit requiring utmost caution. Sophia's extensive theoretical research into dark magic was aimed at discovering defenses against the 3 unforgivable curses. This was a lofty ambition, one that had seen many witches and wizards falter over the years, yet she felt compelled to attempt it. Since receiving the heartfelt gratitude from her junior, Lumbarton, she had, rather arrogantly and whimsically, under the influence of her studies, entertained the idea that she might possess the ability to safeguard numerous families during the impending Second Wizarding War. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore was supportive of her endeavors, even going so far as to assure her of his full cooperation in seeking this unknown answer. As these books were not suited for exposure, Sophia diligently immersed herself in her studies at her usual spot, her 6th-year coursework manageable after her careful selection. Occasionally, the twins joined her, cramming together at a single desk while Fred and George anxiously fretted over the OWL's exam content. The Weasley brothers were, in Sophia's mind, the very definition of academic avoidance. Most of the time, however, the twins could not remain still, diving into their suitcase shop to tinker. Their latest invention, a faux wand, represented a new pinnacle of mischief. Upon activation, it transformed into undergarments, toy screaming chickens, and other absurd items. The wielder of the faux wand could only stare in bewilderment at the undergarment in their hand, utterly perplexed as to what had gone awry with their wand. On this particular day, they formally dispatched an invitation via owl to Sophia, inviting her to join them for a day at the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes suitcase branch. Dear sweetheart, Fred Weasley and George Weasley hereby extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join us for a day of exploration at our Weasley Wizarding Wheezes suitcase branch. We eagerly await your presence. The girl cast aside her book and joyfully accepted the invitation. Hey there, lovely lady. Welcome. Wow. The twins, clad in matching suits and polished shoes, donned white gloves, their long hair impeccably styled, beamed at their sweetheart. Oh my Merlin. Sophia nearly drooled at the sight. The overwhelming beauty distracted her from initially noticing the extravagantly decorated shelves and the myriad of products on display. Congratulations, lucky lady. You are our 520th customer. You have won our shop's special prize. Everything here is yours to take, including our 2 charming proprietors. Well then, dear bosses, congratulations. You have just joined my shopping cart. Sophia accepted the crimson shopping cart from George, only to witness them synchronously devouring a piece of cat-shaped wafer, transforming into 2 kittens with a coat of russet hue, their cerulean eyes glistening as they leapt into the cart cradled in her hands. Oh, have you introduced a new breed? She mused. I don't recall this color existing before. Meow? Not comprehending, Sophia shook her head. She took the other piece of wafer cradled in the paws of the Weasley kitten and popped it into her mouth, savoring the delightful crunch and strawberry flavor. A warmth enveloped her, and in an instant, she vanished, replaced by a golden kitten, bewildered as it surveyed its limbs. Meow meow, this is the new model. It can conjure unique kittens based on the wizard's personality, hair color, height, and other traits. This was Sophia's inaugural experience with cat-shaped wafers. Previously, she had merely played with the twin cats, bouncing a few times to experience the remarkable agility of a cat. Sophia nestled into the space left for her in the shopping cart by Fred and George. The golden kitten glanced left and right, struggling to distinguish between the twins, who were both slightly larger than her. The red kitten on her right gently licked the top of Sophia's head, grooming her affectionately. So fragrant, George sighed in delight. The red kitten on the left stretched its limbs and rolled over to reveal its white belly, enticing Sophia, who promptly dove in, burying her head in Fred's fluffy belly fur. So soft, Fred also succumbed to bliss. As a novice cat, Sophia found it challenging to control her feline instincts. Fred and George playfully swished their tails to entertain their darling until she, utterly fatigued, fell asleep with her paws tucked in, while the twin kittens nestled beside the golden kitten, drifting into sweet slumber. Time stood still in serene tranquility. I could simply execute a full 360-degree Thomas spin and steal the little cart. It's just too adorable. Chapter 63, A Date. This year's Christmas was somewhat different from the past, especially for Harry, who rejoiced at the prospect of not having to see Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley. A sheer happiness. Having spent 2 peaceful Christmas Eves at Hogwarts, he was finally able to celebrate this one at home with his newly acquainted godfather. While the idea of a newly acquainted godfather sounded peculiar, Harry felt an immediate and profound emotional connection with the man upon their first meeting, as if they had known each other intimately for ages. The complexities of separation and distance during the 12 years had not diminished their bond in the slightest. Particularly Sirius, who resided in St. Mungo's, with all medical expenses covered by the Ministry of Magic, never forgot to write to Harry, sharing his grievances about the increasingly terrifying Snape, which brought Harry immense joy. He confided in Hermione and Ron about the entire affair, and upon learning that Professor Lupin had once been friends with his father, Hermione sighed with relief. Then I needn't worry. I was somewhat frightened he might accidentally harm us. You know, Professor Lupin is a werewolf. What? Lupin is a werewolf? Ron exclaimed with his voice cracking through puberty. Bloody hell. Hermione, how do you know? If you had diligently completed the werewolf assignment Professor Snape assigned, you would have discovered it too. Hermione shot a disdainful glance at Ronald Weasley, who still hadn't apologized to her and Crookshanks. Harry finally understood what was amiss with Professor Lupin, but he's a good person. Oh, by the way, Harry hurriedly produced the parchment the Weasley twins had given him, declaring, I solemnly swear I am up to no good, and showcased this masterpiece left by his father and his father's friends to his good friends. Harry's thumb rubbed over the pointed fork symbol on the map, reluctantly releasing it only when handing it to Hermione. What is this? They never told me. Ron complained loudly about his twin brothers, deeply questioning whether he was indeed their biological sibling, only to be caught in the act by the ever-present twins. Hey, George, come listen. Our little brother is angry. Fred seized the opportunity to swap Ron's newly purchased willow wand from the beginning of the term, while George amusedly teased little Ron, causing him to fume. Ron brandished his wand, intending to cast a harmless jinx on his twin brothers, but the outcome was entirely unforeseen. Suddenly, an ear-piercing rooster crow erupted from Ron's hand, capturing the attention of every member of Gryffindor Common Room. A long, yellow, toy-scream chicken was pinched in Ron's right hand, inhaling air through its red beak, its flattened body gradually returning to shape. The latest Weasley prank product. For 6 galleons, indulge in the joy of pranking. Ensure your enemies lose their chance at courting for 7 years at Hogwarts. Limited time 20 discount. Order now. Amid the cacophony of young wizards counting galleons, Ron's voice rang out, Am I your enemy? Harry thought he could strike a custom deal with the twins, seizing the chance to swap Malfoy's wand and embarrass him. Perhaps then Malfoy would lose interest in meddling with Hagrid and Buckbeak. The Hogwarts Express, infused with an air of joy, departed Hogsmeade Station, and Sophia, along with the twins' friends, discreetly snickered as they settled into another compartment, allowing the twins their mischief. Fred and George, with utmost sincerity, expressed their gratitude for their thoughtfulness, leaving Sophia's cheeks aflame, as if she were about to combust. After an entire day of travel, the Weasley brothers unceremoniously pecked Little Eagle's lips before parting ways, promising her a day of Christmas holiday. On a bright day adorned with red, green, and white ribbons, and the cheerful jingling of bells, Sophia found herself comfortably seated beneath the Christmas tree in her home's first-floor hall, unwrapping gifts sent by her friends. The twins' gift was a pair of pearl earrings, seemingly ordinary, yet capable of transmitting sound like Muggle headphones, allowing communication between Sophia and the twins to transcend mere owl deliveries and note exchanges. They could now converse at any time. Sophia's gift to them was a hand-knitted red scarf, intricately woven with the twins' names and simplistic sketches of their faces. The girl enhanced the scarf's practicality with warming and self-cleaning charms to prevent it from becoming odorous from excessive use, along with an exceptionally advanced protective charm, which she had been studying recently, ensuring that even the most skilled of curses could not sever it from their necks. On the designated day, Sophia had fussed in her room for quite a while. Adorned in an elegant long dress paired with the latest French wizarding robes, her hair, spritzed with witch's hairspray, became voluminous and curled, her youthful face radiant enough to squeeze out water, and her vibrant blue eyes sparkled irresistibly. After the mirror's perfect endorsement, "My lady, you are the most beautiful witch in the world." Little Eagle contentedly set down the chocolate-flavored lipstick in her hand and lifted her skirt to descend the stairs in preparation for departure. "My God, my precious daughter looks exactly like my dear Lucy did in her youth. Our darling has grown up," Lucy exclaimed, handing Sophia 2 boxes of cookies as she prepared to leave. "You're almost 20 now. You could marry in the wizarding world." "What? My darling is so young, and yet she is to be wed?" Henry Scott abandoned his lesson preparations, striving to mend the shattered constructs of his worldview. "I vehemently disagree. How can my precious daughter marry at such an early age? You are worrying far too soon, father." Sophia bent down to don her gleaming boots, accepting the neatly wrapped box from her mother's hands, speechless. Indeed, Henry calmed himself, taking a breath. Sophia has yet to embark on her romantic endeavors. It is still too early. "Oh, you are not privy to certain matters." Lucy observed her husband with a knowing smile, seizing the moment while her father was momentarily distracted. Sophia made her escape. She had yet to formally disclose her affairs with her boyfriends to her parents. Mother had likely surmised something, often teasing her inadvertently. While as for father, well, that remained to be seen. The date was set in London, where the twins and she planned to enjoy the Muggle world thoroughly before meandering to Diagon Alley. Fred and George needed to make a special trip from Devon, courtesy of Mr. Arthur's portkey. Upon arrival, Arthur spotted the familiar Sophia, greeting her with a smile and a nod before giving a pat on the twins' shoulders and departing. This left the rather peculiar Fred and George, one covering his mouth and the other bent over, clutching his stomach. "Oh, sweetheart, you cannot fathom how disconcerting portkey travel can be. I have experienced Professor Snape's portkey firsthand." Sophia felt an inexplicable sense of pride. She believed Mr. Arthur might be more considerate of his companion's experiences. Having grown accustomed to Snape's magic, nothing could shake her resolve. "Sweetheart, you are remarkable. Had we been whisked away by the old bat, you might never have seen us again. He would surely sell us to a cannibal tribe in Africa." The twins complained about the increasingly irksome old bat. Their spirits lifted as they took Sophia's hand to commence their day's adventures. Chapter 64, The Fourth Treasure. Although Sophia possessed Muggle blood, her understanding of the rich tapestry of Muggle entertainment was rather limited, having only visited art galleries and museums with her father to appreciate Muggle civilization. Fred and George, influenced by Mr. Weasley, exhibited a keen interest in this realm, determined to ensure their sweetheart experienced it fully. The twins guided her to a street corner, where a throng of children tugged at their parents' hands around an open space. The air filled with raucous cheers and shouts. A man dressed in a black and white tailcoat, brandishing a top hat adorned with a pink ribbon, shook it, revealing nothing. He then displayed his empty right hand to the crowd, and, after counting down thrice, produced a fluttering white dove from within the hat. "This is Muggle magic. It's called magic. Isn't it marvelous? Is he truly not using transfiguration?" Sophia looked around, unable to spot a wand, and indeed, there was no trace of magic on the man. "Oh, Merlin, he is quite impressive." Sophia watched intently as the magician produced 5 doves in succession, utterly bewitched by the spectacle. "Hey, sweetheart, look here." The Weasley twins' voices drew the girl's attention as they flaunted their elegant, knuckly fingers beside her face. With a flick of their wrist, adorned with a red and gold watch, they snapped their fingers, conjuring 2 exquisite roses from thin air and presenting them to Sophia. They learned remarkably fast. The street magician applauded in admiration, noting that these 2 red-haired youths had attended his performances daily for the past few days, tossing peculiar coins into his collection jar and inquiring about his magical techniques. Nearby, a little girl watching the spectacle bounced with excitement. "Brother, I want some too." George knelt beside the girl, saying, "No way. The roses are meant for this lovely sister." "Oh, I see." The little girl nodded sagely, "Just like my mommy and daddy. Right?" She turned her head, pointing to Fred, who bore a striking resemblance to her brother. "And what about this brother's flowers? Mine are also for this sister." Fred grinned mischievously, exposing his teeth as he teasingly answered the little girl's query. The girl nodded knowingly, bouncing closer to Sophia and whispering in her ear, "Sister, do you have 2 husbands? How impressive. Adam and Mike have both been pursuing me lately. I could take them both. They'd shower me with countless sweets and roses." Observing the resolute expression on the 6 or 7-year-old's face, Sophia fell into a rare silence, offering a gentle pat on the girl's head as a wordless encouragement. At midday, they indulged in a French feast, savoring onion soup, creamy lobster, a seafood that left the twins, who had grown up in the wizarding world, utterly astounded as they engaged in playful battles with the red lobster claws, baked snails, and crusty baguettes that opened their eyes wide. "Is something this hard truly bread?" Fred poked at the baguette's crispy crust with a long finger, the stubborn golden object shifting slightly on the plate. George sliced off a small piece of the baguette, tasting it, and felt as though his teeth might shatter against the hard bread. "Perhaps we could add this to Percy's sandwiches. That way, he wouldn't flaunt his superiority in front of us every day." "Is it because he has lost all his teeth that he can't speak?" Sophia chimed in, echoing her boyfriend's complaints about the current chairman of the male student council, aware that recently there seemed to be some tension between Penelope and Percy. Her senior had expressed her frustrations in letters, lamenting Percy's recent absent-mindedness and the dwindling closeness of their bond. "We are helping him avoid decades of missteps. The high-ranking officials at the Ministry of Magic and the powers that be at Wisingamot are all in a toothless state. This way, Percy will have more to discuss with them. Indeed, we are nothing short of geniuses." Later, they ventured to a nearby small amusement park. Captivated by the mechanical horses circling to the tune of Christmas carols, a sight that enchanted the trio who had never encountered such wonders. "Cool." Sophia and the twins queued up to ride the 3 majestic horses, standing out prominently among the throng of adorable children. "We could set up a show? Just imagine the joy and the throngs of customers it could bring. Let us replace all these horses with unicorns." "What a splendid idea, George. But how large would the venue need to be to accommodate such a contraption?" "It all rests on you, sweetheart. With your magic, we can fit anything. Am I merely a tool for the undetectable extension charm? No, you are our proprietress, accustomed to the swift pace of broomsticks." The leisurely carousel left Sophia somewhat disoriented as she pointed to a red train soaring along a track. "Look over there. The Muggles are having such a great time." Following this, the trio rode the roller coaster, the exhilarating speed leaving Sophia yearning for more. She hadn't ridden a broom in days, and her firebolt 2001 was gathering dust. "Sweetheart, would you like to try a family quidditch match? How about coming over to our humble abode in a few days? Cedric often comes over to play." "Certainly. Our family is planning a visit to NES household. We have scheduled a family match in a few days." Returning to the familiar Diagon Alley, Fred and George, accompanied by Sophia, explored several charming shops amidst the bustling crowd. Upon receiving the bounty from Sirius, they eagerly sought to ascertain the prices of the establishments along Diagon Alley. To their astonishment, the market rates far exceeded their expectations for a well-performing shop. They would need to offer at least 2,000 galleons before the proprietor would even consider engaging in conversation with them. Consequently, the galleons they currently possessed would barely suffice to purchase a single shop. Whispering among themselves, they harbored intentions of acquiring a suitable establishment for Sophia to use as a studio on her coming-of-age day next year. As for themselves, there was no cause for concern. They had ample time to amass the necessary funds. Fred and George recalled a significant excerpt from a second-hand book titled 12 Winning Charms to Enchant Witches, marked with an asterisk by its previous owner. Fourth charm, the perfect gift. What kind of gift would you choose to win the heart of your beloved? Would it be extravagant clothing and jewelry to capture her admiration? Or would you attempt to envelop her with honey and flowers, or perhaps bind her with an empty promise? While such gestures may elicit a smile and instigate a fleeting romance, they cannot guarantee a lifetime commitment. The finest gift is to offer her a tangible, promising future. A hasty note. Well said. I faltered here last time. Perhaps they lacked the means to provide her with an opulent lifestyle. But the Weasley twins were resolutely determined to strive towards that goal with all their might. The twins led their darling to their favorite spot, between 91 and 93 Diagon Alley, adjacent to one another. Number 91 was an unoccupied loft-style shop. Fred and George envisioned the ground floor as a space for Sophia to sell potions, books, and other items, while the upper level could serve as her studio. Number 93, on the other hand, was a thriving and expansive confectionery. Sophia ventured in to procure a magical cotton candy, but the amiable shopkeeper, upon recognizing Fred and George, generously gifted them 3 cotton candies. Do you know the owner? Sophia inquired casually, taking a bite of the glowing confection. It's quite sweet and delicious. Exchanging glances, Fred and George hesitated to disclose to her their previous inquiries regarding the pricing, for she would surely insist on allowing them to use her own money. Fred communicated telepathically with George, conjuring a plausible excuse to divert her attention. Darling, what do you think of this place? Fred redirected the conversation, pointing towards the shop at number 91, unaware of their true intentions. Sophia assumed they were interested in establishing a future Weasley wizarding emporium and began to scrutinize the premises closely. It seems a tad small, with all your merchandise. It likely wouldn't accommodate. However, the location is quite good. The girl shook her head, reasoning that while it would suffice for her studio, given that her products aren't universally sought after, the foot traffic wouldn't be substantial. The twins, on the other hand, ought to seek a significantly larger shop. Chapter 65, The Quidditch Family Match. Mom, Auntie, Cedric and I are heading out to play, Sophia announced, as she and Cedric grabbed their flying broomsticks and hurried outside, seizing the opportunity to mount their brooms and head towards the burrow, ensuring no muggles were in sight. After a brief half-hour, they arrived at Ottery St. Catchpole, the village where the Weasleys resided. The crooked 4-story building at the entrance was clearly a wizard's masterpiece. Sophia and Cedric landed in the garden behind the burrow, where the grass was blanketed in white snow, and 2 vibrant red heads awaited them. Hey, darling. Fred unabashedly embraced Sophia, who he hadn't seen in days, capturing her plump lips in a fervent kiss, only to be playfully shoved aside by George. Darling, I've missed you so much. George helped Sophia smooth her wind-tousled hair, lifting her bangs to kiss her fair forehead, before lifting her as if she were a child, their noses brushing gently. You seem a bit heavier than before, my dear. Sophia playfully smacked George's shoulder in feigned annoyance, her height of 5'7" rendered rather insignificant next to the towering twins. She swung her legs, signaling George to set her down. You certainly have your ways. Cedric exchanged knowing glances with Fred. The twins' charm was undeniably effective, ensnaring his cousin, who was typically so absorbed in her studies. Fred stood proudly, hands on his hips. Hearing the commotion from the garden, Ginny pushed open her window, witnessing George dutifully setting Sophia down. However, she was unfazed. This was entirely normal, wasn't it? The important thing was that Harry would soon be visiting the burrow, and she pondered what to wear. This pink dress was a bit worn, and would the brown one be too mature? As Sophia and Cedric approached the burrow's front door, they watched Fred and George deftly pluck goblins from the underbrush, swiftly incapacitating them before tossing the defenseless creatures into the nearby forest. Are Mr. and Mrs. Weasley home? Mom S in the kitchen baking a cake, and Dad S in the garage tinkering with his muggle gadgets. He won't come out until dinner, George explained, opening the nearly non-existent door for Sophia and Cedric. This was Sophia's first visit to the place that held the twins' childhood memories. The automatic dishwashing pot and the orderly knitting needles infused the small, cozy dining room with warmth. What kind of environment could nurture twins like them? The crackling fireplace warmed Sophia and Cedric's chilled bodies, and Fred kindly offered Sophia a cup of hot milk. What about me, good brother? Of course. George casually grabbed a cup, while Fred incanted a spell under his breath to fill it with fresh water, refusing to make the effort to fetch Cedric a warm drink from the kitchen. Underage wizards were prohibited from using magic outside of school, but the Ministry's monitoring spell covered a considerable area around young witches and wizards. Thus, the Ministry could not discern if the magic was being employed by the minors themselves or their adult family members. As long as an adult wizard was present, a young wizard could discreetly perform a few spells without detection. Cedric accepted the cup of cold water, shrugging, and turned to Sophia with an innocent expression. Well, this is my treatment. Just then, Molly emerged from the kitchen with a 10-inch cake adorned with countless chocolate decorations, wearing her floral apron. Sophia and Cedric politely greeted the warm-hearted lady, who smiled brightly as she cut them a generous slice of fresh cream cake. Harry and Hermione followed Ron through the door, and the arrival of the 2 guests made Molly smile even more radiant. At that moment, the Weasley family's dining table was entirely occupied by non-family members. Are we invisible? Ron mumbled in discontent, fervently wishing that his mother had not forgotten his share. No, little Ronnie. Only you are. Fred and George savored the cake their sweetheart had fed them, wearing identical, mischievous grins. Fred, George, Just wait until I explode the two of you. Oh, just you? Little Ronnie, it's not that we look down upon you. No, I apologize, we indeed look down upon you. With Ron's eager anticipation, the moment of truth arrived on the pitch. The contestants included Sophia, Cedric, Harry, Fred and George, Ron, Ginny, and a former Gryffindor keeper and captain, Charlie Weasley, who had just returned from a dragon reserve in Romania. The match was officiated by elder brother Bill Weasley, with Miss Granger keeping score. The Weasleys are terrifying indeed. As for the only remaining Percy, he impatiently poked his head out of the room, attempting to reprimand their noisy antics, but upon seeing Bill, he reluctantly fell silent, yanking the raucous sounds outside the window. During team selection, Fred and George clamored to be on the same team as their sweetheart, only to have Sophia swiftly cover their mouths. She noticed the eldest Weasley, who she had little interaction with. Bill had been the head boy when Sophia first entered Hogwarts, wore a teasing expression, undoubtedly having discerned their trio's unique dynamic from her interactions with his twin brothers. Don't worry, Bill and Charlie have known for ages. They are merely a tad curious. Their parents still required their assistance. Ultimately, they decided to draw lots for the teams, resulting in Sophia, the twins, and Harry versus Cedric, Charlie, Ginny, and Ron. Yay, I am finally on the same team as my sweetheart. The twins cheered. Explaining the family, Weasley Family Special Edition, rules of Quidditch to the girl and the elder siblings. Our rules are simplified. There are no bludgers or golden snitches. After all, the snitch is quite expensive, and we cannot afford it. We use an apple as the bludger. Just throw it into the opposing hoop to score points. So everyone will be chasers, taking into account the apple's gravitational pull. Sophia briefly introduced some practical experiences to the 3 Gryffindor players who were not well versed in chaser tactics, hoping they could absorb the information quickly. However, this was evidently a tall order. The twins were habitually inclined to hit the apple upon seeing it, swinging their arms in vain without a bat, while Harry expected the apple to fly like a snitch, but found it perpetually plummeting. Their clumsy antics made Sophia facepalm in exasperation, prompting her to assign the twins to simply pass the apple to her, which significantly increased the apple's consumption. Meanwhile, Harry finally recalled some Muggle common sense, and his quick reflexes and excellent broom skills compensated for his earlier misjudgments. After adjustments, Sophia's team finally began to function smoothly. Fortunately, the opposing team fared little better. Untrained, Ron hesitated and stood in the path of his teammates trying to catch, causing Cedric, Charlie, and Ginny to lose several points, infuriating the brown-haired witch below, who stomped her feet in frustration. Later, Ron was assigned to guard the goal, allowing the 2 remaining team captains to play much more smoothly. And with Ginny, who had grown up playing Quidditch, they managed to catch up on points. Miraculously, Ron displayed an unexpected talent in goalkeeping, blocking numerous attempts from the twins. This rendered the match evenly contested, and as night fell, neither side could claim victory. With Molly's urging and Bill's mediation, everyone amicably acknowledged the draw. Let us go eat. Everyone rushed into the crowded dining hall, clutching their empty stomachs, teasing each other about their messy appearances from the game, relishing delicious food while engaging in whimsical conversations, laughter filling the small house. The lives of these young wizards were that simple, arriving in high spirits and departing in delight. Chapter 66, The Fish Eagle. After the spring term began, Sophia tightened the reins on the twins, and they finally agreed to devote a bit of their attention to their studies. Frankly, her boyfriend's grades were not poor, but they were exceedingly specialized. They excelled in practical subjects, adeptly casting stunning and jinx spells in defense against the dark arts, and had a knack for dealing with red caps. They also managed well in transfiguration and charms classes. Even their most despised subject, potions, they could brew quite successfully, an essential skill for opening Weasley's wizard wheezes. Indeed. However, the theoretical portions requiring memorization were a disaster, particularly in history of magic and astronomy, where the Weasley gentlemen were utterly lost. Sweetheart, let us not look at history of magic anymore. George tossed aside the thick volume of History of Magic compiled by Bathilda Bagshot, collapsed onto the desk, and let out a couple of soft snores in a comfortable position. Meanwhile, Fred had long since succumbed to slumber, slumped in his chair, mouth agape, drooling suspiciously clear liquid, while his book had already slipped beneath the table. All right, fine. Forcing them to study history of magic seems rather unproductive. Let's discard this course destined to be a failure. After all, even Sophia herself wasn't particularly fond of the dull subject, having little interest in the details of the Goblin Wars, though she did excel in exams. Outside, heavy rain fell, heralding the arrival of spring, washing away the long-accumulated dust on the leaves. In this room, accompanied by her sleepy boyfriends, Sophia welcomed the long-awaited thunder. Oh, Merlin's beard. I've finally waited for this. Sophia exclaimed excitedly, startling Fred and George from their slumber. They opened their eyes to see their sweetheart walking back and forth, eyes closed, making wishes in the room of requirement, the ground beneath them revealing the spot where they had buried the crystal vial. As she knelt down to carefully excavate the red potion with her hands. Sweetheart, becoming an animagus can be quite painful. You must be careful. You must have a steadfast belief in your transformation. The twins regarded Sophia's animagus transformation with greater importance than their own, as last year they had succeeded in transforming through sheer courage, albeit rather haphazardly. But when it came to their sweetheart, the twins would have scoured the library for every book on animagi to eliminate any risks. Sophia signaled an okay, took a deep breath to calm her racing heart, popped the cork, and downed the potion in one go. Moments later, a searing pain coursed through her body, the little eagle gritting her teeth to suppress a whimper, her knuckles tightly gripping the fine fabric of her robes, feeling an increasingly powerful second heartbeat. George tenderly stroked Sophia's flushed face, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Fred silently held one of Sophia's hands, seemingly oblivious to the sharpness of her nails digging into his palm. This description eerily resembled giving birth, doesn't it? Finally, a familiar fish eagle appeared before the twins, though this time it bore color. She tilted her head, gazing at the now relaxed and smiling Fred and George with her sharp, golden eyes, curiously experiencing the sensation of two grand wings that felt entirely different from controlling her hands. Sophia's eagle landed atop Fred's head, her powerful talons gripping the roots of his red hair to maintain balance. Oh, sweetheart, Fred dared not lift his head, fearing he might topple his darling. Be gentle, be gentle. I feel like I'm going bald. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a little magpie, only to find that the hefty fish eagle nearly crushed him beneath its weight. George also morphed into a magpie, raising a wing to point at his brother and chirping loudly in mockery of Fred's folly. Fred, struggling out from beneath Sophia's dense feathers, expertly flapped his wings and soared up, landing abruptly on George's back, causing him to stumble forward. Sophia relished this novel perspective. Everything in the answer-seeking room had magnified. The eagle's field of vision and neck movement distinctly different from that of a wizard, with colors vastly varied. Most importantly, she was towering over the twins. Looking down upon them was an exhilarating experience. Attempting to take flight, the wind generated by her wings nearly toppled the diminutive Fred and George, who were adorably small. Her wings spanned an impressive 1.5 meters, exuding an air of dominance. A resounding eagle cry erupted from the fish eagle's throat. Her back was adorned with neatly arranged brown feathers, while her soft belly was covered in white down, appearing exquisitely tactile. The tail feathers fanned out like seashells, embellished with a gradient of spotted patterns. Coo! I did it! Hooray! Chirp! Sweetheart is amazing! Chirp! I knew Sweetheart could do it. Sophia the eagle scooped up the two little creatures applauding with their wings, and, with a vigorous upward thrust of her wingtip, Fred and George slid onto the fish eagle's back. Coo! Hold on tight. The raptor squeezed through a slightly ajar window, taking flight with her beloved little magpies. The world, fresh and vibrant after the rain, unfolded before them like a vivid oil painting. The sensation of freedom surpassed that of riding a flying broom. As Sophia glided over the surface of the black lake, her talons lightly grazed the water, creating ripples, just shy of instinctively catching a fish. As they flew past the window of the headmaster's office, Fred and George chirped a few words in bird language at Professor Dumbledore, who was indulging in desserts while fishing. Old man with the white beard. Look here, too. The headmaster, unfazed, licked his fingers and turned to greet the trio of birds outside the window, smiling broadly. Dumbledore, who could even converse in merfolk language, certainly understood what the magpie twins were chirping about. Oh dear Fox, don't you want to join our lovely little friends? The youthful fox gave a soft chirp and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from the headmaster's office to soar alongside her feathered companions. The unique apparition of a phoenix is not hindered by Hogwarts anti-apparition enchantments. What fun is it to accompany the eccentric old man every day? She wanted to play with everyone. The crimson fox spiraled around Sophia, attempting to snatch Fred and George from her. Chirp! Don't come near. To avert a calamity, Sophia swiftly descended on the outskirts of the forbidden forest. The twins adeptly leaped down, transforming back into their human forms, capturing the startled but adorably foolish fox that had followed them. The tiny phoenix, unable to comprehend why birds could turn into humans, gazed in shock at the silhouetted figures of the towering Weasley brothers, belatedly attempting to flee, only to have Fred grasp a golden feather from her tail. Hey Fox, you can't just crash someone else's date and then leave without a word. We need some compensation. The twins quickly plucked 2 of Fox's feathers, a rare source of material laid before them, an opportunity too precious to overlook. Sweetheart, what is the phoenix like? We could also ask Fox for some tears. Sophia, resourceful, gathered a few leaves of herbs favored by the phoenix and handed them to George. He chirped a few words in bird language to the not-so-happy and not-so-smart Phoenix, and Fox began to happily shed tears, putting the recent incident behind her. Chapter 67, Adulthood with Modifications. At the end of February, Gryffindor faced Ravenclaw in a match, and the Eagle House, undoubtedly, fell under the crushing force of 3 fire arrows. It is worth noting that under the leadership of the previous Eagle House Quidditch captain, Edwin, Ravenclaw had been an undefeated champion. And this near-bottom performance left Roger persistently thumping his head in frustration. Meanwhile, Oliver Wood's sunny, cherubic face. Merlin knows how he manages to keep such a fair complexion despite daily practice under the scorching sun and in the rain, swayed the hearts of many a mother fan, almost luring them into becoming girlfriend fans. Our savior boy also thrived, holding the golden snitch aloft, surrounded by his supportive teammates, reveling in this blissful period of his life. Sirius had regained his health, while Peter Pettigrew was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, marking a perfect Christmas, aside from the not-so-friendly house elf creature and the somewhat noisy portrait of Sirius' mother. Of course, such trifles were far from Harry's mind. He had successfully claimed the Quidditch championship, and there was also the lovely Eastern lady smiling and shaking his hand, Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang. Harry wore a goofy grin, barely catching what Cho had said, simply nodding enthusiastically. Fred and George surrounded Sophia, who knew they would lose but still felt a tinge of disappointment when the match's outcome was revealed, regaling her with jokes to cheer their sweetheart up. Sweetheart, don't be upset. While we didn't hold back on the field, behind the scenes, we can. You can do whatever you wish. Anything at all. You know what I mean. The conversation seemed to veer towards a rather improper direction, as Sophia raised an eyebrow, allowing her hands to wander over the warm, firm abs concealed beneath the twins' red Quidditch uniforms. Fred and George fell silent, feeling the playful nudges from their sweetheart. The embers of desire, still smoldering from their earlier exertion, suddenly flared more intensely, stirring the little Fred and little George into action. Sophia noticed Fred had closed his eyes in enjoyment, while George bit his lip, breathing rapidly. The little devil within her smirked as her hand moved to their sensitive sides, giving a sharp tug. Ow! Merlin's pale yellow dress. Fred let out a peculiar wolf-like howl, while George jumped, covering the injured area. You said I could do whatever I wanted. Sophia's cute and beautiful face appeared utterly innocent, her eyes blinking rapidly, her long golden lashes fluttering. All right, sweetheart. You certainly have that right. Can I really be angry? The twins shrugged, resigned to the fact that they were forever at the mercy of their sweetheart. On April 1st, the Weasley brothers celebrated their 19th birthday, clad in their brand-new dragon-hide jackets, as if their birth on this day inherently justified their penchant for mischief. In the eyes of the Muggles of Great Britain, 18 marks the threshold of adulthood. However, within the wizarding world, one must reach the age of 20 to officially assume a new identity. On the 21st of May, Miss Scott was formally welcomed into adulthood, receiving a lavish birthday gift procured by the Weasley brothers. Merlin, Sophia gasped in astonishment, holding aloft the transfer agreement for the shop at 91 Diagon Alley, flipping it over and over in disbelief. Surely a substantial portion of the galleons you've saved has been spent on this. Indeed, that is the case, but we still have a full 2 years ahead of us. We intend to provide our darling with nothing but the best. After all, having our girlfriend will never be a loss. The girl accepted her boyfriend's promise for their future. A warm sweetness blooming within her, akin to sipping a steaming cup of hot cocoa on a frigid winter's day. She followed her heart, kissing Fred and George deeply, contemplating the acquisition of the adjacent shop or perhaps a house that they could share together before their graduation. As adults, they now possessed the legal right to use magic outside of school, could partake in the end-of-year apparition classes and examinations, and more. Sophia and the twins made their way through the secret passage of the One-Eyed Witch, arriving at the Three Broomsticks, where the young lady boldly ordered a glass of red currant rum from the charming Madame Rosmerta, bringing it to her nose for a delicate sniff. Ah, indeed. It is potent. Fred and George could only clutch their butterbeers, suitable even for a 6-year-old, with envy glimmering in their eyes. With contrast comes joy. The ever-curious little eagle took a gentle sip, squinting her eyes to savor the rich flavor, though she mused that it might be even better as a non-alcoholic beverage. She nodded in approval under the twins' sparkling gazes. This drink is magnificent. How unfortunate it is that you cannot partake, Sophia exclaimed, sipping and sighing in a repetitive cycle. Fred, attempting stealthily to bury his head in Sophia's glass to sample the flavor, was gently nudged back to reality by the attentive George. The younger Weasley, chin resting on his hands, observed the continuous adorable antics of his sweetheart and had come to a realization. Don't you think, my dear, that she is already quite tipsy? Fred, it's simply delightful. Amidst Miss Scott's intermittent background chatter and her rosy cheeks obscured by cascading golden locks, as well as her eyes completely shut, George uncovered the truth that their darling had a rather low tolerance for alcohol. Fred steadied Sophia, who was on the verge of toppling under the table. The sudden shift in balance caused her to flutter her sparkling eyes open, as if awakening just a tad. Fred? Or George? And who are the other three? The inebriated little eagle pointed toward the empty space beside Fred, envisioning a quintet of red-haired Weasleys. Let us head back, lest we encounter either George Weasley or Fudge Weasley trying to steal our sweetheart. You are right, brother. George removed his cloak and draped it over the dazed Sophia's shoulders, squatting down to bear the weight of his future happiness. Fred carefully shielded Sophia's head, ensuring she wouldn't collide with the rough stone edges of the passage. Even in her hazy state, the persistent sense of biscuits, cakes, and orange candies wafted into Sophia's nostrils as her head nestled against the crook of the tall boy's neck. I love you, Georgie. George halted, chuckling softly. I love you too, Sophia. And happy birthday. Fred, with a tinge of jealousy, gingerly pulled Sophia into his embrace, eager to hear what sweet words she might utter upon catching a whiff of his familiar scent. He adored hearing his darling profess her love for him. Over there, Sophia detected the familiar aroma of fireworks on Fred and, with her plump lips moving, managed to articulate a few words. Fred, you smell funny. The elder Weasley's face turned a shade of green.